because we're really different than the traditional version of a consultant. We're really about relevance and results, and that's what is driving our business.
What about a consulting project? In my example, I'm the CEO, I have a problem, I call you up, I say, solve my problem or give me a solution.
We don't operate as big companies permanently in crisis mode. And so when you think about like how long does it solve things, a lot of it starts with, the company being willing to set aggressive goals. And so what we are trying to do now is work with our clients to work differently and to work faster.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz.
It was unimaginable that we would see rates move this fast. That was not in the realm of thinking.
Just the timeline of what they knew and when they knew it. Why didn't they do anything about it?
When do we have to see the kill? It's for the Fed to respond to it. And this is really the tension.
Be informed.
You cannot be overly data dependent. You've got to have a view of where you're going.
Be prepared.
I think the earnings season might actually be the positive surprise that people are not expecting.
Be ahead of the game.
Certainly the beginning of something we need to keep an eye on.
And that, I think, is really going to be an interesting takeaway from this moment.
You go all birds on us and you say, turn, turn, turn. Is that what we're doing right now?
Yeah, big question coming into the show for us was, when is that turn going to be?
What a fantastic conversation.
The news you need.
The president's calling on manufacturers to make more in America. It is working, and it's reflected in these jobs numbers.
The analysis you trust.
How do you take this anecdotal data and say, really, just focus on the now, because that is going to tell you where we're going?
What is the measurement of uncertainty that we have in studying the American economy?
Milton Friedman had said there are long and variable lags in the impact of monetary policy. But man, it's a long slog.
The best way to start your day.
People are tuning into this program on a daily basis.
Oh, come on, it makes for good TV.
Let's move on.
Bloomberg Surveillance, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Eastern. This June, in honor of Pride Month and Juneteenth, Bloomberg brings you a special equality series every Thursday in June at 1 p.m. Eastern. Bloomberg Equality, celebrating inclusion this Pride Month.
It is 3 p.m. in London, 10 a.m. in New York. I'm Tom McKenzie, and these are the top stories this hour. President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy are expressing confidence that their debt ceiling deal will pass Congress, averting an historic U.S. default while setting a course for federal spending until after the 2024 election.
The agreement prevents the worst possible crisis, a default for the first time in our nation's history, an economic recession, retirement accounts devastated, millions of jobs lost. I strongly urge both chambers to pass that agreement. Let's keep moving forward on meeting our obligations and building the strongest economy in the history of the world.
McCarthy saying he expects a majority of Republicans to support it. The U.S. House Rules Committee will hold a debt limit hearing Tuesday. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi has inaugurated a new Parliament House as he spearheads a sweeping revamp of the colonial-era centre of New Delhi. About a third of the country's federal lawmakers, including those from the main opposition Congress party, boycotted the ceremony. Critics say the new building is a vanity project to help boost Modi's image ahead of next year's elections. Elon Musk is expected to meet senior Chinese officials and to visit Tesla's Shanghai factory this week. That's according to Reuters, citing people familiar with the matter. Tesla and China's State Council Information Office did not immediately respond to Reuters' request for comment. And profits at China's industrial firms kept falling in the first 4 months of the year, underlining cooling demand and deepening factory gate deflation. Industrial profits fell 20.6% in the January to April period versus the same period last year. And Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida says he's firing his son, who is working as his secretary. That's after a scandal over a party held at the premier's official residence. He told reporters in Tokyo the decision is meant to draw a line for, quote, inappropriate actions by a secretary in an official space. Kishida and his son came under fire after photos emerged in a magazine of Shotaro Kishida posing for photos taken during a party in the official residence, including on the stairs where cabinet members are usually photographed to mark their appointments. Checking in on these markets, and the debt ceiling optimism hit a barrier here in Europe. You're seeing European equities off by 0.2%, but the futures in the US pointing to gains to build on the closeout on Friday, pointing to upside of 0.2% when the US comes back on Tuesday. Money moving into German debt, yields down 11 basis points, and the Turkish lira closing in on another record low, off by 0.6% in the session on the back of Erdogan's win. That is a look at the top stories in the markets this hour. I'm Tom McKenzie. This is Bloomberg.
Who's my guest this week? It's the former senior White House advisor, Fiona Hill. It was one of the most compelling appearances during the Trump impeachment hearings. Blunt, composed, and incredibly distinctive with her strong Northern English accent. President Trump's top Russia expert was devastating in her assessment of policy and culture in Trump's White House. Her warning about Putin's danger to the West and how American ideals that were so appealing to her were under threat.
Putin is always looking out to see if there is any hint that we will not follow through on promises that we have made, because he will always follow through on a threat.
Fiona Hill's journey from a poor English mining town to working for 3 presidents in Washington is documented in her book, There Is Nothing For You Here, where she takes her story of social mobility and opportunity and argues that class and racial barriers are still holding too many back. Here's a bit of what's coming up.
And imagine if Trump had actually succeeded on January 6th, and the members of the January 6th committee in the US Congress are pretty convinced that we were very close to him succeeding, had not Vice President Pence basically refused to block the transfer of executive power. I mean, we'd be in a totally different place. I mean, Vladimir Putin would have probably just, driven right into Ukraine himself.
Fiona, thank you so much for coming to talk to us.
Thanks, Anna.
Today.
Great to be with you.
Really interested to hear what you have to say, especially because for a lot of people, they wouldn't have heard of you before that first impeachment inquiry in which you appeared. And I wonder, for you, do you replay that moment? Do you think about it? And what do you think about?
I actually don't. I mean, maybe that sounds a little bit strange, but it was it's one of those things where you're so focused in the moment that when you come out again, it's almost like it didn't happen, because it was such an intense period of concentration, a lot of effort leading up to it. And then, the kind of aftermath was sort of moving on to the next thing, because so much happened as a consequence of that I hadn't anticipated, that I find it very kind of hard looking back to it.
I find it fascinating in your book you talk about this, being prepared for the room, that it was going to be quite cold, and also how you looked as a woman. All these things had to be factored in when I'm sure you just wanted to give the information.
Exactly. I mean, I didn't know I'd have to think about this. I mean, literally, one of the very first questions was, we're going to have to figure out what you're going to wear. I thought, what? And I said, well, does that happen to men? And they said, well, not so much. But the point is that as a woman, people are already wondering who you are. And they literally said to me, you don't want to be a distraction from the truth. And the reason I wanted to put this in the book is that, look, most times when men write a book, nobody asks them about how it is to be a man. Nobody even kind of thinks about what it is that they were wearing, or, in a particular setting. And, they just go there and they do their job. I mean, yes, if you're going to appear on television, everybody now these days with high definition TV has to have, some makeup on their head, and, kind of otherwise they look like they've died. kind of just the whole bright lights effect. But for something as serious and consequential as a testimony, I thought the whole fact that there was focus on how I would look as part of my presenting myself, so that people would listen to my answers and just for telling the truth. I mean, that really hit me, and thought about, what a difference it really is to be a woman in these kinds of settings.
And what did you do? How did you make sure you were listened to in terms of how you looked, and then how did you feel? Did you have to wear extra layers? Did you have to take the advice?
I did, and I had a really good PR person, a woman that I've mentioned in the book called Molly Levinson, who did this for a living and had been in the broadcast media as well as a producer, but who had worked with people in these kinds of settings for a long period of time. And she literally went through my wardrobe. She said, you have to look a particular look, she said, that will be picked up by the Washington Post style section. Well, that look was, when we were picked up by the Washington Post style section, which I was pretty incredulous about at the beginning, they said we were reassuringly dull. So that was what she was looking for, because I was basically testifying with another person, David Holmes from the US Embassy in Kiev.
Did he look reassuring?
Well, I thought he looked quite smart, actually. But the whole view was, reassuringly dull bureaucrat look.
There was a Fiona Hill fan club that sort of sprung up online, actually from across the spectrum in some ways, as people heard what you had to say and stayed. A lot of people talking about how focused you stayed on the facts. And some of those almost we'll get to through your expertise. But did you feel it was a good use of your time, or do you feel it was a waste of your time? Because ultimately it didn't work. I had John Bolton on, the former National Security Advisor to Trump, very recently, and he didn't testify because he thought it would be a waste of time.
It depends on what your perspective is about, waste of time or good use of time. In the United States, there is still this concept of civics education, where people fully understand how their government works, and especially important in something like a representative democracy, a liberal democracy, where you as the regular person wants to feel that your public servants, your members of Congress, your members of Parliament, are actually taking your interests into consideration and listening to you, and understanding that there are checks and balances on executive power, particularly on abuses of power, which this was clearly the case, and this whole definition of crimes and misdemeanors, and how does this process play out? It was an exercise in liberal democracy. It's the checks and the balance, the oversight of Congress.
But ultimately it didn't work.
Yeah, but it showed people that the system was there, and that everybody got to hear the truth. And I think a lot of people came away from that realising that it was wrong for basically Donald Trump to ask Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, for a personal favour. Now, the political outcome of this, the partisan political outcome of this, was, of course, that there was no censure even of Trump. He didn't get any kind of penalty. It wasn't even a rap on the knuckles or the wrist, from any perspective. And as Ambassador Bolton, John Bolton, said, well, look, it seemed to be a waste of time. If anybody was really expecting there to be some massive outcome for Trump himself, I think it actually also emboldened him to go on to the next thing that he got impeached twice for.
Were there any negative outcomes for you being out there and effectively going viral?
Oh, there was a lot. I mean, there was all kinds of misogyny and sexism and threats and, threats of bodily harm and, kind of all kinds of threats.
How did they come to you?
Mostly through the internet. So I just stopped engaging. I mean, my sister, who was constantly monitoring Twitter and Facebook and things, would, give me warnings, and she would get in touch with the platforms to try to get people to take down some of the, most outrageous things. I'd get phone calls, letters, emails. But actually, I have to say that it was a smaller percentage than what was really an overwhelming, I would say, positive response in terms of just, thank you for telling the truth. And again, everybody can tell the truth. So I didn't think it was that extraordinary. And, again, there was a lot of other people who did testify, my colleagues, that people have got to know as well. And, I really took away from that there was a kind of a great thirst for people just standing up there and telling things like they are.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite, positioning companies to meet the next generation of challenges, breaking out of traditional roles.
One of the most important things is looking around the corner.
Look for Chief Future Officer on Bloomberg.
Talking about what you know and your expertise, of course, it's Russia, and it's hugely in demand right now. And I wanted to talk about Ukraine from the perspective of all you have looked at and all you're looking at right now. Do you think the conflict, the war, was inevitable?
I don't, actually. I think there's all kinds of junctures along the way in everything where, things can take a different path. I think that what happened in terms of the decision-making of Vladimir Putin is he thought, there was a number of things going on. First of all, he thought the West had lost the plot, that we'd become very weak and distracted, that indeed all we're doing is engaging with partisan and fights with each other, identity politics, you name it. But he saw over a long period of time an inability for the West to stand up to its own values and its own principles, particularly when it came to pressure on other countries. So Ukraine was in the crosshairs, going back to, in fact, the early 2000s and even back into the 1990s. And we didn't really do anything. Same when Georgia was invaded back in 2008. Each time we'd find an excuse and not really take very strong measures. I also think that 2 years of COVID had an impact. Like the rest of us, he was kind of sitting down, hunkered down, excluding, people from coming close to him, not wanting to get sick. But he also became more and more isolated, we could see, from the people who used to get access to him. So he starts to be basically shrunk down in his terms of advice to a smaller and smaller group of people. And clearly he convinced himself that he could get away with this and that there would be no backlash either in Ukraine or anywhere else in the West.
But do you think, I mean, for instance, you've mentioned a whole series of events leading up to this. But, for instance, there are some now saying that the presidency of Trump and the attack on January the 6th on the Capitol was a moment, a particular moment. Did you buy into that?
From Putin's point of view,
Yes.
exactly. I mean, look, the United States looks like it was finished. And imagine if Trump had actually succeeded on January 6th, and the members of the January 6th committee in the US Congress are pretty convinced that we were very close to him succeeding, had not Vice President Pence basically refused to block the transfer of executive power and had agreed, in fact, to just go ahead, pushed ahead rather than agreed to it. I mean, disagreed with what Trump was asking him to do, and had basically certified the electoral votes. I mean, we'd be in a totally different place. I mean, Vladimir Putin would have probably just driven right into Ukraine himself, because he then would have seen the United States as completely finished from a leadership perspective, because we would be no different from any other country in the world that had just had a coup.
How concerned are you about nuclear conflict at this moment in time?
Well, I'm very concerned about some one-sided action on the part of Putin, and I think it's very important for all of us to put that into a context and not be intimidated by it, because that's exactly what he wants to do. Putin wants to take us all back to the 1980s and the Euro missile crisis and war scares, or back to the days of the Cuban Missile Crisis, where everyone's thinking they've got to duck and cover again. Putin is a kind of a free agent, maverick when it comes to this. He's sort of, in a way, revived the Soviet-era instruments of nuclear missiles and biological and chemical weapons. He's already used chemical weapons with Novichok and polonium, I mean, here in the United Kingdom, in assassination attempts, for example. During the Syrian war, after the Russians intervened, there was lots of chemical, weapons attacks, lots of threats of all kinds of things going. And just by rhetorically putting out there the prospect that he might use a nuclear weapon, talking about the chances that he might use a tactical battlefield nuclear weapon, he's trying to get us all scared so that we back off and then basically agree to surrender Ukraine or whatever else it is that he's demanding.
Do you not believe it then? I suppose
I believe that he's thinking about doing it, but I think that what we need to do is to push back against that, because we need to understand why he's doing it. He's doing it because he feels on the back foot right now. He hasn't been able to press forward with the aims in the way that he wanted them, politically and then militarily. And he's doing it because he figures we're going to get scared.
So how do you do this with him? I mean, you talk as if, right, we need to understand him. You're giving some of the expertise that you've got, the intelligence as well that you will have heard about. But how do you negotiate with Putin?
Well, what you have to do is get a full court press on him here, because Putin wants this all to be about just his discussions with Biden or just his discussions with, kind of the West. Because, again, Ukraine is one of the objects here, and the other object is rolling back NATO and getting rid of the United States in European affairs. But what he's doing has global consequences. And we need China, we need India, we need, other countries to push back. Japan and South Korea get it. And I mean, they've been very much supportive, but we need to get more than that. We need to be able to show the rest of the world that this has global consequences. And this isn't just an East-West spat, but it's just not possible to keep moving forward. Denying components to the Russian military for the war, not just giving, more weapons to Ukraine, problems of accessing the funding, basically making, heading him off at every pass. But diplomatically, if he's hearing it from not just the NATO countries, not just the West, not just the sort of usual suspects, but quietly from others saying, look, what you're doing here is having terrible consequences for us as well. Famine in Africa, kind of really putting on edge security elsewhere in the world. That's when we might have a chance of pushing this in a different direction.
City.
In London, in Sydney,
from Washington,
in Tokyo.
9 a.m. in Beijing and Shanghai.
Good morning, everyone.
Have a great evening. Here's what I'm watching.
You do not want to miss this story.
Is there the kind of upside?
I suppose what you're talking about there is leadership and who's going to be doing that and if they're doing that. And you have worked for 3 presidents, but only known by one as Russia bitch. Were you actually known as that?
Apparently. I mean, I didn't know that in real time. I learned that later from an American journalist who was doing some interviews for a piece afterwards.
And this was how
I
you
was not surprised.
were
I mean, I have
referred
to
to
say.
by Donald Trump?
Well, by some of the people around him. I don't
By
know
some
whether
of the
he
people around him.
himself ever said that. I don't think so.
I think that gives a window, though, into the climate within which you were working, especially as an expert on Russia and as a woman.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, it's just that kind of casual misogyny. You know, who does she think she is, that woman who works on Russia? I mean, it's kind of obvious. I mean, I wasn't the slightest bit surprised when I heard that. I mean, I was a bit surprised that I thought the particular person this was a tribute to hadn't even noticed who I was. So I thought, oh, well, I guess they did know who I was.
I wonder, because of what you're saying here, were you actually listened to by Donald Trump?
I don't think he listened to anybody. I mean, apart from, you know, people who we saw as peers. I mean, that's why, you know, we saw in weirdness in real time of him, you know, with Putin talking about Putin being strong and powerful, and he was listening to Putin over his intelligence chiefs, for example, at the summit at Helsinki in that dreadful press conferences. We knew that he listened to people on Fox News and on other, you know, media outlets. Many of the people, you know, including Ambassador Bolton and others, would try to get on the Sunday shows because they knew that he would be watching. They were more likely to have him listen to them if they were on the TV screen than he would listen if he was in the Oval Office. And there's all that kind of bizarre, you know, creativity that had to go on to get his attention. Because if you went in and you sat down, you were just his staff. So he basically projected.
But that sounds like it's men and women, or would you say it was worse for women?
I think it was worse for women, but not all women. I mean, there were some women that he respected and listened to, like Kellyanne Conway and his daughter Ivanka Trump. But once a person started working for him, no matter what they'd been before, that status disappeared. I mean, he projected onto the government the same style, I presume, that he had in his private business when it was, you know, the Trump family enterprises, and that everyone was then the staff. So why would he listen to them? I mean, in that context, information and recommendations and direction trickled down from him, not up. You know, if you're an eponymous family firm, it's your brand, your firm, you just tell other people, you know, what to do. In the case of the US government, they're supposed to be much more, you know, advisors are supposed to be advised. The National Security Advisor knows their stuff. They're supposed to be able to have a say in this. They're coordinating all the way across the government. And as far as Trump was concerned, we were all some version of staff. When he, you know, if you were called Secretary of State or Secretary of Defence, you were just a glorified secretary. If you were a woman, you were pretty likely to be a regular secretary.
I mean, how did you take this in your stride? Did it get to you? I know you'd been on the Women's March and then you accepted this job because you wanted to contribute, you know, and put something back and help.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't deluded in that sense. I mean, what I think really did get to me was just the dirty politics. Because again, I'm not a partisan person. I'm politically engaged, politically active, but I'm not political. I've never been on a political campaign. And just this, you know, Game of Thrones, you know, kind of people stabbing each other in the back. I mean, yeah, it happens in every political system, but there's just the dirty corruption behind the scenes as well. I did really genuinely think that people would understand on the national security front that, you know, you needed to check all of that, that when it came to certain issues, really critical issues where American lives were at stake or the whole stability of the globe, let's put it that way, the people would check themselves.
But you
and I was shocked to find they didn't, and that's what got to me.
Well, you also said that, you know, being groped in the 70s and 80s, working in a golf club, had been preparation, good preparation for working in the White House.
Not to have that, and actually, let's just be very clear. Nobody did that to me in the White House. But you know, just when you had that experience,
as a context, is an extraordinary piece of help almost that you cited when working in this.
Yeah, I mean, that
White
was
House.
kind of the weird thing of, you know, growing up as a girl in 1970s, 1980s Britain, you know, kind of dominated by Benny Hill and, you know, raunchy postcards at the seaside and just all the things that kind of come with that. Nobody even thinks about it, just think it's very funny. Whereas you're a young girl, it's actually not very funny. But you know, you just learn to have to laugh about it. This is so, you know, pre-Me Too that, you know, it seems like another world, and yet we still get all of that misogyny and sexism. There was, you know, a dress code inside of the White House. Was, you know, kind of very much, you know, Fox News, if anyone's seen the film Bombshell. I mean, I thought that was actually, would have been good preparation for watching before I kind of went in there. You know, and I was always aware that I had to, you know, change the way I dressed somewhat just so I blend in so that nobody would, you know, pay too much attention. And one of the, you know, the funniest episodes came when, you know, he thought I was a secretary and I was told by a senior colleague, you know, look, just don't worry about that. You know, he'll forget who you are. you didn't imprint, but if you wear the same dress, they'll remember you. Just make sure that every time you go in, wear a different dress. So I had to actually get quite a wardrobe of different dresses.
It's a theme we seem to be returning to.
Yeah, it's basically like, some kind of camouflage, It's like I'll wear my jungle camouflage today, or my forest camouflage, or my snow camouflage. It's just so that, I could just get in there, try to do my job and get out again.
And I'm presuming this was different to working under Obama.
Yeah, nobody ever kind of went, but, that was the sort of theme then when I get to the impeachment as well. Nobody there, gave me a dress code. Actually, I looked back in some of the pictures there, I thought, what the heck was I wearing? But anyway, I found it actually quite funny because it was almost like being in, some endless school play where you've got the various costume. And I guess I was just trying to be a tree, kind of when I got into the Oval Office, just so that nothing untoward would happen.
I'm now imagining you in
I know exactly the tree thing, the kid in the tree. Hey, Mum, hey, Dad, I'm a tree.
Well,
but,
I should say the corner, in the oval.
Exactly.
Of it.
Potted plant.
I've not been in there myself.
Yeah. But there are no trees in the Oval. They're usually outside in the Rose Garden.
Right,
but the whole point of all that was, get in there without any incident, but really focus on engaging with the other counterparts. I never got treated like that by the National Security team or the National Security Advisor. It was just this weird, coterie around, and it was weird. It was like being in Alice in Wonderland as well, so many analogies. I do feel that, strange things in my childhood, like reading Alice in Wonderland, Alice Through the Looking Glass and other things, prepared me better than all of the years of fancy educations and degrees. Although it was very important to obviously know Russian and know your stuff. But for those moments, that wasn't the best preparation.
And it isn't a past some point from your point of view. This was the administration. You would have worked for any administration. Your point is you wanted to bring your expertise, but this was how you found this particular administration.
Yeah.
And you mentioned that education. It's a key part of what you've written about, your journey from the coal house, as you put it, to the White House. And worryingly, in your journey, which there are lots of bits of luck as well. The particular time you were born, the education that was then available. You really talk about the fact you don't think it's getting better. In fact, it's getting worse, that social mobility, not just in the UK, you've looked at it through the prism of the US as well, is worse.
It is. It's got much worse over time, exactly right. The kind of opportunities that I had, including in the UK, for basically having my education, going to university paid for, those have all shrunk. There's just a lot less funding out there. There's been an expansion of places, but a lot less funding for people. And just that threat of enormous debt is really too much for people, thinking and contemplating that. In the United States, what you think is the land of opportunity, anyone can make it. There's only a 5% chance now, very different from what it was in the late 1980s, to do what I've done in terms of going from the bottom 1% to the top 1% kind of thing. And everybody should have an opportunity, to be able to move forward in life. It doesn't have to be an elite education, but to get the kind of job that they want, to get the qualifications that they need as well. And we need to really think about that. There's been a lot of movement forward on socioeconomic background, on race and on gender, class to some degree here in the UK. In the United States, class gets subsumed by race in many contexts. But in terms of regional differentiation, that's not the case. I still see a huge divide in the United Kingdom between North and South. I've just been up north to see my mother and family and friends. And it just seems like, London is a total world apart. And it's the same, for people in different boroughs in London. The city couldn't be no more different from Tower Hamlets and things like this, for example. And in the United States is very similar as well. People from, what we now call the Rust Belt, we used to be the old industrial heartland of the United States, feel that they might live on another planet, as have these affiliations and affinities with Washington, D.C. That's why January 6th happened. That's why people stormed the Capitol. The Capitol, the White House is the people's house, it's supposed to be the people's house, but the Capitol is supposed to be their symbol of representative democracy, and yet people saw it as a citadel, a kind of a forbidding fortress that wasn't representing them anymore. And just this kind of, this upsurge, this insurgency. I watched that and thought, oh my God, look where we've got to here. That's the kind of epitome of these kinds of problems, when people feel that they're excluded in some way, and that sense of representation is broken down.
And you talk in some detail about some of the things you think need to change. At the heart of it, education, but also what others can do when they do have positions of power and influence. I've got to ask, what did your mum make of your journey?
Well, I think she's a bit bemused by it, but she's pretty pleased at the same time. But it's funny, she took it all in a stride. I talk in the book about, when I was out looking for that suit that I wore at the impeachment. My mum's just, sees a sales rack and sees this suit, and she's, Fiona, come over here. Look, there's a suit for sale. Do you need it for that impeachment thingy? She didn't even, kind of fully connect about, what it was. And she just thought it was a great thing that I, went there and told the truth and, did my job. She wasn't passing, you know, the big historical implications of that. She just saw it, you know, my mum was a very practical person, a former midwife. You know, if a baby needed delivering in, you know, some difficult circumstances, off she would go and just do it without thinking about all the larger context. She'd just get on with it.
Well, you seem to have adopted a similar style. Thank you very much for talking to me and to all of us today.
Oh, thanks so much for having me, Emma. Thank you.
And thank you to you for being with us. Until we meet again, take care and goodbye.
So now you've been at JP Morgan for about 25 years?
Yes.
Okay, so, and now you run one of the most important parts of JP Morgan, which is, I say, is the asset and wealth management business. What actually is wealth management, and how is that different than asset management?
Great question. The two are often used interchangeably, but they have distinctions. The asset management business is where we manage money on behalf of individuals, institutions, sovereign wealth funds, pension funds. We manage them in mutual funds, we manage them in ETFs, we manage them in single stock, single bonds, hedge funds, private equity, and the like. And that is the heart of the fiduciary business that we run here at JP Morgan. Wealth management is that plus understanding someone's entire balance sheet. So for the individuals where we manage money, we also help them with their mortgage. We help them with a loan that they might need. We help them with their basic credit card. And so wealth management is trying to help someone with their entire life, both their assets and their liabilities, their planning, their gifting, the legacy that they want to leave for their families, the 529 plans they need to prepare to get their kids to go through college. And it's a great insight into people's, you know, entire journey.
What do you like most about your job?
I think the people. I mean, ultimately, we're a people business. A lot of what my job is as CEO of the company is to give those people sort of motivation, to tell them where we're going, to encourage them to come up and do their best work, to encourage them to collaborate. Sometimes you sort of think you're almost a psychologist, you know, as you are a business leader, I think, sometimes.
And so what's your best piece of advice?
I love pitches. I love being sort of leading from the front, if you like, and spending times with teams. I love to see the work that we're doing. When we pitch for a piece of new business, often when we come together. So I guess I try and put myself in the seat of the client. Now, what's the client going to think when they see this work? Are they going to be excited? Is it going to turn their brand around? How's it going to resonate with their consumers? So as much as possible, I try and play that role.
It is 3:30 p.m. here in London, 10:30 a.m. in New York. I'm Tom McKenzie, and these are the top stories this hour. The US House Rules Committee will hold a debt limit hearing on Tuesday. That's after President Joe Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy agreed to a deal over the weekend. Both parties say they are confident the deal will pass through Congress, averting a US default. The bill will suspend the debt ceiling until January the 1st, 2025, likely putting off another fight over the federal borrowing authority until the middle of that year. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sánchez says he will dissolve Parliament and call a snap election for July 23rd after his Socialist Party suffered heavy losses in regional and local elections on Sunday. The Conservative People's Party and far-right Vox are set to control 8 of the 12 regions up for grabs in the weekend ballot, including the bellwethers of Madrid and Valencia. China's first locally manufactured passenger jet has successfully completed its maiden commercial flight. China Eastern Airlines flight MU-9191 flew from Shanghai to Beijing yesterday with 128 passengers. The debut marks a long journey for domestic plane maker Comac, which started developing the C919 in 2008. A US debt deal failing to lift European equities this Monday morning. Thin liquidity, of course. The UK is closed, as of course is the US. European markets down 0.1%, but the future's looking brighter stateside with gains of 0.3%, when, of course, the US looks to trade on Tuesday. Money moving into German debt, yields down 11 basis points, and the Turkish lira closing in on record lows, with Morgan Stanley saying there could be further downside of about 30% for the Turkish lira, currently down 0.6% at 20 to the US dollar. That's a look at the markets and top stories. I'm Tom McKenzie. This is Bloomberg.
So who's my guest this week? The data scientist and Facebook whistleblower, Frances Haugen. Is the personal cost outweighed by the wider good? This is the whistleblower's dilemma. Frances Haugen calls her decision to go public with what she discovered working at Facebook not Plan A, not even Plan B, but Plan J. But if it wasn't her initial intention, it's now become central to her life. Sharing tens of thousands of internal documents with the media and US law enforcement, she wanted to show that Meta, Facebook's parent company, knew the harm it was causing and carried on regardless. The firm says Haugen's claims paint a false picture, and it makes no commercial sense to allow harmful content, as advertisers don't want it. But you can only really whistleblow once. So what happens next? And how do you keep up the pressure for change when you're now an outsider? Here's what's coming up. Do you think of Facebook as having blood on its hands?
Yes, unquestionably. Facebook's own documents say Instagram isn't just bad for teenagers. It's not just bad for children. It's not just bad for them. It's actually worse than other forms of social media, because TikTok is about performance, it's about humor, it's about doing things with your friends. Snapchat is about faces, about augmented reality. Reddit is at least nominally about ideas, right? But Instagram is about bodies and social comparison.
Frances, thank you so much for being here, for talking to me today and to all of us.
Thank you for inviting me. Happy to be here.
Well, I mean, your voice has become very famous indeed. I wanted to start by asking how it's been since you've gone public as a whistleblower.
You know, it's so interesting. I live in Puerto Rico, and no one ever recognizes me there. And I've been really shocked at, like, in some ways my life has changed a lot, right? Like, I can sleep now at night, so that's always a good thing. I do interviews like this, which is still surreal to me. But, you know, it's enough separated from, like, San Francisco that, you know, I'm never recognized in that context. And so my life hasn't really changed that much on a day-to-day basis. I'm amazed that I can have my DMs open online. Like, you can DM me on Twitter, and, like, I don't even get harassed. And so I know that compared to, like, female politicians, I've had an easy experience coming to limelight.
Has that changed? Was it different when you first went public?
Oh, no, and even when I first went public.
Okay.
I've gone like maybe 10 mean messages ever. And, like, I always respond to them. So if you want to troll me.
What's your technique?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm always willing to talk to my critics.
And how, do they usually calm down a bit at that point?
Yeah, they usually don't respond, you know.
Who'd have thought they'd be rude, hey? But that's interesting. You also say now you can sleep at night. Were you not sleeping when you worked at Facebook?
It's really hard living with a secret. You know, like, I think one of the things I had never really contemplated before I came out was whistleblowers in general are not in very good shape by the time they come out. And, like, one of the things that I had that I think was very different about my experience versus most people's is I lived with my parents during COVID. And so I had people who I completely trusted, who I could talk to things about. And so by the time, like, I came out, or by the time I acted, like, I was already aligned with, like, what I needed to do. And I think for a lot of people who are whistleblowers, they live alone with a secret where they know people's lives are on the line. And that process really eats away at you. And, you know, I know that I did what I could. And so there's a wonderful release in that, right? It's very easy to sleep at night then.
But I suppose with that, I mean, and you were not sleeping, you were stressed about what you knew. We'll get into that. Did you need a certain level of grit, resilience to actually go through with it, would you say? Because, of course, you know, there are different types of whistleblower in different circumstances.
Oh, unquestionably. We actually, I think as a society, need to talk more about the continuum of whistleblowing. Like in the United States, you know, you can't sign a contract that prevents you from giving information to Congress that you believe is necessary for Congress to do oversight. You can be a very subtle, quiet whistleblower. It's just that people see the few whistleblowers that are out. And so I think it's one of these things where if you know that what you need to do is necessary, you know, I've always been a long distance cyclist. You know, you just put on more miles, you know, just keep going. And I'm really happy with how things ended up.
Were you scared just before? You know, what was that moment like?
Yeah.
I don't even know what the moment was.
Yeah.
That you blew the whistle.
So I think there's like different sets of moments. So while I was getting the information out of Facebook, I was very worried that I wouldn't be able to get out the information that was needed, right? That I knew that this was very complicated, that if you didn't get a representative set of documents, that you could criticize it and say this is not a full picture. And so until I was done, I was very nervous that I would not finish. But I never worried about consequences because like the number of lives that are on the line is astronomical, right? Like I earnestly believe there are 10 or 20 million lives on the line in some of the most fragile places in the world.
When you say on the line, what do you mean?
So far we've had 2 major ethnic violence instances, genocides, where they were facilitated by social media. So we had one in Myanmar where over 200,000 people died. We've had another one in Ethiopia over the last couple of years. And we should not expect that to be the end. We should expect that to be the beginning.
But what's the difference between using social media to organise and using, I don't know, email?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked. That's a wonderful question. So in email, the service provider in general is not telling you what order to read your email in, right? There are not algorithms that give distribution to some ideas and not to others. In the case of Facebook, the algorithm changes they made in 2018 to go from just trying to keep you on the site as long as possible to trying to optimize for eliciting a reaction from you, changed what content got amplified. So when they made that change, political parties across Europe, on the left, on the right, said, hey, we know you changed the algorithm, because it used to be we could share the bread and butter of democracy, like a white paper on our agricultural policy. And it didn't get the most comments, but we could see in the statistics it got read. And now if we share that exact same content, it's just crickets. And it's because the algorithm now says, unless we can provoke a reaction from you, it's not good. And when you combine that bias in the algorithm, that extreme content gets the most distribution, with linguistically diverse places, like the most fragile places on Earth are often linguistically diverse, that means they're using the most dangerous version of Facebook, no safety systems, because Facebook doesn't think there's enough people that speak that language, and their societies are already fragile. And so it's just very dangerous. And we've seen more and more times where that gets weaponized in a context that leads to tragedy.
I mean, it's safe to say with this assertion and other assertions, Facebook does not agree with your view of it.
I'm sure.
It says that, the idea of promoting hate, that's just not what advertisers want. So why would they do that? It doesn't make sense for business, and that they don't do that. And also, with some of the issues, they recognise them and they're working on them.
So what's interesting is we really need to understand that Facebook is not a single product, that Facebook in different parts of the world are very different experiences. Like when there's a multiple 100-page report from the UN that talks about how Facebook was used by the junta in Myanmar to inflame the genocide. Like this is not a matter of contention. Like it's been very well documented. Facebook spun up war rooms in the lead up to Ethiopia because they knew the roles that they were contributing to, and they knew that was a risk factor.
And yet they still see themselves not as a publisher, as a platform. I sat there was someone from the Facebook Oversight Board talking to me about that, Hella Thorning-Schmidt.
Yeah.
I don't know if you think that board is fit for purpose. They said they were very interested to meet and talk with you.
We've met with them.
Do you think it's fit for purpose?
So the Oversight Board is a beautiful illustration of how effective Facebook's communications department is. Because most people hear a name like Facebook Oversight Board, and you're like, oh, there's an independent body that can ask questions about Facebook. They could ask, is Facebook inflaming violence with algorithms? Turns out that's not even in their remit. That when you look at what they're actually responsible for, Facebook spent $120 million endowing a board that can only look at content censorship decisions.
So it's not fit for purpose?
It's not fit for purpose. And we need an oversight board that actually can do oversight on the company, or we need something like the Digital Services Act.
Which, of course, countries around the world are looking at different ways at this at the moment. I know you've been contributing to that. Do you think you've done anything that's made any changes, though? What points towards that?
So Facebook has tried to expand coverage of its language classifiers. So in the fall, they rolled out a different way of trying to run their censorship system so they could cover more languages, which was one of my core criticisms, was that not enough safety systems existed. They were misleading the public about which safety systems existed in which languages. Facebook could have released parental controls for Instagram at any point in the last 10 years. People have been begging for even basic parental controls for 10 years. They rolled out parental controls for the first time maybe 2 months ago.
And you directly think that's linked to what you
I think so.
took with you and showed?
A number of major leaders on the Children's Rights Bill in the United States have said that the reason why their bill is moving forward is because of my disclosures. And I think pressure like that is part of why they have parental controls today.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
The breakout we have all perhaps long awaited finally realized. We'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
There's no question this industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
the transactions,
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
and the technology.
Stop talking about the technology, start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays.
I mean, because let's talk about, with particular reference, Facebook, of course, the parent owner of Instagram. I mean, what would you say to those individuals who talk about the role for better parenting, the role for autonomy and looking after young people online, and that not necessarily that should be, the platform should be held responsible?
So I'll give you an example of how it works today. And I'll give you an example of something that's a really low-hanging fruit that they could do that would put control in the hands of kids, put control in the hands of parents. Today, Facebook has run studies where they take a brand new account, blank account, and they search for some pretty innocuous stuff like healthy eating, healthy recipes. Because let's be honest, we could all eat healthier. And all they do is they click on the first 5 or 10 posts each day, and they follow any hashtags that get suggested. So there's no friends, there's no other interest, they're just clicking on it. It's just the algorithm. Within 2 or 3 weeks, you get sent to pro-anorexia content and pro-self-harm content. So that's how the algorithm works today. They're pushing kids towards more extreme content. What could be happening is Facebook could start asking kids, they already take all the content on Instagram and make it into clusters. So there's maybe 15,000 topics, 100,000 topics. They could go and poll kids, they do things like this already, and say, does this make your body image worse? Does this make you feel bad about yourself? And if they saw a child who was consuming 1,000, 2,000 pieces of content a day that were about topics that make kids depressed or make them have worse body image, they could ask that kid, do you want to keep looking at this content? Or do you want to see less of this content? Because children are saying today, I'm working with this therapist, I'm trying to make better decisions, and the content follows me around Instagram. Like, I have to give up my friends to be safe. And I think that's like too high a bar.
But if my child was watching 1,000 bits of content, 2,000 bits of content, that takes quite a lot of time. I would hope I knew about that in some way. That might sound very naive. My child's pretty young at the moment, but there is also that role there. I suppose it's some worry that by putting it all on the social media company, without perhaps even going against what you're saying here, that role is being downplayed or ignored.
So I think one way to look at it is I think good parenting plays a vital role. But one of the things we need to keep in mind, and I lived with this experience when I was a teenager, you can feel confident about your parenting, but you need to ask the question, are the parents of every one of your kids' friends, are they being as attentive? Or is every parent in your kid's school being that attentive? But I think it's an uphill fight because these products are designed to be sticky, to be addictive, because they're more profitable that way.
I suppose there's a difference between knowing something is bad and keeping going with it because it's good for business, and thinking perhaps there isn't or aren't that many things you can do to change it. Which is it with Mark Zuckerberg?
I think it's a question of, I think Mark struggles with, I think he genuinely believes that Facebook is just a mirror, right? That there's always been bad things in the world. There've always been kids with eating disorders. There've always been kids who've been bullied. This is just a mirror. And you're unhappy because you can see it now. And he has trouble acknowledging his power or the power of these products.
But you're saying he just sees it as a mirror rather than he knows it's doing harm?
I think it's the thing that he tells himself a story, that he's surrounded by advisors.
And they're not telling him either.
And they're saying, no, the world has always had bad things. It's just a mirror.
It sounds like a cult.
It is a little, it definitely has some management issues.
If you were Mark Zuckerberg, do you think you should be able to sleep at night?
I think he's really stressed, right? I think the fact that he has this vision that we're all going to live in the metaverse, Right, think about that a little bit. Like, the metaverse was a dystopian concept in the original novel, right? Like, people's lives were so bad that they went into these virtual spaces. I bet it's really hard for Mark to go to a restaurant. Like, can you imagine people like looking over and glaring at you?
Do you think that they do, though?
I think they do. Like, in Silicon Valley, people are not pro-Facebook.
I mean, you sound like you're sympathetic to him, and yet at the same time, you couldn't sleep because of what you knew, and you didn't obviously know everything.
I think hurt people hurt people. And I think Mark has been surrounded by people since he was 19 years old who told him he was doing a great job. And so it's one of these things of, we can demonize Mark Zuckerberg, but it's not going to make him heal faster. It's not going to, like, when people feel attacked.
He has the power.
He does have the power.
Issue.
He's the only one who has the power, because the voting structure of Facebook is different than most corporations, in that he holds 56% of the votes for the company. No one but Mark Zuckerberg can control Facebook right now.
Do you think he should go?
I don't think the company can recover as long as he is the leader of it. And I think the fact that he doubled down on the metaverse when I brought up issues around genocide, like saying we have enough people, we have enough money and enough people to hire 10,000 people to build video games instead of actually making these systems safe. I think that's a dereliction of duty.
I mean, the company's at pains to mention 40,000 moderators, and that, you know, they're spending a lot more on this, giving more attention to it. But of course, as you say, you mentioned the metaverse. There's $10 billion, I believe, to be spent on that.
So when my disclosures happened, they increased the spending from about $2.5, $2.6 billion per year to $5 billion a year, which is great.
On moderation.
On safety systems.
Safety, okay.
And great, that's a step in the right direction. But did you know they bought back $75 billion of stock in the 12-month period that's happening right now? So that they have enough money lying around to light on fire $75 billion, but they could only spend $5 billion on safety. They have $10 billion to spend on video games, but they can't spend more on safety.
Business Week Radio, live weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Eastern.
We got a little bit of talking.
Come on, are you guys ready?
Harnessing the power of Bloomberg Business Week, Carol Masser and Tim Stanovic bring you the latest news from the worlds of business, technology, politics, and more.
How does the Fed play into this and what the Fed does potentially?
This is so exhausting and this is so all-encompassing.
Listen on Bloomberg Radio and streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals.
You talked about, of course, what's been going on in different countries and the concerns that you had about lives on the line. But there have also been some cases. I'm not going to name names for reasons that, you know, are obvious. We're talking about children here, but there have been examples of children in both the US, the UK, and I'm sure elsewhere in the world, where they have taken their own lives and the parents blame you know, Facebook, this company, you know, as part of that Instagram. They also blame some other social media platforms, I should say. But do you think of, with that particular instance with regards to young people, do you think of Facebook as having blood on its hands?
Yes, unquestionably. Facebook's own documents say Instagram isn't just bad for teenagers. It's not just bad for children, because remember, there's kids all the way down to 8 and 9. Like, parents have told me kids are using social media, using voice to text as young as 8 and 9. That it's not just bad for them, it's actually worse than other forms of social media, because TikTok is about performance, it's about humor, it's about doing things with your friends. Snapchat is about faces, about augmented reality. Reddit is at least nominally about ideas, right? But Instagram is about bodies and social comparison.
So you do see, when those parents have said what they have said about their children, you buy what they're saying about the role of those companies, this company in particular?
Unquestionably. Like, the one that broke my heart the most was, there was a father of a child who died, who I got to meet with, and he said, I don't know what I could have done differently. I took his phone away. Like, I saw that he was looking at this content, I saw he was getting bullied, I took his phone away, and he ran away from home. And when we looked for him, we couldn't find him anywhere. It wasn't any of his friends' houses. And the reason was because he fell asleep on a park bench and he had hypothermia. And so I gave him his phone back. Like, I don't know what I could have done differently. And that's what parents are facing. They feel powerless because these systems are designed to be sticky. They're not designed for children. They're designed for adults.
This might seem a slightly odd question. Would you ever go back there and try and improve it and work there?
I still maintain, I still encourage people to work at Facebook because it is we have to solve the problem of Facebook.
But you weren't sleeping when you worked at Facebook, I wouldn't feel like it sounds like a good job move for me if we were having a chat.
I'm not having to hold those lies in anymore, right?
But I suppose if you're saying to people, go, you couldn't make the change while you were there.
So the thing I always say to people is, these systems are very complicated. There are currently 0 classes you can take anywhere in the world where you will learn how Facebook's algorithms work or the interconnection of how the algorithms work with the product choices. And we need good people to go into these companies and participate with their eyes open. Because the way the world learns...
Well, it sounds like they're going to, because they're not going to sleep.
Yeah. I believe we will only get better social media if we engage in the process of building better social media.
So if you were given the call, you would?
I would go back.
Had the call?
I've never had the call. They don't really acknowledge I exist.
They'll definitely know your name. Just looking across the social media landscape, what do you make of, it might not happen, but somebody like Elon Musk trying to take over Twitter and grapple with the free speech issue? He's also talked about reinstating, for instance, Donald Trump's account. What do you make of that and what he's said so far about free speech? There's some who have expressed concerns about him, Elon Musk, as a person, having this power.
You know, I think it's so hard to read Elon's actions because he does so many. He at one point at the same time he is able to land rockets on the moon.
Upright, yeah.
Upright, land them up and down, all those things. So he must be good at asking hard questions and accepting hard answers. Because if you're in denial on the level of Mark Zuckerberg, there's no way you're going to the moon.
Okay.
But he also does all these wacky things on the internet. And so it's this question of like, which is the real Elon, right? And so part of the reason why I'm cautiously optimistic, I don't know, is I think once he gets inside the company and he can see all the data and he can talk to the people and get a more robust picture, I would hope that he would, you know, there's a lot of the things that I'm recommending are around looking at behavior over content. Because when we look at things like saying, you know, should you have to click a link to reshare it? How long should you have to have that link open? Clicking on a link before you reshare it reduces misinformation by 10 or 15%. These are interventions that work in every language in the world. And so I'm cautiously optimistic based on who his advisors are, that there would be an opportunity to do many of these things. And part of why they haven't been done to date is they cut off little slices of profit. And so I think there's opportunities to explore solutions that weren't possible when it was a public company. But, you know, time will tell.
Have you made friends with other whistleblowers? Do you know some?
I do know some other whistleblowers.
Is there a community of you?
They are very friendly. I wouldn't say that we have there might be an active community, but I've talked to a handful of them on an ongoing way.
I wonder if there's a kind of, you know, sometimes when you take a leap, someone else who's taken a leap before kind of steps in and says, I know what you're going through, and you might want to think about this, this, and this.
What's so interesting is there's one whistleblower who I've talked to who who took a very different path than me, and they went it very alone, right? Like they have never accepted any kind of support or assistance. And like I very early on started working with a whistleblowing lawyer, and they whistleblower aid. They're out of the United States, and they were incredibly beneficial in terms of educating me on like, you think you have made some choices, but let me tell you about the consequences of those choices, right? Like I had always intended not to come out, right? Like that's part of why the disclosures are so large, is that I wanted them to stand on their own. And because they were able to take time and like talk me through consequences, they were like, your identity is going to be the juiciest story in the world. Like, and Facebook knows who you are. Like they know who pulled like which documents and whatever. I'm sure they know who you are. And so I talked to this other person who had not gone the same amount of hand-holding. And it's just so interesting. You know, every whistleblower is different. And the thing I would encourage whistleblowers is like, always ask for help. People want to help you, and you don't have to be public.
I did want to ask how you relax when you're not blowing whistles and keeping data and then sharing it and trying to tell the world what you're concerned about, what's keeping you awake. You mentioned cycling. Is that the main, or what else do you like to do?
I love the ocean. And so I don't have my bike set up, but the ocean is beautiful. And we have snorkel equipment, and there's sea turtles. Is that not the most wonderful thing? And you can just lay there in the water and like follow a sea turtle, and you're like, nothing else matters. So I'm very lucky.
That's a beautiful image to paint. I mean, I'm sure you shared some photos of it on Instagram.
My Instagram is only like the pictures of me meeting people. I'm not very good at. Ironically, I'm not very good at Instagram. So.
There you go. That's the scoop. Frances, thank you very much for talking to me.
My pleasure. Happy to be here.
It's been really fascinating. And thank you so much for being with us. Until we meet again, do take care and goodbye.
Paul Jacobson assured me that when he takes the new Hummer EV on long journeys, it's not just fun to drive, it's equipped to go the distance.
I hear so much about road trip anxiety that I wanted to experience it myself. My family likes to drive a lot, so I brought my daughter home from college in this, and it was great. I mean, the computer system is all intuitive. It tells you how to keep track of the battery. It tells you where the charging stations are. It tells you how much power you'll have when you get to the charging station. So it really puts a lot of your anxiety at ease. But as far as driving it, it's a treat.
So where are you on the charging stations? I know General Motors has made an investment in one company. How are we doing in this country generally in getting charging stations in?
So I think this is an area where obviously we can continue to improve as a country and a society. We're doing our best. We've committed almost $1 billion to EV charging. So we've taken that and looked at home charging solutions, local community solutions, and road trip charging solutions. With my daughter, what we would end up doing is probably stopping, grabbing a bite to eat, plugging it into a charger, usually a high-speed charger, to get as much charge as we can, and being there for 20 to 30 minutes. Get us a lot of range, and by the time we've used that range, we're tired, ready to stop again, etc. So it was a really good experience for me, and it's taught me, number one, what are the concerns of the consumer that are ultimately going to drive our vehicles, and then number two, where do we need to focus on addressing some of those anxious points for people?
Enjoy the excitement of a night of music at Boston Symphony Hall with BSO Now. Watch brand new Boston Symphony Orchestra performances, behind-the-scenes storytelling, and memorable archival concerts, all from the comfort of home. Use our free 24-hour trial and see why the Boston Globe calls it musically rewarding. And the Berkshire Edge says the orchestra has never played better. Visit bso.org/now, where the music plays on. BSO season sponsored by Bank of America.
This June, in honor of Pride Month and Juneteenth, Bloomberg brings you a special equality series every Thursday in June at 1 p.m. Eastern. Bloomberg Equality, celebrating inclusion this Pride Month.
I'm Tom McKenzie. This is the European close. The countdown to the close starts right now. European markets are off. The estimation of a deal coming through from DC not lifting European stocks.
The countdown is on in Europe. This is Bloomberg Markets European Close with Guy Johnson and Alex Steele.
Happy Memorial Day to our viewers in the US, and of course a bank holiday here in the UK as well. And as a result, it is thin liquidity, volumes are low, and across the European market, more of a focus on the politics of Spain than the politics of DC, at least for now. You still had some upside coming through from the Asian session, even as Chinese equities edge closer to a bear market. But here, again, the relative and again, conservative optimism around that debt deal being struck in DC hasn't lifted European stocks in the session so far. You're seeing losses of 0.1%. They're looking for the next catalyst. Over in Spain then, losses of 0.3% on the news of a surprise election being announced for around the middle towards the end of July after the ruling Spanish socialists got thumped in local elections over the weekend. Euro-dollar at 107. Just down the single currency, about 0.1%. And there is money moving into German debt. The benchmark 10-year, 242, that's a move lower by 11 basis points. Let's get to the politics of DC, though, because US President Biden, of course, and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy are confident that their debt ceiling agreement will have enough votes to pass through Congress. Bloomberg TV guests echoed that sentiment, and they weighed in on the deal's impact on US and global markets.
Everything I'm seeing come out of this negotiation gives me a source of optimism and thankfulness that we're going to get past this.
I think the clown show is over. I think there is a 100% chance this passes next week, and we're done with this for the time being.
This deal is pretty good. It's not great, it's not perfect, but no deal ever is. So I think Democrats should be very satisfied with it.
But I think it does. I think that global financial markets and economic watchers more broadly will be breathing a big sigh of relief.
Obviously, when the US share market reopens on Tuesday, there's going to be a bit of uncertainty about whether it passes through Congress. So that's going to hold the market back a little bit.
And I think that it's going to be a positive development, and it does ease some headwinds that were threatening that global recession.
There we go, Joe.
Well, for starters, it raises the debt ceiling beyond the presidential election, and that's got to be the most important part of this deal, as we are now exactly 1 week away from what Janet Yellen declared to be default day, the 5th of June. So we get that out of the way for 2 years. And it also addresses spending. We're hearing a lot about spending caps as opposed to spending cuts, flat spending for non-defense expenditures in fiscal 2024. Which is a far cry from the more steep cuts that conservative Republicans were asking for. It preserves defense spending, increasing 3%, which is exactly what Joe Biden wanted in his budget proposal. And veterans care is fully funded here. There was a lot of arguing about what might happen to veterans, and something to consider on this Memorial Day. It does also expand some work requirements for SNAP, for food stamps. And raises the age from 49 to 54, and it pulls back some COVID funding, unused COVID funding, about $30 billion worth, which is going to help take care of the math in a lot of areas here. It does not, though, include the $130 billion in cuts rolling back to fiscal year 22 that Speaker McCarthy and conservative Republicans were demanding. And so it's likely he will lose some votes on the right flank of the House Republican majority here, much like President Biden could lose progressive Democrats because they oppose the work requirements, which are not quite as strict as some had proposed in this case. But it does really seem to be a very real compromise that will likely be lifted through the House and the Senate through the center.
Okay, Joe, well, let's stay on that then. What is the process for those of us who are not in the weeds of DC politics and the mechanics? What happens over the next few days to get this across the line?
Well, lawmakers will be back in town tomorrow. We're, of course, on a holiday today, and it looks like we will have a vote in the House as soon as Wednesday. Now, remember, as I mentioned, we've got 1 week to play with here. It would then go, assuming it passes the House, and that's not a sure thing yet. We've just got legislative text out, and there's 72 hours for lawmakers to read it. It then goes to the Senate. And there's a question whether the Senate will be a rubber stamp, or might there be a few particularly conservative Republican senators like Mike Lee who have threatened to hold this up. That's the thing about the Senate. One senator, considering the balance of power here, can do a lot to slow things down. But I don't suspect that anyone in Washington really wants to see that happen. There's some horse trading going on. Both sides know they won't have all the votes that they want, and this will likely be passed in a week.
Joe, how much relief should we take from the fact that this has been pushed back? At least the idea of another debt ceiling debacle seems to be out of the picture now if this deal crosses until what, early 2025?
That's right. We go into 25 now. We'll have, we'll be beyond the presidential election at that point. And maybe there's a greater conversation about this. There was talk about reviewing whether the 14th Amendment might be a more durable solution going forward. But I wouldn't read a lot into it. I think that they're going to have to deal with this on a congressional level. The question is whether they actually reform the debt ceiling to coincide it with the start of the fiscal year, to coincide it with the budget negotiating process, which might eliminate a little bit of the brinksmanship that we've been seeing here, particularly this time.
Okay, interesting then. Developments on that front to watch. Bloomberg's Joe Mathieu, of course, and don't miss Balance of Power tomorrow at 5 p.m. on Bloomberg TV, just breaking down what has been happening over the weekend and how things could unfold in the days ahead. We're going to continue, of course, with this story. Let's bring in the perspective now of Lester Munson, principal at government relations firm BGR Group and former staff director of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Lester, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Let's draw on the depth of your experience then in the halls of power of DC. What is your expectation that this deal is indeed in the can?
Well, I don't think it's in the can, but I do agree with Joe that it looks pretty good for House passage probably on Wednesday. And then the Senate will try to remind folks that it's relevant for a couple of days and then probably pass it by Friday or Saturday. And I think we'll be in good shape going forward.
Is that assuming then, we hear already on Twitter some of those within the Freedom Caucus, within the House, pushing back on this, decrying this. Is there an assumption that McCarthy's going to need to lean on the Democrats to get this across?
Oh, absolutely. I think you're going to need to see a majority of Republicans. So that means around 110, maybe a little bit north of that minimum. And then you're going to want to see a lot of Democrats supporting this as well. I think this has been a known thing for quite some time that Speaker McCarthy was going to need to rely on Democratic votes to survive his first big budget foray. And that's what we're going to see this week. The question then will be, will someone call the question on his role as Speaker? I suspect we're not going to see that, but it remains to be seen.
You suggest then, is it right to assume that it's within the Republican Party that the pushback, if there is pushback, is going to be most acute versus those on the left of the Democrat Party? Is that where the tension point is? Is that where you're focused? It's the right wing of the Republican Party?
Well, I think to be clear, I think there's tension with both the left wing of the Democratic Party and with the right wing of the Republicans. Now, then it kind of goes to the character of those groups. The progressives, the far left group with the Democrats, has generally complained, but then supported their president, Joe Biden. The Republicans, on the other hand, have felt free to kind of go against their leadership. It's a little more like herding cats on the Republican side. So I suspect we're going to lose more votes on the Republican side than on the Democratic side, because Democrats just these days have a kind of a better esprit de corps in their team. The Republicans are a little more scattered.
Lester, who comes out of this better? Is it McCarthy? Is it Biden? Or is it a balanced deal?
I actually think McCarthy comes out looking really good. This is his agenda. He has prevailed in a number of instances recently when a lot of people counted him out and thought he wouldn't do very well, including myself, to be totally frank. It's been very surprising. The speaker has done quite well. He is now, in many ways, the most important man in Washington.
Very, very interesting. When it comes to the Senate, Manchin, we know, of the Democrats, has secured an important win when it comes to energy through his state. Is it going to be plain sailing in the Senate?
I think it will ultimately be a very successful vote in the Senate, but there will be a little bit of drama rolling into that. Mike Lee, as Joe indicated earlier, has said he wants to stretch this out and delay the process as long as possible. That'll probably give him about 48 hours of speechifying and that kind of thing. And I do think the Joe Manchin question is quite fascinating, because his seat next year could be the one that swings control of the Senate to Republicans or Democrats. In other words, if Manchin's reelected next year, Democrats are likely to hold on to the Senate. If he loses to the Republican, we're not sure who that is yet, but if he loses to the Republican next year, it could be the Republicans who are controlling the Senate in 2025.
Well, let's stay on that then. That's really fascinating in terms of the implications for one individual and, of course, very powerful senator. But for more broadly, how this read across, or what the read across is more broadly from this debate around the debt ceiling and this deal to that presidential race. Are there any other key takeaways?
Well, I think you're seeing kind of the victory of the middle here. The moderates in both parties, and I would include President Biden in that. He's certainly currently a moderate in his party. And Speaker McCarthy have shown that there is a broad middle, and they're going to show in the next week that there's a broad middle to American politics. I think there's been this tale afoot in the land that it's only the extremes on either side that are determining things. This will put the lie to that if it's successful. And so I think we're going to see a kind of a new way forward for U.S. politics to some extent, where the middle ground is more important. Notably, Ron DeSantis has been out there criticizing this deal from the right. President Trump, former President Trump, has not been criticizing the deal. And if that holds, I think his kind of de facto endorsement of it will have a real interesting impact on the primary going forward.
Okay, it's not every day you get to say that the middle is winning in US politics, is it? Just finally, before we let you go, Lester, and I do want to draw on your experience, particularly when it comes to foreign affairs, international relations, and looking ahead to that presidential vote then, and the prospects of continued support for Ukraine as we look at another day where Kyiv is being bombarded by Russian missiles and Iranian drones. How much confidence do you have that whoever ends up in the seat as president, whether it is indeed the Republicans, will continue that support for Ukraine?
In 2025, well, to be totally honest, I hope we don't need to ask that question in 2025 and Ukraine prevails before that. But if we're facing that position, I think it's very likely that the Republican president, whoever it may be, will continue to support Ukraine with the military assistance it needs to bring the fight to the Russians. That is where the broad swath of the Republican Party is. 60 or 70% of elected representatives in Congress right now support robust aid to Ukraine. And I think the next president will be in that same spot.
Okay, Lester Munson, really appreciate your insights this Memorial Day. Republican strategist and principal at BGR Group on the victory for the middle when it comes to US politics on the back of this debt deal, an expectation that it will finally get across the line. We're waiting, of course, on this day for live pictures from the president. You can get pictures, or you can see the pictures there live from, of course, Arlington Cemetery as we await comments from the US president this Memorial Day. Of course, those are the live pictures. We'll keep across this for you. Of course, the wreath being laid there, at least being presented by members of the US military. And you can see, of course, the president there waiting, holding that wreath. We can listen in, and we are expecting him to give a comment, or at least a speech. You can see the vice president standing alongside, of course, the head of the Pentagon as well. But there is Joe Biden, arguably on the back of what some would construe as a at least domestic win when it comes to this debt ceiling debate. But this is all about, of course, the memory, of course, of everyone who has served for the United States military. And then you can see the president paying his respects at that National Cemetery, of course, Arlington National Cemetery in Virginia. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
Do you think there's much oil to be found in the lower 48 at this point, or even in, let's say, Alaska as well? Or mostly we know where all the oil is, and there's no more big Permian Basin kind of deposits anywhere?
People have said that over time, and then we've always been surprised. And so the U.S. has been explored more than any other place in the world. I think the industry has a good idea, but technology allows you sometimes to recover things that you haven't been able to before. That's the story of shale. The other one that continues to be a positive story is deepwater Gulf of Mexico, where we'll go out and drill in a mile or more of water depth and then go down several more miles and find large fields. And the Gulf of Mexico is still relatively underexplored compared to the onshore. So I think there's still room for more discoveries.
Bloomberg UK, your source for news and analysis covering the biggest challenges facing the UK government, economy, financial services, and markets.
Tax cuts should not be the priority. It's about a credible plan for growth over the next 2-3 years.
In this post-Brexit world, how do you see actually servicing your clients?
It was disruptive, and it's going to have implications to how capital raising works.
Now we're having the perfect storm in the UK.
Watch Francine Lacqua Thursdays at 9:30 a.m. only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Welcome back. Now, global markets look primed for something of a relief rally after that tentative debt limit deal was reached in the US. Let's bring in then Ethan Devitt, Monitor Chief Investment Officer for more, joining us from the great city of Chicago. Ethan, thank you for joining us. Let's start then with the debt ceiling deal. If they get it across the line, does that open up further upside for these US equities?
Absolutely, and it already has really. The signs on Friday that a deal was nearing was starting to give that boost and that floor to US equities that had been, I think, remain actually quite fragile despite some of the strength we're seeing. But now that this noise is out of the way and seemingly out of the way for a good period of time, that victory for the middle that your previous guest spoke about is very good news for equities. It's all that polarization and rhetoric served as noise, which markets didn't really need given their fragile state.
Do the fundamentals, though, Ethan, support the upside that we've seen year to date in US stocks?
It's interesting because even though US stocks at an index level are strong, there's been remarkable dispersion in how some of those stocks have performed. A real concentration among those large cap tech stocks. Even when you look and taking out those stocks, you would see that the actual indices have probably been flat, even to negative year to date when you look at those large stocks. So to me, that suggests that there really is still a safety trade going on, and that large caps tech are seen as that safety. So there isn't that broad-based lift in markets. So whether I think fundamentals actually suggest there should be a slightly better, more broad-based lift. We should see small caps starting to rally. We should see, because of this consumer demand being strong and this recession being kicked down the road. So the fact that we're not seeing a broad-based rally suggests to me that investors still have something to fear.
Okay, so then there may be money on the side as well, and we certainly see that in money markets. It also sounds like you're kind of pushing back on the Mike Wilson of Morgan Stanley view that we do face an earnings recession, that it is coming down the pipe later this year. Do we need to start pricing in an earnings recession, or you push back on that view?
I push back on that a little, remembering that it's all about the telegraphing and market expectations. Even though we did see earnings weakening already in line with some expectations, there generally was a beating of expectations because companies had telegraphed that in advance. So it's all about what market expects and what gets discounted in. We are seeing a weakening. We're going to see margins compressing. That inflation, the pricing power of companies will not last forever. And we're also seeing some wins, and it's very much below the surface, of distress entering in as some of these interest payments become unsustainable. So all of that weakness suggests that we could well have pressure on earnings. And also the consumer will run out of steam at some point, certainly if they do all their spending this summer. So I'd push back on the recession point. It'll be weaker, but will it manifest in weaker stock markets? I don't think so.
Ethan, how do you play the AI rally?
Well, certainly large caps techs that they can't get enough of the AI play. Chip makers, NVIDIA, we're seeing basically that is where investors are afraid to bet against right now. The interesting point will be how AI starts to trickle through. There's no denying that there's an element of a hype trade in there right now. Anything and everything with AI in the name is being bought. And there will have to be some discrimination between those stocks that actually are a play on that, or are more of a hype, the way we saw blockchain entering the rhetoric around many stocks a couple of years ago. So I'd say stay in core, do not bet against tech right now, simply because there is, as I said, it's become the safety trade, which is a little counterintuitive given how high growth and potentially volatile tech can be.
Yeah, and in a world, of course, of higher rates and higher yields. Stay in tech, that is a safety play. Ethan, before we let you go, the emerging market play, is it back for Turkey, or do you avoid Turkey on the back of Erdogan securing, what, a third term, another 5 years? The Turkish lira taking another slump today, with Morgan Stanley predicting it could go further down. Another 30% is a prediction if they don't move back, if Erdogan doesn't move back from some of his unconventional policies.
Well, there's been a reinforcement, certainly, of these new axes of power. We've seen that now between Russia and Turkey. And that would, perhaps the story hasn't changed in Turkey, and that result was probably discounted in. There may have been a little bit of hope against that. I'd say emerging markets for now remain part of our portfolios. We have a high conviction in their long-term growth potential. However, we recognize that it's been a quite precarious play and also has done very poorly with the strong dollar. So I'd say we're underweight emerging markets, even though they're part of our portfolio. And we say to be very, very tactical in how you employ it. Not an index, we like active managers in that domain.
Okay, be cautious around EM, and a reminder of that today with the victory, arguably, again, of Erdogan of Turkey. Ethan Devitt, Monitor Chief Investment Officer, also making the case to stay with core tech in this environment. We really appreciate your time and your insights. Coming up, we're going to get more from Istanbul in terms of the politics, of course, of Turkey as supporters of Recep Tayyip Erdogan celebrate his election win. That is coming up. This is Bloomberg.
do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg?
That is a great question.
It's a great question.
Great question. Great question.
Best question I get all night.
Bloomberg, top experts, great questions.
People ask me all the time, what is the key to being a really good investor? And I tell them it's to surround yourself with and work with the best investors you can find. On Bloomberg Wealth, I'm going to take you to meet the greatest investors in the world, the people that I would like to have managing my money.
So I think the main thing we did, which was not so easy, was to stick with our process. And then it kicked in big time in the last really 2 years.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite, positioning companies to meet the next generation of challenges, breaking out of traditional roles.
One of the most important things is looking around the corner.
Look for Chief Future Officer on Bloomberg.
Welcome back, I'm Tom McKenzie, and this is Bloomberg Markets. The European close. European equities currently down 0.1%. Futures, though, looking brighter in the US, pointing to gains of 0.3%. To the politics of Turkey now, and Recep Tayyip Erdogan extending his rule over Turkey into a third decade after winning a runoff vote and sealing an election win that many pollsters thought unlikely just a few weeks ago. Joining us now for the latest then from Istanbul is Bloomberg's Onar Ant, who of course has been covering all of this for us. Onar, what is the reaction on the ground then in Turkey to Erdogan sealing a third term?
It was a pretty uneventful election night in Turkey as the ballot count was concluded quite quickly on Sunday night, and Erdogan delivered 2 victory speeches. Obviously, his supporters, his followers were jubilant. On the side of the financial markets, I think the response was somewhat more mixed. The lira slipped after it became clear that Erdogan was re-elected, and it did drop to near record lows earlier today. Stocks, on the other hand, rose on optimism that this lack of uncertainty now is probably a good thing for Turkish companies.
Okay, interesting in terms of a mixed reaction from those Turkish assets. As you say, the Turkish lira under pressure in the session today. What are some of the key issues then, Onar, facing Erdogan in the weeks and months ahead?
Well, the top of the priority list for the president is economy. He did say it himself. He did acknowledge that rampant inflation is a big problem as it's taking a toll on Turkey's 85 million people. And in his second victory speech on Sunday night, he pledged to curb inflation. He said he's done it before, he knows how to do it, and he can do it again. Now, to increase sort of the appeal of that promise, he also did promise a new economic administration with international credibility. We're not sure what that actually means just yet. There is talk that Mehmet Şimşek, who is a former finance minister under Erdogan and someone who's really well liked by international investors, might come back. Now, if that happens, that is obviously going to have implications for both monetary policy and broader policies. It will indicate his return, his possible return would indicate an adjustment, if not a complete U-turn in Turkey's economic policies. Whether or not that's going to happen, for sure, is not something that we can talk about with great certainty at this moment. But it is a possibility. It is being talked about, and we are looking into it.
Bloomberg's Onar Ant, thank you for the latest when it comes to President Erdogan sealing that victory, what it means for these markets, what it means more broadly as well, of course, for international relations. The proximity of Turkey politically, of course, Erdogan to Russia is a question clearly for the Europeans and the US as they face up to that ongoing conflict in Ukraine. Let's take a look at where European markets are trading then as we head to the close. Not much of a lift from the optimism out of DC on that deal percolating through these European markets, more of a concern in terms of what's happening in Spain, but really looking for traction, investors in Europe broadly across the benchmark. You're down. The DAX is off by 30 points. Over in France, losses of 0.3%. And there's the Spanish picture then on the back of that surprise announcement around a general election towards the end of July, down about 0.1%. But again, the UK market's closed for the context. Liquidity is thin and looking as well at potential recession in Europe. We get more context with Holger Schmieding in the next couple of minutes. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
Okay, so you're moving in on me. Quick. Distracting me with your fancy hands. I'm going to deal with your knight because it's really bothering me.
Ah, my knight.
Yeah, he's a troublemaker.
Yeah.
What did you get up to this weekend?
You know, just robot stuff. A lot of chess. I was practicing for you. I know you're pretty good. Ooh, I don't like that. I will take this. Put it over here.
Not cool. Not cool. All right, I will concede. I can see you've got me beat.
Very good game. Well played.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Lots happening on Wall Street.
There are so many factors at play today.
It remains tight in certain parts of the economy.
Need to catch up?
This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston.
We've got the information and insight.
Crisis is too strong a word, and words like that get used a lot.
From businesses most influential and instrumental.
America's economy needs a diversity of institutions.
That's something that Wall Street pays a lot of attention to.
Bloomberg Wall Street Week, live Friday with replays all weekend on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
From New York City.
In London. In Sydney.
From Washington.
In Tokyo.
9 a.m. in Beijing and Shanghai.
Good morning, everyone.
Have a great evening.
Here's what I'm watching. You do not want to miss this story.
Is there the kind of upside?
Welcome back, I'm Tom McKenzie, and this is Bloomberg Markets European Close. Stocks here in Europe finishing the day in the red, struggling for direction, European investors. A couple of key things to play into the session and that have played into the session. One, it's the concern about the uplift or the lack of uplift coming from China on further weaker data. In fact, Chinese equities, at least by one measure, getting close to a bear market. And then you have the surprise news around a Spanish election being called for the end of July. The debt ceiling optimism that, of course, had led to green on the screen across the benchmark in Asia, and of course a very solid close on Friday. Well, that hasn't really filtered through to the European session as yet. Again, lacking a little bit of direction and thin liquidity, thin volumes. The UK is closed for a holiday, as of course is the US. Across the benchmark then, closing the session down about 0.1%. We can switch it over and see how things are playing out across the GRR. Euro-dollar in focus as well, of course, for us as we weigh up the next steps from the ECB. There's still an expectation you get arguably another 2 hikes from the European Central Bank, but we know as well that the data is pointing to fragility across the European economy. Across your sectors then, it's a bit of a safe haven tilt, again, in an environment of thin liquidity and volumes. Utilities in play, gaining 0.2% for the session, at least this Monday. Insurance also gaining 0.2, very modest. At the bottom of the list, technology down 0.6% after, of course, the uplift that we have through from the likes of Nvidia and AI. And worth noting, of course, that on Friday you did have the US markets, the Nasdaq closing up a little over 2.5%. And the futures as well, the S&P E-minis and those Nasdaq futures pointing to gains when the US market does reopen on Tuesday. So there's the benchmark down 0.1%. US futures, as I touched on, gaining 0.3% for the S&P E-minis, 4,226. Are we revising higher our views on the S&P given the debt ceiling default concerns seem to have been put to one side, at least for now? Money moving in the session as well into German debt. The benchmark 243, a sharp move lower in yields in German debt. And this is the currency to watch in the session, falling to a record low, down 0.6%, the Turkish lira, as President Erdogan seals a third term. But it's been a mixed picture, as we were discussing with our colleagues in Turkey, in terms of the asset reaction to the politics of Turkey. Equities actually gained, but the Turkish lira is under pressure. And Morgan Stanley says you could see further downside of maybe close to 30% for that currency if Erdogan doesn't switch up his financial policies in the weeks and months ahead. Now, a lot of European data to watch for this week. We're going to start, of course, with Spanish CPI. That comes out tomorrow. And, of course, it comes on the back of the recession that was confirmed out of Germany. Is this a stagflationary environment now in Europe where inflation remains sticky but growth is slowing. Holger Schmieding, chief economist at Berenberg, joins us for the take. Holger, is this a stagflationary Europe now?
Well, the winter certainly was stagflation, but I don't think that the term stagflation will fit for what's ahead over the summer. We'll probably get a little growth in Europe because domestic demand will probably firm. After all these concerns about gas shortages, gas prices, they have fallen. Also, inflation is likely to head down significantly. And come July, August, we will likely have wage growth outpacing the rise in prices, which means more purchasing power for consumers. So all in all, I think the inflation bit of stagflation will lessen, and the stagnation bit will give way to very, very modest, but probably growth over the summer.
Holger, that's a really interesting call on inflation and wages outstripping price rises, and really important, of course, for households and businesses in Europe. Just unpack that for us. What gives you optimism that inflation is on a sustained trajectory lower in the second half? Is it all about energy?
Well, most of it is, of course, that we measure inflation as a year-over-year change, and we have lots of big base effects kicking in. We've seen them for energy. Energy inflation is now roughly zero and may be a bit negative in coming months. Food inflation has peaked. Inflation for non-energy goods has already also peaked. For services, it's a bit mixed. Wages will support service inflation, and as a result, inflation will not fall back all the way to the ECB's target. But from rates around 8%, we should be at rates, say, 3 to 4% by the end of this year, and around 2.5% by the middle of next year.
Holger, can the ECB afford to go another two, as markets are expecting another 25 basis point hikes from the European Central Bank, given the fragility that we've seen in the powerhouse that is Germany?
Well, can the ECB afford it? It's an interesting way to put it. They will probably go ahead anyway. As they say, inflation, and rightly say inflation is not yet anywhere close to target. What it means is that we, of course, restrain the pace of growth going forward. I personally think the ECB should not do that, as inflation will decelerate on its own. But at least I understand the arguments of the hawks at the ECB. We have to show our hand. We have to bolster our credentials by fighting inflation while it's still so high. So the likely result will be 2 more rate hikes, 25 basis points each in June and July, and growth slowing or staying a bit slower than otherwise it should have been, but not quite stagflation.
How much, to what extent is China a factor in the surprise? We were surprised by the resilience of the European economy coming out at the end of last year into the winter season. And now it seems we're being surprised by the softer data that's coming through. How much of that ties directly to the disappointment around the impulse out of China?
First, very briefly, on the oft-discussed German recession, the biggest reason why German GDP contracted early this year was at the end of COVID measures, a 4.9% plunge in government consumption spending, largely on health measures. So that had nothing to do with the underlying health of the economy. But indeed, a major factor now is that we had been hoping for a post-pandemic reopening bounce from China to offset, say, half of the slowdown in the US for external demand. And this post-pandemic reopening bounce from China does not seem to be happening. More precisely, it's happening in China, in some services, in retail sales, but it's not happening for Chinese imports of the things that especially Germany sells, such as cars and machine tools. So from the German perspective, from the European industrial perspective, indeed, the Chinese reopening bounce is barely materializing.
And that kind of takes us then, arguably, at least to the next major trading partner for Europe, which of course is the US. There seems to be a view forming that you skip June and come through with a hike in July. Of course, that debate we know is live. Holger, how are you thinking about the prospects of the US economy as we weigh up that debate that it becomes sharper, it seems, amid and amongst the FOMC?
Yes, the debate is sharp. Inflation in the US is a bit resilient. The economy is resilient. What does the Fed make of it? Most likely at the moment is indeed, as you suggested, probably a pause in June, but it could easily be another hike in July. what it means for the US economy. Well, first of all, it's good news that all in all, the economy is turning out to be more resilient than expected, which is a reason why the Fed needs slightly higher rates to, well, combat inflation, to slow down or have enough of an economic downturn to get inflation out of the system. From a European perspective, we see that in the US, services spending is holding up nicely, whereas the manufacturing sector is also struggling. And as Europe mostly sells manufactured goods to the US, this sort of resilient US economy, resilient in services, is not benefiting European exporters much. So from the European perspective, both China and the US are a bit of a headwind now for the manufacturing sector of Europe.
Yeah, and hence, arguably, the divergence we're seeing between services and manufacturing data when we look at those numbers coming through across Europe and the Eurozone. Always, of course, comprehensive on the European economy, the global economy. Holger Schmieding, Chief Economist at Berenberg, thank you very much indeed. Valuable and important insights and context. Now to the politics of Spain. And Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has called a surprise election for July the 23rd after his Socialist Party suffered heavy losses in local and regional elections. That was over the weekend. Joining us for the details is Bloomberg's Ben Sills in Madrid. Ben, just get us up to speed on what happened over the weekend and how it's positioned Pedro Sanchez.
Yeah, so yesterday was regional elections in 12 of the 17 regions around Spain, as well as all of the 8,000 odd municipalities, and essentially Sanchez's socialists got a real kicking. The main opposition, PP, claimed control. Probably going to take 8 of the 12 regions that were up for grabs. And this is a lot worse than was expected. And so Sanchez came out this morning with a statement on the steps of the Moncloa Palace, its official residence. And I think to the surprise of many people, he announced he's dissolving Parliament, and we're having a snap election in about 6-8 weeks' time.
Yeah, Ben, you and the team are going to be busy. It seems counterintuitive on some levels to call a snap election after you've just suffered a pretty deep and significant defeat, as you said, across some of these regional ballots over the weekend. Why not play for time and try and rebuild your credibility and rebuild that support before calling an election? What is the outlook for these main parties now?
Well, I think there are probably 2 reasons here. One is from a kind of strategic perspective. Things are more likely to get worse for the socialists than better over the next 7 months. The election was due in December. So there's an argument that if Sanchez goes now, he potentially gets the vote done before the PP can consolidate their position and potentially form a majority. I think the second consideration is really tactical. Sanchez has shown across his career that he's a gambler. He likes to take shock decisions. He likes to take a risk and back himself. And in this instance, really, I think he's aiming to try and catch his opponents off guard. I suspect those in the PP headquarters around the corner from our offices may not have their election campaigns fully drafted. I don't think some of Sanchez's left-wing coalition partners are really ready to go yet. They've got their own issues to resolve. So by calling an election now, he retakes the initiative, puts his opponents on the back foot, and shakes things up a bit.
Yeah, interesting. So maybe that's the political risk, the rolling of the dice from Sanchez, as you say, and the implications for the People's Party. What are some of the other challenges for the opposition, Ben? Do they have to form a coalition? Do they have to get closer to Vox, the People's Party? How does this play out for them?
Yeah, it's very complicated for the PP, actually. I mean, the polls suggest they're probably going to finish first in this election, but that's no guarantee that they'll be able to form the next government. Firstly, as you rightly say, they're almost certain to need to rely on Vox, which is a far-right party that's emerged in Spain over the last 5 years or so. Problem with that is, if you go into coalition with Vox, then that rules out doing deals with the nationalists in Catalonia and the Basque Country that Vox really kind of emerged to fight. So while the PP may well finish first, while they may have the first crack at forming a coalition, exactly how they get over the line is really not very clear at all. So we could be in line for an extended standoff like we've seen several times in the past with these Spanish elections since that traditional two-party system started to break down a few years ago.
Okay, Ben Sills, thank you very much indeed, joining us out of Madrid on the surprise election being called in Spain for July the 23rd, and how the different runners and the different parties positioning and jockeying for power are going to use this time. Let's check in on where European stocks settled then. As I say, they were looking for a catalyst. Downside of about 0.1% across the benchmark. At least the German DAX down 31 points. The CAC 40 over in France off by 0.2%. We were just talking about the politics of Spain. The IBEX there, the main index, down about 0.1%. But again, thin volumes, thin liquidity, and European markets looking for something of a catalyst. They didn't get the uplift because the Asian session actually ended up in the green despite the travails of Chinese stocks. Looking ahead, of course, for that European data in the next 24 hours or so to give a direction for the ECB, the European Central Bank, as it weighs up further interest rate hikes. And that is the picture then. Losses of about between 0.1% and 0.2% across European stocks. Coming up, Memorial Day weekend marks, of course, the start of the US summer travel season. We're going to speak to the CEO of Best Western Hotels. Get the take then from Larry Kuchelik on the demand coming through for those hotels as we head into that summer season. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
From the world of politics
We're not going to be relying upon countries whose values we don't share.
to the world of business.
It's all about corporate power at the end.
Balance of Power, live from Bloomberg's Washington headquarters.
We couldn't be more excited what's in store for you.
How long will it take? How many years?
Why don't we take this one day at a time?
Good luck. Everybody has a perspective.
Every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Join hosts Anne-Marie Hordern
It's the one area, really, of bipartisanship.
I think we're getting more of it.
That's optimistic.
and Joe Matthew,
The debt ceiling is looming. How close are we going to get to the line before you start to worry?
alongside Kaylee
The
Limes,
door was open for regulators to do more, and that puts the Fed between a rock and a hard place.
as they deliver news
This is such an important economic issue.
He's no longer trying to run away from
That really blew some minds.
insight,
We can both invest in law enforcement and also make sure that communities feel safe in their own skin.
and analysis.
I think your audience will get this more than most.
This is not the Republican Party that you know.
It allows him to do what he did so successfully in 2020, which is run against crazy.
From and about politics' biggest power players.
This was the zombie case, and it's now more than well alive.
That's for sure. With two more potentially to come.
I'm willing to have this battle.
It is vitally important.
This is the intersection of Washington and Wall Street.
Bringing people directly to the decision makers that impact your investments and your life.
Balance of Power, every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Why does everybody want to be a consultant, and what are all these consultants doing?
Well, David, I think that we actually defy the label consultant because sometimes consultant seems to imply that we only give advice. And when you look at what Accenture does, we're really different than the traditional version of a consultant. We're really about relevance and results, and that's what is driving our business.
What about a consulting project? In my example, I'm the CEO, I have a problem, I call you up, I say, solve my problem or give me a solution.
We don't operate as big companies permanently in crisis mode. And so when you think about like how long does it solve things, a lot of it starts with, the company being willing to set aggressive goals. And so what we are trying to do now is work with our clients to work differently and to work faster.
I'm Tom McKenzie, and this is Bloomberg Markets European Close. Now, the summer travel season is officially in effect, which of course is great news for lodging companies expecting an influx of demand over the next few months. Larry Kukulik, President and CEO of Best Western Hotels, joins us now for more on the trends that his brand is seeing. Of course, the finger firmly on the pulse of the US traveller. Larry, thanks for joining us. Is it beating expectations, in line with expectations, or slightly below? What is demand looking like?
Thank you for having me on your program. We've had a very strong winter and spring season, and demand continues to be strong, which of course allows us to increase our average daily rate because of that consumer demand for staying at Best Western Hotels.
Well, on the question of rates then, Larry, we speak to airline bosses here in Europe, the likes of the CEO of Ryanair, for example, saying that he just sees airline prices just continuing to go up over the next 12 months, 24 months. He doesn't see an end to higher prices. Is that the same picture within the hotels industry, or are you reaching a cap now, or at least a level where it becomes a little unsustainable? How much more further upside is there around pricing?
Well, of course, pricing is in relation to, I'd say, two things. One is demand, but the other is our hoteliers being reasonable with regard to pricing, but needing to take into consideration their increasing operating costs. And consumers have been, I think, very understanding of, I'll call it, reasonable rates, especially at Best Western Hotels, where we're very strong in the mid-scale and upper mid-scale markets, where we see that demand for families that want to travel during the summer season. So we're very, I'll call it, cognizant of making sure we're adding tremendous value when someone stays at a Best Western hotel.
And Larry, what is your sense as you look at some of the input costs, whether it's wages or the food that you provide or power and energy, as to the dynamics of inflation broader? Are you starting to see it ebb? Does it look like it's in a sustainable trajectory, lower, the kind of input costs that you have to weigh up?
I think so. You know, there are some headwinds associated with, let's just call it, the summer travel season. Inflation and interest rates, which have some effect, I think, on consumer decision-making with regard to summer travel. But we've seen the demand not materially impacted by inflation or what I'll call experiential travel. I don't think it's pent-up demand anymore. I think people realize the importance of travel, to go to exciting places and spend time with family. And when children are out of school, it's the ideal time to travel and the ideal time to stay at our hotels.
Larry, as you look ahead 6 months, 12 months, if you look into 2024, do you get concerned? Are you concerned about a recession, about a slowdown in growth, and what that may mean for your consumers?
Well, we're hopeful that our federal government in the United States recognizes the impact that inflation has, and they've taken appropriate means to try to control inflation through interest rate adjustments. We're hopeful that their most recent increase was the last of increases, as we see interest rates hopefully moderating as inflation also moderates. I think it's tremendously important for us in the United States that there's an agreement with regard to the debt ceiling, such that we can have positive future growth, and there not being that impact of, I'll call it, a even mild recession on travelers.
And Larry, you of course the business caters for both business and leisure travelers. Is there one part of this segment that outperforms the other part? How strong is business right now, and do you expect that to continue in the 6 months ahead?
Well, post-pandemic, leisure travel came back more quickly as businesses, I think, moderated their travel, uncertain of the future. But leisure travel came back very strongly. So as that came back, I'll call it, more quickly, the upside really at this point is business travel, which didn't come back as quickly, but we now see that as having the greater potential for future growth.
And Larry, briefly across the international picture then, we sit here in London, we see US travelers back, which is great. We need the power of the green back to power this economy and other economies in Europe. Where is the demand coming through? Where are US travelers heading to at this point?
As we look at forward-looking data and forward bookings France, Great Britain, Germany, and Italy, across really the European market, we see tremendous growth, and we're estimating 10 to 12% increases year over year in the European markets for travelers at Best Western branded hotels. And there's really, I'll call it that experiential travel that is truly making a difference to the Paris and Romes and Londons and Milans, where we think leisure demand will be tremendously strong.
Okay, Larry Kukulik, President and CEO of Best Western Hotels, and the demand coming through for the US market and the international market as well. Still ahead, thank you. Still ahead, what investors need to watch for tomorrow. We bring you that. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
What do you like most about your job?
I think the people. I mean, ultimately, we're a people business. A lot of what my job is as CEO of the company is to give those people sort of motivation, to tell them where we're going, to encourage them to come up and do their best work, to encourage them to collaborate. Sometimes you sort of think you're almost a psychologist, as you are a business leader, I think, sometimes.
And so what's your best piece of advice?
I love pitches. I love being sort of leading from the front, if you like, and spending times with teams. I love to see the work that we're doing. When we pitch for a piece of new business, often when we come together. So I guess I try and put myself in the seat of the client. Now, what's the client going to think when they see this work? Are they going to be excited? Is it going to turn their brand around? How's it going to resonate with their consumers? So as much as possible, probably I try and play that role.
This is Bloomberg.
Welcome back, I'm Tom McKenzie, and this is Bloomberg Markets European Close. Now, here's what we're going to be watching over the next 24 hours or so. At 10 a.m. UK time, we're going to get a final reading of Euro area consumer confidence for May. At 2 p.m, European Central Bank Governing Council member Robert Holtzmann will speak at a banking event. And at 4:45, the ECB's François Villeroy will deliver comments at the Paris FinTech Forum. Anything, of course, he says on the prospects for further hikes from the ECB will be in focus. And there's some Fed speaker later. At 6 p.m. UK time, Federal Reserve of Richmond President Thomas Bargan will speak on monetary policy at an online event. That as US futures point higher, of course, when trading restarts and resumes on Tuesday. S&P E-minis pointing up by 0.3%. NASDAQ futures up by 0.3 on the modest optimism that a deal has been reached around this debt ceiling. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
It's Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz.
It was unimaginable that we would see rates move this fast. That was not in the realm of thinking.
Just the timeline of what they knew and when they knew it. Why didn't they do anything about it?
When do we have to see the kill? It's for the Fed to respond to it, and this is really the tension.
Be informed.
You cannot be overly data dependent. You've got to have a view of where you're going.
Be prepared.
I think the earnings season might actually be the positive surprise that people are not expecting.
Be ahead of the game.
Certainly the beginning of something we need to keep an eye on.
And that, I think, is really going to be an interesting takeaway from this moment.
You go all birds on us and you say, turn, turn, turn. Is that what we're doing right now?
Yeah, a big question coming into this year for us was, when is that turn going to be?
What a fantastic conversation.
The news you need.
The president's calling on manufacturers to make more in America. It is working, and it's reflected in these jobs numbers.
The analysis you trust.
How do you take this anecdotal data and say, really, just focus on the now, because that is going to tell you where we're going?
What is the measurement of uncertainty that we have in studying the American economy?
Milton Friedman had said there are long and variable lags in the impact of monetary policy. But man, it's a long slog.
The best way to start your day.
People are tuning into this program on a daily basis.
Oh, come on, it makes for good TV.
Let's move on.
Bloomberg Surveillance, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Eastern. This June, in honor of Pride Month and Juneteenth, Bloomberg brings you a special equality series every Thursday in June at 1 p.m. Eastern. Bloomberg Equality, celebrating inclusion this Pride Month.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
This is my kitchen table, and it's also my filing system. Over much of the past 3 decades, I've been an investor. The highest calling of mankind, I've often thought, was private equity. And then I started interviewing.
While I watch your interviews, I know how to do some interviewing.
I've learned in doing my interviews how leaders make it to the top.
I asked him how much he wanted. He said $250. I said, fine. I didn't negotiate with him, and I did no due diligence.
I have something I'd like to sell, and how they stay there. You don't feel inadequate now because being only the second wealthiest man in the world, is that right? About 40 years ago, a young college graduate, Mike Wirth, joined Chevron, then and now one of the largest energy companies in the world. Today, Mike Wirth is the CEO of Chevron and dealing with the multiple issues that energy companies have to deal with today, including renewable energy. I sat down with Mike Wirth to talk about what it's like to run Chevron today in the current environment. So tell me about the state of the oil world right now. It seems as if the large oil companies or carbon energy companies are doing quite well. They have record profits, record revenues. And as a result of that, some people in the White House and other places have suggested a windfall profits tax. So is the industry in such great shape that it can afford a windfall profits tax?
Well, it's a cyclical industry, David. We see prices go up, we see prices go down. A windfall profits tax is not going to encourage more supply. It's not likely to reduce prices. In fact, it could do quite the opposite. President Carter tried a windfall profits tax in 1980. It was rescinded several years later, had collected a lot less revenue than was expected, and didn't result in more investment. It resulted in less investment and less production. So normally, if you want less of something, you tend to put more taxes on it. You want less smoking, you tax cigarettes. If we want more energy production, we want more supply to bring prices down, putting taxes on energy production is probably not a good idea.
In your current job, do you have to go to Washington to talk to regulators and legislators, and do you find that an uplifting experience to do that?
I do have to go to Washington. Uplifting is probably not the first word that comes to mind. I mean, they're detailed discussions, and we need to help regulators understand the potential consequences of some of the things they consider.
So would you say that Washington, by and large, doesn't really understand the economics of the energy industry, or they could learn a little bit more than they know now?
Well, I have empathy for people that sit in these roles. They have often broad responsibilities, and they may not have personal expertise and depth in some of the areas they're responsible for. So I view my job is to come in and try to provide objective input and help them understand the consequences of things they're considering to avoid unintended consequences and help achieve the goals that they're looking to achieve.
So when the President of the United States says energy companies are gouging American people, you get to be used to this when you're an energy executive, more or less, I assume. You know, you don't like it, but you probably are accepting of it by now.
I disagree with that characterization. I don't think it's accurate. This is we're an industry of price takers, not price makers. These are global commodity markets, and prices go up, prices come down. We allocate billions of dollars of capital, our company does, every year. Just 2 years ago, we were losing billions of dollars as prices plummeted. And so through the cycle, it's an industry that generates kind of 10%-ish returns on capital employed, which is, I think, by the standards of many other industries, a pretty modest return.
So the war in Ukraine has driven oil prices up, I think it's fair to say. Do you think that that is a principal reason why the major energy companies are doing quite well, because the supply has been reduced because of the war in Ukraine? And do you think that when that war does end, eventually it will, I assume, it'll have an impact on reducing energy prices in carbon areas?
Well, the war and the associated actions have definitely had an impact on energy markets. But if you step back and look at the broader context, in 2020, we saw demand collapse with the pandemic when the world really locked down. In fact, companies in our industry had to shut in wells and stop producing because there was no place to store the oil that wasn't needed by the market. So investment levels came down. And then and nobody knew how long this would last. As the economy recovered post the pandemic, we got vaccines, demand returned. The industry's been struggling to keep up with the rate of growth once again. And so the market was already in a pretty tight situation before this war began. I do think when eventually it's resolved, and all conflicts eventually are resolved, I think that uncertainty and the risk to supply from one of the world's largest suppliers will be reduced, and I think we'll see markets reflect that.
A number of years ago, oil prices went as low as, I think, $20 a barrel. And when it was that low, major oil companies, like I think Chevron and others, said we can't afford to drill anymore in either, let's say, Alaska, the North Sea, other places, because we need to have oil at $70 a barrel to make drilling affordable and profitable. Has that come back now that oil prices are up? Are people now drilling in major projects around the world to kind of get oil that's going to take 4 or 5 or 10 years to build and drill, or is that not happening again?
We're seeing some of that happen again, certainly. What has really changed in the last decade, David, is what we see in the U.S. in the Permian Basin, but also in some other parts of this country and in other countries now, is the ability to produce oil and gas from rock that is very, very dense, very hard, and historically has not been very productive. But with directional drilling and the ability to fracture these formations now, we're seeing the ability to produce from areas that we couldn't before, and at prices that are lower than some of these very complex, difficult projects. And so the need for the ultra deep water, the Arctic, has been reduced as we see these other resources come in at a lower cost.
So how many employees does Chevron have?
About 36,000 in about 100 different countries.
And how much oil do you produce a day?
A little bit over 3 million barrels of oil equivalent per day. So mostly oil, some gas, and we convert the units on the gas to give you the energy equivalent. So about 3 million barrels a day.
So the United States produces 10 million barrels a day or something like that?
Closer to 12.
12, okay. So you're producing about 25% of the oil produced in the United States, more or less?
As a company, you could say that our U.S. production is about 1.2 million barrels a day, so we're less than 10% of U.S. production.
So right now, the United States is more or less energy sufficient compared to, let's say, the 1960s or 70s when we imported a lot of oil. I think we probably consume
10 to 12 million barrels a day?
Closer to 20.
We consume 20 million barrels a day, and we produce roughly, you're saying 12? So we're importing the equivalent of about 8 million barrels a day, which is better than it used to be. Where are we mostly importing that from? Is it from OPEC countries?
Canada, our neighbors, are the largest suppliers of oil. I mean, you remember all the controversy around the Keystone Pipeline. We're a big customer of Canada, who's a large resource country right next door.
How do you get that oil down here?
There are other pipelines that have been built in years gone by. Sometimes it flows by rail, and some of it comes by ship. You can bring it down through pipelines into ports along the West Coast, for instance, or into the Atlantic Basin and bring it by ship. So Canada's the largest supplier, and then other people in the region. And we still bring some oil to this country from the Middle East, but much less than we did back
now,
in the 70s.
Do you think there's much oil to be found in the lower 48 at this point, or even in, let's say, Alaska as well? Or mostly we know where all the oil is, and there's no more big Permian Basin kind of deposits anywhere?
People have said that over time, and then we've always been surprised. And so the U.S. has been explored more than any other place in the world. I think the industry has a good idea, but technology allows you sometimes to recover things that you haven't been able to before. That's the story of shale. The other one that continues to be a positive story is deepwater Gulf of Mexico, where we'll go out and drill in a mile or more of water depth and then go down several more miles, 6, 7, 8 miles into the earth, and find large fields. And the Gulf of Mexico is still relatively underexplored compared to the onshore. So I think there's still room for more discoveries.
So when you're starting there 40 years ago, did you say, I might be the CEO someday, or did you not think that was realistic?
No, I just hoped I would last to the next 2 weeks to get my next paycheck. That was never the game plan.
What's happening on Wall Street?
There are so many factors at play today.
It remains tight in certain parts of the economy.
Need to catch up?
This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston.
We've got the information and insight.
Crisis is too strong a word, and words like that get used a lot.
From businesses most influential and instrumental.
America's economy needs a diversity of institutions.
That's something that Wall Street pays a lot of attention to.
Bloomberg Wall Street Week, live Friday with replays all weekend on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
Let's talk about Chevron itself. What is the roots of Chevron? When was Chevron created? When did it start?
Founded in 1879 in Southern California. Began as a company called Pacific Coast Oil Company. Made the first commercial discovery in California in Pico Canyon in Southern California. Became part of the Rockefeller Standard Oil Trust in the latter part of the 1800s. And then became Standard Oil of California when the Standard Oil Trust was broken up. Our headquarters and home has always been in California. We've been around for 143 years and really a part of the world's history. We made the first discovery in the Middle East, first discovery of oil in Saudi Arabia, among other milestones, and a long history of the world really reflected in our company.
So if I go to a gasoline station and want to get gasoline for my car, is there really a difference between the oil that Chevron might be produced that made in the gasoline and one of your competitors? That gasoline is pretty much all the same?
There are specifications, minimum standards that have to be met for the products. And then what you find is that different companies either exceed those by more or less than others. And also we have special additives. So we have a wholly owned additive company that manufactures an additive called Techron that has a very special chemistry to keep engine parts clean. And as engines get more sophisticated, as the tolerances get thinner, you can have carbon deposits that can affect performance in your cylinders, your injectors. Techron cleans that up better than others.
So if you're driving along and you need gas, will you stop at an Exxon station, or you got to keep going till you can see a Chevron station?
Keep going till I see a Chevron station.
Okay, let's talk about your own background. So how does one become the CEO of Chevron? Tell us, where were you born?
I was born in Los Alamos, New Mexico. My dad worked at the National Lab, and I grew up in Colorado, Golden, Colorado.
And you went to college where?
University of Colorado in Boulder, studied chemical engineering.
And you said, I want to work in the energy world?
At the time, chemical engineers could work in a number of different industries. I had a summer internship where I worked in a refinery in the Denver area. Found the work interesting. I found the people interesting, and had an offer to come to the West Coast and work for Standard of California, and it looked like a fun place to live and a place where I could do interesting work.
So basically, this is your only employer since you graduated from college, more or less?
For 40 years, the only employer.
So when you're starting there 40 years ago, did you say, I might be the CEO someday, or did you not think that was realistic?
No, I just hoped I would last to the next 2 weeks to get my next paycheck. That was never the game plan.
So what did you do? Did you move around the world over the course of your 40 years at Chevron? What did you do to kind of rise up? Were you an operations person or an exploration person, an administrative person?
Started out as a design engineer and worked on big projects. So an oil shale project, not the type that we develop today, but the other kind of oil shale you used to hear about. Built a plant that you can't find any trace of today. Worked on a facility in California to help bring in oil from offshore. Sold for pennies on the dollar eventually. A project in Africa that never happened because of a civil war. So I began by specializing in spectacularly unsuccessful projects. And at some point I said, this doesn't look like a great career path. And so I moved into our marketing business where I built gas stations and replaced underground tanks that were made of steel with ones that were made of fiberglass so they wouldn't leak. And you and I remember the old clickety-clackety wheels that would spin around on a gasoline pump. I used to put in the first electronic pumps back in the day. So these were smaller projects, but I could see the beginning, the end. I started to understand the commerce and how the business worked. And from there, a variety of roles, primarily operating roles across different businesses and around the world.
When did you become the CEO?
5 years ago, in 2018.
Now, some people might say that God looks favorably upon the CEOs of energy companies because he lets them live a long time. And a number of your predecessors have lived quite a while, and some of them you live in your same area that you live in now. Do they call you with advice all the time?
Actually, I'm really fortunate, David. The three people who have done my job immediately preceding me, each for roughly a decade, the 1990s, the 2000s, and the 20-teens, live within a few miles of where I live. I see them regularly. We have lunch together, and
that's a plus. In other words, don't they tell you you're doing this wrong or doing that wrong? That doesn't come up?
Well, I get a lot of good advice, and you asked earlier about advice. These are people who have actually done my job, so I'm interested in their advice. They've lived through wars, the fall of the Soviet Union, terrorist attacks, financial crises. They've seen oil markets go through gyrations. They've dealt with geopolitical surprises, and so their advice is really valuable. During COVID, the first thing I did was call each one of them and say, what lessons did you learn during the crises you faced? How do you think I should handle things as we have this pandemic unfolding? So we have a great relationship, and I see them regularly.
So you're still, by my standards, very young, and you've been the CEO for 5 years. So you could do it for quite a while and still be young, but do you have any ambition to go into the federal government as a cabinet officer or anything like that?
No.
And to do anything other than the energy industry, would you have any other career ambitions, or this is what you want to do?
You know, I love what I do. I love the company I work for and the people that I work with, and I don't have any ambition to do anything other than a good job.
So what do you do for relaxation?
Generally, anything that involves family. So I have 4 children. They're very active in outdoor activities. My wife is a good golfer, a good skier. So you'll find me on a golf course, skiing, scuba diving, fly fishing with family when I'm not at work.
And any of your children in the energy world?
No, not even close.
Okay. So are you a good golfer? There's a view that if you have a low handicap, that's not good for being a CEO because it means you're spending too much time on the golf course. But I don't know whether that's fair or not. But are you a scratch handicap golfer?
Far from it. My wife is almost a scratch handicap golfer. I caddy for her in big tournaments. I actually sometimes will take a couple of vacation days and carry her golf bag. So that tells you who the better golfer is in my house.
Why does everybody want to be a consultant, and what are all these consultants doing?
Well, David, I think that we actually defy the label consultant because sometimes consultant seems to imply that we only give advice. And when you look at what Accenture does, we're really different than the traditional version of a consultant. We're really about relevance and results, and that's what is driving our business.
What about a consulting project? In my example, I'm the CEO, I have a problem, I call you up, I say, solve my problem or give me a solution.
We don't operate as big companies permanently in crisis mode. And so when you think about like how long does it solve things, a lot of it starts with, the company being willing to set aggressive goals. And so what we are trying to do now is work with our clients to work differently and to work faster.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
This June, in honor of Pride Month and Juneteenth, Bloomberg brings you a special equality series every Thursday in June at 1 p.m. Eastern. Bloomberg Equality, celebrating inclusion this Pride Month. Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg?
That is a great question.
It's a great question.
Great question. Great question. Best question I get all night.
Bloomberg, top experts, great questions.
Large carbon energy companies seem to me have a difficulty. Are they producing large amounts of carbon energy, which people like to consume, or are they supposed to transition to being renewable energy companies? And what are you doing, for example, to transition yourself a bit to be a renewable company?
Well, we're focused on leveraging our strengths to deliver lower carbon energy to a growing world. And what that means is in the near term, we can find ways, and we are finding ways to reduce the greenhouse gas impact of the energy the world uses today. So we're reducing the emissions associated with oil and gas that the world needs today, needs very, very desperately. And at the same time, we're building new inherently lower carbon energy businesses for tomorrow. So things like renewable fuels, hydrogen, carbon capture and storage, geothermal are all technologies we're investing in, businesses we're growing that will play a bigger role tomorrow. And we're going to need many solutions. There is no one solution for this.
So in 2022, you bought a renewable energy company for roughly, I think, $3 billion. Mm-hmm. What was that about? Why did you want to do that?
Well, we had a renewable fuels business ourselves. This company, Renewable Energy Group, was one of the leading producers of biodiesel and soon to be renewable diesel in the United States. And they have great capabilities in the feedstock sourcing area. And so in any fuels business, raw materials are a very important part of the overall value chain. Traditional petroleum products, we have deep expertise in the raw materials sourcing for that. In these products, you're talking about raw materials that are like used cooking oil, something called distiller's corn oil, various bean oils from soybean and other agricultural products. These are markets that we don't have a lot of experience in. The quality, logistics, commercial dimensions of those markets are things that Renewable Energy Group is very good at. They have manufacturing facilities and some marketing. We have big market positions and brand positions, particularly in states like California, that encourage this. So the combination of the two makes a more powerful renewable energy business.
And today, in renewable area, which is obviously a growth area, mm-hmm. Do you think that if you were going to make more acquisitions without giving away inside information, you're likely to do more in the renewable area or in the carbon area?
You know, it's an active field of opportunity in both. For us, it's really driven by strategy, asset quality, value. I mean, the typical things you would look at when you do a deal. But as I said, over the last 2 years, we've done a big traditional energy deal. We've done a big renewable acquisition. I think in the years ahead, we'll probably do acquisitions in both of those spaces.
When President Nixon took office, shortly thereafter, there was an oil spill in Santa Barbara. And then under President Obama, there was an oil spill in the Gulf horizon. It was, I think, a British Petroleum. Right now, when you're drilling offshore, how safe is it to be able to avoid those kind of environmental damage? Is it much better than it used to be, or greater precautions than there used to be?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the industry has continually improved operating practices, equipment. Certainly the regulators in the U.S. have very high standards. We work very closely with the regulators on that. And the advent of newer technologies have continually made this safer. And so these are challenging, difficult operations in those kinds of pressures, water depths, and environments. But the industry has a strong track record today. And there have been some notable incidents over time, but every company in this industry works really hard to prevent those.
So today, do you not worry about that kind of offshore drilling problems anymore because the safety is pretty good compared to what it used to be?
Every day I get up and I worry about safety and protecting the environment. Our people work in a demanding business, and it's a highly technical activity. We have very talented people. We've got very strict protocols and standards to keep people safe and keep the environment safe, but you can never take it for granted.
Why do you think it is that people love energy, but they don't love energy companies? In other words, people in the United States and around the world consume enormous amounts of oil and gas, and the people that provide it, like Chevron, don't seem to be so popular. Why is that?
I don't know exactly why it is. We're a big company. The numbers are big. Sometimes big isn't popular. Big energy, big government, big tech, maybe big private equities, an exception to that. But although we're a big company, we represent less than 2% of global oil production. And so in the scheme of things, it's a very competitive market, and we're a relatively small player. And I think what's important to remember is we need to have a balanced approach to energy. And that means we have to focus on affordability, because affordable energy is really essential for economic prosperity, reliable supply for national security, because energy security and national security are linked, and then protecting the environment. And I think as prices get high and it gets less affordable, you find people that are upset. And part of that is because we really haven't necessarily been able to find the right balance among those three.
And to improve the overall image of the energy industry, is there something you think that the CEOs or the companies can do to improve the image so that people, when they walk down the street, say, wow, Chevron has done a great job for America today? How is that possible, or just energy companies just don't have that kind of likely public image that's going to be so good?
Well, I think what would help, David, is to engage in this more balanced conversation about the benefits of energy. We hear a lot of people that have, views on what some of the consequences are of the use of energy. But as you say, they've made advancements in the quality of life, possible that we wouldn't have imagined, 2 centuries ago. And I think as we go forward, it's absolutely likely that we find ways to meet the needs of a growing world and reduce the carbon impact.
Let's suppose tomorrow you decided to retire, become a cabinet officer or something, or do something else. What would you say you have achieved as the CEO of Chevron that you're most proud of?
Well, I would hope that people would say he thought of others first. He strengthened the culture of our company. He kept people safe and made the company a better company when he left than it was when he founded it.
From the world of politics,
we're not going to be relying upon countries whose values we don't share.
To the world of business.
It's all about corporate power at the end.
Balance of Power, live from Bloomberg's Washington headquarters.
We couldn't be more excited what's in store for you.
How long will it take? How many years?
Why don't we take this one day at a time?
Good luck. Everybody has a perspective.
Every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Join hosts Anne-Marie Hordern.
It's the one area, really, of bipartisanship.
I think we're getting more of it.
That's optimistic.
And Joe Matthew.
The debt ceiling is looming. How close are we going to get to the line before you start to worry?
Alongside Kaylee Langs.
The door was open
for regulators to do more. And that puts the Fed between a rock and a hard place.
As they deliver news.
This is such an important economic issue.
He's no longer trying to run away from it.
That really blew some minds.
Insight.
We can both invest in law enforcement and also make sure that communities feel safe in their own skin.
And analysis.
I think your audience will get this more than most.
This is not the Republican Party that you know.
It allows him to do what he did so successfully in 2020, which is run against crazy.
From and about politics' biggest power players.
This was the zombie case, and it's now more than well alive.
That's for sure, with 2 more potentially to come. I'm willing to have this battle.
It is vitally important.
This is the intersection of Washington and Wall Street.
Bringing people directly to the decision makers that impact your investments and your life.
Balance of Power, every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
What do you like most about your job?
I think the people. I mean, ultimately, we're a people business. A lot of what my job is as CEO of the company is to give those people sort of motivation, to tell them where we're going, to encourage them to come up and do their best work, to encourage them to collaborate. Sometimes you sort of think you're almost a psychologist, as you are a business leader, I think, sometimes.
And so what's your best piece of advice?
I love pitches. I love being sort of leading from the front, if you like, and spending times with teams. I love to see the work that we're doing. When we pitch for a piece of new business, often when we come together. So I guess I try and put myself in the seat of the client. And what's the client going to think when they see this work? Are they going to be excited? Is it going to turn their brand around? How's it going to resonate with their consumers? So as much as possible, I think probably I try and play that role.
News breaks. No one covers the world like Bloomberg.
A lot of the focus and the momentum here is what to do with inflation. But again, this is still a monetary policy story.
The first round results with President Recep Tayyip Erdogan showing resilience and strength on his nationalist platform.
A number of leaders have come out on both sides of the aisle and say we will not default. That does seem like they are making progress.
Bloomberg, your global business authority.
This is my kitchen table and also my filing system. Over much of the past 3 decades, I've been an investor. The highest calling of mankind, I've often thought, was private equity. And then I started interviewing.
While I watch your interviews, I know how to do some interviewing.
I've learned in doing my interviews how leaders make it to the top.
I asked him how much he wanted. He said $250. I said, fine. I didn't negotiate with him, and I did no due diligence.
I have something I'd like to sell, and how they stay there. You don't feel inadequate now because being only the second wealthiest man in the world, is that right? About a decade ago, a young entrepreneur, Brian Armstrong, who was working at Airbnb, left that company to start a company to trade cryptocurrencies. The company he started, Coinbase, became one of the hottest IPOs on Wall Street. This year, because of the FTX meltdown, Coinbase has had some challenges. I sat down with Brian Armstrong to talk about the future of his company.
So for those who don't know much about cryptocurrencies, what exactly is Coinbase and what does it do?
So Coinbase is the primary financial account for many people participating in the crypto economy. So we help people buy and sell crypto. We also help them use it in a variety of ways. They can use it to send money, do commerce, borrow and lend, earn yield on their assets. So we think of ourselves as the primary financial account for people in that crypto economy.
Okay, so I know you're different than another company I'll mention, but is this what FTX more or less did as well, theoretically, for its clients, was to enable them to trade?
So FTX did one piece of what I just mentioned, which is the trading aspect. That's correct.
What do you think actually happened to FTX? You've been quoted as saying you think there was more than just occasional bad bookkeeping. You think there was more to it than that. Is that right?
That's right. And, obviously I'm sitting here as an outsider, but it seems pretty clear to me that it's not just a run on the bank or, poor management of funds. It appears that they took customer funds from their exchange and actually commingled them or moved them into their hedge fund and then ended up in a very underwater position. And that was, I believe, against their terms of service and against the law. And so from my point of view, it looks like a massive fraud. And we know that because they turned off withdrawals, and the customer funds, which should have been held there one-to-one, were not able to be withdrawn. So that appears to be a fraud from my point of view.
So in your view, will the FTX bankruptcy hurt the industry and maybe produce an enormous amount of regulation that you may not want?
Well, I do think the FTX downfall is a bit of a black mark for the industry, and it's not representative of the whole industry, of course, though. And, you know, in traditional financial services, occasionally you see bad actors as well, like Bernie Madoff or what happened at Enron. Now, in terms of regulation, you know, I do think that it won't be a bad thing. We've actually, Coinbase has been calling for clear regulation and trying to work with policymakers for quite a while. We've made some progress on that across various G20 countries, but I think it will serve as a wake-up call and sort of a moment of catalyst where we'll get more clear regulation in the United States. And I think that'll actually be a good thing for both Coinbase and the whole industry.
So for your company and people who are clients of Coinbase, you reassure them, I assume, regularly, or they can find out for sure if their account is managed the way it's supposed to, it's not being used for some additional purpose. Is that right?
That's right. So, I mean, we actually are very different than what happened with FTX. So for one thing, Coinbase is based right here in the United States. We didn't incorporate in an offshore jurisdiction like the Bahamas. We're also a public company, which means we need to meet all of the audit requirements of a public company. And so we show in our publicly audited financial statements that, you know, corporate cash is separate from customer funds, and you don't have to take our word for it. A Big Four accounting firm has come in and proven that in these cases. So there's other differences as well. You know, we operate an exchange, but we've never created an exchange token like the way FTX did. We never operated our own market maker or hedge fund in the way that FTX did, because we believed that would be a conflict of interest. So the difference between the two firms, I think, cannot be overstated. And it's really a validation of the approach that we've taken at Coinbase over the last 10 years to sort of build this business in a trusted and compliant way, as opposed to what happened with FTX.
So for people who may not be that familiar with what your service is, let's suppose I wanted to buy a stock. I would call a stockbroker or somebody that's a market maker, say I want to buy a certain share. They would say, okay, you pay a commission. If somebody wants to trade a cryptocurrency, they in effect have an account with you, I assume, and they pay some kind of fee for the exchange. Is that right?
That's right. Trading fees is one of our major sources of revenue, and yeah, we've begun to diversify that as well. So we have a different category of revenue we call subscription and services, which has started to grow. So that's about 36% of our revenue in our last in Q3 of this year.
But today, people have accounts with you. They have it clear that you if they want to pull their account out, they can get the money, I guess, because you are not subject to a run on the bank, in effect.
That's correct. All customer funds are clearly segregated, and assets are held one-to-one for customers. So there's really no such thing as a run on the bank in Coinbase's world because, well, number one, we're not regulated as a bank, so we don't do fractional reserve lending. But also, 100% of customer funds are stored one-to-one. So if 100% of people want to come withdraw, they can do that, and we'll have their funds for them.
Okay, so you started the company in 2012, and you took it public, I think, in April of 2021. The IPO was an enormous success, and I think at the end of that day, your company was worth maybe $75 billion or more, and you were personally worth, I think, about $10 billion or more. The company's stock has come down about 80% in recent times, in part because of FTX and other things that have happened in the crypto world. So how does it feel to be worth $10 billion one day and not too long after a lot less?
Well, it's obviously been a difficult market for not just crypto, but also really all growth tech and biotech, I would say, too. So, we're in good company. Netflix and Spotify and all these companies have also come down similar amounts. We knew that going public would not be an easy path, especially in a new industry, being a leader. We wanted to be the first crypto company to go out there, and we kind of assumed that it would take 3-4 years to go through a cycle, begin to educate, build trust in the public markets. And so that's the process we're going through now. And my own personal net worth is not something that is particularly motivating to me in the sense of like driving personal consumption or something like that. I'm excited about building things with technology, and cryptocurrency is one of the most exciting areas out there right now. So, I'm gonna keep working on this company for the next, hopefully, decade or two, and I think it's an exciting road ahead.
So you told your parents you're going to start a cryptocurrency exchange. What did they say?
Well, I don't think they quite understood what it was at that moment. And my mom, asked me if I was going to have health insurance, which, I learned, even if you're creating a new company, you can pay for your own health insurance.
This is Bloomberg.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
The breakout we have all perhaps long awaited finally realized. We'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
There's no question this industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
The transactions.
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
And the technology.
Stop talking about the technology, start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays.
All right, let's go to talking about the time that you started the company and what you were doing about the time you did start it. So you started in 2012, as I mentioned. What were you doing before you started? Did you know a lot about cryptocurrencies? Where were you working?
Yeah, so before this, I was a software engineer and product manager at Airbnb, which, the travel home rental company. And, I'd studied computer science and economics in school. I had tried creating a couple other startups that were not very successful, one of them in the education space. And so while I was working at Airbnb, I kind of got to see they were trying to move money to 190 different countries all over the world, both collecting payments and then paying out the people renting their homes. And I was one of the engineers kind of working on that, seeing how difficult it was to move money globally, both, how opaque the fees were, how long the delays were, the chargebacks, all kinds of things like that. So, at that time, this was around December of 2010, I believe, I read the Bitcoin white paper, which came out, and it captured my attention in a really profound way. I remember reading it and thinking, this might be one of the most important things I've ever read. And it was saying something, it was describing something kind of like the internet, which was global and decentralized, a new protocol. But instead of for moving information around, this was for moving value around in different forms. And I basically just couldn't stop thinking about this paper for the next 6 months. After that, I attended some meetups in San Francisco, some early Bitcoin meetups, and met some of the early people working on it. And eventually I just couldn't get this idea out of my head, and I decided I had to go try to build a prototype that would make this technology easier to use and trusted for the average person.
So what was the valuation of your company for the first round from the first investors?
Oh, well, I think Y Combinator probably got 7% of the company for the 150,000. So, not a very high valuation. And then I think the Series A was, I think we raised 5 million at 25 million post. So, obviously those investors did well.
So when the company went public, the return on the initial investments were staggering. I remember reading about it at the time. So I guess they were very happy with you at the time. I don't know whether they've sold their shares or they still hold them, but still it's very profitable, even at today's valuation, I assume.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, and they earned it, right? So that's the nature of these bets, is that if you can see something early on that most people are skeptical of, and you're contrarian but right, occasionally you get these massive wins that come out of it. And I think, when Coinbase went public, 1,000 people, employees, I believe, became millionaires. And, a lot of the early people wrote me incredible letters telling us how they, we had changed their life and all these things. So that was a really powerful moment.
And is being a publicly traded company CEO a pleasurable experience or not?
I actually, before we went public, I didn't really know much about what it would be like. And I went and did a bunch of research, but my research played out roughly how I expected. And I actually kind of enjoy being a public company CEO. It's a good forcing function for us to get feedback from the market, to get input from analysts and investors. I've found their thoughts to be actually quite helpful in terms of operating our business periodically. And then, of course, I spend the vast majority of my time really just working with the team on how do we build better products for our customers. I don't want to lose sight of that as the primary objective.
So let's talk about yourself for a moment. Earlier in your life, where were you born?
I was born in San Jose, California, in Silicon Valley. Yeah.
And were your parents technology people working at tech companies or something like that?
Something like that, yeah. So my mom was a programmer and a manager at IBM. So we had a lot of the early IBM computers in our home and things like that. My dad is a civil engineer and an environmental engineer. So yeah, we definitely had to focus on, STEM and math and science and education in my household growing up, I would say.
And when you were growing up, what did you want to be when you were in high school? Did you want to be an athlete or a private equity investor, something important like that, or what?
I don't think I knew exactly what I wanted to be in high school. I remember even in high school, I was learning programming and I was learning computers. I was fascinated with that. I built some early websites. I even started a little business with a friend of mine in high school. We were kind of reselling computer hardware. So I don't think I knew that I wanted to definitely be a tech entrepreneur, but looking back in hindsight, that's certainly where my energy and enthusiasm was. And I was often staying up till 2 a.m., learning Linux and computers in my bedroom, and then I'd be sleep deprived and too tired to pay attention in history class the next day at school. But yeah, those were my early interests for sure.
So where did you go to college?
I went to Rice University in Houston, Texas.
And how long were you at Airbnb, and how did you get that job?
I was at Airbnb for about a year and a half or so, and I was employee number 40, I think, when I joined, and when I left, there was maybe 600 people. So it had gone through this incredible period of growth. I learned a lot from them, actually, just about how to run a great, product building process with engineers, how to raise money, how to operate in Silicon Valley, how to meet with people like at Y Combinator. So I learned quite a lot from that process.
When you left to start your own company, did Brian Chesky, one of the CEOs and founders there, tell you that you were making a mistake? You should stay at a stable company like Airbnb?
Well, my boss at that time was Nate Blacharczyk, who was one of the other co-founders at Airbnb and the CTO. And I remember he was very supportive, and obviously they tried to get me to stay a little bit, but generally there's a really incredible culture in Silicon Valley of employees who are joining these early startups. Sometimes they go on to do their own startups, and it's very much a positive sum environment. One of the things I'm most proud of is actually a lot of early Coinbase employees have gone on to found other companies in crypto, and that's been really positive and rewarding for us to see as well.
So you told your parents you're going to start a cryptocurrency exchange. What did they say?
Well, I don't think they quite understood what it was at that moment. And my mom, asked me if I was going to have health insurance, which, I learned, even if you're creating a new company, you can pay for your own health insurance. And there's little things like that made her sleep better at night. But I think ultimately they trusted me and they supported me, even if they didn't quite understand what it was. And they said, well, if this doesn't work out, hopefully he can go get another job and he'll be fine. But they sort of knew I was always going to try new things like this, and it wasn't worth trying to talk me out of it at a certain point.
Do you think there's much oil to be found in the lower 48 at this point, or even in, let's say, Alaska as well? Or mostly we know where all the oil is, and there's no more big Permian Basin kind of deposits anywhere?
People have said that over time, and then we've always been surprised. And so the U.S. has been explored more than any other place in the world. I think the industry has a good idea, but technology allows you sometimes to recover things that you haven't been able to before. That's the story of shale. The other one that continues to be a positive story is Deepwater Gulf of Mexico, where we'll go out and drill in a mile or more of water depth and then go down several more miles and find large fields. And the Gulf of Mexico is still relatively underexplored compared to the onshore. So I think there's still room for more discoveries.
Business Week Radio, live weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Eastern.
We got a little bit of talking.
But are you guys ready?
Harnessing the power of Bloomberg Business Week, Carol Masser and Tim Stanovic bring you the latest news from the worlds of business, technology, politics, and more.
How does the Fed play into this and what the Fed does potentially?
This is so exhausting and this is so all-encompassing.
Listen on Bloomberg Radio and streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite, positioning companies to meet the next generation of challenges, breaking out of traditional roles.
One of the most important things is looking around the corner.
Look for Chief Future Officer on Bloomberg.
So what do you say to some of the old line investors, old line mean people my age or older, or maybe slightly younger than me, who say that cryptocurrency really serves no useful social purpose and ultimately all cryptocurrencies will go to zero? How do you respond to them?
Yeah, well, look, I think there's a long history in technology of bubbles being created and then corrections. And, there's hype cycles and doom cycles. And this has been true, obviously, with the internet in recent memory. But even if you go back to the railroads and, the telephone and all these things, studying the history of this, you see that when a big technology innovation happens, early adopters come in, you see a bubble form. There's oftentimes irrational exuberance and then a correction happens. But ultimately, there is a breakthrough there. And it takes sometimes, a decade or more for these benefits to come to fruition. So that's exactly what's happening here with cryptocurrency. 1 in 4 US households have now used cryptocurrency. It's not a niche thing. It does tend to skew towards a younger audience. And so sometimes people who grew up and their whole career was in traditional financial services, it's hard for them to, this is the innovator's dilemma, right? If people are familiar with the Clay Christensen book, it's hard for them to see this new thing coming along and seeing what the disruptive potential of it would be. And there's sometimes a little bit of blindness that happens with that. But nevertheless, the change is happening and more people are using crypto through every cycle that happens.
Well, before you started the company or while you were starting your company, Coinbase, did you buy some cryptocurrencies yourself just to show that you were a believer in it? Or do you not want to have a conflict by owning some of these cryptocurrencies?
I mean, I really didn't have much money when I started Coinbase. I had just left Airbnb. I had a little bit of money saved, but I wanted to exercise my options in Airbnb when I left. And that actually almost cleaned out my bank account. So I think I had maybe like $3,000 or $4,000 or something like that when I left over when I started Coinbase. So, I certainly bought a little bit of Bitcoin early on, but we're talking about like $1,000 or something in that range. For the first, 5 years, or actually, I mean, still to a large degree to this day, I mean, myself and other early employees at Coinbase, we took our salary actually in Bitcoin. So you can imagine that had some interesting appreciation value. Right. We had to sell a lot of it to sort of pay rent and things like that. So it wasn't like we were able to hold all of it. But there was definitely some appreciation there, but I wish I'd had more money in the early days for sure.
Okay, so how do you respond to the idea that many people don't know what they're doing when they're buying cryptocurrencies? They're not that well informed, they're very young, and they're going to wind up losing their money because they're just not experienced. How do you respond to that concern?
Right. Well, I think that's a very valid concern across really any type of investment that people might make, not just in crypto, but in stocks and in everything. So my perception is that we actually do need more clear regulation that's crypto specific. I mean, crypto businesses like Coinbase were already regulated like a traditional financial service business. And, we have a CFTC license and we're registered with FinCEN. We have a New York BIT license and various money transmission licenses. That's just in the US. But I think we need more crypto specific regulation in the US, both around stable coins, how centralized exchanges and custodians are, the best practices they should have in place around audits and, not commingling funds. Many of those things we're already doing. And then the big piece will be actually getting clarity around what's a commodity, what is a security, what's a stable coin. And we need sort of an updated version of the Howey test, which is something that the SEC uses that applies more to cryptocurrency. So there's a lot of legislation being put through Congress now, and Coinbase has been very active in DC, working with policymakers there. There's strong bipartisan support in the US to actually get clear crypto regulation. The FTX situation created a little bit of a delay in the legislation that I was hoping was going to be getting passed in the next quarter or so. But I think within the next year, we can hopefully get something there in the US and then go for the rest of the G20 as well.
So Sam Bankman-Fried was well known for giving money to politicians as campaign contributions and for lobbying members directly in Capitol Hill. Do you go to Capitol Hill very much to lobby directly for legislation of one type or another, or are you very involved in political contributions?
So I go to DC. Historically, I've gone to DC maybe 2 or 3 times a year, and I imagine that may even be more frequent now in the next year or two. We've made small donations to certain candidates that are pro-crypto, and but just standard stuff like, $5,800 or these kind of basic minimums. We've never made any kind of donations on the scale that Sam Bankman-Fried was doing through these large PACs and things like that. And, part of it is like, it's how the game is played. You need to sort of make relevant donations. That's what all companies do, public companies do around policy issues. But it does seem like the way that Sam was doing it, where he was so visible in DC, there was such a large amount of money. I think he was the second largest donor to the Democratic Party or something like that. It does seem like it was happening at a different scale. And, I think there's some really serious questions to be asked now about should some of that money be clawed back, because it appears that it was stolen from customers.
So when you come to Washington, you meet with members of Congress, do they really understand cryptocurrencies, or you have to educate them a fair bit?
When I first started going to DC, maybe 8 or 9 years ago, I think many of them didn't understand crypto at all, and there was a lot of very basic conversations. I think today, probably 80% of Congress, maybe 70, 80%, understands the basics, and they understand the potential of this technology, that it has a lot of innovation potential, which we want to preserve, but it also has some risks. And unfortunately, it's attracted some bad actors to try to come into this industry to try to profit from it. And so they recognize the balance, the need for both clear regulation and preserving that innovation potential. There's still probably 20%, I would say, of Congress where they're either just very hostile to it or just ignorant of it. But it's not the majority view at this point. I've actually been very pleasantly surprised to see strong bipartisan support to get clear regulation, but help this industry grow, here in the United States, in the financial center of the world, as opposed to it being built, in these havens or offshore jurisdictions where we've seen that customers can get hurt, including U.S. citizens who may be attracted to those kinds of products.
Suppose I say I listened to your interview and I like to buy some cryptocurrencies. What would you recommend to somebody who doesn't know much about crypto, about what they do to get educated? And would you recommend to, let's suppose somebody's a young professional, he or she has a modest amount of money in the bank. Would you recommend they put 100% in crypto, 5%? What do you recommend to people that they do if they want to experiment in investing in crypto?
Right. So we're not a registered investment advisor, so I have to be a little careful. I mean, we're not giving any investment advice to people. But what I do personally, and what I would tell people, I should say personally, is that if this is something new, don't invest in anything that you don't understand. And if you want to learn about it, you can put 1% of your net worth into it or something like that. That you would be okay if it all went to zero. But if it's not, then that's a way for you to dip your toe in the water and hopefully, own a little piece of this crypto economy that's happening more and more on the internet for the next 5 or 10 years. So I'm more in the mindset of, personally, I don't actively trade crypto or anything like that. I'm more of like a long-term buy and holder. And then I just try to help the company build good products and services. So I'm not like an active trader of crypto personally.
So for somebody that is a young person watching, he would say, I want to be Brian Armstrong. I want to be able to be a person who starts a company, very successful, a leader in his industry. What would you recommend as the skill set or the kind of things that somebody should do to become you?
Well, it's an odd question. I'm sure some people want to do that. Not everybody wants to do that. But for people who do, I think number one is study engineering, science, math, STEM. I think that's the language of our future, that you can have the most impact. And then I would say, try building companies. I think that building technology companies is probably one of the best levers we have to improve the world, regardless of what problem we're talking about, whether that's climate change or fixing education or healthcare or anything like that. So, and starting companies is hard. I started a number of companies that didn't work, or they were barely successful in some small way. And it was, Coinbase is probably the 10th idea that I had that I tried. And that one ended up working really, really well. But there's others that I hope to create in the future. And maybe some will work, some won't. And so you have to be okay with resilience and failures and setbacks along the way.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz.
It was unimaginable that we would see rates move this fast. That was not in the realm of thinking.
Just the timeline of what they knew and when they knew it. Why didn't they do anything about it?
When do we have to see the kill? It's for the Fed to respond to it. And this is really the tension.
Be informed.
You cannot be overly data dependent. You've got to have a view of where you're going.
Be prepared.
I think the earnings season might actually be the positive surprise that people are not expecting.
Be ahead of the game.
Certainly the beginning of something we need to keep an eye on.
And that, I think, is really going to be an interesting takeaway from this moment.
You go all birds on us and you say, turn, turn, turn. Is that what we're doing right now?
Yeah, big question coming into this year for us was, when is that turn going to be?
What a fantastic conversation.
The news you need.
The president's calling on manufacturers to make more in America. It is working, and it's reflected in these jobs numbers.
The analysis you trust.
How do you take this anecdotal data and say, really, just focus on the now, because that is going to tell you where we're going?
What is the measurement of uncertainty that we have in studying the American economy?
Milton Friedman had said there are long and variable lags in the impact of monetary policy. But man, it's a long slog.
The best way to start your day.
People are tuning into this program on a daily basis.
Oh, come on, it makes for good TV.
Let's move on.
Bloomberg Surveillance, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Eastern.
Okay, so you're moving in on me, quick. Distracting me with your fancy hands. I'm going to deal with your knight because it's really bothering me.
Ah, my knight.
Yeah, he's a troublemaker.
Yeah.
What did you get up to this weekend?
Just robot stuff. A lot of chess. I was practicing for you. I know you're pretty good. Ooh, I don't like that. I will take this. Put it over here.
Not cool. Not cool. All right. I will concede. I can see. You've got me beat.
Very good game. Well played.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
When U.S. jobs numbers are released, Bloomberg brings you crucial data at terminal speed and instant expert analysis. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Enjoy the excitement of a night of music at Boston Symphony Hall with BSO Now. Watch brand new Boston Symphony Orchestra performances, behind-the-scenes storytelling, and memorable archival concerts, all from the comfort of home. Use our free 24-hour trial and see why the Boston Globe calls it musically rewarding. And the Berkshire Edge says the orchestra has never played better. Visit bso.org/now, where the music plays on. BSO season sponsored by Bank of America.
This is my kitchen table and also my filing system. Over much of the past 3 decades, I've been an investor. The highest calling of mankind, I've often thought, was private equity. And then I started interviewing.
While I watch your interviews, I know how to do some interviewing.
I've learned in doing my interviews how leaders make it to the top.
I asked him how much he wanted. He said $250. I said, fine. I didn't negotiate with him, and I did no due diligence.
I have something I'd like to sell, and how they stay there. You don't feel inadequate now because being only the second wealthiest man in the world, is that right?
The first African American in the United States to become a billionaire was Bob Johnson. He did that by building Black Entertainment Television and subsequently selling it to Viacom. He used some of those proceeds to buy the Charlotte Bobcats, becoming the first African American to be a major sporting team owner. He later sold that basketball team to Michael Jordan. Today, Bob Johnson is involved in a wide variety of business ventures across the United States. I sat down with him in Palm Beach to talk about his career and what he sees next for himself. So when you became the first African American to be a billionaire, what was that like? People calling you up telling you how great you are, or people calling you up asking for money all the time?
No, it was nothing like that, David. You know, I had run Black Entertainment Television at BET for over 20 years until I sold it to Viacom. So BET had sort of become a business success story. And as a result of that, people began to see me as sort of as an entrepreneur that was doing something pretty good at that time. And so by the time I got to where it was sold to Viacom, it was sort of expected that it would be worth something.
So when you sold it to Viacom, after that, you then bought the Charlotte Bobcats, an NBA team, and you became the first African American to be an owner of a major sports team in our country. So what was that like? Was that thrilling to own an NBA team, or did you really just see it as a business venture?
Well, I first saw it as the idea of being first. There's been throughout Black business history, if you were the first Black to do something, you gain visibility, you gain notoriety, and you gain access to other people, particularly white business people who knew you by your reputation. So when there was a team coming up for sale in Charlotte, I said, you know, why not be first? I had the capital from the sale of BET to Viacom. So I said, well, why not? And I decided to make a bid and got a call from some of the business people in Charlotte that said, we'd like you to be the majority owner of the team. We'll be the minority owners and work with you. And so it just seemed to be the right place at the right time to do something I thought would be part of a strategic approach to being first.
So you owned the team for about 11 years, and then you sold it to a person named Michael Jordan.
Sold it to MJ, yeah.
And after that, you began an effort to build what I'll call a small business empire. You have investments in many different areas: private equity, financial services, fashion, lodging, hotels, real estate. And my own firm did something with you in private equity for a while. So is that what you're trying to do now, is build a mini empire in different areas? And what are your most important parts of that empire?
Well, what I did when I sold BET, I decided I wasn't going to just sit around and do nothing. And I decided that one way to sort of build value for yourself was to take your own knowledge, your own strategic vision, and deploy your capital and your brand to acquire assets that you could run with very talented people to help you do it, obviously, and align yourself with people who shared your vision and your culture about creating what I call wealth in the Black community, and demonstrating to the broader market that African-American talent with capital and strategic partners, like I did with John Malone when I started BET, could be successful and create value for yourself and create value for the investors.
So you've been very involved in dealing with Black entrepreneurship and Black business owners. Do you think today it's easier for a Black entrepreneur to start a company, or no more easy than it was 20 years ago or 30 years ago?
David, I don't think it's necessarily easier. I think there's a mindset within the white business community, and to some extent in the country at large, is that this definition of equity and diversity ought to see money flowing, capital flowing into Black entrepreneurs for investment and startups of business. It's just not easy. It's just that there's a theory that it ought to happen. And I think if it were easy, you would see more Bob Johnsons, more Michael Jordans, more Magic Johnsons, and Oprah Winfrey's and the like. So I think it's a little bit of a misnomer to say it's easy. It is correct to say people think about it more, but do they do more? That's the problem.
So after the George Floyd murder, I thought that many people in the white business community said, okay, we've got to do much more on getting Blacks on the boards, senior positions in corporate America. Has that really happened, or is it just talk about that?
Well, David, the sad secret of that is white companies have announced that they're going to put millions of dollars into diversity in terms of Black investment business. But among the people I know, and I know a lot of people who would say, hey, I just got money from here, there, and other places, it's really not happening. I saw something in the media that said there's been something like $50 billion of pledges made, but less than 5% of that has ever been implemented. And to me, it's a real sad story because it's not happening. And I would know because no one has called me. Now, I've been pretty successful, as you know. The only thing I've done that with, David, and I am most proud of, is the partnership I've created with Vanguard, Fidelity, and Alight to create a 401k auto portability business called Portability Network, whose sole purpose is to keep Black Americans, reduce cash out of 401k accounts by Black Americans and low-wage workers and Hispanic workers when they change jobs. Those three companies, put their commitment to diversity and opportunity and closing the wealth gap in a relationship with me, and that's what I like and respect. But I can tell you, The black community, entrepreneurs I know, are very disappointed with these, what I call press release announcements with no results.
So when you sold your NBA team, the Charlotte Bobcats, the price of NBA teams had not risen to the billion-dollar range. Any regrets about selling it when you sold it?
Oh, definitely regrets. I tell Michael about that all the time.
Bloomberg UK, your source for news and analysis covering the biggest challenges facing the UK government, economy, financial services, and markets.
Tax cuts should not be the priority. It's about a credible plan for growth over the next 2-3 years.
In this post-Brexit world, how do you see actually servicing your clients?
It was disruptive, and it's going to have implications to how capital raising works.
Now we're having the perfect storm in the UK.
Watch Francine Lacqua Thursdays at 9:30 a.m. only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
So let's talk about your background. Where did you grow up?
I grew up born in Hickory, Mississippi. Hickory, Mississippi is a real small town, you know, one stop sign kind of town.
What did your parents do?
Well, they were workers. My father all his life was a worker. In Mississippi, he was a lumberer, cutting down timber in Mississippi, and a little bit of farming where he lived. And my mother was a school teacher at the small school system in Mississippi. When they migrated up north to a small town, Freeport, about 100 miles northwest of Chicago, they became factory workers.
So you went to college where?
University of Illinois, Champaign-Urbana.
And what did you study?
History. I was a history major throughout my whole
So
career.
what did you want to be?
I wanted to be a diplomat. I wanted to be an ambassador, a diplomat.
So what year did you graduate?
I graduated in 68.
68. And then you went to Woodrow Wilson School at Princeton?
Princeton, right.
And that's to do further diplomatic knowledge kind of thing?
I got a degree, master's degree in international affairs, and the fascination was history and
Right.
global affairs.
So you get a degree from Princeton, a graduate degree from Princeton, and all of a sudden the U.S. government says we're ready for you to be a diplomat, or what happened?
Well, all of a sudden they ask you if you want to go to the Foreign Service, you have to take a test. And the test requires you to be literate in things that a kid from Hickory, Mississippi through Freeport, Illinois didn't really know about. So when I had a question, I'll never forget this, they asked me a question, one of the questions, what is Wedgwood? And they said, a dresser of this? I thought it was Wedgwood, it was a dresser. It was actually...
So you weren't familiar with Wedgwood? All right, so
It was
ultimately
plates.
you came to Washington, though, and what did you do when you came to Washington?
Well, I came to D.C. with the Princeton imprimatur and the connections of people who were former Princeton Woodrow Wilson graduates, including a good friend of ours, Jim Johnson. And so I started making the rounds. People refer me to this person. I went to Senator Mondale's office. I went to Senator Kennedy's office and everything else. So this Princeton Mafia, so to speak. And finally, somebody, after I went to one of the offices, referred me to CPB, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Got a job at the Corporation for Public Broadcasting for a while, changed jobs from there and went and worked for the local Urban League in Washington, D.C., and from there became a lobbyist for the Cable Television Trade Association. And that's where I met all the guys in the cable industry, Ted Turner, but most importantly, John Malone.
But John Malone was your principal backer when you wanted to start Black Entertainment Television?
Absolutely. John, I'll never forget this. I was a lobbyist. We were trying to deregulate cable. Cable was heavily regulated to protect broadcast television on the theory that broadcast was free, cable was paying. And if we didn't protect free television, then everybody would have to pay, which was supposedly not good for people. Well, so my job was to go up on Capitol Hill and argue for the deregulation of cable so it could compete with over-the-air television. And so I met John Malone, and he said, Bob, if you ever have an idea, why don't you come out to Denver and talk to me? I said, yeah, John, I'll do it. And that's where my idea of starting Black Entertainment Television came from. And I took John up on his invitation and went out to Denver and made my pitch about getting me financing for BET. So John said to me, Bob, here's what I'll do. How much do you need to start this? I said, I need $500,000. 500,000. He said, Bob, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to buy 20% of your company for 180, and I'm going to loan you 320. That's your 500,000. And John said, under that deal, Bob, you will be 80% owner, and I'll be 20. Is that a deal? I said, John, that's a deal. What Malone didn't know, David, if he'd reversed the number and said, I'll be 80 and Bob, you'll be 20, I said, John, that's a deal. He didn't say that. So he kept putting money into BET while it was growing. Never put it in his equity, put it in his debt, and the debt got paid back. And one day I asked him, say, John, why did you put it in his debt when you could have put it in his equity and you own more BET? He said, Bob, I always knew you would work harder for yourself than you would for me. So John never sold a share of BET. So when I sold BET to Viacom for approximately almost $3.8 billion, John's 180 of equity, the 320 debt, of course, got paid back, netted him over $700 million in Viacom paper because we did a stock-for-stock deal.
Well, what was the theory behind BET, that African Americans should have a cable channel devoted to programs that would be appealing to them in particular? Was that what you were trying to do?
Yeah. Well, the theory was what cable was offering to the community, basically diversity. Because once RCA put a satellite in the sky that could orbit on a geosynchronous orbit that allowed them to send signals all around to every cable head in, cable became a competitor for television in the big markets. And in order to do that, they had to get some big cities who by that time in the 80s had black city council members, one or two, and maybe a black mayor. So while they were offering programming to everybody else, whether it's MTV or CNN or ESPN, the black city council members were saying, you want this franchise, what are you offering for my community? And that's where BET became sort of a must-carry product to getting to cable, and the diversity part would grow. But BET was really an extension of what John Johnson did with Ebony magazine, except his was print and I was video.
So how many years did you operate BET before you sold to Viacom?
20 years.
You sold for roughly $3 billion ultimately. So in hindsight, had you held on longer, would it be worth more today, or would it be worth less today because the cable world's changed so much?
It would be, in my opinion, less today because once streaming came along, and the technology allowed people to have streaming wherever they could carry content, on your phone, on your laptop, in your home, wherever you go. It changed the paradigm of cable, and it allowed people to sort of pick and choose in an a la carte way what they wanted to watch. So if you only wanted to watch Netflix, you just get Netflix. Cable, you were paying for a bundle, even though you didn't watch all of the channels. So some people were paying for, if you weren't a sports fan, you're paying 30 cents, 30, 40 cents, whatever it is now, for ESPN. But if you never watched ESPN, you had to pay for it because it's part of a bundle.
So you then bought, as we mentioned earlier, the Charlotte Bobcats, a new team. You didn't know much about running a basketball team, I assume, so you brought in a guy named Michael Jordan. How do you tell Michael Jordan that he doesn't know much about basketball if the thing isn't working out perfectly? Can you say, Michael, I played in grade school and I know something about basketball? How do you tell Michael Jordan things aren't working perfectly if it doesn't work perfectly?
You don't.
Okay, so
you don't.
Just let him run the team, and you basically owned it, and he more or less was the manager of it?
He was the general manager of it, and he decided on who he's going to hire as coach. He decided on what players he was going to draft, and he decided on how the team would be run. I was the payee, the payer in this case.
So when you sold your NBA team, the Charlotte Bobcats, the price of NBA teams had not risen to the $1 billion range. Any regrets about selling it when you sold it?
Oh, definitely regrets. I tell Michael about that all the time. But nobody could have predicted that Don Sterling would say what he said about black people, and that led to the NBA commissioner to say, we've got a huge racial problem if we're going to keep Don Sterling as an owner. And he basically forced Donald Sterling out. But being forced out and you walk away with a $2 billion, a lot of people would like to be forced out of their team for that price, so that was it. But Michael was always my first choice to sell the team. He and I have been friends, 10 or 15 years before I even owned the team.
Really?
So, I want to, if anybody I wanted to sell the team to if I was forced to sell, it would be to Michael.
As we talk today, there's rumors that the Washington football team, now called the Commanders, might be sold, and NFL teams are pretty expensive, but any interest in getting back into sports? You're a native of Washington, or not native, but you've lived there for a long time.
That's probably a check too far for me, because these teams are so rich. And I mean, if you could get one, it's a little bit, I would call an NFL team about the closest thing to a license to print money that you can think of. But you gotta really pay up for it, because it's a great sport asset. It's one of the best, I would say, in the world, maybe better than some of the hockey teams, although pretty close.
You ever have any interest in serving in a senior position in the federal government?
Absolutely, unequivocally, no.
The aggravation factor isn't worth it?
It's the aggravation factor, but it's more importantly is I don't believe there's any integrity in it.
Why does everybody want to be a consultant, and what are all these consultants doing?
Well, David, I think that we actually defy the label consultant, because sometimes consultant seems to imply that we only give advice. And when you look at what Accenture does, we're really different than the traditional version of a consultant. We're really about relevance and results, and that's what is driving our business.
What about a consulting project? In my example, I'm the CEO, I have a problem, I call you up, I say, solve my problem or give me a solution.
We don't operate as big companies permanently in crisis mode. And so when you think about like how long does it solve things, a lot of it starts with, the company being willing to set aggressive goals. And so what we are trying to do now is work with our clients to work differently and to work faster.
People ask me all the time, what is the key to being a really good investor? And I tell them it's to surround yourself with and work with the best investors you can find. On Bloomberg Wealth, I'm going to take you to meet the greatest investors in the world, the people that I would like to have managing my money.
So I think the main thing we did, which was not so easy, was to stick with our process. And then it kicked in big time in the last really 2 years.
From New York City,
from London, in Sydney,
from Washington,
in Tokyo,
9 a.m. in Beijing and Shanghai.
Good morning, everyone.
Have a great evening.
Here's what I'm watching.
You do not want to miss this story.
Is there the kind of upside?
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg?
That is a great question.
It's a great question.
Great question. Great question.
Best question I get all night.
Bloomberg, top experts, great questions.
You've been involved advising presidential candidates, and I presume presidents as well. Do you ever have any interest in serving in a senior position in the federal government or running for office?
Absolutely, unequivocally, no.
The aggravation factor isn't worth it?
It's the aggravation factor, but it's more importantly is I don't believe there's any integrity in it.
So you do give money to politicians, though, because that's the system, but you...
It's part of the game. I think, to be honest, I think there's a need for a multi-party system in the U.S. to give more people a choice about where they can throw their voter support and their political support, but also to cause the country to sort of come together by having everybody have a role in deciding what is in the long-term best interest of the country. I've often believed that Black Americans as a people and as a voting bloc should adopt the same position that the original founders of the Congressional Black Caucus had in early 1970. Their philosophy was enunciated like this: Black Americans should have no permanent friends, no permanent enemies, just permanent interests. And if we voted like that, we would be able to leverage that block, because it's a consistent block, in our long-term best interest, rather than being addicted to one party and ignored by the other party.
Do you have government officials, members of Congress, or people in the White House ever asking you for advice these days?
Well, I don't think they ask so much as I try to go to them to suggest to them what they should consider, particularly as it relates to what I call, I have a formula, a belief, what I call their business solutions to social problems. I'm not a big proponent of government handouts. I've never been in favor of government subsidies. I like the idea of government providing a pathway through regulatory freedom and balance to allow companies to create it. But there got to be some focus on economic benefits to, in my opinion, to the Black community. And for example, real quickly, I've got members of the Congressional Black Caucus to support something I call the Boost Act. The Boost Act, very simple, was this. It would give investors in Black businesses a tax preference if they would invest in these businesses. I called in legislation I was introduced by Congressman Mfume from Baltimore, would put $30 billion of Treasury money aside for preferences for myself or you, who would go to a company and say, I'm going to invest in your business, X number of dollars. When you exit that business or do a sale of that business, I will get a preference on my capital gains. And the whole idea, it was not a mandate, didn't require it. It was only voluntarily. To me, that's better than all of these pledges that are going around that are not being implemented. And that's the kind of way I go. The same way I did that with the auto portability.
So you're one of the best known Black entrepreneurs and business leaders in the United States and one of the wealthiest. Do you face discrimination today in your daily lives or in your business career? Do you still think you're being discriminated against, or you think you're not in that situation? Others are, but you're so well known you don't face that discrimination.
No, you face discrimination in terms of what I call bias discrimination, where people just don't, they recognize you as Black first, Bob Johnson second, and wealthy Bob Johnson third. So when you get in that situation, you'll find cases like this. A clear example. I could go to a restaurant, and if I'm standing outside waiting to go in after I'm giving my car to be parked, someone will come up to me and ask me to get their car.
What do you say when that happens?
I say, can I take it and keep it? But no, I mean, the thing is, they see a Black man standing by a valet parking. Their intellectual bias assumes, one, you can't afford to be at that restaurant. Two, you're standing next to valet parking. You must be a parking lot attendant.
So today, as you look at the United States economy, are you worried that we're heading into a recession of some type and it will hurt not only Black businesses, but all businesses?
I think the economy has to have a recession in front of it until we stop the huge amount of fiscal spending that comes out of the government. And I see nothing in the government that will change that trajectory on spending. And that's the part where I think we've got to face a recession, because as you keep dumping money and chasing fewer goods, it's probably the textbook description of you're headed towards a recession, or worse than that, you're headed to something called a variation of that called stagflation, where you got spending going up and you got productivity going down, because it puts you in a problem. So yeah, I think so. Until something changes on that equation, yeah.
Did your parents live to see your success as a business leader?
They did in terms of BET. They didn't. I still owned it. I hadn't sold it, and hadn't done all the other things.
Did they tell you, you're terrific, we knew you were going to be successful, or they said, you're just the same as our other 9 children?
That one. My mother always used to say, somebody would say, oh, aren't you proud of your son, Bob? She'd say, I love all my children. That was her thing.
So now you've been at JP Morgan for about 25 years?
Yes.
Okay, so, and now you run one of the most important parts of JP Morgan, which, as I say, is the asset and wealth management business. What actually is wealth management, and how is that different than asset management?
Great question. The two are often used interchangeably, but they have distinctions. The asset management business is where we manage money on behalf of individuals, institutions, sovereign wealth funds, pension funds. We manage them in mutual funds, we manage them in ETFs, we manage them in single stocks, single bonds, hedge funds, private equity, and the like. And that is the heart of the fiduciary business that we run here at JP Morgan. Wealth management is that plus understanding someone's entire balance sheet. So for the individuals where we manage money, we also help them with their mortgage. We help them with a loan that they might need. We help them with their basic credit card. And so wealth management is trying to help someone with their entire life, both their assets and their liabilities, their planning, their gifting, the legacy that they want to leave for their families, the 529 plans they need to prepare to get their kids to go through college. And it's a great insight into people's, entire journey.
What do you like most about your job?
I think the people. I mean, ultimately, we're a people business. A lot of what my job is as CEO of the company is to give those people sort of motivation, to tell them where we're going, to encourage them to come up and do their best work, to encourage them to collaborate. Sometimes you sort of think you're almost a psychologist, as you are a business leader, I think, sometimes.
And so what's your best piece of advice?
I love pitches. I love being sort of leading from the front, if you like, and spending times with teams. I love to see the work that we're doing. When we pitch for a piece of new business, often when we come together. So I guess I try and put myself in the seat of the client. Now, what's the client going to think when they see this work? Are they going to be excited? Is it going to turn their brand around? How's it going to resonate with their consumers? So as much as possible, I think probably I try and play that role.
Lots happening on Wall Street.
There are so many factors at play today.
It remains tight in certain parts of the economy.
Need to catch up?
This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston.
We've got the information and insight.
Crisis is too strong a word, and words like that get used a lot.
From businesses most influential and instrumental.
America's economy needs a diversity of institutions.
That's something that Wall Street pays a lot of attention to.
Bloomberg Wall Street Week, live Friday with replays all weekend on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
This is my kitchen table and also my filing system. Over much of the past 3 decades, I've been an investor. The highest calling of mankind, I've often thought, was private equity. And then I started interviewing.
While I watch your interviews, I know how to do some interviewing.
I've learned in doing my interviews how leaders make it to the top.
I asked him how much he wanted. He said $250. I said, fine. I didn't negotiate with him, and I did no due diligence.
I have something I'd like to sell, and how they stay there. You don't feel inadequate now because being only the second wealthiest man in the world, is that right? Currently, there are only 2 Fortune 500 companies run by African-American women. One of those women is Roz Brewer, who is leading Walgreens Boots Alliance, a well-known pharmacy chain. I sat down with Roz Brewer to talk about how she's trying to transform that company into one that also offers additional healthcare services to its customers. I have noticed that Walgreens and another company that's also in the drugstore area, I won't mention their name, but a competitor of yours, both of you seem to be interested in being in the healthcare business as opposed to the pharmaceutical drugstore business. Why is that? What's so much better about the healthcare business?
So first of all, Walgreens started in 1901. And, when you think about drug dispensing, it's critical to all of us at some point in our lives. But one of the things that's very clear to us, ending the pandemic or in the middle of the pandemic, we realized our relationship with our customers and our patients was so much more critical. We delivered 70 million shots in arms during the time of the pandemic, but the relationship just went to the next level. Pharmacists have always been consultants with customers and patients, and you will see your pharmacist 10 times more than you see your primary care physician. But the idea of having a primary care physician interacting with the pharmacist is the way of the future. And we will need that ecosystem around us.
Okay, so in your case, Walgreens' case, you have begun a business. You bought a lot of companies in this area that are primary physician companies. In other words,
that's right.
You buy the practices of primary physicians, and then in effect, those doctors are working for Walgreens, and they are still serving their patients, but they're in effect employees of Walgreens. Is that right?
That's correct. So we just purchased Summit Health in the New Jersey, New York area. And now we're one of the largest primary care physician practices in the country.
So primary care physician practice, how many people in the United States of the 330 million people we have or so, how many of them actually have a primary physician?
From what we understand, less than 30% of Americans have a primary care physician.
Okay. And you think it's good to get an annual physical every year? I know you're not a doctor, but...
No, I'm not a doctor. But, I will tell you that, we're all going to be responsible for our health, both financially and managing our own care. And to get a physical every year is a good database for you, a baseline to build for yourself, because it's going to fall back on you. You need to know more about your personal health so that you can interact effectively with your primary care physician.
So I get an annual physical every year. I try to starve myself for the 2 weeks before the annual physical.
Yes, I have mine tomorrow, yes.
I have found it doesn't work, but okay. What do you think the biggest healthcare challenge is for Americans? Is it that we're overweight, we take too many drugs? What is the problem?
So I think it's two-pronged. One is that, yes, obesity is a big problem, but I think it's negligence, but it's not intentional. I think people are confused about the cost and access of healthcare, and they think it's going to cost them a lot. And when people have variable employment, as we've seen across these last several years, is that, they're not quite sure what their insurance will cover and not cover, and what their out-of-pocket expense will be. So they avoid going to the doctor. And I think that is something we've got to bring clarity to, which is why, the digital side of healthcare is going to become very important, so that we can all look at our mobile devices and understand what's going on with their bodies.
COVID brought a lot of people into the drugstores to get their COVID shots, I guess. Has business picked up or gone down since COVID has more or less waned a bit in terms of the people getting shots?
What we're seeing at Walgreens is that we created, an expanded relationship. It did start with immunizations, but now people are very deliberate about their flu shots, and so they're still getting COVID shots today, vaccines today, and they're getting flu shots in combination. Our retail business, if you look at our prior earnings, is up and performing well, especially as we transition into healthcare. The front of our stores are picking up.
So I read that post-COVID, it's difficult for companies like yours to get entry-level people to come in. They either don't want to come back into the workforce, or they don't want the job that you can provide them. Is it hard for you to get people? I notice in the stores that I go to, the drugstores, they're always fresh people all the time, new people.
Yes, there's a lot of turnover at the hourly level, I will admit. But as we have these conversations, it's becoming less about pay and more about their lifestyle and what they want to do and progression. And so what we're encouraging is that, work at a Walgreens store and you can become a shift manager and escalate. And that's really what they want to think about as a career and development.
So if you were an entry-level person at one of these stores like Walgreens, what kind of compensation do you get? More above the minimum wage, but you pay like $15 an hour or something like that?
Exactly. And then it moves up based on, shift manager and other responsibilities in the building.
So I've noticed that in a lot of the stores I go into, there used to be younger people, post-college or something, who were the younger people working, servicing the drugstore. Now I see a lot of people who are older, like post-retirement kind of people doing it. Is that a phenomenon you observe?
We see both. On the younger end of the spectrum, it's those looking for development or a fill-in job while they're in college and doing something otherwise in their lives. And then the retirement community is a very, rich environment for us to recruit from.
So I notice in a couple of drugstores, even in my area, which is not the poorest area in Washington, D.C., it's a nice upscale sort of area. When I want to get razor blades, you have to go to the front of the place and ask somebody to unlock it. Why are you locking up razor blades and other things that I might want to buy?
Yes. So, this is a national problem. And, this isn't, random theft. This is organized crime. And, state legislation has put guidelines on, how much the theft that you can steal before you're convicted. So it's $1,000 limit. But we have been partnering with other retailers and sharing our camera feed. I know some of our partners here from Walmart are here, but we are all part of an organization that's coming together that says if you've, we can put our camera feed together and tell that that person has been in our store and their store, and the numbers are higher than 1,000. So we've been able to impact these theft rings most recently.
What are the things that are unlocking key the most? What are people trying to steal the most, other than razor blades, I guess?
I will tell you, it started at razor blades because that's such a high-ticket item, but, it's a lot of cosmetics. But really what happens is that they take advantage of what I would call the elbow move, and they just come in and swipe a counter. And so it's just a matter of categories now almost, and not just particular.
So what is the most profitable high margin thing that you all sell?
I'd have to say it's in our cosmetics area is one, and then in some of our durable medical goods, some of our take-home testing and things like that are very nice margin item.
What is the most frequent thing that you sell?
Most frequent thing is probably toiletries like toothpaste and personal care items of those types.
And why is it that whenever there is like a scare coming along or a pandemic or something, people rush to buy toilet paper? You notice that people are they're stockpiling toilet paper.
It's called hoarding, and
okay.
It's one of those things you never want to be without.
Okay. What's the biggest surprise of being the CEO of Walgreens?
It's how complex healthcare is, and how unfortunate it is to try and manage, personal health in the health systems that we've set up in this country.
This is Bloomberg. Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
You're from Detroit. Your family, how many siblings do you have?
I have 3 sisters and a brother. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you're the youngest?
I'm the youngest of 5.
Okay, and are any of the others running drugstore chains?
No, but I do have a sister that's a pharmacist.
Wow, is she at Walgreens or?
No, she's not. No, we don't want to mix.
Okay. So, all right. So, what did your parents do?
So both my parents are deceased, but my parents worked in the auto industry. And so my dad eventually worked as a member of management, and my mom worked in hourly labor at
so you
General Motors.
can go to many good colleges. You went to Spelman, an excellent college in Atlanta. Why did you choose Spelman?
Well, I chose Spelman because, I grew up in Michigan. I wanted to do something a little different, get out of the cold weather. But it was also a chance for me to be at an institution that I thought really reflected me, who I was, and what I wanted to do. And I think also, too, I got a scholarship, and so that was helpful. At the time, there were 4 of us in college. And so I was actually pursuing, support at that time, too.
And what did you major in? What did you want to be?
I majored in chemistry, and I thought, I had always been pretty decent in the math and sciences, so I just did what I knew what to do. And I thought I'd either go into medicine or engineering. And actually, I was recruited away by Kimberly-Clark to work in long-range research as a chemist. So I moved in that direction.
You thought you might go to medical school, but Kimberly-Clark stole you away. Right. Okay.
Right.
So what did you do for 22 years at Kimberly-Clark?
So I started off in long-range research as a chemist. I was an organic chemist, and I had interned my summers at General Motors. And so I worked in chemistry there. I worked in analytical chemistry, moved into organic, worked in polymer science, and then I worked on one of the businesses. I got a chance to join the M&A team probably about 6 years into my career. And at the time, it was when Kimberly-Clark was converting itself from a paper company to consumer products company. And we acquired several companies, and I got to run one of those companies, and I just stayed on the business side after that.
Okay, so you're doing that. You're there 22 years. You're happy, presumably. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden, somebody calls you up and says, how about working for Walmart? What did you say?
No.
No.
On the first call, I said no. Probably the first, second, and third call, I said no. If initially they were speaking to me about a job in human resources, and I really don't have that skill set. And so once an opportunity came about that had P&L to it, I joined the company, and I was group president at Kimberly-Clark, and I took a VP regional job to run the state of Georgia.
Okay. So you're at Walmart, and then somebody calls up and says, how would you like to run Sam's Club? Is that right?
Yes. Well, a lot happened in the first 5 years where I ran Georgia, the Southeast, then the East Coast of Walmart stores. And then I was a candidate for the Sam's Club job.
All right. So you're minding your business. You're running Sam's Club eventually, right?
Right.
You did it for 5 years?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So you're there for 5 years. You're the CEO. It's a pretty good job, I guess. Where you work, where were you living to do that?
I was in Bentonville, Arkansas.
Okay. You're in Bentonville, and all of a sudden, I guess another headhunter called you up and said, how would you like to go to Starbucks? Is that right?
No, actually, I made the decision to leave Walmart stores, and I was on the board of Starbucks. And I had taken the board seat as I was leaving Sam's Club, and so I had attending a board meeting, and Howard Schultz and Kevin Johnson approached me to become the chief operating officer.
But you said you don't really drink coffee, or you didn't say that?
I was a tea drinker at the time, so that was interesting. And Seattle wasn't in my plans. But I fell in love with the brand and the company. I saw a great opportunity to help the company operate a little stronger.
Okay, so you moved from Bentonville to Seattle, and you became the chief operating officer of Starbucks. And Starbucks has become so successful because its coffee is better than other people's coffee, or what is the reason you think it's so successful?
I think it's two things. I think it is definitely quality coffee. It's customized, right, for all drinking palates. I also think that it's their coffee practices along with the baristas in the store. I think the baristas are top-notch and really interact great with the customer.
What's the most popular thing that people ask for when they go to Starbucks? Is it?
Oh gosh, really just a simple pike, which is a black coffee, is still very popular at Starbucks.
Okay.
The cold beverages are really, trending. So.
Okay, so you're there. You're doing that for 4 years.
Yes.
And all of a sudden, I assume a headhunter calls you again.
Yeah. Now that was a headhunter.
All right, a headhunter calls you up and says, "How would you like to run Walgreens?" And you say, I'm happy at Starbucks, or what?
I say, I think about it for a minute because I was enjoying Starbucks. I wanted to be there and didn't really think of myself, coming back into that level of retail. But it was the pandemic, and there were so many people dying at that point, and people who were adverse to being vaccinated. And I knew for sure, because I follow the science on things, my background is in chemistry, and the science just screamed, that if a vaccine became available, we could curtail this.
But at Starbucks, you have the perfect name for that, brewer, right? So
yes.
Did they ever mention that to you?
I got that all the time. Okay. Everything was what's brewing and all these, yes, hashtag everything.
So
yes.
when you told Howard Schultz you're leaving to go to another company, what did he say?
Actually, I had that conversation with Kevin first. It wasn't pleasant. I think the board was a little surprised, but we made it work.
So do you ever go to Starbucks now?
Every day.
Every day,
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You ever go to Sam's Club every day still?
Yes, not every day. I bulk up and...
Loyal.
Yes.
Okay. So now, what's the biggest surprise of being the CEO of Walgreens?
I think the biggest surprise to me was how complex healthcare is and how unfortunate it is to try and manage, personal health in the health systems that we've set up in this country. And it's perplexing. I think that this marketplace is ripe for disruption, and I'm sort of drawn to transformation and disruption. So I became super excited about it once I began to peel back the understanding of the business.
Right. So you're the CEO of a healthcare company, in effect. It does.
Yes.
You have the physicians business, and you also have the pharmaceutical business. what do you do to stay healthy? Because you have to be a role model, right? You can't look like you're not healthy, right? So how do you have to exercise a lot or what?
Yeah, well, first and foremost, like I said, my health exam is tomorrow morning. I'll be heading back to Chicago to get that done. So I take care of myself in that way. I like supplements, so I take my vitamins daily, and then I will tell you that I work out 3 or 4 times a week as best I can, and so I make it a priority for sure.
I think about working out 3 or 4 times a week,
Yes.
but I actually don't do it.
The thing I haven't solved, though, is sleep, and I think that's our biggest opportunity. If I get sleep down, maybe I can lay off of the supplements a little bit.
You're supposed to get 8 hours of sleep a night.
No way.
No, you don't get 8
No
hours.
way.
Do you think there's much oil to be found in the lower 48 at this point, or even in, let's say, Alaska as well? Or mostly we know where all the oil is, and there's no more big Permian Basin kind of deposits anywhere?
People have said that over time, and then we've always been surprised. And so the U.S. has been explored more than any other place in the world. I think the industry has a good idea, but technology allows you sometimes to recover things that you haven't been able to before. That's the story of shale. The other one that continues to be a positive story is deepwater Gulf of Mexico, where we'll go out and drill in a mile or more of water depth and then go down several more miles and find large fields. And the Gulf of Mexico is still relatively underexplored compared to the onshore. So I think there's still room for more discoveries.
News breaks. No one covers the world like Bloomberg.
A lot of the focus and the momentum here is what to do with inflation. But again, this is still a monetary policy story.
The first round results with President Recep Tayyip Erdogan showing resilience and strength on his nationalist platform.
A number of leaders have come out on both sides of the aisle and say we will not default. That does seem like they are making progress.
Bloomberg, your global business authority.
So let me ask you what it feels like to be in your situation. Is it more disappointing or surprising that of all the CEOs in the Fortune 500, there are only 2 female African-American CEOs? Only 2.
Right.
You and the CEO of Teachers is the only other one, I think.
Yes, TIA.
And so are you surprised that at this late date in our history, we only have 2, or disappointed?
Well, I'm more disappointed than I am surprised. I'm not surprised because I know what it took for me to get here, and I know the trials and tribulations that I've been through. And, I'm not quite sure a lot of people would want to withstand that. But I would tell you that the disappointing part is that this is just is totally ridiculous that there's only 2 of us. I think, it's going to go beyond mentoring and sponsoring. It's pipeline, filling the pipeline effectively, getting people of different races in operating roles, and having the confidence that, that they can do it because they absolutely can.
So in your career, what has been a bigger problem, being a female or being African American, or neither?
I would have to say being African American. I think that it is still, an issue in our environment to accept people of different races, more so than it is gender. I think I've seen a lot of progress with women in corporate America, and I'd like to see more progress with people of color.
So as we talk today, you're in Washington, D.C.
Yes.
I presume you're here to meet with government officials to some extent. Do you find that an uplifting experience when you do that?
You know, I find quite a few teachable moments for both of us. You know, I try and bring the real life experience of healthcare to legislation so that when the right decisions are in front of them, they make great decisions.
So what is the principal thing that let's say the drugstore industry would like to have the Congress do?
You know, first and foremost, you know, I would love to see our pharmacists to operate at the top of their license. And so for them to pass legislation that will allow pharmacists to both test and treat so that there's not a second step in, you know, just imagine a mom who has to take a child out of school and take them to pick up a prescription only to find out that the child is still sick and go back to the doctor. So if it's an ear infection, strep throat, we can do a test in the store to figure out and then pass on the prescription, and the recovery period is smoother and everyone goes back.
You need legislation for that?
We absolutely do, yes.
Okay. And do you meet people from the administration as well, or?
I do. You know, most recently, there's members of Senate that are primary care physicians, and so I know who they are, so I meet with them regularly because they understand us best and help us carry the message, you know, throughout.
So your competitor, principal one, is CVS, I think, probably their largest competitor, some people would say. If CVS is right here and Walgreens is right there and I could go to either one, why should I go to Walgreens over CVS? I could pick either one. Why are you better than CVS?
So glad you asked me that question. You know, I believe our customer experience model is stronger. I think that when you walk into a Walgreens store, you may not have this happen to you every time, but I think you get a nice greeting from our cashiers, and I think our pharmacists are second to none.
If you walk into a Walgreens today, would they know you?
It depends. If I worked out that morning, no, because they don't recognize me, but sometimes no, sometimes yes. And sometimes I can hear them say that I'm in the store. You know, I can hear them chattering.
So when they say,
Yes.
So you walk into a store though, and if you don't like something, you call the manager and say this isn't good, or do you just kind of tell them when you get back to the office?
So really what I do is I take a picture of it and I send it back to my team at the office and say, I wonder why this is happening, right? Because usually it's a decision we've made that is causing something to happen. 9 times out of 10, it's something we've done versus what the store has done.
So if you need a prescription, do you have to wait in line? Or
I do. I have to wait in line.
You wait in line?
I do.
You ever say, I'm the CEO of this company, I'm waiting in line?
No. Absolutely not, no. But usually there's not too much of a line. So, but I know the best hours to show up too.
Obviously, you've had an incredible career. Did your parents live to see your success?
You know, it's interesting. If I could describe my dad would define my success as what I did in my, throughout my education. My dad was that father that showed up to everything. If I was getting the yellow ribbon and not the gold ribbon, he was still there rooting me on. So he really knew who I was as an individual. You know, we talked about that a lot. He passed away 6 weeks before I finished Spelman, and we had conversations. He saw something in me and he let me know that. So I think he is looking down. I think he kind of knew something good was going to happen. My mom definitely lived through a good part of this. And then my siblings are sharing in, the excitement in our family.
But your siblings, you were the youngest, your siblings say, well, when we were beating you up, we didn't really mean it?
Oh yeah, the days my brother would, right. The days my brother would throw me across the room, yes. But we're very close now.
Right. And they have to wait in line for prescriptions. They can. So sometimes headhunters have called you and said, would you be interested in this job or that? If a headhunter called you now for another corporate job,
No, I would not. I really, truly think this is the culmination of everything I've done in my life is coming to bear right now. This is what I want to do. We're being very intentional about impacting medically underserved communities. That's important to me.
Paul Jacobson assured me that when he takes the new Hummer EV on long journeys, it's not just fun to drive, it's equipped to go the distance.
I hear so much about road trip anxiety that I wanted to experience it myself. My family likes to drive a lot, so I brought my daughter home from college in this, And it was great. I mean, the computer system is all intuitive. It tells you how to keep track of the battery. It tells you where the charging stations are. It tells you how much power you'll have when you get to the charging station. So it really puts a lot of your anxiety at ease. But as far as driving it, it's a treat.
So where are you on the charging stations? I know General Motors has made an investment in one company. How are we doing in this country generally in getting charging stations in?
So I think this is an area where obviously we can continue to improve as a country and a society. We're doing our best. We've committed almost $1 billion to EV charging. So we've taken that and looked at home charging solutions, local community solutions, and road trip charging solutions. What, with my daughter, what we would end up doing is probably stopping, grabbing a bite to eat, plugging it into a charger, usually a high-speed charger, to get as much charge as we can, and being there for 20 to 30 minutes. Get us a lot of range, and by the time we've used that range, we're tired, ready to stop again, etc. So it was a really good experience for me, and it's taught me, number one, what are the concerns of the consumer that are ultimately going to drive our vehicles, and then number two, where do we need to focus on addressing some of those anxious points for people?
Okay, so you're moving in on me, quick, distracting me with your fancy hands. I'm going to deal with your knight because it's really bothering me.
Ah, my knight.
Yeah, he's a troublemaker.
Yeah.
What did you get up to this weekend?
Just robot stuff. A lot of chess. I was practicing for you. I know you're pretty good. Ooh, I don't like that. I will take this. Put it over here.
Not cool. Not cool. All right, I will concede. I can see you've got me beat.
Very good game. Well played.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
When U.S. jobs numbers are released, Bloomberg brings you crucial data at terminal speed and instant expert analysis. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg. Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
The breakout we have all perhaps long awaited finally realized. We'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
There's no question this industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
The transactions.
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
And the technology.
Stop talking about the technology, start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays.
This is my kitchen table and also my filing system. Over much of the past 3 decades, I've been an investor. The highest calling of mankind, I've often thought, was private equity. And then I started interviewing.
Well, I watch your interviews, so I know how to do some interviewing.
I've learned in doing my interviews how leaders make it to the top.
I asked him how much he wanted. He said $250. I said fine. I didn't negotiate with him, and I did no due diligence.
I have something I'd like to sell, and how they stay there. You don't feel inadequate now because being only the second wealthiest man in the world, is that right?
I'm here with Sheikh Hamad bin Jassim Al Thani, who is the former Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Qatar, and we're in his home in Doha. Thank you very much for having us here.
Pleasure, David.
So for 20 years, you were the Foreign Minister of Qatar, and for another 6+ years, you were simultaneously the Prime Minister. So is it a pleasant situation where you don't have to worry about all those problems anymore? You're retired from those jobs, or did you love those jobs so much you wish you had them again?
Well, wish them again, no. First of all, for many reasons, history doesn't go back. And the second thing is that I think every part of your life has, if you know how to use it, you'll be excited in it. And I used my life from the beginning when I was junior in the governments until I become minister and municipality, Minister of Electricity, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Prime Minister. It took me a journey of 30 years of working in the government, 32 years actually. And for me, I think and I believe that's more than enough. I believe Now I have a new chapter. I don't believe in retirement, but I believe that every age, every time of your life, there is something you can do, and you can do it and add value in your life and around you.
So now you're spending a lot of time with your investment activities, which are quite extensive around the world?
I am doing that, and I have my father and my own charity, which I'm involved in it, and I'm pleased with it. And I built it since my father died, and I think that's also, for me, is a very important part of my function or my life daily, especially with all the situation around us now in Syria and in Turkey, and you see this tragedy in other places. So it gives me pleasure to work in that and to do with my team. And yes, I'm doing business all over the world. And this is not only to do business, but as I told you, to be a fellow which you can add value for yourself and your family.
So let's talk about when you were Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, I should add, you were also the chairman of the QIA, the Qatar Investment Authority. So that would keep you pretty busy with all those jobs. As the head of Qatar Investment Authority, you made some very large investments for Qatar. One of them is in Harrods, a department store in London, the famous Shard building in London, investments in Volkswagen and Barclays and other things. So those investments seem to have worked out okay, but how did you manage being the foreign minister, the prime minister, and the head of QIA at the same time? Doesn't that take a lot of time?
I think it was tough for me because I was working with no weekend. And I was working sincerely more than what I should do. And if it's a candle, it will be burned by now completely. I even in my vacation, I was working and meeting people. You know me, and for long. We meet in my holiday, and we see each other and we discuss business. It was tough, but it was a challenge because at that time we started QIA with no money, literally, and we started with nothing, aiming that the gas will give us flow of money. So we started with loans, actually. Most of these transactions been done by loans from the banks. And thanks God, the plan worked. We get a good revenue from the oil and gas, from the gas actually. Oil, we have very little oil. But that revenue all went to the investment authority.
As we talk today, it's been rumored in the press that QIA is looking to buy up a team, a very famous team in the English Soccer League, Premier League, called Manchester United. So I don't know whether that will happen, but are you surprised at the interest in the Middle East about the English Premier Soccer League when there's so much interest? Many countries here seem to have investors who own teams there. Are you a big football fan yourself?
David, you know that I am not a football fan. And we talked about this a few times. And for me, I don't believe or I don't like this investment. Maybe it worked well, but you know, some of my son like this, and they always discuss with me why we don't invest in these things, why, and then they are pushing hard. For me, I thought this is not my specialties. Let me put it like this. I'm an investor. If it will be one day as an investment, good investment, I will think about it. But if not, I will not look at it as something just for an advertisement. I'm not at that category.
The World Cup, when it was here, was an investment by your country and I guess attracting people here, and millions of people came. Was that, in the end, do you think, a good investment, or are you not clear yet?
Let me put it this way. You know me, I'm always frank. If it was my choice, it will not be done at that time. When I was in the government and Prime Minister, and this idea came by His Highness the Emir father and his Crown Prince at that time, Sheikh Tamim, they know that I'm against that idea because I think there is a lot of money and effort will be spent. We can spend it in something else and it will be good for the people and the country. But if you ask me now, I will tell you there was a lot of outcome, positive outcome out of this. Look at the people which they visit Qatar, and I know most of them from the business communities and people which they are active in all over the world. They came, some of them first time, and they are coming again. They are bringing their family. So start working that people saying, there is a place, we did not see it, it's a good place. And the outcome of that tournament was positive from different way. Good organized, well organized, despite all the noise, negative noise, last 10 years, which we hear it about it. It come the outcome when we said no alcohol, or the government decide no alcohol, we find people thinking, that's good, I can take my child, my girl can go alone, nobody can talk to her, nobody can, there was no one incident happen. Organization was excellent. And I think this is the first and the last one where you can see the matches in the same day and you don't miss any matches because how close is it in the. So it was unique for the outcome was good for the country.
Listen to Bloomberg Radio wherever you are, online at BloombergRadio.com and around the globe via the Bloomberg Business app. Business Week Radio, live weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Eastern.
We got a little bit of talking.
Come on, are you guys ready?
Harnessing the power of Bloomberg Business Week, Carol Masser and Tim Stanovic bring you the latest news from the worlds of business, technology, politics, and more.
How does the Fed play into this and what the Fed does potentially?
This is so exhausting and this is so all-encompassing.
Listen on Bloomberg Radio and streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals.
Let's talk about your country for a moment. The country is a very wealthy country, maybe the wealthiest country in the world per capita. Where does the wealth of the country come from?
Well, the wealth of the country, as you know, came from oil and gas, and mainly gas now. And I think this is, we cannot say that we contribute in it a lot. We contribute to take it out, maybe, in doing the right decision with the right partner. But I don't think that's an innovation. When you say how you get your wealth, if you are a country without any resources and you do well, like Switzerland, like Japan, these countries, they have no resources, and right now their GDP is high and they are doing very well. But for us, the challenge will be, okay, with all this wealth, what you are going to do with this wealth, how you can preserve it for the future. That's the challenge.
So when you were growing up, this was not extremely wealthy city, country.
It was not wealthy city, definitely. It was a moderate. At that time, if you compare the 10 countries, rich country, it's very, very strange. In the 50s or the 60s, one of them is Lebanon and Egypt. Not you, the American, not us, in that list.
Right.
And you see now how things change.
Well, when I first came here more than 30 years ago, there was only one building that was more than 4 or 5 stories. It was a hotel. Now,
that's true.
Doha looks like Manhattan, except it's more modern than Manhattan in many ways. So it's a stunning example of what you can do with the wealth if you deploy it appropriately. But all these buildings, who is occupying these buildings? Are these local people? Are these oil companies? Who's occupying all the buildings and the residences I see now?
Well, I think, it's same when you go to New York and now you find oversupply in office and in commercial. I think we have oversupply now in the market because this was a good business for everybody. So everybody was doing a building, either office or residential or retail, aiming that it will be rented by one of the companies or because there was, and still there is a lot of work. Right now, I think the people have to study what is surplus, and I think we have surplus in the offices and the retail, not maybe the residence, the residential part. But it need carefully for any investors to make his own calculation. I think now we are in oversupply and we have surplus, which the effects start to be felt in the financial market.
Now, when you were foreign minister, you were jetting around the world a fair bit trying to solve a lot of problems, and you did solve a number of them. One that has not yet been resolved is the one you've worked on a lot, the Palestinian issue. You have a very close relationship with many of the Palestinian leaders. Do you see any way in your lifetime or my lifetime there'll be a resolution of that issue?
My dream is to see this solved and see that we live with the Israelis, the Palestinians live with the Israeli in a peaceful country, because they are, both of them, they are talented people. The Palestinian and the Jew, they are talented people. And one day I told them a joke. If they become united or work together, we should be scared from them, both of them, in my opinion. But when, that's need a leadership in both sides would like to take a step. It's not a leadership in America to push them. We need a leader, facilitator. It have to be United States, the facilitator for that, and the Arabs. Very important to be part of this. But it needs two leaders, and they are not there at the moment, from the Palestinian side and from the Israeli side. We need another Rabin from the Israeli side. From the Palestinian side, Abu Mazen now, he did what he did in Oslo and things. I don't want to evaluate the guy, you know, he's a friend and I know him, but I think we need to see a new leadership which have commitment from the Palestinian side. I don't believe to solve the problem to do Abraham things, or I think this is in a kind of, I'm sorry to say this word, I think this is childish, because we are talking about normalization. We have no problem with the Israelis to normalize the situation. We talk with the Israelis daily. When I was in my office, they was having office here. Even when we shut the office, we was talking to them, from the intelligence to the foreign ministers to the prime minister, and we can talk to them. But to do kind of build a new idea with no vision or no target, peace target. I mean, unreal, not just to talk. It's too early to do all this unless you have plan what to do. Because what I'm worried that within 10 years, if there is nothing happen, within maybe before that, we find ourselves in another intifada in the Palestinian side, and we will find the Arabs here, the street, saying what you are doing as a government.
So the Abraham Accords have not been signed by Qatar yet, or maybe they won't. You see that's not likely because, as you say, it's not going to solve the problems that you think are important.
Well, maybe our government sign it one day, I don't know. I'm not part of the governments, but in my opinion, I think this is, tell me what we'll gain from this. A relationship, we have relationship. Everybody have relationship with the Israelis. All these countries which they did the Abraham, they have a relation with Israel. We don't need that. We need all of us to talk to the Israeli and tell them, look, we will do normalized business, we'll do embassies, we'll do like in the Arab plan, which King Abdullah said. Even better than that. But let us sit and try to find a solution in the ground.
Now, many people in the West were surprised when there was a dispute between Saudi Arabia and UAE and Qatar a few years ago. It's now resolved. The essence of that dispute was never that clear to people, but you think that's now way behind the countries and that's not going to come back again?
It is way behind. Come back or not come back, I don't know, but I wish not. But I think everybody learn his part of that conflicts. Everybody learn where is the red line for each country. We know, they know our red line, we know their red line. And I think that's important to know. What is good now, that there is a good momentum, and I want this momentum to be reflected in the GCC. The GCC is dead since 12, 13, even when I was a foreign minister, the GCC was dead last 12, 13 years. We only use the GCC when there is crisis, military crisis, or we need to take a decision. You ask us to take a decision in the region and need to be in the name of the GCC. I want the GCC to be more affected in the life of the people, so they feel that they have benefit from this unity between the GCC. GCC is still, it's not there.
Are you worried about Iran? Many countries in the Arab world are worried about Iran, but Iran was somewhat favorable to you when you had your dispute with Saudi Arabia.
That's
so
true.
Is Iran not as big a concern for you as it is for Saudi Arabia?
Look, the first fear for me is not Iran. The first fear is us in the region, the way how we behave. I mean the leader. I'm not one of them. I think if we can control our happiness and our frustration, and when we are angry, to put it as a statement in a box and say, okay, we work, we have some difference with X country or that, but this different have to be discussed in a civilized way. And also to look, okay, if we have challenges and if we agree Iran is our first enemy, how we can deal with this matter? Are we going to deal with it through direct negotiation, through war, which it's nobody want war, because that's not in our benefit? The problem that this decision is not with us, because we are not in the position at the moment, because of what I said about the GCC, to take that leadership for our region and say, okay, we have problem with Iran, we sit with them and discuss in details, frankly, and reach a solution, because I believe we should live in the Gulf area in a harmony between Iran, Iraq, and the GCC countries. If we can do that, I think this is a big achievement, not only for the peace, for the trade, for the business, for the economy of that, all of this. They have over 100 million people, and Iraq have like 40 million people. We have like 50 million people. You know, you are talking about 200, 250 million people, rich country with oil. Imagine what they will do.
You and the Emir both retired more or less the same time. Was it hard to give up that much power?
If somebody go and take me back, I don't want to do what I was doing. It's done, it's enough.
Why does everybody want to be a consultant, and what are all these consultants doing?
Well, David, I think that we actually defy the label consultant, because sometimes consultant seems to imply that we only give advice. And when you look at what Accenture does, we're really different than the traditional version of a consultant. We're really about relevance and results, and that's what is driving our business.
What about a consulting project? In my example, I'm the CEO, I have a problem, I call you up, I say, solve my problem or give me a solution.
We don't operate as big companies permanently in crisis mode. And so when you think about like how long does it solve things, a lot of it starts with, you know, the company being willing to set aggressive goals. And so what we are trying to do now is work with our clients to work differently and to work faster.
Enjoy the excitement of a night of music at Boston Symphony Hall with BSO Now. Watch brand new Boston Symphony Orchestra performances, behind-the-scenes storytelling, and memorable archival concerts, all from the comfort of home. Use our free 24-hour trial and see why the Boston Globe calls it musically rewarding. And the Berkshire Edge says the orchestra has never played better. Visit bso.org/now, where the music plays on. BSO season sponsored by Bank of America.
This June, in honor of Pride Month and Juneteenth, Bloomberg brings you a special equality series every Thursday in June at 1 p.m. Eastern. Bloomberg Equality, celebrating inclusion this Pride Month. Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg?
That is a great question.
It's a great question.
Great question. Great question.
That's a question I get all night.
Bloomberg, top experts, great questions.
So in the United States, you met with a number of presidents. Let's say, I guess, President Clinton.
George Bush, the father, until I know Biden, and I know even Trump, so I know all of them.
Did you ever have a hard time getting to see a U.S. president? Or I think when you were saying, I'm coming to Washington?
It depends. Sometimes if they are upset from us, it is hard. And sometimes if they are not upset from us, yes, I see them in the White House. And that's always, it happens when Al Jazeera is part of the problem. I have to say the best relation we have at that time with President Clinton. And he's a great guy. He's a great guy, how he can manage a situation.
When you were foreign minister and prime minister, I sometimes would come to talk to you about investment matters, and I would see other well-known investment people coming out of your office.
Before I am a prime minister, and before I was for the investment, we was doing private, as a private client.
Right.
I was with you.
You're right. So, but how did you juggle? You have a prime minister coming to see you, a foreign minister, an investment person. You have to change your brain for all of these different people coming in. It was you must have been working 7 days a week to do all that.
For me, it was tough, but I was used to work for long hours. So it was not, in the end, last 2 years, I felt inside deep me that I hate the job. I just want to leave. And this is maybe I say it lately in some programs, that I was suggesting to the Emir 2 years before we left together that I want to leave.
You and the Emir both retired more or less the same time.
Exactly.
Very often, it's hard to give up power voluntarily. People lose elections, but here they don't have elections, so you voluntarily decided to step back from that position with the Emir. Was it hard to give up that much power, and you're happier now than you were then?
I am happier, definitely. And this is sincere, if somebody go and take me back, I don't want to do what I was doing. It's done, it's enough. I did what I did, right, wrong, I did it. At that time, I think I did more right things than wrong things. But also I did things in a space of time, very short time. I did a lot of things, achievement, I think, which I'm happy. For me, the world now so slow in decision that I will not be part. I cannot see myself to go and do that.
All right, if somebody is watching and they say, I don't know much about Qatar, what would you say you would want people to know about your country?
I think our culture is something need to be seen. People, what they know about us, they know about oil and gas, these rich people, or they know about our camel. We are proud about our camel, and we are also happy about the gas. But they have to see this guy, which he owned the camel and owned the oil and gas. Is he capable? Is he did well with what he have? And that's the proof. You can see it in front of you.
You consider incredible career in business, investments, diplomacy. What would you like to see your legacy be? Or is your legacy going to be your children?
First, I want to be seen as a human being, Qatari human. I am proud about this country, about my country, more than what anybody think. And I'm so attached. Even I'm traveling a lot now, but I'm attached to this thing. So I'm proud that I'm Qatari. Second thing, one of my legacy is my charity, which I'm building it very rapidly. That's something I need to leave it for my children. The third thing, I need my children to work together, and that's very difficult. And I need to set an example for the families in Qatar and other regions, how the children, despite their different education, different ideas, how they can work together as one unity. That's a big challenge for me.
From the world of politics.
We're not going to be relying
upon countries whose values we don't share.
To the world of business.
It's all about corporate power at the end.
Balance of Power. Live from Bloomberg's Washington headquarters.
We couldn't be more excited what's in store for you.
How long will it take? How many years?
Why don't we take this one day at a time?
Good luck. Everybody has a perspective.
Every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Join hosts Anne-Marie Hordern.
It's the one area, really, of bipartisanship.
I think we're getting more of it.
That's optimistic.
And Joe Matthew.
The debt ceiling is looming. How close are we going to get to the line before you start to worry?
Alongside Kaylee Langs.
The door was open for regulators to do more, and that puts the Fed between a rock and a hard place.
As they deliver news.
This is such an important economic issue.
He's no longer trying to run away from
that really blew some minds.
Insight.
We can both invest in law enforcement and also make sure that communities feel safe in their own skin.
And analysis.
I think your audience will get this more than most.
This is not the Republican Party that you know.
It allows him to do what he did so successfully in 2020, which is run against crazy.
From and about politics' biggest power players.
This was the zombie case, and it's now more than well alive.
That's for sure, with 2 more potentially to come.
I'm willing to have this battle.
It is vitally important.
This is the intersection of Washington and Wall Street.
Bringing people directly to the decision makers that impact your investments and your life.
Balance of Power, every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
What do you like most about your job?
I think the people. I mean, ultimately, we're a people business. A lot of what my job is as CEO of the company is to give those people sort of motivation, to tell them where we're going, to encourage them to come up and do their best work, to encourage them to collaborate. Sometimes you sort of think you're almost a psychologist, as you are a business leader, I think, sometimes.
And so what's your best piece of advice?
I love pitches. I love being sort of leading from the front, if you like, and spending times with teams. I love to see the work that we're doing. When we pitch for a piece of new business, often when we come together. So I guess I try and put myself in the seat of the client. Now, what's the client going to think when they see this work? Are they going to be excited? Is it going to turn their brand around? How's it going to resonate with their consumers? So as much as possible, I think probably I try and play that role.
Source for news and analysis covering the biggest challenges facing the UK government, economy, financial services and markets.
Tax cuts should not be the priority. It's about a credible plan for growth over the next 2-3 years.
In this post-Brexit world, how do you see actually servicing your clients?
It was disruptive and it's going to have implications to how capital raising works.
Now we're having the perfect storm in the UK.
Watch Francine Lacqua Thursdays at 9:30 a.m. only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
This is my kitchen table and also my filing system. Over much of the past 3 decades, I've been an investor. The highest calling of mankind, I've often thought, was private equity. And then I started interviewing.
And while I watch your interview, I know how to do some interviewing.
I've learned in doing my interviews how leaders make it to the top.
I asked him how much he wanted. He said $250. I said, fine. I didn't negotiate with him, and I did no due diligence.
I have something I'd like to sell, and how they stay there. You don't feel inadequate now because being only the 2nd wealthiest man in the world, is that right? One of the best-known business families in the United States is the Pritzker family from Chicago. One of the stars of that family is Penny Pritzker, who not only built her own venture capital and real estate business, but also served as Secretary of Commerce under Barack Obama. I recently sat down with her in Chicago to talk about her extraordinary career and what she hopes to accomplish as a role model for business leaders throughout the United States, particularly women. Penny, you are a driven person, I think it's fair to say, but very often you see people who come from wealthy families, as your family is, are not quite as driven as you are. Where did you get the drive to work so hard and never kind of let up at all? You seem to be one of the most driven people I've ever met.
Coming from you, that's a compliment, David. Thank you. I grew up in a family where I was taught by my parents, to whom much is given, much is expected. And
I saw them really engage in building a business. I mean, my mom and dad were really partners with one another. My dad was the CEO building a hotel company, and my mom was really his right hand. She was in charge of every aesthetic decision, and they were really host and hostess together. It was a perfect business for them. And I saw them find joy and purpose in being involved in building. And I was really affected by that. And they weren't just building a business, they were also part of a new community. They had moved out to the West Coast. They were building in our local community. And so that motivated me, that inspired me, that sense of having things where you're making a difference and creating opportunity.
Your family is one of the wealthiest families in the United States currently, the Pritzker family. And your grandfather had 3 sons, as I understand it. One is Jay Pritzker, who was a very legendary deal maker. One was Bob, who was a very accomplished businessman and oversaw a lot of large businesses that the family owned. And then your father, who was the youngest, and he helped to run and build Hyatt hotels. Mm-hmm. So can you describe what happened? Your father died tragically when he was 39 and you were just 13. So what is it like? You're in a wealthy family and you presumably have a lot of advantages, but then your father dies when you're 13. You have 2 younger brothers. What was that like, and how did your father die so suddenly?
My dad died of a massive heart attack playing tennis, and it was a massive blow to our family. Imagine the first 13 years of my life, I lived in a family that was building a business. My mom and dad were very involved. My mother was as active in the business as my father, even though she wasn't paid. And my father dies, and all of that goes away. I mean, our dinner table conversations had been about business. Our travel had been about building the company. It had really been a huge part of our life. And more importantly, though, my father was this warm, fun, funny individual. And just, I was so close to him. And, I have enormous empathy for children who lose their parents. It leaves a massive hole in your heart, and your life is instantly changed.
So when you were a young girl, the story is that your father would take you on visits to hotels, and you would be the person that would inspect the ladies' rooms.
Yes.
Is that true?
Totally true. We would go, the business began as a series of exterior corridor motels up and down the West Coast. And we would, on Saturday mornings, we would go to our motel, and he would have me go into the ladies' room to make sure it was clean, and he'd go in the men's room, and then we'd walk the property, and we'd talk to the general manager, and we'd talk to the bellman. And, back then there weren't big computers until, of course, we got the big IBM computer, which probably took up the entire space of this room. And it was, as I said, it was really a family endeavor.
Now, in your family, the larger Pritzker family, there were many business leaders, but most of them were men, if not all of them. As a young girl, you said to your grandfather, as I recall, how come I can't be in the business world? What did your grandfather say, and why were you so attracted to business as opposed to other things?
When I was 16 years old, it was my grandfather's 80th birthday, and my mother said, you can give your grandfather anything you want for his birthday. And I wrote him a letter. What did you give your grandfather, who seemed to have everything from where I stood? And my letter was, dear Grandpa, you are always talking to the boys in the family about business. Why don't you teach me more about business? And I'll never forget, the night of his 80th birthday party, he grabs me and takes me out into the hallway, and he had my letter in his pocket. It was on green stationery. I'll never forget that. He pulls the letter out and he says, Penny, I was born in 1896. How am I supposed to know girls are interested in business? But he said, but if you are, come spend several weeks this summer with me, and I'll teach you accounting. You have to remember, my grandfather taught Arthur Andersen accounting. My grandfather believed that accounting was the foundation of all business. And so this was his way of saying, okay, I'm going to help you.
So
10 years after your father died in a sudden heart attack, your mother died tragically as well. So at the age of 23, you have two younger brothers and no parents. So your job was to help raise your younger brothers. Is that how you did it?
You know, we banded together. After my dad died, my mom wasn't very well, and so it was a tumultuous time for us. And the three of us tried as best as we could as young people to take care of each other. You know, we were teenagers, and so it was a complex time for all of us. But we made it through and try to carry forward, the values and the principles that our parents taught us at a young age.
Did your brother say to you at the time, "I'm going to become governor of Illinois" at some point? Did he say that when he was a little boy?
My younger brother, has always wanted to be in politics, and he's a natural politician. He's extremely friendly. He's very bright and very capable, and he cares deeply about people. He has enormous empathy. So I'm so proud of him that he's become governor of Illinois, and I think he's doing a heck of a job.
Is he going to run for president someday?
I have no idea, but I'm just really thrilled with the job he's doing today.
Okay, so your family business is growing, and Jay Pritzker, your uncle, is considered one of the greatest deal makers of the 20th century, and he built an incredibly big business empire. When he passed away, it turned out that he said he wanted three people to kind of run the family business. Your cousin Tom Pritzker, your other cousin Nick, and then you. So there were three of you. Were you surprised that that's what he wanted to do?
I was flattered because I was much younger, at least 10 years younger than my cousin Tom and more younger than my cousin Nick. But my Uncle Jay and I had always had a very special relationship. He, frankly, my early career was very much about being an entrepreneur and starting new businesses, and I think he really admired my that entrepreneurial nature as well as my hard work. I think he was intrigued by me as a woman. I mean, he'd not grown up with women executives. In fact, when I showed up at the office for the very first time, I was the first woman who wasn't basically an assistant in the office anywhere. And so I think he and I developed a lot of mutual respect. He was a mentor to me. And so we ultimately, that's not the direction that we ended up going as a family, but I was really, I felt very flattered by that gesture.
So ultimately, the three of you are running this large family business, which is one of the larger family-owned businesses in the United States. And at one point, a cousin or several cousins said, "We don't think that's fair. We just want to break up the entire empire." Was that devastating to you and the two cousins who were helping you run the business? And why did you decide, let's just get out of this and we'll just break up everything and everybody will get their share? Was that a hard decision to make?
It was a complicated decision, but frankly, we made it relatively quickly because fundamentally, if people don't want to be partners in business, they shouldn't be partners in business. The complex part was, it was like a big spaghetti bowl in the middle of the table, all intertwined, very complicated. And so to take spaghetti out of the bowl and put spaghetti on everybody's plate, it took us almost a decade to do it. And we had to build at the same time we were dividing things up. You couldn't be static. If you're static in business, you die, right? And so we had to both build and divide. And so we took companies public, we sold businesses, we merged, we did, it was like getting an additional PhD in business that 10-year period.
So when you're a friend of somebody who becomes president, you call him all the time Barack, Barack, Barack for many years. When you're Secretary of Commerce and he's the president, I assume you stop calling him Barack.
He was my boss. And in fact, we talked about it. When he interviewed me for the job, he really asked me point blank whether I could accept the idea. And I said, "Mr. President, of course I can."
This is Bloomberg.
People ask me all the time, what is the key to being a really good investor? And I tell them it's to surround yourself with and work with the best investors you can find. On Bloomberg Wealth, I'm going to take you to meet the greatest investors in the world, the people that I would like to have managing my money.
So I think the main thing we did, which was not so easy, was to stick with our process. And then it kicked in big time in the last really 2 years.
So let me ask you about being Secretary of Commerce.
Yes.
You're a very successful business person in Chicago, very active in civic events and so forth. And all of a sudden, if somebody you knew, Barack Obama, becomes President of the United States, and in his second term, you became Secretary of Commerce. So why did you want to uproot yourself, move to Washington for the second part of his administration, and did you enjoy being Secretary of Commerce?
I loved being Secretary of Commerce. It was an honor of a lifetime to serve our country and to serve in his administration. You know, Barack Obama and I have a relatively long history. I met him when my kids were 5 and 7 years old. And their basketball coach at the Lincoln Belmont Y was Michelle Robinson's brother, Craig Robinson. And I met Barack and Michelle when he was a state senator, and I think she was working at the University of Chicago. And so I had known them for a long time. I knew what terrific individuals they were. And when Barack decided he was going to run for the presidency, he contacted me in 2006 and said, would you help me? Would you become my national finance chair? Would you raise the money for me to run for president? And I thought this was a crazy idea. I'd never raised money on a national level for a presidential campaign. I had no idea how one did that. And he said, no, I want you to do this role. And I did, and it was, but I really almost said no. And what happened was, I was sitting talking to my husband after the evening that Barack had asked me, and he said to me, this is destiny knocking on the door of our nation, and you've got to find a way to help. And so that led me to get involved in Barack's campaign. I was the 11th person in the campaign, and over the ensuing 2 years, we built the equivalent of a Fortune 500 company. We went from 11 people to 3,000 people that we were paying and thousands of volunteers. We raised the most amount of money ever for a presidential campaign. It was an extraordinary experience. I didn't serve in the first term, but when the president called me and asked me if I would help him, he really felt that his relationship with the business community was challenged, that he really needed a chief commercial officer for the United States, and he wanted help. That's a call that everyone hopes that they get.
So when you're a friend of somebody who becomes president, you call him all the time, Barack, 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 for many years. When you're Secretary of Commerce and he's the president, it's a different kind of relationship. Did it make it more difficult for you to socialize with him, or I assume you stopped calling him Barack? But what was the relationship like when you were Secretary of Commerce and he was president?
He was my boss. And in fact, we talked about it. When he interviewed me for the job, he said, he really asked me point blank, and whether I could accept the idea. He said, look, you've been a CEO, you've made decisions, you know what running an organization is like. He said, can you accept the fact that I'll listen to all your arguments, but at the end of the day, I'm the decision maker? And I said, Mr. President, of course I can. And what I thought to myself is, Mr. President, you've never worked in a family business. It's a lot like that.
So you were confirmed 97 to 1.
Yes.
There aren't that many people these days confirmed that way. So were you surprised that the confirmation took not that long compared to what some people might have expected? And do you think Washington is more or less broken these days because the Democrats and Republicans can't really agree to almost anything?
One of the nice parts about commerce is it's bipartisan. And I worked really hard during the process of confirmation to meet people across the aisle. And even folks who, like a Ted Cruz, who would have very little in common with Barack Obama. You know, he and I saw eye to eye on what, you know, the Commerce Department could do, you know, for the state of Texas. And so I really made it my business to say, I will work for everyone in Congress, regardless of what party. And I answered the phone and tried to help them solve problems, regardless of who called me.
You were Secretary of Commerce for almost 4 years. What are you most proud of having achieved?
You know, we did a number of things that I'm really proud of. We laid 100,000 miles of broadband. We revamped the Patent and Trademark Office. We worked with Ukraine to help them. They really wanted to turn from east to west and to attack and address their corruption. We, you know, one of the things that I did was, as it relates to, it became really obvious to me that the semiconductors, we were going to have a problem in the United States with a shortage of semiconductors. Also that we were going to really run into a national security challenge and because we were designing our semiconductors, but we weren't producing them. And so I galvanized the department to write a report to the administration and to the federal government about this. And that actually turned out to be the foundation of what became the CHIPS and Science Act. Avril Haines, who was head of DNI, and Ben Rhodes and others who were involved in the transition to the Biden administration, asked me about a number of things for advice. And I said, you know, you've got to focus on the semiconductor challenge that we face. And so we did a whole kinds of things that have had a huge amount of impact. You know, with such a diverse department, you get to be involved in a lot of different things.
Do you think there's much oil to be found in the lower 48 at this point, or even in, let's say, Alaska as well? Or mostly we know where all the oil is, and there's no more big Permian Basin kind of deposits anywhere?
People have said that over time, and then we've always been surprised. And so the U.S. has been explored more than any other place in the world. I think the industry has a good idea, but technology allows you sometimes to recover things that you haven't been able to before. That's the story of shale. The other one that continues to be a positive story is Deepwater Gulf of Mexico, where we'll go out and drill in a mile or more of water depth and then go down several more miles and find large fields. And the Gulf of Mexico is still relatively underexplored compared to the onshore. So I think there's still room for more discoveries.
A lot's happening on Wall Street.
There are so many factors at play today.
It remains tight in certain parts of the economy.
Need to catch up?
This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston.
We've got the information and insight.
Crisis is too strong a word, and words like that get used a lot.
From businesses most influential and instrumental.
America's economy needs a diversity of institutions. That's something that Wall Street pays a lot of attention to.
Bloomberg Wall Street Week, live Friday with replays all weekend on Bloomberg Television and Radio. Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite, positioning companies to meet the next generation of challenges, breaking out of traditional roles.
One of the most important things is looking around the corner.
Look for Chief Future Officer on Bloomberg.
So you now have PSP partners, and you're making investments, and among other things, you're building real estate companies, and you're doing things with other women. In some cases, you built a company for real estate with another woman. Is it important to you to have women in business? Are you trying to be a role model, and have you tried to be a role model for women in the business world?
Well, I think it's really important to have diverse voices at the table. Absolutely, no matter what you're doing, and in business particularly, because most consumers are women also. I have built 2 businesses in partnership with women. We started the first, this is unbelievable, 13 years ago, my partner Deb Harmon and I started the first woman-owned real estate private equity firm in the United States. It's hard to believe 13 years ago there wasn't one. Today we compete a little bit with Carlyle. We're much smaller than Carlyle, but we compete sometimes with Carlyle. But we've built a real firm, and one of our ambitions with the firm, my partner Deb and I at the time, we'd each been more than 20 years in real estate. Real estate's a very male-dominated field. One of our missions was to be excellent and superb, to deliver great returns to our investors, but also to help diversify our industry.
Recently, you've been selected as the first woman in Harvard's nearly 400-year history to be effectively the chairman of the board of Harvard. So how did you have time for that, and why were you so committed and interested in doing that job, which is a very, very time-consuming position?
Well, first of all, Harvard is near and dear to my heart. I went to college there, and I went to college at a tumultuous time in my life, and it really served as a very grounding place for me. I met all kinds of people that have really influenced my life. I have dear, dear friends from my experience at Harvard, and I think higher education is under attack, and I like a challenge. And frankly, after 386 years, it's about time they had a woman leading, and so I felt also a call to rise to that occasion.
Harvard Corporation is the 12 people that more or less run Harvard. It's like a board, and you're the senior fellow or the chair of it. What do you really do during that effort as a senior fellow? What is your responsibility?
Well, David, as you know, because you serve on the corporation with me, we're a board really we have two roles. We really advise the president and the senior leadership of the university on very significant issues that are affecting either the schools or the university at large. We're involved in financial decisions. We're involved in governance decisions. During COVID, lots of major topics that we worked with the university on. So we have the fiduciary duty as the corporation. The senior fellow is the leader of the corporation. It's like a lead independent director, if you will. And it's, Harvard, like the University of Chicago, like many, many of our significant universities in this country, they're very important to the success of our country. And it's important that these institutions thrive. And I find it very stimulating to try and be a good advisor and thought partner to the leadership of a university.
So some people have suggested that you would be a good candidate for the United States Senate or the presidency itself. Have you ever thought of running for anything like that?
No, I don't think would be a good politician. I think I'm a good leader and manager, but I'm not sure I'd be a good politician.
Well, suppose somebody gets elected president who's a Democrat and says, I'd like you to come back in government as Secretary of Treasury or Secretary of State or something. Would you go back in government?
I would never rule out serving my country, but I'm really excited about what I'm doing today in business and philanthropy.
Suppose somebody says, I want to be Penny Pritzker, a young girl, says, I like what she's done, business, government, family, philanthropy. How do you tell somebody they can achieve what you've done? Is it working hard, studying hard, getting along with people? What are the skill sets that you think are most important?
Well, I think one of the most important things to do is to recognize that life is a team sport and that you can't do anything alone. And it's important to be surrounded by people who are good at the things you're not good at and good at the things you are good at, but also surrounded by diverse voices and diversity of all types. And I really got to see that in government. I think the second thing that's important is to have an open mind, to be curious, to have a growth mindset, to listen, and to be constantly learning and growing. And then I think it's important to be empathetic and to care about humanity.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz.
It was unimaginable that we would see rates move this fast. That was not in the realm of thinking.
Just the timeline of what they knew and when they knew it. Why didn't they do anything about it?
When do we have to see the kill? It's for the Fed to respond to it, and this is really the tension.
Be informed.
You cannot be overly data dependent. You've got to have a view of where you're going.
Be prepared.
I think the earnings season might actually be the positive surprise that people are not expecting.
Be ahead of the game.
Certainly the beginning of something we need to keep an eye on.
And that, I think, is really going to be an interesting takeaway from this moment.
You go all birds on us and you say, turn, turn, turn. Is that what we're doing right now?
Yeah, the big question coming into this year for us was, when is that turn going to be?
What a fantastic conversation.
The news you need.
The president's calling on manufacturers to make more in America. It is working, and it's reflected in these jobs numbers.
The analysis you trust.
How do you take this anecdotal data and say, really, just focus on the now, because that is going to tell you where we're going?
What is the measurement of uncertainty that we have in studying the American economy?
Milton Friedman had said there are long and variable lags in the impact of monetary policy. But man, it's a long slog.
The best way to start your day.
People are tuning into this program on a daily basis.
Oh, come on, it makes for good TV.
Let's move on.
Bloomberg Surveillance, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Eastern.
Okay, so you're moving in on me, quick. Distracting me with your fancy hands. I'm going to deal with your knight because it's really bothering me.
Ah, my knight.
Yeah, he's a troublemaker.
Yeah.
What did you get up to this weekend?
Just robot stuff. A lot of chess. I was practicing for you. I know you're pretty good. Ooh, I don't like that. I will take this. Put it over here.
Not cool. Not cool. All right. I will concede. I can see. You've got me beat.
Very good game. Well played.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
When U.S. jobs numbers are released, Bloomberg brings you crucial data at terminal speed and instant expert analysis. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
This is my kitchen table and also my filing system. Over much of the past 3 decades, I've been an investor. The highest calling of mankind, I've often thought, was private equity. And then I started interviewing.
While I watch your interviews, I know how to do some interviewing.
I've learned in doing my interviews how leaders make it to the top.
I asked him how much he wanted. He said $250. I said, fine. I didn't negotiate with him, and I did no due diligence.
I have something I'd like to sell, and how they stay there. You don't feel inadequate now because being only the second wealthiest man in the world, is that right?
A major trailblazer in the financial service system is Jane Fraser. 2 years ago, she became the CEO of Citi, and in doing so, became the first woman to head a major money center bank. Today, Citi and other major banks in the United States are facing challenges to the banking system. I sat down with Jane Fraser recently to talk about these and other challenges. Anything new in the banking world?
It's been a quiet week.
Quiet, okay.
Quiet week, David.
So let's talk about what has been going on. Let's start with the easy ones. Silicon Valley Bank. What went wrong there?
Well, before we dive into that, I've worked in financial markets all around the world, And I have to say, we're very lucky in America. This is the best financial system in the world. It is the envy of the world.
Okay. But despite it being the best, we have some problems from time to time.
Yeah, but they're isolated problems. So when you look at it, the financial systems, it's broad, it's deep here, it's competitive. We've got some large banks that are well capitalized and a source of strength at the moment. We have medium-sized banks, regional banks, and by and large, they are equally well capitalized, serving their communities, play an important part in the banking system. This is quite isolated.
Okay, but people are still interested in hearing about it. So, your bank is well capitalized. Your
Yes.
bank, I should have said, is a bank with about 230,000 employees.
Yep.
And about an $85 billion market capitalization. So your bank is in good shape, and your bank is the fourth biggest bank in the United States, is that right? J.P. Morgan, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, and then Citi. There is a bank on the West Coast called Silicon Valley Bank, or there was a bank there, not as well capitalized. I mean, did the regulators not understand what was going on, or the people in the banking world, people like you, were you surprised by what happened?
So you had a combination of two pieces. You've had the macro and some idiosyncratic and factors around Silicon Valley Bank, but then you also had the impact accelerated by social media of what went down. And the rates curve and the increase in rates has been most we've seen, the fastest and the steepest in 40 years. So there's a bit of pain that comes from that. Secondly, you did have idiosyncratic factors, I think is the polite British way of describing them in Silicon Valley Bank. So as all this played out, you saw some pretty serious holes in their balance sheet management, and they had a very concentrated client base. And that client base ended up burning cash much faster than anticipated. And they ended up wanting to raise capital, and it went down pretty quick.
In the Great Recession in 07, 08 or so, the U.S. government passed TARP legislation, and under the TARP legislation, large amounts of capital were injected into banks, including Citi, and effectively that meant that the shareholders, the creditors, and the depositors were all protected. This time around, Silicon Valley Bank was only the depositors were protected over a decision made by the Biden administration, others over the weekend. Do you think that was the right decision to protect only the depositors and say goodbye to the shareholders and goodbye to the creditors?
I think it's very important to protect the depositors. Right now, the banking system everywhere around the world depends on confidence, and that confidence has to be in the safety and security of deposits. So in terms of the most important job here, they did the most important job, which is making sure the depositors were whole.
So in the old days, when there were bank runs, you used to see people lined up outside the street and get their money out. Now, you just on your iPhone or whatever phone you have, you can take your money out. So money moves so quickly. Was that a factor as well in having the money get out of a bank so quickly? You don't have to wait in line. You can just do it over the...
It is a complete game changer from what we've seen before, David. You're absolutely right. There were a couple of tweets, and then this thing went down much faster than has happened in history. And frankly, I think the regulators did a good job in responding very quickly, because normally you have longer to respond to this. So they acted with quite a lot of speed, given how quickly this happened.
So some people say you have a moral hazard when you protect people. So by protecting all the depositors in Silicon Valley Bank, the implication was that if somebody else has a problem, we'll protect them and so forth. And so the $250,000 limit is meaningless, more or less. Or do you think the Federal Reserve and the Secretary of Treasury are saying we're not going to protect every depositor, or we're going to protect certain depositors?
I don't think they need to go out right now, because the banking system is pretty sound. And we're talking about a few banks. We heard it from the Chairman Powell today. This is not something that is spread across the entire banking system. This isn't like it was last time. This is not a credit crisis. This is a situation where it's a few banks that have some problems, and it's better to make sure that we nip that in the bud.
Not to pick on the West Coast, but there's another West Coast bank, First Republic Bank, which is around the country but based in San Francisco, and they've had some problems. They've had gigantic decline in their market value and so forth. Do you expect that somebody will bail them out or buy them?
Well, not going to comment in depth on First Republic because they are actively working through the challenges that they're facing right now. What you saw last week was a number of the large banks, 11 of us, got together to put a large capital or deposit injection into them to help buy the time to make sure that they could come up with the right solution for the restructuring that's needed.
So the large banks and others put in roughly $30 billion of deposits. I think you put in roughly $5 billion or something like that. So how did that happen? Did Jamie Dimon call you up and say, hey, you have $5 billion you don't really need, and you can put it in First Republic? And is it you have to go to your board to say, I need to get $5 billion somewhere? I mean, how do you make that decision? And was it, you just say to Jamie, I'll call you back, I'll think about it, or how does that work?
So one of the great things about this was actually that the banks did all come back together, because you think of it, we usually try and kill each other in different deals that we're trying to do. So there's a lot of competition between us. But in this instance, this is one where we're in a strong position. We want to stop what could have been a problem. And we all know when there is a confidence crisis, the logic that takes over isn't necessarily rational. So we wanted to go and help protect the system. It's in the interest to do so. So despite this being quite a divisive environment that we're all operating in, this is an instance of the banks coming together and saying, okay, what can we do here to support a system that we have confidence in? And you don't put $5 billion into the system through the generosity of your own heart. You do it because you have confidence in the system itself.
You expect to get that money back eventually?
Yes.
Okay. So Jamie Dimon is a great banker. I think he's been the head of JP Morgan for 17 years, something like that. Jamie Dimon. Well regarded. But why do you think it is the case that he's calling around and doing this and not the Secretary of Treasury, the Chairman of the Federal Reserve, the head of the FDIC? Why is it a non-government person is doing this? I would have thought a government person would do this.
David, why do you think that Janet wasn't calling around doing it? Do you believe everything you read in the newspapers on these ones?
Because when people in Washington do something good, they usually have the press know about it. So, but maybe she was calling around. I'm sure she was. But Jamie seems to be getting all the credit, if credit is the right word, or is that not fair to give him the credit?
Oh, Jamie played a role. I think we all played a role, and so did. It was a very active discussion over that weekend.
Would Citi consider buying First Republic, or you're not interested?
No.
No, you're not buying. Okay. Another bank called Credit Suisse. Credit Suisse seemed to dissolve very, very quickly. Were you surprised at how quickly that bank kind of went away after about 100 years of being around?
So the nice thing is we're talking about 3 or 4 banks out of the thousands that are here in the States and the rest of it. So let's put that in perspective. So Credit Suisse, I don't think anyone was falling off their chair that Credit Suisse ultimately ended up where it did. It was really a question of time. It's been a troubled institution for a long time. Those of you who don't know it, it's a very global bank. In it's got a very strong operation in Switzerland, good wealth management in Asia, an investment bank here in the States and around the world, but it's had a lot of issues. It's had a lot of management instability. It's had a number of different crises and things that have hit it.
Well, Credit Suisse has some great private bankers and they have some great clients. Are the Citi bankers calling up the Credit Suisse former employees and saying you should come here now or something like that?
No, I think they're calling us.
They are, okay. All right, okay. So when you went to Harvard Business School, you entered in 92, something like that?
Yes, that's right.
You entered in 92. Were there a lot of women in your class then?
Probably about 24, 25%, something like that. Yes.
And
there were enough of us to cause trouble.
News breaks. No one covers the world like Bloomberg.
A lot of the focus and the momentum here is what to do with inflation. But again, this is still a monetary policy story.
The first round results with President Recep Tayyip Erdogan showing resilience and strength on his nationalist platform.
A number of leaders have come out on both sides of the aisle and say we will not default. That does seem like they are making progress.
Bloomberg, your global business authority.
growing up, what did you say you wanted to be? The CEO of Citi when you were growing up? What did you think you wanted to be?
I wanted to be a doctor when I grew up, but I was really lousy at biology, so that kind of that one
that
ended
happens
quickly.
a lot to people who want to go to medical school. So, okay, you grew up in Edinburgh area?
Yep, I did.
And were your parents bankers?
No, definitely not. So my father was a Scottish accountant, which meant you're not really relying on parental generosity and extra pocket money from a Scottish accountant as a father. So I used to earn my pocket money on the golf course at St Andrews caddying. You would not know it from my golf game, but...
Well, I'm sure it's better than mine. So you went to Cambridge. After you graduated, what did you do?
After I graduated, I joined Goldman as an analyst.
And that's an easy job to get, and an easy job when you have it. You don't work more than 30, 40 hours a week.
Yes, yes.
So how many years did you do that?
So I worked at Goldman for a couple of years, and I was young when I started, and I was the boring girl from Scotland. Everyone else was European, spoke multiple languages, and was a lot more exotic and interesting than me. So after I finished the analyst program, I thought I'd better make myself a bit more interesting. So I moved to Spain. And,
did you speak Spanish before?
I didn't.
So now you speak Spanish?
Sí, hablo español perfectamente. Sí. ¿Qué tal su español?
Well, I know one word, maybe sí or something like that. I don't know.
I thought it was cerveza. Yes.
So my language skills are very limited. So
luckily you have other talents though, which is a fortunate
Spanish
thing.
Isn't one of them. But so you do there for a couple of years, and then you decide to go where?
To America.
All right, and where did you want to go in America?
So I did the same again, taught my way into Harvard Business School, and I was fascinated by the American machine. And if you've spent a bit of time in Europe and grown up in the 80s, 70s, and 80s, it's fascinating. America is just something you want to try and understand, and the American economy and the American entrepreneurs, not someone you ever want to bet against.
So when you went to Harvard Business School, you entered in 92, something like that?
Yes, that's right.
You entered in 92. Were there a lot of women in your class?
Probably about 24, 25%, something like that. Yes.
And
there were enough of us to cause trouble.
All right, you graduate from Harvard Business School, and then you decide to go to McKinsey?
Yes, I did.
And why did you want to be a consultant?
Well, first of all, was why didn't I go back into banking at that time? And I've been in banking in the 80s where there weren't many women in banking, unlike the business school. They wore suits with very big shoulder pads, and they were more scary than the men. You remember the era. And so when I looked at the consulting, particularly McKinsey, I like partnerships. I think partnerships are great places to grow up. The apprenticeship model is wonderful. Global institution and firm. And also it was quite strategic in what they were looking at. It was similar issues to M&A at Goldman. But I thought I would have a chance of having a family, a bit more predictability in the work schedule.
So you did it for 10 years, roughly?
10 years, yeah.
And you had 2 children during that time.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
you go to McKinsey, you work your way up, you become a partner there.
Yeah.
And being a partner at McKinsey is a great job. Why did you decide to leave to go to Citi?
Yeah, I became a mum at the same time as I became a partner. And I worked part-time all the way through my partnership years. And McKinsey was fantastic about that because I was able to spend time with the kids before they went into school. But then when they were then at school, that I felt like, okay, I can go back full-time working again. And I honestly felt like it was time that I could prove that I could do it rather than just advise.
All right, so you went to Citi. At the time, did you think a woman could become or would ever become the head of Citi?
I honestly never thought about it. At that point, it's a firm that there were quite a few women around in. I'd been in an environment that was always very supportive around it, some fantastic male mentors and others. And it was just never something I thought about. This was 20 years ago.
So
I was just enjoying the day job.
So you had a series of jobs. Every one, you were the CEO of this division or that division and so forth. And one time they asked you to move to Latin America to be the CEO of Latin America. Did you think that was a dead end? You're going to move to Latin America, get out of the way of the succession, or did you think that was a way to get promoted?
It was a big turnaround role, and it's one of those ones you say, if I did a good job, then that was going to put me in good position for bigger opportunities ahead. And if I did a bad job, then so be it.
You weren't afraid they would forget you. You're down in Brazil or something, and you weren't afraid they would forget you and everything like that?
No.
Okay, so you did a good job. You come back, and you're the head of the Global Consumer Bank. What is the Global Consumer Bank at Citi?
So that's retail banking. That's a credit card, which I believe you are a proud owner of a Citi credit card, David.
I am. I do have that here. I can't. I'm getting. I don't have enough frequent flyer miles on it, though. I'm trying to. You told me I'm not qualified for my frequent flyer miles, but
yeah, you got the wrong card.
Is this the best credit card you can get? Here it is.
So, David, you have the one with our wonderful partner, American Airlines, and it's a 35-year partnership.
But yours is black. How come mine's gold? How come I don't have? Which is better?
You've got to ask for it, David.
Oh, okay. Yes. All right. Well,
although I suspect you may not be flying quite as much on the commercial airlines.
Yeah. Why does everybody want to be a consultant, and what are all these consultants doing?
Well, David, I think that we actually defy the label consultant, because sometimes consultant seems to imply that we only give advice. And when you look at what Accenture does, we're really different than the traditional version of a consultant. We're really about relevance and results, and that's what is driving our business.
What about a consulting project? In my example, I'm the CEO, I have a problem, I call you up, I say, solve my problem or give me a solution.
We don't operate as big companies permanently in crisis mode. And so when you think about how long does it solve things, a lot of it starts with, the company being willing to set aggressive goals. And so what we are trying to do now is work with our clients to work differently and to work faster.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
The breakout we have all perhaps long awaited finally realized. We'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
There's no question this industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
The transactions.
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
And the technology.
Stop talking about the technology, start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays.
From New York City,
from London, in Sydney,
from Washington,
in Tokyo,
9 a.m. in Beijing and Shanghai. Good morning, everyone.
Have a great evening.
Here's what I'm watching.
You do not want to miss this story.
Is there the kind of upside?
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg?
That is a great question.
It's a great question.
Great question. Great question.
That's a question I get all night.
Bloomberg, top experts, great questions.
When did you realize for the first time I could be, or you could be, the CEO of the bank? I mean, there are a lot of people. You have 230,000 employees. A lot of them want to be CEO. When did you realize for the first time you had a chance to get that?
When I was made president of the bank, because up until then you don't really have a sense. But that was the point when Mike and John had a conversation about being a likely successor, but no guarantees in life, and I better do a good job.
Okay,
yes.
So your predecessor was Michael Corbett.
Yep.
He retired about 2 years ago.
Yep.
You succeeded him. What was the biggest challenge you had in becoming the CEO right away?
Oh, it was COVID. So this was becoming CEO during COVID is not the easiest, because one's used to going around, going to different sites, seeing our people, seeing our clients in person. And while Zoom did an amazing job, it is not the same. And so you have to learn how to lead in a different way.
Today, Citi is a bank that has announced it's changing its strategy.
Yes.
And you now want to be a consumer and institutional bank in the United States. Is that right?
Yep.
And you're getting out of the consumer business outside of the United States.
So what we've said we are, rather than what we're not. is it's a pretty extraordinary bank in its history and in its presence globally. It's uniquely opens the door as a bank in 100 different countries. So the city is to be the preeminent banking partner for companies and for investors and for individuals with cross-border needs. And that's the vision of the bank. We will serve that client base as their absolutely critical partner.
Hey, so you've sold a number of your international consumer businesses, and
Yes,
you've announced you're trying to sell your business in Mexico.
The consumer business.
Consumer business.
Yes.
Who are you going to sell that to?
Oh, we've been fortunate to have a lot of interest there. Look, we looked at consumer banking, and we could see that originally the view had been that you would get a lot of global scale in consumer banking, and we were very strong in a number of different geographies. But the reality is you don't get as much scale globally. It's much more about local scale in those businesses. So we decided, let's focus. We want the bank to be simple. We want to be truly excellent at what we do. And that's better if you're a more focused bank around fewer business lines. So that's the path we're on.
So the bank stock under your predecessors and to some extent under you hasn't really moved in 10 years. Is that a concern?
Well, we're transforming the bank to make sure that we're in a very different position. So we're changing the strategy of the bank, as we talked about, and that entails selling 65,000 employees. It's 25% of our employee base. So we can really focus and double down on the businesses that make sense.
So of the 230,000 you have, you're selling 65,000 of them?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes, it's a lot. And I think it's under the belief that where we truly excel, we will move every single day $4 trillion of volume for 5,000 multinational firms. And there's no other bank in the world that can do that. That's an incredible asset for America. It's a strategic asset for the States because you'd much rather have American companies operating on American banking rails and not foreign banking rails, particularly these days. So that's what we're focusing the bank around, is that client base. And it's a big transformation, David, right? This is bold. This takes some courage to do. We're making really good progress on it. And we're putting a lot of investment into modernizing the bank because we've had some regulatory orders against us as well to make sure that we make the investments we need to, and making sure the culture is there of real excellence, but also to be a human bank. We've talked about that being important. Put all of that together, that's a lot of transformations, a lot of work, but we're determined around it, and we're completely convinced that that puts the bank into a different profitability, different return profile, and ultimately the benefit of our shareholders.
Suppose I'm listening to what you say and I say, she's obviously articulate, she's committed, maybe I'll buy her stock. You think your stock's a good buy right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Very.
If I buy it, I can get an appreciation of some percent I can be happy with, you think? Not as good as private equity returns, but good, right? For young professionals, why should they want to work in a large commercial bank? What's the appeal of it? Why, if somebody goes to Harvard Business School, why not go to a private equity firm, a hedge firm, one of these, important organizations? And how do you recruit people into a place like Citi? What is it that you say is so great about being a commercial banker?
America's global banks are right in the center of some of the biggest challenges that are going on in the world. Geopolitically, we get pulled into the conversations. We're playing a critical role in supporting clients and countries. And you get an opportunity to come and work and learn in a team environment, in an apprenticeship model on how to tackle and solve some of these pieces.
What do you do for relaxation to get away from the office from time to time? Are you a golfer or something?
Yeah, well, look, I love spending time with my kids. So, being able to have a chance to spend some time with them. They're less enthusiastic now than they used to be when they're little about that, but I'll take what I get.
Do they tell their friends who you are, or they don't want to tell them?
So when I was announced as CEO, I knew it was going to happen. I called up my Duke son, and I said, didn't pick up, as usual. I said, please call me. And I get a text back.
You called your son and he didn't pick up?
No, didn't pick up. He sent a message about, I'm busy. I said, please, I've got some news. Could you pick up? And he's like, Mum, I'm on Zoom calls. I'm really busy. And he did not pick up. I ended up having to text him the next morning that it was going to be announced. And then he came back to me at the end of the day and said, Mum, it was a text message, it wasn't a call. I said, Mum, you're all over the news today. Are you important or something? ...
So now you've been at JP Morgan for about 25 years?
Yes.
Okay, so, and now you run one of the most important parts of JP Morgan, which, as I say, is the asset and wealth management business. What actually is wealth management, and how is that different than asset management?
Great question. The two are often used interchangeably, but they have distinctions. Asset management business is where we manage money on behalf of individuals, institutions, sovereign wealth funds, pension funds. We manage them in mutual funds, we manage them in ETFs, we manage them in single stocks, single bonds, hedge funds, private equity, and the like. And that is the heart of the fiduciary business that we run here at JP Morgan. Wealth management is that plus understanding someone's entire balance sheet. So for the individuals where we manage money, we also help them with their mortgage. We help them with a loan that they might need. We help them with their basic credit card. And so wealth management is trying to help someone with their entire life, both their assets and their liabilities, their planning, their gifting, the legacy that they want to leave for their families, the 529 plans they need to prepare to get their kids to go through college. And it's a great insight into people's, entire journey.
What do you like most about your job?
I think the people. I mean, ultimately, we're a people business. A lot of what my job is as CEO of the company is to give those people sort of motivation, to tell them where we're going, to encourage them to come up and do their best work, to encourage them to collaborate. Sometimes you sort of think you're almost a psychologist, as you are a business leader, I think, sometimes.
And so what's your best piece of advice?
I love pitches. I love being sort of leading from the front, if you like, and spending times with teams. I love to see the work that we're doing. When we pitch for a piece of new business, often when we come together. So I guess I try and put myself in the seat of the client. And what's the client going to think when they see this work? Are they going to be excited? Is it going to turn their brand around? How's it going to resonate with their consumers? So as much as possible, I think probably I try and play that role.
Business Week Radio, live weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Eastern.
We got a little bit of talking.
Come on, are you guys ready?
Harnessing the power of Bloomberg Business Week, Carol Masser and Tim Stanovic bring you the latest news from the worlds of business, technology, politics, and more.
How does the Fed play into this and what the Fed does potentially?
This is so exhausting and this is so all-encompassing.
Listen on Bloomberg Radio and streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals.
This is the Steve Young you most likely remember. He was a defining athlete of his generation, building a career out of defying expectations. From being 8th on the BYU depth chart to a record USFL contract, to sitting behind the great Joe Montana for years, Young ultimately became a Hall of Fame Super Bowl winning quarterback, known for his pinpoint passing accuracy and a penchant for dynamic runs.
Trouble, he's going to be sacked. No, gets away. He runs, gets away again to the 35, to the 20, the 15, the 10. He dives. Touchdown, 49ers.
I played 18 seasons. There's a few that have played more. Tom Brady's now 23, but I got as many as maybe anyone who ever played. And I still did have half of my life that I wanted to be productive. And what could you do with another half of a life?
Turns out, a lot. Steve Young didn't just make a name and a fortune from his NFL days. Armed with a law degree earned while he was still a player and a front row seat to the tech revolution in Silicon Valley, he's quietly built an investment firm that's done more than $50 billion in deals over the past 2 decades.
I mean, my previous life, it was amazing. You know, throwing Jerry Rice a touchdown or Brent Jones in front of 80,000 people and winning games, like there's nothing like it. It's not 80,000 people watching it, but it feels familiar. And I think that's why there is magic in private equity.
This is the Steve Young many haven't seen, the player turned investor. I recently got to spend a few days trying to keep up with Young, from his offices in Silicon Valley to a Scottsdale golf club and lots of places in between. What started as a straightforward story about an athlete's successful transition to business turned out to be something much more. A tale of a relentless guy intent on finally marrying his playing and investing careers, with an eye toward radically changing both deal-making and athletes' lives in the process.
Hi. This is a tough decision, but I know that I've made the right one, and I really feel it in my heart, and I can't deny it. And so I retire from the great game of football today.
Lots of players have managed to move from the locker room to the boardroom, taking largely titular roles as advisors and rainmakers to companies or investment firms. Few can say they've committed as much as Steve Young, studying investment memos the same way he studied the Niners playbook.
All right, dental, Pat, on your horse.
Young's firm, HGGC, sits in one of the most fascinating corners of Wall Street, private equity. Once upon a time, that industry was relatively hidden. Now it's one of the most influential engines of the global economy.
It feels like anecdotally, I'm hearing more like, oh, private equity consolidated this practice of medical.
Talking about acquiring dental practices may not be as captivating as throwing game-winning touchdowns, but it's a fast-growing, very lucrative business. Collectively, private equity firms control more than $6 trillion in assets, according to McKinsey. The founders of the biggest firms, guys like Henry Kravis and Steve Schwartzman, they are billionaires many times over. So let's talk for a minute about the basics of private equity. Think of it like buying and selling houses. Basically, PE firms use a mix of cash from investors and money borrowed from banks to buy companies, make them more profitable, and sell them down the line. And just like with houses, some people own them for a few years, take really good care of them, and sell them for a nice profit. Others, they're more like flippers who look to do the minimum to make a quick buck. Buyout firms have been rightly criticized over the years for shuttering plants and cutting jobs in pursuit of those massive profits, especially in recent years when it comes to medical practices owned by private equity firms. Some practitioners have complained that it forces them to choose between profits and patients. So as they've grown in stature, so too has the scrutiny and the sense of responsibility beyond the bottom line. Young and his partners, they're more than cognizant of that historical reputation, and they're aiming to be more nurturing than swashbuckling. They're operating at a smaller scale than the big firms in the so-called middle market, eyeing companies worth $50 million to $500 million. That's still a pretty big business. HGGC, they've raised 4 funds totaling almost $7 billion. For Steve Young, it's unquestionably one of the most successful second acts of any former athlete. And while Steve may live in the same neighborhood in Silicon Valley as Mark Zuckerberg, you might not know it from his ride.
Vans are the best cars on the road. If you don't have a van and you have kids, and you don't have a van, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you not go 14 cup holders and 6 outlets? I can run everything right here. It's like a rocket ship. 87 was when I lived here. I moved here for the first time. Silicon Valley was kind of up to full speed in 10 years, so by 1997.
Yeah.
So in the last 20 years or so, 25 years even, it's changed in that the biggest companies in the world that weren't here 20 years ago are now here.
Right.
But what hasn't changed is Stanford's down the street. Silicon Valley's always been kind of a entrepreneurial place.
Back when Steve was playing in the early 90s, the technology boom was really just cranking up. Just a few miles from where the 49ers played, at Candlestick Park.
We're watching Silicon Valley just explode around us in Santa Clara. 3Com, Cisco, name any business, any big business. And I don't know who had the first idea. I can't give it to anybody because I don't know who said it. It was like, let's bring them in the locker room. And we'll tell them, look, we'll trade some access to the locker room because that's what we have.
Right.
Because everyone wanted that, right? The 49ers at that time, it'd be like right now, who name it, like the Patriots or the Warriors, the Rams or anyone else. And so we had 10, 15 different companies, $10,000, $15,000 each. We'd split it all up, and that would just started to come pretty regularly.
Those investments and relationships were critical for Steve's own transition into the world of investing. But access to money and deals while playing isn't a guarantee of financial success.
Into private equity was a windy road. When you're playing, you're one of the best in the world, or best athletes in the world, but you don't have financial literacy. Right. But you have all this money. Yeah. And so there's a big, huge chasm in between your financial literacy and the money that's in the bank. We've watched those stories and the tragic stories.
Yeah. It was a painful moment because when you have somebody coming and trying to take your Rose Bowl rings, your trophies, your cars, your house.
Redskins running back Clinton Portis earning more than $40 million on the gridiron, but life after football led to bankruptcy and almost drove him to murder.
Around 15% of NFL players file for bankruptcy within 25 years of retirement. And while there are extreme examples of failure and success, every player has the same transition.
We're investing in a lot of different capabilities and features that makes the in-store shopping experience that much easier, that much more compelling, whether it's price check, browsing inventory in this store, so that we can really make that experience as convenient and as simple as possible.
Convenient, simple, that's sort of what people have needed in the age of COVID. Is that here to stay, or do we go back when finally we all hope that pandemic will be behind us in some way? Do our changing shopping habits go back again?
What's really interesting about retail in my 20+ experience is that convenience never reverts itself. Now, the form of convenience has shifted, whereas, say, in 2000 to 2010, a lot of convenience was driven by more stores nearby. Now it's stores in addition to digital. There's nothing closer than the phone in your hand.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
For me, it started when I first got here in '93, because I wasn't drafted. So being, kind of coming in, it was like every day could be my last day.
While Junior Bryant played for 10 seasons in the NFL, his transition was sudden. While making a tackle, Junior went airborne, landing with his full weight on his head.
Most careers kind of end like mine, unfortunately. That's just the nature of the game. And even though I was doing all that work from the very first day, I still wasn't ready. I kind of really wandered for a few years. I had ideas of things I wanted to do, but I just didn't take the step just to kind of move forward.
I had the same paralysis. Like, what exactly am I going to do? What am I even qualified to do?
Junior would eventually end up working at HGGC with Steve, as well as serve on the board for his foundation, Forever Young. Through his foundation, Forever Young, Steve is looking to bridge that gap between athletes having a lot of money and, as he describes, financial literacy. He hopes to create a repository of player transition stories. It's a resource for players by players to give unbiased advice on what comes after sports, an effort to pay forward his success off the field and help others transition from the field to executive suites, like the one his firm has at Levi's Stadium.
All right, so this is the
suite. This is the firm suite.
The suite. Playing the game and what we all been through, players don't realize how useful that can be if you paid attention. They don't realize the resource that they can be. As Junior said, we're all kind of frozen. And I want them to know, by definition of what you've been through, you have something to add to the conversation.
I began preparing for my future beyond football probably earlier than I wanted to, because my dad kept pecking at me about the rest of my life. What are you going to do? What's your plan? What's your plan? What's your plan? And I was like, my plan is to play football. He's like, that's not a plan.
That motivation pushed Steve to go back to school at the same time he was playing, running from Super Bowls to law school for 6 years. In 1994, the same year he was league MVP, he also graduated with a law degree from Brigham Young.
Without the law degree, I wouldn't have been able to get the opportunity to get into direct investing. Now, did I have the MBA that everyone had out of Harvard? Did I do the 4 years of consulting or banking? No. But I think I was given the opportunity because I had that in my pocket. I wouldn't have gone to law school if my dad had not had driven it in my head that you better have a plan.
As his professional career wound down, he would use those relationships forged in the locker room to find ways into the world of business. He sat on the board of Power Bar after becoming a huge fan of the product as a player. He used to just down them on the sidelines. Like Niners teammates Ronnie Lott and Harris Barton, Young had become more invested in investing. He initially formed Northgate Capital with some ex-teammates and then went on to Sorensen Capital, where he first worked with his future partner, Rich Lawson.
I actually started my career at Morgan Stanley prior to business school in the mergers and acquisitions department, and slept under a desk in New York and in Tokyo, Japan for Morgan Stanley. We started as direct investors at a firm called Sorensen Capital, and that was probably 20 years ago.
The two eventually decided to create their own firm alongside two high-caliber private equity mentors, Bob Gay and John Huntsman Sr. What looked like a winning partnership among the four of them, initially called Huntsman Gay Global Capital, didn't last. Gay opted to take a job with the Mormon Church, and Huntsman, who planned to join after his company was bought, never joined when that deal to sell his company fell through. So no Huntsman, no Gay, but Young and Lawson opted to press ahead as HGGC. So this is the inner sanctum. I like it.
We did not clean it up for you, Tom. I apologize. This is a working day.
It's great. And I love the helmet. The firm's offices are filled with sports memorabilia, much of which is used for prizes and charity work that Steve and the firm participate in year-round. But Steve is quick to point out that it took a while for him to embrace being surrounded by his past.
When I retired from football, Roger Staubach was my hero, and we developed a relationship, and I asked him, Roger, you're one of the greatest transition guys in the history of the NFL to go do something else. Yeah. Give me some tips. And his number one tip was run. And I go, run? What do you mean run? He goes, just run away. But he said, because it'll never leave you. You'll always have football and the history in the NFL and all the things that happened, but you need to run.
You also, and I don't think this is a stretch, had some hesitation
about being ex-football player investor. You wanted to be an investor. Is that fair?
That's very fair, and I think the more famous you are as a player, the more accomplished you are, the more I thought the difficulty would have to actually have people take you seriously. And I wanted my fame to be a tool. I didn't want it to be a weapon. And it's so easy to weaponize, right? You can bring in and just slay the room, and that's not the way I wanted to do it. But certainly when I started, I held myself back in some ways.
So integral to that transition, as it were, in that evolution, is Rich Lawson, your partner. And we actually, I talked to him last week about this very topic. So I want to show you something.
All right, drama.
His take on it.
Bring some drama.
We have a very long hallway leading to our shared office that I can't seem to get my own wall. And every week I would put up his jerseys from his various different accolades, the USFL or the 49ers or BYU. And it would be strange because one day they'd be there and then I would come back from a trip and they'd all be gone. So I think for years he wanted to minimize what his past was as opposed to embrace it. It's been really critical to our business. It's given us a bit of a defining characteristic in addition to being good investors. Because no matter how successful you are in other venues, if you're not delivering great returns for your investors, it doesn't matter.
That's great. All true. Every bit of it. I'll call it immaturity.
on my part, but it was born out of this desire to try to make sure that what I was doing, I wanted people to know I was serious about.
And that meant grinding it out on deals, doing the work to find, buy, and fix companies. HGGC has completed more than 500 portfolio investments, transactions with an enterprise value of nearly $50 billion. Young & Lawson's playbook? It's one of cultivating relationships over long periods to consummate deals. As time went on, the sports memorabilia and Wall Street deal toys, those lucite mementos of companies bought, sold, or taken public, began to share space.
You can see the 49er room is the main conference room. Okay, we get it. Someone joked, I said, we promise to put you over, Joe. It's the only place I ever get.
It's funny, I was sneaking around your office earlier, and I saw that picture of you in Montana, very intimate portrait of.
We all agree that it was awkward.
Yeah.
It never wasn't awkward. In fact, AT&T did a commercial on it recently,
Yeah, exactly.
but it was always profitable.
Yeah.
And I think that was that creative tension that it had part of it. And I'll always honor my time with Joe. I hated watching, but I loved watching Joe.
Do you think about that in the context of like business and CEOs and succession? Like,
Oh, 100%.
you've got to, right?
So much of this business is classic relationship.
The top names in climate change are on Bloomberg.
I want everybody committed to the kind of action that we need. We have a global emergency now. You know, we're still putting 162 million tons of man-made global warming pollution into the sky every day, using the sky as an open sewer. That's trapping as much extra heat as would be released by 600,000 Hiroshima-class atomic bombs exploding every day. That's what the scientists tell us, and the data shows it. That's crazy. That's why we have a third of Pakistan underwater. That's why we have the historic heat wave in China. Nothing comparable to that ever. That's why the heat records are broken every year. And we're seeing an increase in the flows of climate refugees crossing international borders that are due to vastly expand unless we take action to solve the climate crisis.
Nobody covers climate change like Bloomberg, your global business authority. Our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. 12 p.m. on the East Coast, 9 a.m. in the West. Only on Bloomberg Television, your global business authority.
A few days later, I joined Steve at his charity golf tournament at True North, just outside of Scottsdale, Arizona. The proceeds of that day go to his philanthropic organization, Forever Young. For nearly 3 decades, that's served children facing significant physical, emotional, and financial challenges.
I love golf. I love thinking about it. I just don't play it very often. But I believe that if you love golf and you don't play very often, you can get better kind of in your backyard. That's my theory. And it has proven untrue.
Steve's ability on the course may not be etched into any record books, but following him around, it's clear that it's not for lack of trying.
Oh, well. All right. Off we go.
We were constantly hustling behind him as he caught up with executives in the portfolio companies and reminisced with former and current players.
He's a day trader. He caught himself self-made day trader. Yeah. And so he's on the bus after a game in New England, and he's day trading on the bus, and Bill Belichick sees him and cuts him on the spot. The season that they went to the Super Bowl, day trading got him cut. You know, in many ways, it's a convention, right, of the people that I don't see maybe once a year. We're half the field or more from our own portfolio and our own firm. And so it's kind of all come together. My firm, our charity, our fundraising efforts, and then the friends that are around. My dad and my brother, it all happens right there as a confluence of all these parts of my life that have found its common center.
You should meet Andy. This is Andy in the black hat here. He was CEO of
It may sound trite, But these personal relationships and conversations that Steve has with folks on the golf course, it's actually similar to his and the firm's approach to private equity. For them, the art is in the relationships built across the negotiating table and even in the days, months, decades leading up to being at that table, rather than Excel-based financial models ground out by young analysts in Manhattan skyscrapers more typically associated with buyout firms.
If you could leave the hubris behind, but that says, I love that business, but it would be so much better if I ran it, right? To me, the more profitable way to do it, not just in returns, but in kind of legacy, in abundance, is to approach it kind of looking at the person across the table as your strategic partner.
Help me understand how you fit into the family.
One of HGGC's best partnerships was with Brian Adams, the founder and CEO of an insurance technology company called Integrity.
So we had an advisor that linked us up in the beginning. And, the first thing, everybody thinks of Steve as a football player. And you're intimidated by this idea of this Hall of Fame quarterback. But what you really see quickly is how humble Steve is, how normal he is.
Integrity was part of an auction in 2016, one where 19 others were bidding. And while HGGC didn't put up the highest monetary offer, it was the relationship that Steve had struck up with Brian that helped them win the deal.
Steve and I got to know each other and got to become friends. And we started really kind of aligning our values. For us, it was a lot of this kind of value alignment. It was like, we've got to figure out how to become partners. And it's been an incredible ride for us.
After HGGC took a minority stake in Integrity, Steve was appointed chairman of the board. In 6 years, the company grew from a few hundred employees to more than 5,000. That's in large part due to acquiring 125 companies through M&A. Most recently, Integrity got a new round of funding, $1.2 billion from Silver Lake, one of the biggest firms out there.
They've returned the fund and more with just one investment off of a faith and a relationship, really more than anything, and a belief in each other.
Integrity is also an interesting example of something notable and, again, somewhat radical that you do around compensation and ownership, and something that you've extended that idea even into your own firm in a different way.
Right,
So
that's
walk
right.
me through that.
Brian had the idea that he had 3,000 employees at the time, and you know what? The equity owners of the business, the people that have the stock, are making incredible amounts of money, but the employees are getting paid their salaries. What if we gave them stock?
In 2019, Integrity would do something almost unheard of for a company of their size and potential. They distributed partial ownership in the company to their employee base.
He did that as a private business, and I thought that's a way to solve for a lot of the ills of the corporate world and how people see the world, as building equity inside the employee base. And I loved that. And I think we've done it in our firm as well, and kind of more distributed partnership and trying to give equity out. Ownership, not just held by two people. Because what that does is it allows for generational mindset.
Steve's work with growing players into business people mirrors the work he's doing at his own firm. There, he and Lawson are nurturing the next generation of investors at HGGC. And they're thinking of how his legacy will live on in the world of private equity through those younger executives.
This is a place where there are 25-ish investment professionals, and every single one of us is welcome to bring our ideas to the table, and those ideas are heard. So we meet every Friday for investment committee, and it's not just the investment committee, it's not the 5 or 10 partners that meet, it's the entire firm. And a lot of places that's not the case.
A good friend ran a famous private equity firm nearby, and he said, your culture is what I want our firm to be like. What do you do? I said, well, the first thing you got to do is your founders need to put all of their relationships in the middle, and no one owns anything. And you don't fight over those relationships. They're the firms. The 15 seconds, he's like, yeah, that's not going to work. So,
He's like, I'm out.
I'm out. So it's like the culture has to be kind of in the roots, and that resonates with people.
Passing down this spirit of abundance approach to private equity all came from Steve's playing days. and his Hall of Fame coach, Bill Walsh.
I watched him do it in the late 80s. There's a guy with a camera, the old school, big thing on his back, and he'd follow Bill around everywhere, filming Bill as he spoke to the team, went out on the practice field, installed the offense in the lunchroom. And I kept asking, what is this, like a museum they're doing, or what are they doing, a special documentary? Like, no one knew. Well, what it was he was creating a physical toolkit, a video-based, audio-based of all his speeches, and all of his playbooks and all of his installations, everything paper-based that he had, and essentially wrapping it all up as a toolkit to hand it to his assistant coaches that he wanted to go have success in the league. Who takes all their secrets, all the things that makes them great at the height of their greatness, 3 or 4 generations ahead of everybody else in the league, and wraps it up and hands it to the people who are leaving to go coach other places, and then says to them, you know what, I'll see you in the championship game. And it happened. There's a spirit to legacy. There's a spirit to, and so I watched it. And I said to him, Bill, why would you do that? And he said, Steve, we've got to give opportunity. I want these men to succeed. And I thought, that's a heck of a statement, because of course you do. But who does the actual work to give them the opportunity to go succeed and giving away what you own that is most valuable? Is that great business? They would love that. You can make an argument that maybe that is the great business that we need to be in.
Why does everybody want to be a consultant, and what are all these consultants doing?
Well, David, I think that we actually defy the label consultant, because sometimes consultant seems to imply that we only give advice. And when you look at what Accenture does, we're really different than the traditional version of a consultant. We're really about relevance and results, and that's what is driving our business.
What about a consulting project? In my example, I'm the CEO, I have a problem, I call you up, I say, solve my problem or give me a solution.
We don't operate as big companies permanently in crisis mode. And so when you think about how long does it solve things, a lot of it starts with, the company being willing to set aggressive goals. And so what we are trying to do now is work with our clients to work differently and to work faster.
Bloomberg UK, your source for news and analysis covering the biggest challenges facing the UK government, economy, financial services and markets.
Tax cuts should not be the priority. It's about a credible plan for growth over the next 2-3 years.
In this post-Brexit world, how do you see actually servicing your clients?
It was disruptive, and it's going to have implications to how capital raising works.
Now we're having the perfect storm in the UK.
Watch Francine Lacqua Thursdays at 9:30 a.m. only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Every couple of years, mega sporting events like the World Cup and the Olympics give us a glimpse into the outer bounds of human performance. Surrounding that spectacle, quite literally, is an entirely different calculus: the decision to even put on the games in the first place. Once a highly sought role, hosting a mega event is now an entirely different proposition, one that politicians, governments, executives, and citizens are asking, is it worth it?
What is the change in tourism during the games and after the games? Controlling for other variables. What is the change
in fiscal revenues? What is the change in employment? What is the change in GDP? And so on. We don't see these gains materializing.
There's some big numbers that go around for Qatar's spending on this tournament. I'm worried that the government will be surprised at how many people leave after the event is all over.
I can see why hosting the Olympics and bidding on the Olympics is attractive, but it absolutely comes with enormous long-term risks and costs.
After years of controversy and criticism, mega sporting events could be on the cusp of a new, more sustainable era.
When it comes to organizing the games, there must be a debate, and we've done a lot of reforms over the last decades to make sure that the games remain relevant.
But will the changes be enough to convince potential hosts? One city's example might offer a way forward.
We have the ability to really fit the games to our community, as opposed to have to fit the community to the games. The first Winter World Cup, held in the compact, affluent state of Qatar, has drawn a massive number of people to the country.
Organizers are expecting some 1.2 million people will come to the country over the course of this month-long event. So you're essentially thinking roughly a 10% increase in population every night in the most busy parts of the tournament. Qatar's also really interested in developing a tourism economy. They've seen the success of Dubai, and even though this is a much more conservative country, they think that they can draw people here for other major sporting events, for conferences, just to visit on stopovers to other places. So they're hoping that some of the new hotels and new entertainment venues and the like that they've built for the World Cup can get used by the next generation of tourists.
Authorities estimate that hosting the World Cup could add as much as $17 billion into its economy. But in order to get to that point, the country has spent a massive amount of money over the past decade on infrastructure, including building an entirely new city.
There are various estimates of how much exactly Qatar has spent in order to prepare for this event. The stadiums are really just a small fraction.
While costs for the 2022 World Cup are reportedly the highest ever for a sporting competition, it's part of an unsettling trend for what are known as mega events.
Mega means big. Other than the day-to-day leagues, the NBA, the NFL, MLB, NHL, or the English Premier League, the day-to-day leagues where they have every couple of days, or if it's baseball, every single day they have a new game, that's standard economic issues. But if it's something where a lot of people are coming from out of town, and there's one big event, or there's one series of events, like the Olympics is 17 days, or the World Cup has traditionally been around 28 days, you're doing something special that doesn't normally happen and involves tens of thousands, if not millions of people, then we call that a mega event.
The first International Modern Olympics in 1896, held in Athens, was considered the first sporting mega event, the largest competition ever held up to that time. Although initially limited to male amateur competitors from only 14 countries, the Olympics have expanded significantly in size, scope, and inclusivity since. One key tradition that has persisted for the past century is that the Games travel every 4 years.
Every 2 years we have the Olympic Games and the Winter Olympic Games, which represent what the movement collectively does and bring the best of the sporting world together.
At the helm of the modern games is an organization called the International Olympic Committee, made up of delegates from participating nations. The IOC is responsible for choosing host cities and ensuring that the games are run in accordance with IOC rules.
The movement has evolved tremendously over more than a century. It has gone through many developments as sport in the end reflects society, and to remain relevant, this is a constant adaptation.
For the first half-century or so, the Games were a relatively low-budget affair. But beginning in the 1960s, the IOC and local planning committees began to see value in lucrative sponsorships and global television rights. As the potential rewards grew, so did the scale of the events, along with the cost to build infrastructure to host them. Those costs, however, are not fronted by the IOC. It's up to the host cities, who bid for a chance to reap the potential rewards. But is it worth it?
Somewhere between $4 and $6 billion of revenue will get generated by hosting the summer games in these days. On the expense side, it's much, much, much higher. That's not a good financial balance.
Projected costs for an event on an Olympic scale are expectedly high, but the real trouble cities can find themselves facing is when projected costs go substantially over budget, often forcing governments to absorb the overruns.
The University of Oxford in England has done a number of studies on costs and cost overruns. And what they have found is that since 1976, the average cost overrun, or the median cost overrun for the summer games, is 252%. So that means 3.52 times the initial bid.
The whole point about these studies is to constantly be aware that organizing an event like this is not a given. It's a constant strive to make sure that the games, when it comes to its economics, do balance.
What drives costs so exceedingly over budget for mega events? Well, it's partly due to optimism bias, in which planners simply assume things will cost less than they ultimately do. Promoters might even intentionally distort initial projections to help win over stakeholders. And by the time the mega event rolls around, there's simply no other option but to spend more.
If the Olympic Games are going to start on July 20th of a particular year, you can't call up and say, oh, gee, we need another 2 weeks. The Olympic Stadium won't be ready on July 20th. No, that can't happen. And so once you have that kind of a very firm, hard deadline in place, now the construction companies know that this has to be top priority, and they have to start shifting workers from other construction projects and shifting materials over there, and that gives them an excuse to bid up the prices still more. So you have all of these factors working together, and all of a sudden you're 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 times higher than the initial bid.
Not surprisingly, enthusiasm for hosting the games has varied over the years. For a period, the games seemed cursed. From tragic violence around the 1968 Mexico City and 1972 Munich Summer Games, to a debt-ridden financial disaster in 1976 that Montreal spent the next 30 years paying off. More recently, enormous budget overruns, political controversies, and viral scenes of decaying stadiums in Athens, Rio de Janeiro, and Beijing have led some citizen activists to openly question the environmental impacts, political optics, and cost-benefit ratio of hosting.
Do you think there's much oil to be found in the lower 48 at this point, or even in, let's say, Alaska as well? Or mostly we know where all the oil is, and there's no more big Permian Basin kind of deposits anywhere?
People have said that over time, and then we've always been surprised. And so the U.S. has been explored more than any other place in the world. I think the industry has a good idea, but technology allows you sometimes to recover things that you haven't been able to before. That's the story of shale. The other one that continues to be a positive story is deepwater Gulf of Mexico, where we'll go out and drill in a mile or more of water depth and then go down several more miles and find large fields. And the Gulf of Mexico is still relatively underexplored compared to the onshore. So I think there's still room for more discoveries.
Enjoy the excitement of a night of music at Boston Symphony Hall with BSO Now. Watch brand new Boston Symphony Orchestra performances, behind-the-scenes storytelling, and memorable archival concerts, all from the comfort of home. Use our free 24-hour trial and see why the Boston Globe calls it musically rewarding. And the Berkshire Edge says the orchestra has never played better. Visit bso.org/now, where the music plays on. BSO season sponsored by Bank of America.
Bloomberg UK, your source for news and analysis covering the biggest challenges facing the UK government, economy, financial services, and markets.
Tax cuts should not be the priority. It's about a credible plan for growth over the next 2-3 years.
In this post-Brexit world, how do you see actually servicing your clients?
It was disruptive, and it's going to have implications to how capital raising works.
Now we're having the perfect storm in the UK.
Watch Francine Lacqua Thursdays at 9:30 a.m. only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Boston is an absolutely beautiful city. It looks great in the summertime. It looks great when you envision that helicopter or drone shot looking over a brand new stadium with fireworks going off and our gleaming skyline in the background and the Charles River on one hand and Boston Harbor on the other. It's really an impressive and gorgeous place. It's also on or in the most valuable time zone in the world. The East Coast time zone has something like 40 or 50% of all of American television viewers.
Boston beats out Los Angeles, San Francisco, and D.C., and will be the U.S. bid in a worldwide battle for the 2024 games.
The polling was very clear that at first, residents of Greater Boston supported the Boston 2024 Olympic bid. The idea of the Olympics improving the public transportation system in Massachusetts was always the most appealing and enticing part. But what became clear is that over time, the more people learned about the implications of the bid, the risks and the costs, that they got beyond those glossy images and saw what it would really mean for their lives and for the future of the state, that people's support for the games dropped dramatically.
We see that the bid requires building the 3 most expensive Olympic venues, that every Olympics since 1960 has gone over budget.
We felt that there needed to be a real debate about whether the Olympics was the right thing for Massachusetts or not. And we saw that because of the power of the people pushing the bid, there were going to be very few institutions that would normally ask tough questions of the bid that were going to do that in this case. And so that opposition had to come from the grassroots, and that's why we formed No Boston Olympics. Boston 2024's original proposal was to put beach volleyball here in Boston Common, not a place that has sand, not a place along the water, and one of the most historic public spaces and important public spaces in the US. This is the original public park in North America. Boston was the first major city to stand up and say no to the summer 2024 games. But in the wake of our decision in Boston, other cities dropped out. Rome, Italy had been talking about bidding. A new mayor was elected there who said she had more important priorities than the Olympics, and so that bid died. Hamburg, Germany actually had a public referendum to bid on the 2024 games and voted that down in November of 2015. Budapest, Hungary, there was a grassroots opposition to the games there that forced the question of the Olympics to be on the ballot, and eventually the organizers of the games there decided not to move forward with it.
In 2017, left with a dwindling set of potential hosts for the 2024 games, the International Olympic Committee made an unprecedented move. It awarded the 2 remaining contenders at the same time, Paris for 2024 and Los Angeles for 2028, giving the IOC some extra breathing room and a chance to focus on a series of reforms.
You have to listen to critics as well. And we've been in contact with them and other opponents to the games, because this is our mission, to listen and to make sure that their analysis, we do understand why they reach these conclusions and what we can improve.
In the late 1970s, the IOC was in a similarly desperate position, facing backlash after a series of blemished events earlier in the decade. Sensing a rare opportunity for leverage, the city of Los Angeles decided that it could make the 1984 Olympics a success, but on its terms.
What happened in '84 was good for Los Angeles, it turned out, for some very interesting reasons. But it was a disaster because the IOC had to give up on many of its requirements. The IOC requires, for instance, that a host city guarantee that it will carry out all of the tasks in its contract and take full responsibility financially for any costs that are involved. In 1984, because Los Angeles was the only city that was bidding, the IOC basically was on its knees in front of the Los Angeles Committee saying, please, please do this. And so the Los Angeles Committee dictated terms, and one of the terms was, we're not going to be responsible for cost overruns.
By most accounts, the 1984 Los Angeles Summer Games were a resounding success. Instead of saddling taxpayers with a catastrophic loss, the games were actually profitable, thanks to strategic corporate sponsorships and manageable costs. Because the metropolitan area already had suitable stadiums, venues, and housing, very little new construction was needed, preventing the sort of surprise expenses that had plagued earlier host cities. And now, amid another challenging period for the Olympics, Los Angeles is again trying to rewrite the narrative.
We like to say that the LA '84 games are actually what gives us the ability to have such great public support here in Los Angeles for the games. You can't walk around this city and not meet somebody who has a positive memory of 1984. And that's really the starting place for us. We are a no-build games, and sometimes we like to say it's a part of our radical reuse philosophy around sustainability. The fact is, the best venues are the ones you don't have to build. Right over my shoulder, you can see one of the main pieces that will actually be the secret sauce of LA being able to host the Olympic Games, and that's UCLA. We have UCLA and USC within really just about 10, 12 miles of each other. And really that's the beginning stages of infrastructure. But beyond that, we really have just an extraordinary number of venues here in LA and in greater Southern California, whether it's 3 facilities, 3 stadiums that are over 75,000 seats, multiple arenas, different types of facilities. And so we're just tailor-made to be able to actually host a mega sporting event like the Olympics and the Paralympics.
As for potential cost overruns, LA 28 has a plan in mind.
We actually are carrying a 10% contingency from day one in our budget in terms of how and what it is that we actually think about. And so we're trying to build against that contingency. I think it's incumbent upon all of us to think about everything that we do and think about it through the lens of sustainability. We'll have probably just shy of 100,000 jobs that will be a part of our journey over the next 6 years, and that's billions of dollars of economic impact directly to citizens of LA.
Beyond the raw cost-benefit figures, there is another value to the Olympics that is harder to measure.
For us, it's really about human legacy, and it starts actually with the kids that we want to be sitting in the stadiums thinking and dreaming that they too can be an Olympian or a Paralympian. As a part of our Play LA program, which is our $160 million investment into kids in Los Angeles, one of the real important parts of that is we've introduced adaptive sports into the Rex and Park program in the city of LA.
I'm optimistic about the 28 games for the same reasons. I think that they have really excellent management of the organizing committee, and they're Los Angeles. We've got a lot more stadiums now than they had back in 1984, and they've got more infrastructure, including public transportation, that they didn't have. So I think it'll turn out well.
People ask me all the time, what is the key to being a really good investor? And I tell them it's to surround yourself with and work with the best investors you can find. On Bloomberg Wealth, I'm going to take you to meet the greatest investors in the world, the people that I would like to have managing my money.
So I think the main thing we did, which was not so easy, was to stick with our process. And then it kicked in big time in the last really 2 years.
This is Bloomberg.
A lot's happening on Wall Street.
There are so many factors at play today.
It remains tight in certain parts of the economy.
Need to catch up?
This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston.
We've got the information and insight.
Crisis is too strong a word, and words like that get used a lot.
From businesses most influential and instrumental.
America's economy needs a diversity of institutions.
That's something that Wall Street pays a lot of attention to.
Bloomberg Wall Street Week, live Friday with replays all weekend on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
Meanwhile, at the other end of the spectrum, there are places where costs simply aren't a major concern. But this path comes with its own set of problems.
The person who really seems to have wanted to host the World Cup more than anyone else is Sheikh Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani. He's now known as the Father Emir. He was the former ruler of Qatar. And this was really his desire, not just to host, a massive football tournament. He knew that it would drive an enormous amount of development in the country, that Qatar really needed to become a kind of modern place.
And that's exactly what happened. In the last decade alone, Qatar has built more roads, bicycle paths, and bridges than during the entire previous half-century. Funded by a robust petroleum and natural gas-based economy, the government was less concerned with short-term profit and more interested in the long-term benefits of future tourism, business development, and global prestige. For instance, they've gone to great lengths and no doubt expense to show off cutting-edge engineering feats, such as this innovative stadium design constructed partly out of shipping containers, meant to be easily deconstructed and transported elsewhere. But the attention the nation has received has generally not been so positive.
Behind the scenes, many more are being exploited, unpaid, forced labor, badly treated.
It's very hard to give an exact figure. I would suspect it's actually in the hundreds. I think hundreds of workers have died to make this World Cup possible.
There was initially reports about the deaths of workers in stadium projects and other projects directly tied to the World Cup. This obviously set off an enormous international outcry, and ultimately the government did start making reforms in order to respond to this. So people were living in very cramped, unsafe, unsanitary accommodations. They've set minimum standards on that. They also introduced a universal minimum wage, meaning it applies to people of all nationalities. It's not much, it's about $274 a month, but it's something, and in fact it's the first universal minimum wage across the Gulf region generally. Activists are not entirely happy with the reforms that Qatari government has made. They don't believe that some of these reforms have gone far enough. On worker deaths, for instance, nobody really had bothered to count for a long time how many workplace deaths and injuries you had across the country. Activists are very concerned about what happens after everyone goes home. I think these are questions we don't know the answer to.
Qatar's hope is that in the long run, memories of compelling matches will outlast any lingering controversy. The 2022 World Cup story echoes other mega events in recent years, where strong centralized governments have spent lavishly to help build global prestige, only to find themselves marred by controversy.
If you look, for example, at the 2022 Winter Olympic bidding process, all of the democracies that were bidding in that process actually dropped out before the final bidding phase. The only two cities that were left were Beijing, China, and Almaty, Kazakhstan, both autocratic countries where there's no democracy, there's no input, there's no opportunity for residents to push back against the extravagance of the games.
Russia received a 4-year ban for doping from the World Anti-Doping Agency.
China has been criticized by some countries and human rights groups over what they say is abuse against Uyghur Muslims.
They're going to be under increasing pressures from corporate sponsors. They're creating all sorts of problems in terms of how the labor force is treated, in terms of environmental destruction, and so on. So corporations are sort of pulling back. Or they're saying, well, if you expect us to stay around, you've got to clean this stuff up.
Mounting public concerns from citizens, cities, and sponsors over the recent spate of controversial games have forced organizing bodies like FIFA and the IOC to pursue reforms. One approach to address the sustainability concern has been to spread out mega events over a region or even a continent, instead of forcing a single city to take on the burden.
I think FIFA has an easier job only because there are more places that have the necessary venues and infrastructure, and because of the very profound and lasting and pervasive popularity of soccer. They have more leeway, I think, than the IOC. So hopefully we'll see some good changes there.
In fact, things are already looking differently in the next World Cup, which will be spread out in 16 cities across North America and rely mostly on existing infrastructure.
The World Cup is coming back to Boston in 2026, and it never crossed our minds to create a no Boston World Cup group because the costs are just going to be a small fraction of what hosting the Olympics would have been.
As for the Olympics, the IOC has spent the past decade reflecting on its complex legacy and outlining broad new reforms aimed at reinventing the Games for the sustainability-conscious 21st century.
Listen, the most important was a decade ago when we adopted a motto that a city does not adapt to the games, but the games adapt to a city. Then the second thing which was important is we don't build if it's not absolutely needed. We have a sustainability agenda that is very appealing as well. We'll be climate positive as a rule from 2030, but already Paris 2024 will be climate positive, which is a great objective to reach. think everybody also is recognizing the efforts when it comes to sustainability and the whole agenda, economic, social, and environmental. Yes, it's more to deliver for the organizers, but for the better. The successful Olympics is one that, first and foremost, brings back to the community what they were expecting.
Even the bidding process, once a fierce competition that often encouraged the sort of wild promises that led to financial pitfalls, has been reshaped.
It is a partnership now. So we have cities that come to us and say, listen, what does it take if I want to organize the games in 2040? And the big difference is that the IOC is not judging anymore the quality of a given value proposition. It is contributing to it.
The plans for upcoming games, Los Angeles in 2028, Milan in 2030, and Brisbane in 2032, already seem to be heeding the warning signs of the past. So far, at least. But some critics have proposed an even more radical concept.
What I would favor in the long run, what I think is most rational, particularly in these days of climate change and the need to conserve resources and not waste resources, is we ought to have one city that hosts the games permanently.
Having everyone agree on a single host city might be a challenging diplomatic problem. Regardless, the institutional reforms within the World Cup and the Olympics demonstrate that mega sporting events can respond to the demands of an ever-evolving planet. And the days of massive cost overruns and wasteful infrastructure may be behind us.
I think there are much more sensible ways to proceed. Whether the world decides to be sensible or not, I think is still an undecided question.
Paul Jacobson assured me that when he takes the new Hummer EV on long journeys, it's not just fun to drive, it's equipped to go the distance.
I hear so much about road trip anxiety that I wanted to experience it myself. My family likes to drive a lot, so I brought my daughter home from college in this, and it was great. I mean, the computer system is all intuitive. It tells you how to keep track of the battery. It tells you where the charging stations are. It tells you how much power you'll have when you get to the charging station. So it really puts a lot of your anxiety at ease. But as far as driving it, it's a treat.
So where are you on the charging stations? I know General Motors has made an investment in one company. How are we doing in this country generally in getting charging stations in?
So I think this is an area where obviously we can continue to improve as a country and a society. We're doing our best. We've committed almost $1 billion to EV charging. So we've taken that and looked at home charging solutions, local community solutions, and road trip charging solutions. With my daughter, what we would end up doing is probably stopping, grabbing a bite to eat, plugging it into a charger, usually a high-speed charger, to get as much charge as we can, and being there for 20 to 30 minutes. Get us a lot of range, and by the time we've used that range, we're tired, ready to stop again, etc. So it was a really good experience for me, and it's taught me, number one, what are the concerns of the consumer that are ultimately going to drive our vehicles, and then number two, where do we need to focus on addressing some of those anxious points for people?
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
This June, in honor of Pride Month and Juneteenth, Bloomberg brings you a special equality series every Thursday in June at 1 p.m. Eastern. Bloomberg Equality, celebrating inclusion this Pride Month.
To receive the incoming calls from bettors, the bookmaker relies on several devices, which may keep his location or private phone secret.
Remember when gambling on sports was illegal in America?
Gambling was something that was in the shadows around sports, and it was considered unseemly.
Primary interest I have is in the integrity of the game, so that's why we've opposed sports gambling in the past.
Today, the idea of sports gambling once being illegal almost seems quaint.
The NFL is finally here, and I know you're ready to gamble.
This is probably going to be one of the most heavily bet props in the game.
What are some strategies for teasers in your eyes? Play them. Just play them.
Once allowed only in Nevada, betting on sports is now legal in more than 31 states, with more on the docket. And to say the floodgates have opened is putting it mildly.
This is the largest and fastest growth of gambling in our nation's history.
Legal sports betting in the U.S. went from less than $5 billion in bets placed in 2018 to $57 billion in 2021, and an estimate of $200 billion overall in 2023.
Showtime!
A-list celebrities, billion-dollar marketing budgets, partnerships with every major sports league. Today, sports betting is impossible to avoid. And the top sports gambling companies work more like Facebook and Google than a Las Vegas casino, using big data to encourage more bets from users while simultaneously keeping down big winners.
What we see with online sports betting and mobile sports apps looks a lot more like a slot machine than traditional sports betting.
We know that there will be some people for whom this expansion will cause devastating problems.
Sports gambling is a progressive illness. When you're a compulsive gambler and they're giving you all these extra propositions and they're giving you this live betting, you have no chance whatsoever.
Unfortunately, the history of legalized gambling in America is replete with failures of government and failures of operators to really seriously consider balancing the social costs with the economic gains.
So while sports is a multi-billion-dollar industry, it's possible the costs may outweigh the gains. Today, FanDuel and DraftKings are the undisputed giants of sports betting. Just turn on your TV during any sporting event. But they didn't start out that way. They started as daily fantasy companies, or DFCs.
Daily fantasy sports plays by its own rule set. You have to create your own lineup. There's a salary cap. You enter into these tournaments, you pay your entry fee, and then you win a prize depending on how you perform under the rules of that contest.
There were a few others doing it, FanDuel, DraftStreet. So it was really just, daily fantasy sports that we were pitching.
The question at the time, was it considered gambling?
Fantasy sports was in something of a gray area. It was viewed by some states as a form of gambling, and before that Supreme Court ruling, that wasn't allowed. You couldn't gamble on sports.
We didn't really understand the political angle that could potentially ensue. We just thought fantasy sports is a skill game that's kind of settled, and we went about building it in such a way.
I won over $2 billion thanks to DraftKings.com.
In 2015, daily fantasy sports, there was quite a bit of investment into FanDuel and into our primary competitor. And that money fueled a land grab for customers, which generated a lot of advertising. That advertising caught the attention of regulators who wanted to understand better what our product was. Probably the most high profile was the New York Attorney General.
Because effective this morning, DraftKings and FanDuel have both ceased and desisted from taking bets from New Yorkers. Daily fantasy sports operators are free to go to the legislature and the governor if they want to change the law.
Which is exactly what they did. Eventually, DraftKings and FanDuel ended up paying $6 million each in separate settlements with the New York Attorney General over false advertising claims.
That settlement paved the way for them to be welcomed into the club and ended up becoming something of a soft launch for these companies. It's a way for the leagues to get comfortable with them.
Once New York broke in our favor, it was clear that that was the trend that states were going down. We could start focusing on the path forward instead of fighting for our lives and defending ourselves.
Breaking news: the Supreme Court this morning striking down the federal ban on sports betting. Now it leaves it up to the states.
Overnight, because the Supreme Court ruling in 2018 allowed states other than Nevada to legalize gambling on sports, gambling has become mainstream in America.
It was certainly a happy day in the office as we all kind of frantically looked at our laptops and scanned through the decision together.
It didn't take long. Within about a year, sports betting was already bigger than daily fantasy sports.
After the ruling, the major American professional sports leagues, who all at one point denounced sports gambling, started doing a rapid 180.
But I think it's ultimately a positive thing, and our view is both from an integrity standpoint and a regulatory standpoint, and ultimately for states and federal jurisdictions to raise tax, it should be a regulated industry.
First, the NBA partnered with the sports betting companies, and then the NFL, MLB, and NHL quickly followed.
And now within 4 years of legalization, it's legal in more than 30 states. That covers 35% of the population.
While California overwhelmingly voted against legalized sports betting, it's still pending in a number of very big markets. But for the markets where it is legal, the race for customer acquisition was on.
Here are tonight's betting odds brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook, the #1
over at DraftKings right now. It's free to enter, $1,000 in free prizes.
DraftKings and FanDuel have dominated the market, boasting between 60 to 70% of the entire sports betting market, and they've spent massive amounts to get there.
You know what to do.
You're seeing very expensive celebrities, Jamie Foxx, Patton Oswalt, advertising sports books, advertising betting apps. And you're seeing it in these partnerships with sports teams in just about every major state that's legalized sports gambling.
Sky-high advertising budgets have kept both companies in the red for years.
DraftKings revenue was $1.3 billion in 2021. Its sales and marketing expenses were almost $1 billion in 2021, and that was double from the previous year.
We expect our first profitable quarter on an adjusted EBITDA basis to be Q4 of next year.
FanDuel, however, is the first to actually post a profit.
We were the first sportsbook in the U.S. to report that we were profitable in the second quarter of this year, that we expect to be profitable for the full year in 2023.
The other side of the coin when it comes to growing the sports betting business are partnerships with the sports leagues themselves.
These partnerships are hugely lucrative. These betting apps are partnering with just about every major sports team they can because it's a way for them to get their brands in front of viewers.
So here at DC United, in my hometown, we have a retail sports book. We have retail sports books also at the Footprint Arena in Phoenix, the home of the Suns. We will have one coming soon in the United Center, home of the Blackhawks and the Bulls in Chicago.
As a partner, we're not just a category that they're selling, we're actually something that really is integrated into their game, into their fan experience.
We need to be woven into the pregame narratives when people are discussing the game.
For the leagues, this is a massive win. It makes fans more engaged than ever. Just think about it. If the Orlando Magic are playing the Charlotte Hornets on a Monday night, most people won't care. But if someone has money on that game, well, now they're invested in every play.
We can help deepen the affinity that their customers have for the game and deepen the engagement that their customers have with their content.
Looks like you've got a bad case of single game fixation.
Along with the deluge of media marketing for sports betting comes seductive sign-up offers for free money.
Pick a sport, place a bet, boom, goes a dynamite.
The apps advertise risk-free bets. They advertise can't-lose parlays. They advertise all these ways that they're handing out free money to you, the lucky bettor. I found that these offers are actually too good to be true. I took up DraftKings on an offer of 20% bonus up to $1,000. So I put in $200 expecting to get $40 back. One of the limitations of this offer was that the bonus is awarded in tranches of $1 per $25 bet. So that meant that my $200 actually equated to $8 in bonus money. But if I kept placing more bets on the app, I would be able to claim up to that $200. The hitch was that I needed to place potentially thousands, tens of thousands of my own dollars at risk to capture that money.
I think our promotions are quite standard in the mechanics, not just with others in the US, but really with promotions that have been run throughout the globe for decades in more mature gaming markets.
So once these sites acquire these customers, they have to keep them there, and they have definitely found their hook.
The industry hypes the game within the game. These are in-game bets, and in-game bets are seen as a great growth market because you don't just place one bet at the beginning of the week and you're done.
In-game betting is one of the great examples of where the mobile online product really can be so differentiated from the brick and mortar product.
We have seen the adoption of in-play betting again be a bit quicker in the United States than perhaps we anticipated.
Whether you get your news on TV, on the radio,
on Bloomberg,
on the web, on the Bloomberg terminal, or the Bloomberg apps, the news that affects your business.
Here's what I'm watching. You do not want to miss this story. Betting on a bubble bursting
is our business. Bloomberg TV and radio. The world is listening.
Okay, so you're moving in on me. Quick. Distracting me with your fancy hands. I'm going to deal with your knight because it's really bothering me.
Ah, my knight.
Yeah, he's a troublemaker.
Yeah.
What did you get up to this weekend?
You know, just robot stuff. A lot of chess. I was practicing for you. I know you're pretty good. Ooh, I don't like that. I will take this. Put it over here.
Not cool. Not cool. All right, I will concede. I can see you've got me beat.
Very good game. Well played.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
News breaks. No one covers the world like Bloomberg.
A lot of the focus and the momentum here is what to do with inflation. But again, this is still a monetary policy story.
The first round results with President Recep Tayyip Erdogan showing resilience and strength on his nationalist platform.
A number of leaders have come out on both sides of the aisle and say we will not default. That does seem like they are making progress.
Bloomberg, your global business authority. Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
The breakout we have all perhaps long awaited finally realized. We'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
There's no question this industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
The transactions.
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
And the technology.
Stop talking about the technology. Start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays.
For decades, sports betting was limited to betting on just the games. Who would win, how many points the team would score, who will cover the spread. In-game betting allows the user to bet throughout the game.
Every pitch of a baseball game, every point of a tennis match, every play of an NFL game, on a free throw, on you name it, those are things that I think customers want and haven't necessarily been able to get in the brick and mortar setting.
This is advertised at you the whole game long. It keeps you thinking about betting and involved in betting throughout the game.
It really creates engagement at a deeper level, which of course makes people bigger fans and makes them tune into the content longer and pay more attention to it.
And if your bet loses mid-game, then you're pitched another bet to try to recoup your losses. It's dangerous because it does have the potential to keep you chasing losses.
Chasing losses is maybe the most dangerous phrase in sports betting.
I think there's an intuitive sense. If there are more things to bet on, that creates more of an opportunity for someone who has a compulsive behavior issue.
You look at the structural characteristics of in-play betting, it is extremely rapid. While there is an illusion of skill and control, actually, in many cases, those bets are just, it's almost like playing a slot machine. Every 5 seconds, you can bet a new one.
Which can make betting on sports less about heightening the game and more about getting a fix.
When you put sports betting in a mobile or online form, it no longer is tied or pinned to the particular sport event. Not only can you play in-game on multiple things continuously, you can also bet on after-game things. You don't have to stop when the game ends. You're very hooked in and confirmed in your behavior because of this constant fast feedback.
And while only 2% of gamblers become addicted to gambling, for the ones who do, it has the potential to ruin lives.
The history of legalized gambling in America has never been driven by concerns about problem gambling. And so as we enter this unprecedented wave, we're really concerned about the increase in gambling problems that will accompany the massive expansion of gambling.
Gambling really started to get bad for me when I was in college.
This is Joel Soper, a gambling addict and the author of Never Enough Zeros, a book about his life as an addict.
It got to the point where I owed a bunch of different bookmakers over $1 million.
Did you stop gambling after that?
No. When they came out with these apps, they had all the proposition bets, they had the live betting. So now I'm in action all day, every day. From the moment I get up, I'm betting on international soccer. To the moment I go to bed, I'm betting on Chinese tennis.
With the help of a gambling treatment program, Joel was eventually able to kick his gambling addiction and is now devoted to helping others.
Because of my experience in the sports gambling world for so long, now I can share my experience, strength, and hope to help other people caught in this same addiction. I want to educate people that are in positions to talk to people about the risks, the dangers of this sports gambling.
Hey, it's Craig Carter.
While the risk for addiction is small, both DraftKings, FanDuel, and others say they are dedicated to what's called responsible gaming.
By and large, in the United States, that responsibility is primarily on the individual. But those who operate, profit from, and regulate gambling also have a role in responsible gambling.
Should always be a part of your playbook.
Responsible gaming is something we wake up every day thinking about. It's a top priority of our business.
The health and longevity of the industry really depends on not just us, but everyone getting this right.
I think that their economic future depends on responsible gambling.
The former employees I spoke to said that there was always a company-wide message that responsible gaming is important. What I also heard from these employees was that most of these responsible gaming measures are not proactive. They're typically reactive. There's typically only an intervention after the damage has been done. They're falling behind on their mortgage. They've run up a huge credit card bill. They're feeling suicidal.
For now, the main requirement in many U.S. states is that companies provide helpline numbers and avoid marketing to people on what's called self-exclusion lists.
There are some companies that have done some innovative things with their apps. They collect enormous amounts of data. They see how their users gamble.
DraftKings and FanDuel collect huge amounts of data on their customers, and they're able to track their customers in ways that casino bosses would have only dreamed of.
While that data is used for simple things like confirming customers' age and location, it has other applications as well.
These companies are not simply gambling companies, they're technology companies, and they collect and use data in the same way as other big technology companies.
We're 100% a technology company. That's the background that myself and my co-founders come from.
We do obviously have a lot of information about what users do on our platform. So what bets they make, what sports they're interested in. We use that information to help run our business better.
As you use the app, you're tracked in ways that we're familiar with from social media sites and other internet sites. The companies have a good idea of your net worth from the other websites you visit, from Google Analytics data.
State regulators allow the companies to profile customers based on betting histories and limit the size of some wagers expected to win, much like traditional casinos kicking out sharps from the blackjack table.
Well, we limit customers for a variety of reasons. Some of them are because we have particular customers that we think take advantage of certain weak lines and things like that. Obviously, we want people to win. That's an important part of the experience. So we've never really shut off a customer for that reason, but we also have to limit our risk exposure too.
Ultimately, by leaving it up to the states and with no federal legislation on the horizon, these organizations, for the most part, are left to police themselves.
The vast majority of companies are taking these apps and they're tuning them up to 100 in terms of maximizing revenue. They build in little or no responsible gambling features.
The federal government is more focused on alcohol and opioids than gambling at this point.
The state level expansion of sports betting has been accompanied by a lot of lobbying, but rarely has that lobbying included strong responsible gambling provisions or problem gambling funding.
The gaming industry writ large loves to say there is no evidence research-based evidence that points to any one intervention or any one form of regulation.
The main research that's been done is funded by the industry itself, and the industry prefers to focus on research that looks at individual responsibility rather than the potential responsibility of the industry in marketing these products.
Bill after bill that we've seen introduced since 2018 has been very specific about tax rates and the number of licenses and every other aspect of sports betting. But somehow, curiously, problem gambling and responsible gambling gets left out.
While individuals ultimately bear the responsibility for their own actions, many hope the biggest companies in this area will make safety an ever bigger part of their mandate, if only to assure this boom doesn't end anytime soon.
I think we can meet this moment. I think it's going to take a lot of hard work. It's going to take a lot more investment by the industry, but that's starting to come around.
Business Week Radio, live weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Eastern.
We got a little bit of talking.
Come on, are you guys ready?
Harnessing the power of Bloomberg Business Week, Carol Masser and Tim Stanovic bring you the latest news from the worlds of business, technology, politics, and more.
How does the Fed play into this and what the Fed does potentially?
This is so exhausting and this is so all-encompassing.
Listen on Bloomberg Radio and streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite, positioning companies to meet the next generation of challenges, breaking out of traditional roles.
One of the most important things is looking around the corner.
Look for Chief Future Officer on Bloomberg. When U.S. jobs numbers are released, Bloomberg brings you crucial data at terminal speed and instant expert analysis. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Enjoy the excitement of a night of music at Boston Symphony Hall with BSO Now. Watch brand new Boston Symphony Orchestra performances, behind-the-scenes storytelling, and memorable archival concerts, all from the comfort of home. Use our free 24-hour trial and see why the Boston Globe calls it musically rewarding. And the Berkshire Edge says the orchestra has never played better. Visit bso.org/now, where the music plays on. BSO season sponsored by Bank of America.
The trading card industry would almost seem like it was a secret society for years. Right. And now you're seeing Mickey Mantle cards being sold for what, $12 million. Yes. So I think now there's just a lot more attention to the industry. And that's why the idea of Arena Club came about.
Let's start with the news. You've got a lot going on with your company. What's happening?
I first met Brian, this was years ago. I think it's shortly after I retired, and everyone knows the success that he's had in the entrepreneurial world. And we started having a conversation about trading cards. And my parents used to have all of my baseball cards when I first came up, whether it's minor league cards, rookie year, and we had a flood at our house. So we had a lot of things that were ruined. A lot of the cards that I had collected, and a lot of times you try to build businesses, and it starts with, does it make sense? And this just made sense to me. And we're excited about Arena Club.
Yeah, we're super excited to join forces here. And the idea was to truly digitize the physical and to create these online showrooms for folks to buy, sell, and trade. We really wanted to bring to life the passion of card shows and card shops and so forth, and have people experience that online 24/7, anytime they want.
So we've seen some interesting sort of twists and turns over the last couple of years, especially with the digital aspect. How does the sort of NFT play into the business case here?
When someone sends in their cards to Arena Club to be vaulted into our system, we digitize it, we put it on blockchain, and you do get we're calling it a digital proof of claim. Some people might call it an asset-backed NFT of that card. So it's a digital representation of the physical card.
And so obviously you have a little bit of a different relationship with trading cards. How did you view them sort of coming up as a kid?
Yeah, we've joked about this. I got trading cards just for the gum.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But that's why we got cards. And I just remember sitting down, I was a big Yankee fan growing up. My grandmother, huge Yankee fan, talking about Babe Ruth cards that she had back in the day. And I just started collecting all the Yankee cards. And then you have a dream of one day being on one, but look, you talk about having passion for trading cards. Brian's that guy.
Yeah, most kids stop collecting, right? But I just kept collecting in high school, college, law school, young adult, old adult. I'm still collecting today, so it's a lot of fun.
Honest, I think, is probably one of the companies that people know you best for. What do you take from those experiences that you apply here, Brian?
I think throughout my career of being an entrepreneur, I get very passionate about what I work on. And that passion bleeds into the team, it bleeds into the consumers. I think we're definitely building that foundation to build a company that will be around for generations for kids to enjoy.
Where is baseball right now? I mean, it's America's pastime, exciting season this season, but what needs to happen for baseball next?
Look, baseball in my mind is the greatest sport in the world, but look, you can't kid yourself. The younger generation, they want to see more action. Baseball, you can go 15, 20 minutes without seeing a ball in play. And the days of sitting down in the stands and talking to the person to your left and right, those are way gone, right? Now it's people want to be entertained. They're on their phones all the time. So you have to figure out a way to increase the action because it is entertainment. No matter how you look at it, people want to go and they want to be entertained.
I'm just a fan of this sport. It's my favorite sport. Nothing makes me happier than going to a ball game with my son and my family and rooting for my team. I think...
what team is that?
It's the Los Angeles Dodgers. Sorry, Derek.
That's all right.
He just wanted to press the point. It's fine. I'm a Braves fan, so this is an uncomfortable table to be sitting around right now.
I can tell you everything the Dodgers need to do this summer. I mean, if Aaron Judge, if you're listening to this, hopefully you'll be a Dodger the next season.
Boy. Oh, good Lord. I feel like we're going to throw hands at this point. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for the time. It's really good to be with you.
Thanks for having us.
Part of what I love about business is you get to build things from nothing.
I don't have any investors. All this is all money in. This is me just building.
It's pretty much full service shadow banking with nobody in charge.
From the world of politics.
We're not going to be relying upon countries whose values we don't share.
To the world of business.
It's all about corporate power at the end.
Balance of Power. Live from Bloomberg's Washington headquarters.
We couldn't be more excited what's in store for you.
How long will it take? How many years?
Why don't we take this one day at a time?
Good luck. Everybody has a perspective.
Every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Join hosts Anne-Marie Hordern.
It's the one area, really, of bipartisanship.
Well, I think we're getting more of it.
That's optimistic.
And Joe Matthew.
The debt ceiling is looming. How close are we going to get to the line before you start to worry?
Alongside Kaylee Langs.
The door was open for regulators to do more, and that puts the Fed between a rock and a hard place.
As they deliver news.
This is such an important economic issue.
He's no longer trying to run away from
that really blew some minds.
Insight.
We can both invest in law enforcement and also make sure that communities feel safe in their own skin.
And analysis.
I think your audience will get this more than most.
This is not the Republican Party that you know.
It allows him to do what he did so successfully in 2020, which is run against crazy.
From and about politics' biggest power players.
This was the zombie case, and it's now more than well alive.
That's for sure, with two more potentially to come.
I'm willing to have this battle. It is vitally important.
This is the intersection of Washington and Wall Street.
Bringing people directly to the decision makers that impact your investments and your life.
Balance of Power, every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg, your global business authority. Bloomberg UK, your source for news and analysis covering the biggest challenges facing the UK government, economy, financial services, and markets.
Tax cuts should not be the priority. It's about a credible plan for growth over the next 2-3 years.
In this post-Brexit world, how do you see actually servicing your clients?
It was disruptive, and it's going to have implications to how capital raising works.
Now we're having the perfect storm in the UK.
Watch Francine Lacqua Thursdays at 9:30 a.m. only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
From New York City.
From London. In Sydney.
From Washington.
In Tokyo.
9 a.m. in Beijing and Shanghai. Good morning, everyone.
Have a great evening.
Here's what I'm watching.
You do not want to miss this story.
Is there the kind of upside?
I like to get it wrong. We have won 8 consecutive World Championships in a row, It hasn't been done by any other team in any sport. It's difficult enough to win one. And I think we have been able to set the right objectives every single year with the team. I believe that we simply got it wrong.
Toto Wolff is one of those if you know guys. In lots of places, he'd pass as a typical successful global businessman, a well-dressed, multilingual guy on the move. But for a growing segment of the sports-obsessed world, he's a guess who I saw whip out your phone to prove it celebrity. The CEO, co-owner, and team principal of the Mercedes-AMG Petronas Formula One team, Wolff commands a billion-dollar enterprise, one that's implanted itself into racing fans' consciousness with an unprecedented run of success. A run that just at least took a pause.
We knew that at a certain stage that winning streak is gonna end.
But all of us see this as a fantastic test, because with all the business issues and problems and challenges that need to be faced, keeping the cool under pressure, trying to believe in the science and trust. It's physics, it's not mystics, but giving it the necessary time and understanding that you can't accelerate learning to a certain degree, that's fantastic.
Formula One, it is one of the most difficult sports to succeed in. Literally everything has to come together, man and machine, within these race weekends. And the margins of success or failure are incredibly, incredibly small. We're talking about thousands of seconds that could make the difference.
I'm not worried about anything in my professional life. Things happen for a reason. My perspective is beyond 10 years. It's not just a single race. The weekends or the races we lose are the ones that our competitors will regret the most, because we learn the most. It's going to make us better.
In racing, if you're not winning, you're losing. It's just that simple. And after one of the most trying years in the team's history, Wolff is hell-bent on showing he still knows how to win. Monaco occupies a quirky spot in the collective global imagination: yachts, casinos, and of course fast cars. It's tiny, the second smallest country in the world. So small that when you're driving in from the airport in nearby Nice, if you miss the exit, you could end up in Italy, theoretically.
Like the signage has changed.
Damn it.
Once you're there, it has a fairy tale quality, right down to the palace that sits on the hill overlooking the harbor. There's an actual prince living there with his family. And Prince Albert's family has long been beyond supportive of the sport that put Monaco on the map. But I'm here to meet up with someone many consider modern F1 royalty. I got you. Copy me.
What they used to do in the past is that they just drove with doors open, but you need to be careful that you're not crashing anybody out, pedestrians or so.
Wow.
And I leave it open.
That is much more pleasant on a hot day in Monaco. I mean, obviously this car attracts attention, but you now attract attention.
Actually, it's an interesting life experiment for me, because I'm not a sports person that grew up with that. I think let's close it for the time being. That kind of public persona happened to me much later in my life, where I think my character was already done and couldn't influence me in a negative way. It shows that the popularity of the sport and of the team and public recognition will be always something that is flattering, and you mustn't take it for granted.
Tell me about Monaco. I mean, this is the cradle in many ways of this sport. How do you view it?
Formula One is Monaco. Monaco is Formula One. If you ask someone that has heard about Formula One and knows a little bit about it, they will associate Formula One with Monaco. It's by far the most popular race. Now, obviously, Miami was great, and Las Vegas coming in. Hopefully, they're gonna be big as well. But Monaco was always a glamorous town that was known for Formula One.
Wolf, who grew up in Austria, picked up racing at 17. But by 1994, his performance on the track sent him searching for another challenge. He looked to business.
As a young man, if you can't be a racing driver, you'd like to be an investment banker. That at least was how it happened to me. In the late 1990s, the internet came out, and with it, the boom of startup businesses with valuations going astronomical, a little bit to what we have experienced until most recently. And I jumped on that bandwagon.
Through investing firms March 15 and March 16, he enjoyed the success of the dot-com era and also the less sexy world of investing in industrial companies. His success in the investment world allowed him to get back into the business of racing.
And then came the call. Do you want to become a partner in a Mercedes Formula One team? And you literally had to pinch myself.
I'm very excited, obviously, to be representing Mercedes-Benz in Formula One.
In 2013, Toto would take over management of the Mercedes F1 team, but his investments in the team also meant that he would own about a third of the overall franchise. A good investment, considering under his leadership, the Mercedes team would go on an unprecedented run. Lewis Hamilton would win 7 straight drivers' championships, and Mercedes would win 8 constructors' titles. That's the team prize that takes into account point totals from each team's 2 drivers. It was a level of domination rarely seen in F1, or any sport for that matter. Toto would also turn the sport into a true family business, marrying his wife Susie, herself a former British pro driver. She most recently ran a team on the Formula E circuit. That's the electric car division of the FIA, the governing body that also includes Formula One. I got to catch up with the couple just over the border in France, with a view you might only get dining with the ultimate motorsport power couple.
So what is it like for the two of you to work in the same business?
Well, I can't speak for Toto, but I certainly love what he does. I'm very, very proud, but I also love following it from the sidelines. I love watching the races, coming to some races, but I also love, from him I learned so much over the years, which was part of the reason why I felt that I could take on the role in Formula.
The innovation agenda is going full speed on mitigation. That's where, there's 100 companies, Breakthrough Energy's funded.
By mitigation, you mean mostly energy. You mean everything to do with energy. You mean generation of energy. You mean batteries. You mean transport. You mean all of the new, and there's some renewables that are already traditional, but more that need to come out. So that's the package that you're talking about mitigation? Yeah. Or are you also talking about agriculture as mitigation?
Yeah, so every area of emissions, the world tends to focus on passenger cars and electricity. That's not a third of emissions. And so the focus on the easiest third, now 4% of new cars are electric, so that's the field that we're furthest along. About 4% of energy generation is wind and solar.
Business Week Radio, live weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Eastern.
We got a little bit of talking.
Come on, are you guys ready?
Harnessing the power of Bloomberg Business Week, Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek bring you the latest news from the worlds of business, technology, politics, and more.
How does the Fed play into this and what the Fed does potentially?
This is so exhausting and this is so all-encompassing.
Listen on Bloomberg Radio and streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. The names that move markets are on Bloomberg.
The regional banks have been under some stress, but I think the banks that have failed have had some very unique characteristics. What I see is a banking system that overall is well capitalized, still has very solid earnings, but we're monitoring the situation very, very carefully.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Susie started racing even earlier than Toto, when she was about 8 years old, deciding to become a racing driver at the age of 13. Susie and Toto's paths crossed when she was with Mercedes-Benz and German touring cars.
I went to a race in New York, and I remember being able to see the Statue of Liberty with these electric racing cars, and obviously then Dieselgate happened and everything sped up in the automotive industry. And then I thought, this has got something, and I literally just copy and pasted Toto's deal with Mercedes and said, okay, I don't need a salary, but I want equity. I remember there was one instance at the beginning in Formula E, we were struggling, and I had both cars in the top, and one after the other, they all stopped with the same problem on the drive shafts. And I was getting phone calls from people obviously very unhappy that we had this issue. And then I called Toto and he said, what happened? I said, we have this issue with the drive shafts. And he said, sort it. I said, well, yeah, I'm going to try and sort it, but I'm not the technical director. I don't even know what the issue is. And he's like, it's your problem. You have to sort it. But it was also in that moment that I realized that the buck stops with you. It's about very quickly fixing issues and finding solutions.
During his tenure with Mercedes, Wolff has become a master at solving problems and managing talent, including Hamilton, indisputably the most famous driver on the circuit over the past decade. Wolff's role as both owner and manager of a record-setting sports franchise is unique. Imagine if the Patriots' Robert Kraft and Bill Belichick were the same person, which is how Toto ended up teaching a case about himself at Harvard Business School.
Someone like a Toto Wolff, any team principal really, is responsible for hundreds of people, right? Mercedes has 1,800 people across the factory and the unit where they actually look after the engines. So 1,800 people who he has to manage. And what struck me is the remarkable attention to detail that he brings to the table. The governing body, the FIA, is set up to not have anyone win 8 times in a row. This is all about trying to maintain a competitive balance. So against all those odds in an incredibly difficult environment, the Mercedes team was able to keep a winning streak alive for 8 years. That, I thought, was a really interesting premise for a case study.
Anita Albersi is a Harvard Business School professor specializing in the intersection of entertainment, media, and sports. She's written case studies on figures like LeBron James, Maria Sharapova, The Rock, and Beyonce.
Putting people at the center, analyzing mistakes very rigorously, having an open atmosphere in which everyone can speak up if they see something that needs to be fixed, and then also actually having the willingness to try to fix what has been going wrong. This relentless pursuit of winning and never giving in to complacency.
The last 10 years have been a critical growth period for Formula One racing, spurred by the $4.4 billion purchase of F1 by John Malone's Liberty Media in 2017. Toto saw firsthand how much the ambition for the sport accelerated.
With Liberty coming in, although we were skeptical at the beginning, that's where we really started to have this massive upswing. And together with the governing body, the FIA, we were able to put on a show during COVID as the only global sport, and it obviously helped a lot.
The business of Formula One, it's a bit more complicated than it might seem from just watching a race. There's the global governing body for the 10 teams, each of which is an independently run business. Like pro basketball or football teams, each has its own ownership group. Those teams get cuts of overall Formula One revenue based on each season's performance. Those teams also have sponsors who pay for the right to have their names on the cars, helmets, or other team materials like crew shirts. Finally, there are promoters. They buy the right from F1 to host races in individual locations, usually for several years at a time. They recoup their money and earn profits from selling hospitality and other sponsorships. Since buying F1 in 2017, Liberty has grown revenue for the circuit by 20%, despite a global pandemic. Revenue totaled $2.1 billion in 2021.
Being a shareholder in a company and managing it, it is always about profitable growth. Nevertheless, the biggest part of the return on investment was the advertising value that we generated for Mercedes and our partners. Lap time and performance always outweighed profitability.
Perhaps the biggest change came with a radically disrupted media landscape. So it's helpful to have one of the world's most influential media and communications companies as your owner.
What are you doing? Just sending goodbyes.
And he is through.
See you later.
Social media, staunchly resisted by the previous management, became a new vehicle for promotion and to connect teams and drivers to their fans, augmenting, even supplanting the once stodgy single broadcast for each race. Now, instead of engaging a couple dozen Sundays a year, fans had deep and direct ongoing access. And then there was that show.
All I do is pray for a safe race.
You need to respect speed, but the second a driver has fear, you need to retire.
The Mercedes team wasn't included in the first season of Drive to Survive. That was Toto's decision.
One of the reasons I didn't want to do it, I didn't want our engineers and drivers to act like in a movie, rather than being fully concentrated on the job.
While capturing failures on camera might not have been ideal for Toto and his team, for the sport of F1, it's been a massive success. After seeing what one season did for the sport and his rivals, he signed up for season 2, and an entirely new level of fame and notoriety for his team and for him followed.
It launched a boom, and it opened up a completely new audience, different to the hardcore fans, especially in the United States.
With Austin and Miami already on the calendar, in 2023, F1 will return after 4 decades to Las Vegas for a nighttime race that will include the famous Vegas Strip. It's quickly becoming one of the hottest tickets in sports. With the 3 U.S. races and 5 in North America, including Montreal and Mexico City, the sport is building a massive U.S. audience, which is always part of Liberty Media's business case. The races on U.S. soil are proving wildly popular in terms of attendance, drawing some of the biggest crowds across the circuit. Miami, in its first year, attracted 330,000 fans across the weekend. Austin was the single biggest event of the year with 440,000 spectators.
We arrived in Miami and there was lots of young screaming women, Toto, 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 and I thought, wow, that's new. Because before, young women would kind of come up to me and say, oh, I love your racing, but now they come up like, oh, I love Toto, I love your husband. I'm like, yeah, so do I.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
The breakout we have all perhaps long awaited finally realized. We'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
There's no question this industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
The transactions.
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
And the technology.
Stop talking about the technology. Start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, your global business authority. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern, right here on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
People ask me all the time, what is the key to being a really good investor? And I tell them it's to surround yourself with and work with the best investors you can find. On Bloomberg Wealth, I'm going to take you to meet the greatest investors in the world, the people that I would like to have managing my money.
So I think the main thing we did, which was not so easy, was to stick with our process. And then it kicked in big time in the last really 2 years.
This is a season like no other.
Unbelievable start from Hamilton.
He's just insane.
Oh, they touched!
The growing audience was used to the week-to-week drama of the paddock and the pits, but nothing could prepare fans or teams for the 2021 season. It culminated in beyond dramatic fashion, with the Driver Championship decided in the final race in Abu Dhabi on a judgment call by the official.
What happened in Abu Dhabi at the last race really captivated people, even if you weren't into motorsport. I mean, the battle, how ferocious it got.
There are 5 lapped cars standing between him and the race leader.
It's these magnificent brands, it's these gladiators on track, giving it everything.
All the cars ahead of you are allowed to overtake Hamilton.
It's just everything is happening in that paddock.
No!
All the politics,
this is a mess.
The interaction among the stakeholders.
Michael, that is so not right. That is so not right.
You think you have the championship, then it's lost.
This is it.
And at a certain stage in Jeddah, 3 races before the end, I smashed my headphones because I thought in that minute, Lewis was brake tested and we lost the championship. And then you realize 10 seconds later, it's actually on. He just needs to win the race. We're letting Netflix in and they are seeing things that otherwise, if you look at the pure sports broadcasting, you wouldn't realize. And that by itself, Formula One is drama and had always been on track and off track. There's too much at stake, and now that's being captured by the lenses.
Toto says he hasn't watched more than a couple episodes of the show and has not watched the final episode of last season.
I certainly didn't want to be reminded, but I felt we needed to watch it once, and I watched, of course, the last episode. And Toto said, "Do you think I should watch it?" I was like, you know what? Don't. I've done it for both of us. Yeah. It's done and dusted.
The new season not only brought little relief, but more challenges. New regulations required a new car design, and Mercedes simply got it wrong in a way that no in-season tinkering could fix. A cost cap was introduced in the 2021 season, and the jury's still out on how much parity it will bring to the circuit. It did mean Mercedes couldn't simply throw money at its design mistake. In the end, Mercedes failed to win a 9th straight team title, and neither of its drivers was ever in real contention for the Drivers' Championship. To make it worse for Toto and his team, arch-rival Red Bull added a constructors' title to Max Verstappen's 2nd straight Drivers' Championship.
The winning streak has definitely come to an end, and I'm sure it's been a really tough year for everyone at Mercedes. What goes to the very heart of why they are so successful is this idea of realizing that losing is always just around the corner, that the winning at some point will have to end. They were so rigorous in their approach. They always analyze everything, win or lose. They were never complacent, and I think that sets them up really well for future success.
So on race day, this office is live onto the racetrack.
Toto's main office is at team headquarters in Northamptonshire, a couple hours outside of London. This is where the majority of the team employees work, and only a very small portion ever see cars on the track in person on a regular basis.
When I'm sitting on my station at the racetrack, all the engineers, we talk to the various channels, and it could well be that the engineers are sitting very much here. I wouldn't know the difference.
Right.
And whatever time zone we are, you can see that it's 30 engineers that are sitting here working live on strategy, giving us live information about the state of the car. And all what we see on the track is right in front of us for them to see. So my channels are basically open to, I would say, probably 50 engineers that I could have a direct discussion with if I wanted. But also for us, we have a strict intercom protocol that we follow. And you can say it's almost like in an airplane. Our ambition is to win every single one. But in our sport, it's about physics and not mystics. We got it wrong with the physics this year. And it is about how can we recover. I see that as a real opportunity for us, because all of these people have been here when they saw how good it was going, and now how difficult it can be. And that's going to be an important learning from them also in the future. You will not take it for granted that winning a championship is easy. So I believe there is always something good in getting it wrong, even though it feels difficult when it happens.
Then if I can't keep up, no, okay. But if I
Have you ever been on a track?
I have never been on a track.
Never?
Never. So what do I need to know? Just hold on tight?
Hold on tight, yeah.
I like that we're racing Lewis, though.
That's not so bad, no?
No, not a bad way to spend a Tuesday.
The Circuit of the Americas, as the Austin racetrack is known, is empty on this scorching summer day, save for a few dozen Mercedes personnel and some very excited Mercedes sponsors from CrowdStrike. Toto, along with Hamilton, are hosting top CrowdStrike executives for what feels like the ultimate sponsor perk, driving around an F1 track with the world's most famous driver and his also very famous boss. It's more evidence of the big money and big audience opportunity for Mercedes and F1 in America. The US continues to fall in love with the spectacle and drama.
In the past, it would have been a sticker on the car and I give you visibility. And Formula One was very successful at that because we are the only true big global sport. And what has happened over the last few years that our audiences in the US literally went through the sky. We generate about 1.5 billion audience every year. But it's involved to much more of an integrated partnership. And it's not a sponsorship anymore in that sense. We have companies that are working together. We try to increase sales. We utilize our network to really help the business itself. But our largest Grand Prix are about 100 million live audience. Some of them, and Austin is a good example, more than 400,000 people across the weekend. And the marketing side, the visibility basically is the icing on the cake and just comes on top.
Wow.
I think we have been able to really shape and identify our core values.
I feel we're in a good place in having 3 races in the US, 1 in Mexico and 1 in Brazil. It gives us a good footprint in the Americas, beyond Europe, Australia, Asia, and it justifies it as a global sport.
This is a good setting. Okay. You can really go full throttle. It'll get a little bit of rotation, but it won't spin out.
Perfect.
With every lap, every overseas trip, and a season that's only expanding, next year there will be 24 races around the world. Toto moves ever closer to a crossroads. He signed a 3-year contract extension at the end of 2020. Moving out of day-to-day after that, and remaining an owner, likely a vocal and interested one, feels like a real possibility. For now, his sole focus, as F1 gets more global and more profitable, is getting Mercedes back on top.
I was a racing driver turned finance person, came back as a team owner and team manager, and I'm also the trainer. I love the sport and this is what I enjoy doing at the moment, but I feel when it's the 5th time in a row and you're finishing 2nd or 3rd rather than winning, these things, these negative emotions still kick in. At the end, the joint target, the joint objective is so massive that we just need to remind ourselves in these moments that we just want the same. We're just seeing the solution somewhere else. So we just need to get together and say, what is it that we want to do? Data are important to develop a quick car, but data don't make decisions. Humans do.
You're one of the most fascinating entrepreneurs because you also started really young. What did you learn? Did you always think that you'd be an entrepreneur?
Probably, yes. I think, which is a bit sad,
From
isn't it?
age, what, 5,
Well,
6?
maybe, I'm not sure. I come from a family of entrepreneurs, so even though I probably can spell the word and still can't occasionally, it's sort of in my blood. But it's really fun starting a business. And fun growing a business. I feel it's a real privilege. And I started my business officially at 18, but I think I knew I wanted to do it very differently from about 15. But I'm sure it's, if you're surrounded by it, it feels very natural. So yes, it's fun.
And it started how? You started by you went to Florence. It was in Italy and you started handbags.
Yeah, so I knew I was actually given a handbag by my mother when I was about 16, one of her old handbags, and I remember how it made me feel, and I think fashion is fascinating for the mood-changing, the confidence-boosting aspects, so the sort of tribal aspects of what fashion does. And so I went at 18 to Florence knowing that was the home of leather goods, which is what interested me. I just wanted to learn, actually, and be surrounded by craftsmen who, making things is important, and that's going to be very interesting, I think, over the next sort of 10 years. I think the onshoring of craft and manufacturing is going to be fascinating, actually. I watched the offshoring, I literally saw it, and I think we're going to be seeing that coming back to local. We have to. When we're all looking at our objectives in terms of carbon, proximity is going to be key.
Moment news breaks. No one covers the world like Bloomberg.
A lot of the focus and the momentum here is what to do with inflation. But again, this is still a monetary policy story.
The first round results with President Recep Tayyip Erdogan showing resilience and strength on his nationalist platform.
A number of leaders have come out on both sides of the aisle and say we will not default. That does seem like they are making progress.
Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Welcome to Bloomberg New Economy Gateway Europe. The world reglobalizes. I'm Eric Schatzker. Over the next half hour, I'll share with you highlights from the inaugural Bloomberg New Economy Gateway Europe, which we held just outside Dublin, Ireland. Our program was built around the theme of reglobalization, and we looked through that lens at issues of importance and urgency to Europe, including trade, energy, finance, and transportation. We drew on insights from leaders in politics, business, and regulation to help build clarity and understanding around the ongoing war in Ukraine, the persistence of high inflation, and the potential fallout from legislation such as the U.S. Inflation Reduction Act. But let's begin with the Taoiseach of Ireland, Leo Varadkar. He spoke with Bloomberg's Stephanie Flanders.
We've modernised and reformed our corporate tax laws quite a lot in Ireland over recent years because we want to stay inside the international framework. We're not a tax haven. We don't want to be perceived as a tax haven. So we've got rid of things like stateless corporations. We've got rid of things like the double Irish. You know, we closed a lot of loopholes that existed. We're now increasing our rates. And every time we seem to do it, more money comes in, whereas people expect less money to come in. But someday that will happen.
If you start boasting about that at international meetings, I think everyone's going to start hating you. But so there's been a lot of conversation this week about the US and China, how Europe is able to position itself. Pascal Donahue talked about it last night, the importance of engagement with China. You know, we have seen, not just in the remarks actually, but in the response to President Macron's remarks about China, that these sort of differences in tone and approach among different European countries towards China can really unnerve people. How important is it, do you think, for the Europeans to have a united sort of view on their strategic approach to China?
I do think President von der Leyen puts it very well in saying that our objective should be not decoupling, but de-risking. So Chinese investment is welcome in Ireland. Trade with China is very important. We don't want to enter into any sort of political conflict with China. They're a competitor. They're also a partner. But we do need to bear in mind that there are potential risks. And that's around, you know, certain raw materials. We don't want to be overly dependent on any third country for raw materials that are essential to us, certain products, and also certain security issues.
It's another area, though, where you may end up having kind of unexpected consequences from the fact that the European Union is not a unitary state. You have individual countries reassessing their national security and potentially economic relationships as a result of that. And that's not something that's technically in the purview of Brussels. So do you think there's going to have to be some adaptation around that?
Look, it is difficult to do. We have a common foreign and security policy, but it's done by consensus in reality, not by majority vote or by QMV, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. But, you know, when faced with challenges, Europe has come together, I think, better than people thought it would. Has really come together over Ukraine, has really come together when we had to work together on the pandemic, particularly when it came to procuring vaccines and so on. Really worked together when it came to Brexit. You know, people were surprised at the level of solidarity among 27 member states. So I think we can do the same on China.
Actually, Europe is much more unified, and it's also becoming a security bloc, which I think is very interesting. And so from my perspective, I am very optimistic about the future for Europe. And it will, you know, financial services is changing, business dynamics are changing, but there are opportunities around every corner.
The European Union has stuck together. It stuck together on Brexit to the benefit of Ireland in particular. It stuck together on the pandemic. And it also has stuck together on Ukraine. If you look at the progressive rounds of sanctions, if you look at the fact that some important kind of crossing points have been forwarded. For example, the EU is now agreeing to supply weaponry and ammunition to Ukraine as something that would been unthinkable a few years ago.
So I think the challenge for the European Commission is more effective regulation. Refocus your efforts, and the Commission needs to refocus its efforts on improving the single market and making Europe, the lives of its citizenry in Europe better, and that's ultimately the way to prevent further departures like Brexit.
Now, there's multiple ways to ensure supply chain resilience. It could be multi-sourcing, which is one of the things that we deploy the industry does. So multi-sourcing for the same medicine, for example, you can source part of it from China, you can source part of it from Europe and US, for example. We've got the largest part of our manufacturing footprint in Europe, per se, and here in Ireland, in terms of a specific country. So I think it's really thinking about that supply chain resilience around multi-sourcing, being able to co-locate capabilities in more than one country, if you will, not so much around localizing the entire supply chain in China or in the West or whatever the case may be, but continue to leverage that globalness, capabilities, and scale.
I do think what we are going to find is that outside of a very few industries and sectors, governments are not going to be willing to subsidize indefinitely production that brings it home or brings it to allies. And so the benefits of international supply chains that we've seen over 40 years, from economies of scale, from specialization, from innovation and the like, those aren't going to go away. And so if you don't have an international supply chain, you will be beat out by competitors who do.
The other thing I would say on this is that there's a lot of talk about the Brussels effect, about the fact that, because we're a big market, we can basically, just export our regulatory model when it comes to the green transition, for example, or other areas. I think we are very conscious in the EU that we have to continue to engage in international regulatory cooperation. That is the one way that it will enable us to avoid trade and investment tensions further down the road.
With eyes wide open, I support a resetting of the mission and mandate of the WTO. In doing so, I am deeply conscious of the many current challenges to world trade, the complexity of finding a collective way forward. But this is a journey we must take. The challenges, the problems, are the calls for help from the world and are the learning opportunities of our time. The member countries of the WTO have always shown great resilience in seeking to find a way forward. Enabling this new area of world trade will require cathedral thinking, cathedral ideas. The WTO can be a cathedral organization. It can be enabled by its member countries to advance sustainable world trade to the lasting benefit of future generations. When relationships veer off course, you must always strive to find a new pathway so that you can create the new mutually beneficial alliances. Now we must dig deep. Now we must find the courage to travel the hard road. At the core of future progress will be empathy, the openness to understand the perspectives of others, the willingness to build the relationships of the future. We must find the new ways to embrace that which unites us.
Coming up, more from Ireland, including Philip Hildebrand, the Vice Chairman of BlackRock. This is Bloomberg.
The top names in climate change are on Bloomberg.
I want everybody committed to the kind of action that we need. We have a global emergency now. We're still putting 162 million tons of man-made global warming pollution into the sky every day, using the sky as an open sewer. That's trapping as much extra heat as would be released by 600,000 Hiroshima-class atomic bombs exploding every day. That's what the scientists tell us, and the data shows it. That's crazy. That's why we have a third of Pakistan underwater. That's why we have the historic heat wave in China. Nothing comparable to that ever. That's why the heat records are broken every year. And we're seeing an increase in the flows of climate refugees crossing international borders that are due to vastly expand unless we take action to solve the climate crisis.
Nobody covers climate change like Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Japan's critical role in the global economy is changing as the world recalibrates. After decades of stagnation, Japan's leaders are forging a more innovative and sustainable path forward to revitalize the nation. Corporate giants, policymakers, and pioneers tell us how they're doing just that. Every week on Japan Ahead, right here on Bloomberg Television.
Welcome back to Bloomberg New Economy Gateway Europe, the world reglobalizes. On day 2 of our event here in Ireland, Bloomberg's Francine Lacqua spoke with BlackRock Vice Chairman Philip Hildebrand. The former head of the Swiss National Bank had a lot to say about the recent volatility in finance, which of course reminded us all of the 2008 crisis. Take a look.
You were instrumental in 08-09 in putting together the government response at the SNB, also to get UBS through turbulent time. What was March like, seeing Credit Suisse just disappear?
Well, it brought back a lot of bad memories. Personally, obviously, although it's quite a different story. You know, back in 2008, it was really kind of a surgical strike. There was a cancer in the balance sheet, which was well defined. Turned out to be 40 billion of bad assets. And we came in with the help of the government as a central bank and basically took it out. So it was a kind of, think of a cancer surgery. You go in, it works, successful, and it's over. This was much more complicated in that it was a kind of a slow burning, I would say, probably the best way to describe it would be loss of confidence in the business model and probably also in management. From what I know, and obviously only from outside, in 2008 we had the benefit of having been added in terms of preparatory work much longer. This was a really hard one to tackle because it came quickly at the end. It accelerated very, very quickly within 1 week. There was enormous pressure given where the global system was to come to a solution essentially over the weekend. So I think given all that and given where the authorities were at that point, it seems to me that the government in particular has done a very good job, not just for Switzerland itself, but also for the global financial system. And particularly, I think, a full resolution, you know, at that point, given where the system was at that point, would have been extremely delicate. So I think the government handled this as well as you could have. The question now will be, how does this settle? And how does UBS position itself going forward, given quite intense political discussions in Switzerland around competition, around size, and many other issues. So, you know, this story is not over, but the emphasis has now shifted to what UBS is going to do with it, as opposed to what the government did. And I think the government handled it under very difficult circumstances very well.
How will UBS do it?
I don't know. You know, I think as always in life, particularly when you face complex things, it's all about execution. You can talk about difficulties all day long, but in the end you have to execute. This will be a big execution story. I think it's a culture story. The chairman of UBS rightly, in my mind, has indicated that these were two very different cultures, which makes any merger is difficult or any acquisition is difficult. When you have two different cultures, it makes it more difficult. So it's mostly going to be about execution. And then I would say wisdom in terms of how they handle which is admittedly a national discussion. It's not really an international problem, but a very intense national, very emotional national discussion around this very large bank, this single very large bank that's now in the country, in a country that has always historically had several large banks. That's a big change for the population, for politics. And, you know, we'll see how UBS handles it.
There's 130 countries in the world that are looking at pulling together a central bank digital currency. The cash that you're holding in your wallet today, they want to tokenize. And they're going to issue it to you through the central bank. And the ECB, specifically in Europe, wants to do this direct to consumer. There'll be maybe intermediaries that kind of facilitate those transactions. But they want to cap how much you can hold. They will have access to the information around where you were and what you did and what you spent your money on. They can tell you what you can spend your money on. You can buy that, but you can't buy that. So ultimately, the financial system is moving toward tokenization, whether we like it or not. And so I started by saying we've got optionality, we've got choices. And so the more choices, the better, that allow us to transact how we want to transact. But the idea that everyone in this room isn't going to have access to, potentially forced to use, a digital wallet at some point, would you rather use an asset that provides some level of privacy and control, or do you want to use an asset that's given to you by the government that, you know, the country that you live in and told how you can spend your money?
Silicon Valley Bank failed on a Thursday night.
within a couple of days, Credit Suisse had been forced into a shotgun marriage with UBS. How long after that, and of course Signature Bank also failed that Sunday night back in New York, how long did it take before you felt like everything's going to be okay?
Well, I think there is a general question that any times you dent trust and confidence into the system, then you worry. Because at the end of the day, banks are built on the trust and confidence. So that for me was the key issue. Is the broader market not understanding exactly what triggered the situation going to say we have another 2008 and therefore all the banks have the same issues? And the market reaction was exactly in that direction. But when you look at the issues that triggered that, at least for example in the US, liquidity, interest rate, mismatches, and we just could not be doing that even if we wanted to, and we do not want in Europe. So it does not apply. What applies is a read across that affects confidence. So let's say that we were convinced that we were in a solid position quite quickly. What we were worried about is the contagion by the lack of trust, of confidence. I think that the ECB just keeping its direction with rate increases.
Not blinking.
Not blinking, authorizing us to distribute 3.35 billion of share buyback to our shareholders. That's about 10% of our market cap, kind of underscored with facts that the situations are very different.
I grew up at a time that was in 2008, right, when the US was actually entering a recession, right? So we had a very strong focus at the time on fundamentals in businesses, meaning companies that were either profitable or had a path to showing profitability. What I saw in the last decade, maybe in the last 5 years particularly, was sort of an abandonment of that focus as companies were chasing sort of hyper growth for extended periods of time. What I think the collapse of SVB means is a lot of investors are going back to those fundamentals and looking probably with higher scrutiny today than they were over the last few years for businesses that actually have demonstrable proof of a profitable revenue plan and profitable growth.
Coming up, more from the Bloomberg New Economy Gateway Europe, including Kurt Sievers, the CEO of NXP Semiconductor, on the push for European leadership in technology.
A lot's happening on Wall Street.
There are so many factors at play today.
It remains tight in certain parts of the economy.
Need to catch up?
This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston.
We've got the information and insight.
Crisis is too strong a word, and words like that get used a lot.
From business's most influential and instrumental.
America's economy needs a diversity of institutions. That's something that Wall Street pays a lot of attention to.
Bloomberg Wall Street Week, live Friday with replays all weekend on Bloomberg Television and Radio. This June, in honor of Pride Month and Juneteenth, Bloomberg brings you a special equality series every Thursday in June at 1 p.m. Eastern. Bloomberg Equality, celebrating inclusion this Pride Month.
From New York City,
from London, in Sydney,
from Washington,
in Tokyo,
9 a.m. in Beijing and Shanghai. Good morning, everyone.
Have a great evening. Here's what I'm watching.
You do not want to miss this story.
Is there the kind of upside?
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Welcome back to Ireland and Bloomberg New Economy Gateway Europe, the world reglobalizes. I'm Eric Schatzker. The U.S. Congress has been busy passing bills to subsidize the development of advanced chip production and clean energy technology. Europe was caught off guard by the size and terms of these programs. But Kurt Sievers, the CEO of NXP Semiconductor, told me Europe and the United States can and perhaps should work together.
The West is trying to starve China of advanced chip technology, and meantime, you have Europe with the CHIPS Act, the European CHIPS Act, and the United States with its own CHIPS Act competing with each other for chip-making capacity by offering tens of billions of dollars each in subsidies for fab construction. Is this a turning point?
That's a big question. Let me try and parse it, Eric. So first of all, there is no digital without chips. And I emphasize that because everybody speaks about the digitalization of the world. And I would even go a step further. There is no Green Deal without chips. So yes, it's a bit like the new oil for the world. And given some of these geopolitical tensions, especially between the US and China, it's become a necessity, I believe, to be more resilient against these geopolitical tensions. And while finding it out the hard way through the past 2 years during the pandemic, and what I mean with the hard way is that we've all seen how key industries in Europe and the US, especially in the industrial, medical, and automotive sectors, have suffered from a shortage of semiconductors, it became painfully aware how much we all depend on semiconductors. I mean, I've been in this industry for 30 years now, and 27 years of that period, I could never talk with my friends about what I'm doing because nobody knew what chips are. Now everybody does, and again, from a painful way. Now, coming back to the CHIPS Act, I think it is late, but it is good, very good and very needed to do this. But there is a few attention points, and you mentioned one of them. The one you mentioned is, I think it would be fantastic if there was a lot of synchronization between the US CHIPS Act and the European CHIPS Act in terms of what to support, such that it will be complementary. I see this as one Western world, which should be combining the funds almost in order to create the best together. I mean, the US has 50 plus billion. We just signed yesterday the 43 billion euros in Europe. Mind you that in the end, it is big money from a government perspective. It is little money from an industry perspective, which means we have to spend it in a very dedicated and very well thought through way in order to get the best out of it. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, so I think you were overly critical in your question. I would say we have to make sure and pay attention that it does happen more and more going forward.
We're using advanced AI systems to uncover new solutions to problems that we don't fully understand or that we think may never be achievable. We've worked to and use AI to help control the plasma of nuclear fusion reactors, which is an important step in the safety of making this a viable solution. So I think there's a lot of things that we're seeing, and generative AI in my mind is really just the first rung on a very long ladder. I think it's exciting to think about the potential, and again, the reason I joined DeepMind was thinking about what future I want to hand my children and the generations that follow, and I believe AI can help us create a better society.
If you want society to embrace technology and to trust technology, you need to have that social contract with society. And if it's necessary to put more guardrails, to put certain mechanisms and principles in place, and this is what we want to do in the AI Act, you need some sort of clear principles and mechanisms, not just to regulate the next big thing that is coming, but that will be foundational for the technology under which whatever you want to create that has to do something with AI, you need to abide by those basic principles and mechanisms.
Last year, we did a study on aviation, and we also looked at how we can how we can keep the aviation sector below 2 degrees. And Willie mentioned a lot of the same findings that we had. It's going to be a lot about sustainable aviation fuel. It's going to be about improved efficiencies, and it's going to be about zero-emission planes, which I think we're going to hear a little bit more about shortly. And the exciting part for us is that we have identified a pathway that is feasible. Now we are going to need government regulations, and I think it's kind of interesting. You look at what's taking place in Europe and you look at what's taking place in the US, and they're kind of going on 2 different pathways. Let's start with the US. We've heard a lot about the Inflation Reduction Act. The Inflation Reduction Act is really about incentives and subsidies to bring the sustainable aviation fuel using government money, and that's going to probably get us about displacing about 10% of our aviation fuel by about 2030, something along those lines.
But from Rolls-Royce's perspective, yeah, we've got a number of really exciting technology projects. We broke the world speed record last year with an all-electric plane, single-seater, but it's the world's most powerful battery ever taken to the sky. So really proving the potential of some of that technology. We are working on some hydrogen projects as well, which I won't go into in too much detail, but again, we've tested a gaseous hydrogen engine actually. Again, operated as expected, no real changes needed, which is pretty key in an industry that's so heavily regulated and relies so much on certification. No changes, sometimes a really, really good thing.
Here is where data is very important. Eurocontrol did an excellent study. If you banned all flights in Europe, every single one below 500 kilometers, you would reduce the number of flights by 24%, but the impact on CO2 is only 3.8%. So I think when we're making these decisions, we need to understand, what is the impact of the decision going to be? And we need to be honest with people. If you banned all short-haul flying in Europe, say 3.8%. If you introduced the single European sky in Europe, which is technically possible today, you would reduce emissions by 10%. So there are steps that we can take, and we need every single possible contribution to get to net zero in 2050. But I'm very clear that from an industry point of view, we can do it. And you will be able to continue to fly between now and 2050. And in 2050, this industry will be at net zero.
That's all from Bloomberg New Economy Gateway Europe, The World Reglobalizes. You'll find all our panels and interviews at Bloomberg.com and on the terminal. I'm Eric Schatzker. This is Bloomberg.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders.
Today's CFO has to be much, much more than a bookkeeper.
One of the most important things is looking around the corner.
We have to let go of the traditional legacy department store.
Their impact goes far beyond the balance sheet. And on Chief Future Officer, they focus on much more than just revenues and margins.
You also have to be credible business leaders in order to really impact the business and steer the direction.
We are like biologists. We need to deeply understand the financial DNA of a company.
People just come with a playbook and say, okay, we're going to roll that. Don't do that. Think longer term.
It's an amazing time to be in this role. It's a lot more than the profit today. It's building the future of tomorrow.
Get passion, perspective, and more from the chief future officers of some of the world's most influential companies. A new episode every month, only on Bloomberg. Business Week Radio. Live weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Eastern.
We got a little bit of talking.
Come on, are you guys ready?
Harnessing the power of Bloomberg Business Week, Carol Masser and Tim Stanovic bring you the latest news from the worlds of business, technology, politics, and more.
How does the Fed play into this and what the Fed does potentially?
This is so exhausting and this is so all-encompassing.
Listen on Bloomberg Radio and streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals.
Good morning and welcome to Daybreak Australia. I'm Paul Allen in Sydney. We're counting down to Asia's major market opens. The top stories this hour: the White House and Republican congressional leaders race to rally support for the deal to avert a US default. President Biden personally calling lawmakers as environmentalists and conservative hardliners condemn the pact. US equity futures post modest gains amid cautious optimism on the deal. Markets look ahead to more supportive factors when trading resumes after the Memorial Day holiday. And a gauge of Chinese equities in Hong Kong inches closer to a bear market as a slow economic recovery and geopolitical tensions keep investors away. Annabelle.
Paul, yeah, we've got the US futures just coming online. As you said there, we have had a public holiday on Monday, so holiday thin trading, but we still are seeing futures pointing modestly higher at the outset here. Of course, it really is down to that optimism around the debt deal in the US. We are seeing the Bloomberg dollar gauge holding on to its losses that came in on Friday. This really had been the haven currency that investors had been retreating to. Oil likewise coming online, WTI a little bit to the upside here, but again, thinner trading volumes across the last couple of sessions. In terms of what we're watching today, when we do see trading coming underway, the big question will be whether those NASDAQ futures can hold on to that momentum. You can see there they're outpacing the broader gains for the S&P 500 futures, and that really does come down to what we heard from the NVIDIA CEO as well, because he has been in Taipei, Jensen Huang, outlining in about a 2-hour presentation on Monday his vision for the company. They're really seeking to capitalize on this AI frenzy, and they've unveiled a suite of products. But it is that AI frenzy when you change on now that certainly played out in the session in Asia on Monday. We saw Japanese stocks, for instance, really rallying with the news chip ones in the game there. We are seeing the Japanese yen holding on to the above 140 levels. That could be something else that supports Japanese equities in the session, but broadly we are looking fairly range bound as we get underway. Aussie futures as well, a little bit weaker here, but the big question is what happens in the China market today. It's something we'll get a few more details on in just a moment, but essentially, Paul, the story there today is that we're seeing Chinese stocks approaching now a bear market.
Yeah, well, they didn't get any relief rally like we saw with other markets from the debt ceiling debate. And the White House and Republican congressional leaders are gearing up now, lobbying campaigns to win approval of that deal to avert a US default. Bloomberg Washington correspondent Kayleigh Lyons joins us now with the latest. Kayleigh, markets around the Asia-Pacific yesterday pretty much behaving as this deal is now a fait accompli, but it's not, is it? There's still a few hurdles to clear.
Yeah, there are, Paul. I mean, granted, it was a massive step forward to get a handshake deal between President Biden and Speaker McCarthy in the first place, and that now has been turned into legislative text that was released on Sunday night here in Washington. But this is not game over yet, because lawmakers are, as we speak, likely returning to Washington to be back at the Capitol tomorrow. And on Tuesday Eastern time at 3 p.m., the Rules Committee in the House will be considering this measure, setting potentially the rules under which it would come to the floor for a vote. But that could be a little bit tricky because several Republican members of that committee, including Congressman Chip Roy, Congressman Ralph Norman, and even potentially Tom Massey, could be a holdout, 2 of which have expressed publicly discontent with the deal, and they could actually hold up the putting of this package on the floor. It may need, if 3 Republicans hold out and don't vote to advance it, that a Democrat on the committee would need to get in line, which may prove tricky to do. And then even once it gets through rules, it still has to get a vote in both the House and the Senate. And we know that on both sides of the aisle, there are parts of the Democratic and Republican Party who are unsatisfied with the compromise that was reached here.
Yeah, Chip Roy, to your point, calling this deal, I believe, quote, insanity. So is there anything Kevin McCarthy can do on the GOP side to usher this through the Rules Committee?
Well, he might have to work hard to flex his muscles as Speaker. Granted, he may be riding a little bit of momentum in that he was able to get some concessions from the Biden administration in this deal in the first place. But it may prove challenging because he may need to expend some political capital to get it through the Rules Committee. And then he still needs to garner 218 votes in the House of Representatives to get it passed in that chamber. And we know that on the far right end of the party, members of the Freedom Caucus, for example, have taken issue with some of the parameters in this bill. The idea that the spending cuts are not cuts enough, not big enough to make those members satisfied, that defense spending isn't increasing by enough, that 3% figure on an increase in the defense budget not satisfying some lawmakers. So he's going to have to try to rally all these different parts of his party at the same time that on the Democratic side, the House Minority Leader, Democratic Leader Hakeem Jeffries may need to get some moderate Democrats on this too. But he is also not publicly expressed support for a deal at this time because there's plenty in this package that Democrats are not happy with either.
Yeah, tell us a little more about that, because President Biden's been making calls himself to leaders to try and get this over the line. What sort of resistance is there on the Democrat side?
Yeah, President Biden has been making calls to members, he told reporters earlier today, and said he is feeling good. But we have to keep in mind that Democrats up until recently had been calling for a clean debt ceiling increase with no concessions, no negotiations. And clearly that isn't what happened in this compromise deal. Specifically, some of the issues that Democrats are taking real issue with is the idea of stricter work requirements for entitlements. It didn't apply to Medicare in this package, or Medicaid rather, but the SNAP food assistance program would see some tightening of that, which doesn't sit well with many members of the Progressive Caucus. There's also issue with some environmentalists about some of the energy provisions in this bill. So those are a few areas in which Democrats may be unsatisfied. Granted, it just kind of goes to show you that this is going to have to be a deal that ultimately makes it into law by passage at the middle. Moderates in both parties ultimately are likely what is going to get this thing over the finish line. In theory, a lot of work to be done still. And remember, we're a week out from the X date when Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen has said the Treasury Department is going to run out of cash to pay the bills. June 5th is rapidly approaching.
Yeah, the clock's still ticking. Bloomberg's Kaylee Lyons in Washington reporting for us on the Memorial Day public holiday. Thanks so much. Well, as mentioned, markets in the Asia Pacific responding very positively to the news of an in-principle agreement on the debt ceiling, rallying pretty hard, but with one notable exception. Belle, what happened in China?
Yeah, that's right. I was just thinking, Paul, I don't really like using the term grim milestones, but actually that's pretty apt today for Chinese markets because it's something we've been tracking across the last week or so. It was really the story of the CSI 300 erasing all of its gains year to date. But then yesterday, really the main benchmark we were tracking was the HSCEI index. This is the Hang Seng China Enterprises Index. It's really the one that is China facing, or mainland economy facing, and it was down around 1.3%, and that takes its losses for the year to a whisker of reaching 20% there. Meituan, which is the sort of food delivery service, was the biggest laggard. This is really a story not only of the post-economy or post-reopening bounce not really materializing in the way that perhaps investors had been anticipating. That's part of the story. There's also earnings that fell short of what had been quite high expectations off the back of that. That's another part of it. And then as well, really just sort of lacking any big catalysts, given that geopolitical tensions are continuing to worsen between Beijing and Washington. So certainly something that a lot of analysts are tracking very closely. And it's also leading to a lot of downgrades that are coming through as well. The likes of Jefferies, for instance, cutting its overweight allocation on the market for a second time in just about 2 weeks. And then as well, we had Citigroup cutting its overweight rating on China to neutral, Paul, just in the last couple of days.
So is there any relief on the horizon for Chinese equities?
Doesn't really seem to be, Paul. The really big issue here is still that the data is coming out and it's disappointing to the downside. So we've seen that Citi Economic Surprise Index for China really pulling back. But then as well, we've got the PMI numbers that'll be out over the coming days. And then other factors as well that are really in play is certainly down to more of those more technical factors, including turnover. That has been really low for more than 2 weeks now, below the 1 trillion mark. So that really does just highlight a certain lack of enthusiasm for investors. They really choosing to stay on the sidelines here, and it's something else we've been monitoring is really how investors who still want China exposure in some way, they're turning to other markets, for instance, those around Southeast Asia that benefit from the China story in some way, but they aren't directly inside the country. So really not a lot of catalysts that can help Chinese stocks improve to the upside.
All right, Belle, thanks very much. That's Annabelle Drillers there in Hong Kong. And we're going to get more analysis on Chinese equities from speakers at the Morgan Stanley China Summit in Hong Kong. In the next hour, we'll be joined by the bank's chief economist, Robin Xing. And later, we'll speak to the chief fixed income strategist and director of quantitative research. For now, though, here are the first word headlines. The US says China has declined a request for a meeting between Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and his Chinese counterpart Li Shangfu. The Pentagon says its proposed meeting in Singapore aimed to keep lines of communication open to prevent conflict. It called China's rejection concerning. Beijing has voiced concerns about US sanctions on Li over his role in the purchase of weapons from Russia. Turkey's newly re-elected president is said to have met with a market-friendly former finance minister as he looks to announce a new cabinet. Bloomberg sources say influential names within Recep Tayyip Erdogan's circle are arranging the talks with Mehmet Şimşek. Erdogan promised his new economic team would have international credibility following his re-election on Sunday. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez says he will dissolve Parliament and call a snap election for July 23. That's after his Socialist Party suffered heavy losses in regional and local elections on Sunday. The vote's timing will ramp up the pressure on Sanchez's leftist coalition as it struggles to resolve a dispute over whether they can unite under a single banner. PwC Australia is putting 9 senior partners on leave and appointing independent directors to its board following a tax scandal. The firm says it will ring-fence business with the government to minimise conflicts of interest and boost governance. PwC's been under fire after one of its former tax chiefs allegedly leaked secret information obtained during his time working as a government advisor. China is said to be looking to grant new tax incentives to high-end manufacturing companies. A source tells us that the proposal could help qualified manufacturers save hundreds of billions of yuan, but the plan is still subject for approval. Beijing is seeking to boost the economy as recovery loses momentum and encourage more tech innovation to counter US competition. And those were your first word headlines. Still to come, US chipmaker NVIDIA expands its artificial intelligence catalog as it marches towards that rare valuation of $1 trillion. More details just ahead. First, though, we'll have more on the breakthrough in US debt ceiling talks. Hear why our next guest sees more uncertainty ahead for markets as the deal faces congressional scrutiny. This is Bloomberg.
The innovation agenda is going full speed on mitigation. That's where, there's 100 companies, Breakthrough Energy's funded.
By mitigation, you mean mostly energy. You mean everything to do with energy. You mean generation of energy. You mean batteries. You mean transport. You mean all of the new, and there's some renewables that are already traditional, but more that need to come out. So that's the package that you're talking about, mitigation? Yeah. Or are you also talking about agriculture as mitigation?
Yeah, so every area of emissions, the world tends to focus on passenger cars and electricity. That's not a third of emissions. And so the focus on the easiest third, now 4% of new cars are electric, so that's the field that we're furthest along. About 4% of energy generation is wind and solar.
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, your global business authority. Earnings season is here.
We haven't had a shocker yet.
They are minting money.
Markets are still volatile.
I think it's going to be choppy.
Bloomberg breaks the numbers first.
First quarter results impressive.
The revenue beat is amazing.
With exclusive expert analysis.
This is really important to watch.
Buy on the fear, sell on the news.
Where is the upside in this market?
Do we get answers to that today?
The bottom line speaks for itself, and that's what moves markets.
Bloomberg Television and Radio. The fastest numbers and analysis you trust.
Everything I'm seeing come out of this negotiation gives me a source of optimism and thankfulness that we're going to get past this.
I think the clown show is over. I think there is a 100% chance this passes next week, and we're done with this for the time being.
This deal is pretty good. Not great, it's not perfect, but no deal ever is. So I think Democrats should be very satisfied with it.
But I think it does. I think that global financial markets and economic watchers more broadly will be breathing a big sigh of relief.
Obviously, when the US share market reopens on Tuesday, there's going to be a bit of uncertainty about whether it passes through Congress. So that's going to hold the market back a little bit.
And I think that it's going to be a positive development, and it does ease some headwinds that were threatening that global recession.
Some of our guests on Bloomberg TV talking about the debt limit deal. Joining us now for more, we have IG market analyst Hebe Chen. So, Hebe, most of the voices there, or all of them in fact, fairly optimistic, and we did see a pretty healthy relief rally on Asia-Pacific markets on Monday. But a bit of a disclaimer, this deal's not done yet. It's still got to get through the Rules Committee, it's got to get through Congress, it's got to get through Senate. There's still some risks in your mind, and a risk of a market pullback as well.
Morning, Paul. Thank you for having me. Well, yes, I think just based on that, we're having the deal done before the XDA, the market do have good reason to feel a bit of relief. And if we are assuming that all the process have been go smoothly, then more likely we're going to see the stock market will finish at a high level before the early this month. And that's for the short-term view. But if you're taking for a bit long-term view, and it's very not easy to not notice that all these conditions to make this last-minute deal happen does come with the cost. For example, the U.S. government is going to face the fresh high level of debt with such high level of capital cost, and the spending cap, which is one of the key conditions to make this happen, will likely have a long-term implications on the economy's projection. And not only that, we're going to see a less liquidity in the market, the tighter credit conditions, all the sort of aftermath ramifications that investors need to navigate after this deal done. So in the longer term view, what I can see is there's more uncertainties that's still waiting there to be unresolved.
In the more immediate term, I mean, we have futures for the Asia-Pacific looking a little bit quieter today. And as we see on the screen there, US futures looking fairly modest. What do you anticipate when markets do open in the US after this long weekend?
Well, I do anticipate that relief rally will still at work on the front stage. But we also know that this is the week of the job market week, job data week. There's more information coming for the job market, and we all know that Fed has been quite focusing on the job market's progress and development. So we're having the job opening, we're having the non-farm payout. They all potentially have a big say into what the market will proceed, the Fed will move. And after this concern about the debt ceiling crisis putting aside, I believe the market will refocus on the fundamental of the economy, the fundamental of the monetary policies.
Yeah, and to that point, once this debt ceiling debate is out of the way and ideally finished before the X date, all of those other macro factors you mentioned are still in place, and we've got the Fed meeting coming up as well. What do you anticipate there? A pause, a skip, or maybe another modest rise?
Well, if looking for the data point of view, the broadly, I see that the market has been increased the possibility for another 25 basis point hike quite sharply, actually. About a week ago, we only see roughly about 20% of chances, but when I checked yesterday, I think the percentage has been increased by 60%, 70%. So it looks like the market has been pricing, increased the bet, especially after the last week's PCE data has increased the bet on the 25 basis point hike in June. What also significantly I noticed is the market also increased the possibility for another 25 basis point in July. So it looks like we are likely to see another 50 basis point hike in the next 2 months' time.
I just want to get your thoughts on China as well. Missed out on the relief rally that we saw yesterday. Do you anticipate we're going to see any stimulus from Chinese policymakers as the economy there sort of continues to stutter?
Yes, I agree. I think Chinese market, if we taking the China stock, the Hang Seng Index as a key indicator for China's reopening, we can probably safe to say this reopening catalyst has lost steam. We saw this both markets pulling back roughly about 80% or roughly giving up about 80% of the gains since the reopening at play. So moving forward, I think the key reason for markets can't or fail to keep facing is because China's economy data has been so not getting into meet with the expectation, especially for all the data from this month. So moving forward, I think if for the markets to get more fresh catalysts, as you said, the policymaker will be a big one of the big source of the catalyst. On the other side, if we see sort of a tension in between the China and US getting a bit eased, that potentially will boost the market as well as what we see last week that we seen the China's market rally because the new message coming from Biden saying that he see a bit of the release from that. So that's the two sources that I see that could potentially see the Chinese stocks rebound from this current low level.
Yeah, and how important is this PMI read going to be tomorrow? We are expecting to see a modest rebound in manufacturing PMI, although still in contractionary territory. But this year we've had a bit of a track record of disappointing data out of China. Do you see some risk that tomorrow's numbers might be a bit of a letdown as well?
Yes, you're right. The manufacturing, we can say that the manufacturing for China is still in the trouble that we didn't see that much boost that the reopening catalyst has helped for the manufacturing sectors. And the key reason for that is we're seeing the market, the demand from the market is definitely not strong enough domestically and globally is not strong enough to boost the rebound of that. So given that what we have seen all the data from the May, we saw from last week, and we just saw in the industrial profit, the profit has been dropping about 20%. We've seen the retail sales data is not fit into the meet with the expectation. So more likely, I think that the manufacturing sector still will be in the construction sector, as you said. On the other side, the non-manufacturing, which is one of the big source of the confidence, is likely to slow down a little bit because last month we saw the robust demand, the growth for that non-manufacturing sectors. But I think for this month, we're likely to see that robust growth will cooling down a little bit as well.
All right, IG market analyst Hebe Chen there. Thanks so much for joining us. And you can get a roundup of the stories that you need to know to get your day going. In today's edition of Daybreak, Terminal subscribers can go to DayBgo and you can customize your settings so you're only getting news on the industries and the assets that you care about. This is Bloomberg.
The top names in climate change are on Bloomberg.
I want everybody committed to the kind of action that we need. We have a global emergency now. You know, we're still putting 162 million tons of man-made global warming pollution into the sky every day, using the sky as an open sewer. That's trapping as much extra heat as would be released by 600,000 Hiroshima-class atomic bombs exploding every day. That's what the scientists tell us, and the data shows it. That's crazy. That's why we have a third of Pakistan underwater. That's why we have the historic heat wave in China. Nothing comparable to that ever. That's why the heat records are broken every year. And we're seeing an increase in the flows of climate refugees crossing international borders that are due to vastly expand unless we take action to solve the climate crisis.
Nobody covers climate change like Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Startup companies in the world built on NVIDIA today, building on NVIDIA today, and 40,000 large companies, enterprises around the world are using accelerated computing. We have now reached the tipping point of a new computing era.
That was NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang as the world's most valuable chip maker unveils a new batch of AI products and services. Huang has taken the wraps off an AI super platform called DGX GH200, which will help others create successors to ChatGPT. Microsoft, Meta, and Google are expected to be among the first users.
This is the new computer industry. Software is no longer programmed just by computer engineers. Software is programmed by computer engineers working with AI supercomputers. These AI supercomputers are a new type of factory. In the future, every single major company will also have AI factories, and you will build and produce your company's intelligence.
Let's stay on artificial intelligence. The French Open has picked an AI tool to help tennis players cope with online pressure and protect their mental health. Bloomberg's Caroline Connon has more.
Sports celebrities suffer constant online harassment, and tennis stars are no exception. Rafael Nadal, Novak Djokovic, or Roger Federer all have received hate comments on social media despite their achievements. A year and a half ago, hate speech against Djokovic inundated social platforms when he was prevented from playing in the Australian Open due to COVID vaccination rules. This year, the French Open organizers are trying to limit the damage, giving players access to an AI software that is aimed to protect them from cyberbullying on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, or TikTok.
We remove the comment in real time, and the only person that can see the comment is the one that posted it. We saw that online toxicity do impact their field performance, as well as football players than tennis players. So it's really important to protect them so they can focus on the game only.
The French company, created 6 years ago, has noticed an increase of 60% of what they call online toxicity during COVID, and 20% over the past year. It remains to be seen how much hate speech can actually be stopped.
CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders.
Today's CFO has to be much, much more than a bookkeeper.
One of the most important things is looking around the corner.
We have to let go of the traditional legacy department store.
Their impact goes far beyond the balance sheet. And on Chief Future Officer, they focus on much more than just revenues and margins.
You also have to be credible business leaders in order to really impact the business and steer the direction.
We are like biologists. We need to deeply understand the financial DNA of a company.
People just come with a playbook and say, okay, we're going to roll that. Don't do that. Think longer term.
It's an amazing time to be in this role. It's a lot more than the profit today. It's building the future of tomorrow.
Get passion, perspective, and more from the chief future officers of some of the world's most influential companies. A new episode every month, only on Bloomberg. This June, in honor of Pride Month and Juneteenth, Bloomberg brings you a special equality series every Thursday in June at 1 p.m. Eastern. Bloomberg Equality, celebrating inclusion this Pride Month. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern, right here on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
You're watching Daybreak Australia. I'm Paul Allen, and these are the first word headlines. Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida says he will fire his son from his post as political secretary. And this comes after a scandal over a party held at his official residence in late 2022. The Premier had already reprimanded his son, but a local poll showed 3/4 of respondents saw Shotaro Kishida's behaviour as a problem. Polls also showed that a recent rise in support for Kishida's cabinet is stalling. Singapore's President Halimah Yacob, who has served the country since 2017, says she will not be contesting in this year's elections. According to her, the election date is expected to come in a few months' time. While the nation-state is run by the Prime Minister, the presidency holds important powers, including the right to veto spending bills and sign off on civil service appointments. Reuters reports that Elon Musk is expected to visit China this week. The Tesla CEO is expected to meet senior Chinese officials and visit the company's Shanghai factory. It will be his first trip to the country in 3 years. Tesla's Shanghai plant accounted for more than half its global production in 2022, and the facility can now produce about 1 million cars a year. Chinese President Xi Jinping is calling on top officials to increase efforts to build a high-quality education system that has greater global influence. He says China needs to set up world-class universities offering scientific courses that meet the nation's major strategic needs and attract more overseas students. The call to step up comes as the country contends with rising youth unemployment. President Biden says his team's reaching out to members of Congress to get them to vote for the debt ceiling deal. Republican Senator Mitt Romney says he'll already back the bill, and so has Annie Kuster, the leader of a moderate coalition of House Democrats. Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy have expressed confidence their proposal will pass and prevents an unprecedented default on US debt. And those were the first word headlines. All right, joining us now is Ishwar Prasad, Professor of Trade Policy at Cornell University, to discuss a few things, among them the debt ceiling debate and the fact that we have got an in-principle deal. Professor, yesterday, I want to start with this idea. President Biden did take a question at the press conference after announcing the deal on the debt limit, or the in-principle deal, about the possibility of just doing away with the debt limit altogether. Australia had a debt limit for about 6 years before it was collectively decided it was unworkable and the country got rid of it. What are the chances of the US doing the same?
Pretty slim, Paul, because the debt ceiling has really become a symbolic political tool that whatever party is in the minority and controls at least one house of Congress can wield very effectively when it doesn't have other levers of power. So while it's an economic policy tool, all it does is foment uncertainty and at times chaos. The chances that the US will give up this tool are pretty slim at the moment.
Well, we've still got a few hurdles for this in-principle deal to clear, and among them it's got to get past the Rules Committee, and there's 3 Republicans on that committee who have signalled they're still pretty lukewarm about it, and that's putting it kindly. One of the Republicans, I believe it was Mr. Roy, called the deal insanity. Are we maybe getting ahead of ourselves, assuming that this is even going to get passed?
Yeah, the political posturing in Washington here is far from done. I think in the remaining couple of days, we will certainly have people at both ends in the Democratic Party and in the Republican Party staking out their positions. But I think ultimately sanity will prevail, and I think we will get a majority in both houses of Congress, and this deal will go through. But certainly until the deal is finally signed and passed in both houses of Congress, we can't count on it as being a sure thing. But given how close we were to getting to a default scenario and how hard the two parties have worked to make this deal come through, I don't think there is any going back at this stage. I don't think there is going to be much more either party is going to be willing to give. So it's just a matter of hammering out the support on both sides, and I think it will happen.
When you look at the concessions won by the Republican side, was it really worth dragging the world's largest economy to the brink of default, or at least the threat of it?
Again, it comes down to the political posturing, because if you think about the amounts that were being bandied about towards the end, amounts that were somewhere in the range of $50 to $150 billion, that is really peanuts compared to the size of the U.S. economy and peanuts compared to the size of the U.S. Fiscal deficit. So now we have a debt in the U.S. that is about 130% of GDP, and all the elements that the Republicans have gotten concessions on are going to do virtually nothing to really stop the rise in the debt or really tackle the fundamental problems that underlie the deficit spending, which of course are the entitlement items, Social Security, Medicare, and of course defense.
You called this political posturing. We did have one guest yesterday. He was even stronger in his language, calling this whole thing a clown show. But we're going to do all of it again in 2025 after the next presidential election. Now, it's not hard to imagine there being an even more challenging political environment then. What sort of risks do you foresee?
So one could see what is happening in Washington, assuming the deal goes through, being read by the markets in one of two ways. One is that the checks and balances eventually work, even though they may lead to a lot of volatility and uncertainty in the interim. But on the other side, one can certainly see this sort of regular event, and it has become a regular event now, creating a loss of confidence in the American system. I mean, this is, after all, the largest economy in the world. Its financial markets underpin the global financial system. And yet we seem to be seeing an extremely high level of political dysfunction, which affects not just the U.S. financial markets, but the U.S. economy and potentially global financial markets. So it's not doing that much for confidence in the American system, the American financial markets, and of course, the dollar, the American currency.
Is there another risk too in terms of foreign relations? Because of course President Biden had to cancel a part of his trip to the Asia Pacific to rush back to Washington to negotiate this deal. Part of that was a visit to Papua New Guinea, and it bears remembering that the country next door, Solomon Islands, signed a security pact with China back in March. What are the risks to this sort of posturing, as you describe it, to America's foreign policy?
So both in terms of economic and geopolitical leadership, this does no favors for the U.S. I think the U.S. needs to be seen as a country that has not only economic size and deep financial markets and well-regulated financial markets, but institutions that work, and that includes the rule of law, an independent central bank, and an institutionalized system of checks and balances. And sure, the checks and balances seem to be holding together so far, but the fact that we come to the brink of the precipice so frequently suggests that the policy-making process is really broken, and that, I think, has significant implications for American allies and for those countries that are on the wings wondering whether they should throw in their lot with the US or with China or stay somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, to that point, do you think there is an appreciation among a lot of US policymakers about how this sort of thing makes them look to their friends and their adversaries around the rest of the world?
You might think, but the reality here in Washington is that congressmen, congresswomen are very focused on their very narrow parochial interests, which means what is going to get them re-elected with sizable margins. And the reality is that the implications of something like a near debt default scenario and how the world perceives it what effects it might have on the world are really not factors that seem to play into congressional races. Certainly, if one thinks about higher level offices such as the president's office, their foreign policy does play a significant role, but not at the level where some of these decisions are made, which is in Congress.
All right, Professor, do stay with us. Cornell University Professor Ishwar Prasad will stay with us. We'll talk a little bit about the US-China economic relationship in a moment. But time now for morning calls, and Japanese lender Mizuho is positioning for big shifts in the BOJ and Fed policies over the coming months. Annabelle's got the details of these portfolio changes in Hong Kong. So, Belle, Mizuho is saying it's preparing for any eventuality.
Yeah, that's right, and not looking to build up any big positions really at this point in time. But let's take a look at what they're expecting in terms of major central bank policies. So this chart taking a look at the Fed, the BOE, the ECB and the BOJ, but two banks in particular they're focusing on first, of course, is the Fed. That's the line there in purple. You can see the key rate at 5.25%. Well, Mizuho says, like many others, that we could be nearing the end of that aggressive tightening campaign. And then also for the BOJ, they're saying that an exit from negative rates, that's the line in white, minus 0.1% is possible, and then also shifting or scrapping the policy of yield curve control entirely. That could, of course, be changed depending on the health of the US economy in particular. But as a result, if you change on now, Mizuho is making some changes to its bond portfolio. Essentially, it's sort of de-risking it to some sort of sense with shortening the duration of its bond holdings. That's number one. And then they're also looking to offload any liquid assets. So they're just getting in sort of positions that they can deploy cash over the coming 12 months if these policy changes do take effect. Mizuho as well, Paul, worth pointing out, they're also bullish on the outlook for Japanese equities. And in particular, what they say is that they're attractive given the low valuations.
Well, let's stick with the Japanese stocks. Bank of America also bullish there, right?
Yeah, that's right. They just put out a new note looking at what is next, given we saw the topics, the Nikkei, both of those hitting multi-decade highs. The big question that a lot of investors have really is whether these gains can be sustained. Mizuho, around the Bank of America, says that it is possible if we do see Japanese corporate earnings continue to improve. What they're also looking at is the underlying economic fundamentals, and they say that they are improving, and we have been tracking that across a range of metrics. And then also they say there's scope for further inflows from overseas investors, and that's because typically they've tended to invest in futures to begin with and then turn to cash equities with a multi-month lag. So they've changed on now. They've actually raised their end 2023 targets for Japanese stocks. Is taking a look at the big run-up we've seen over the course of this year to date, particularly in the Nikkei, nearly 20% gains there. So eyeing, of course, a bull market. But their year-end targets, they're looking at 32,500 for the Nikkei 225, and then also 2,300 for the Topix pool.
All right, thanks, Annabelle. Now, you can watch us live, and you can see our past interviews on our interactive TV function, TV Go. And there you can also dive into any of the securities or Bloomberg functions that we talk about. And you can also become part of the conversation by sending us instant messages during our shows. This is for Bloomberg subscribers only. You can check it out at TV Go. This is Bloomberg.
Business Week Radio, live weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Eastern.
We got a little bit of talking.
Come on, are you guys ready?
Harnessing the power of Bloomberg Business Week, Carol Masser and Tim Stanovic bring you the latest news from the worlds of business, technology, politics, and more.
How does the Fed play into this and what the Fed does potentially?
This is so exhausting and this is so all-encompassing.
Listen on Bloomberg Radio and streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals.
London, in Sydney,
from Washington,
in Tokyo,
9 a.m. in Beijing and Shanghai. Good morning, everyone.
Have a great evening. Here's what I'm watching.
You do not want to miss this story.
Is there the kind of upside?
Well, the U.S. says China has rejected a proposed meeting between Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and his counterpart Li Shangfu. Washington wanted the two to meet in Singapore to keep lines of communication open and prevent conflict. The Pentagon's proposal is in line with recent efforts to ease tensions. The U.S. says it wants to de-risk from China as a way to explain recent restrictions on trade. Beijing's rejected that language, saying Washington's goal is to decouple, to suppress China's economy. Well, let's bring back now Ishwar Prasad, Professor of Trade Policy at Cornell University. Well, it seems to be a bit of disagreement here between the words de-risk and decouple. China sees no distinction. Is there a distinction?
I think the U.S. is trying to walk a fine line because there is a recognition in Washington that maintaining a good relationship with China, the second largest economy in the world, a very important trading partner still, is going to be quite important for the U.S. economy, especially if the U.S. economy looks to be weakening in the latter half of this year. But at the same time, I think the entire discussion in Washington is being framed around national security issues, which essentially means that it's going to be very difficult to get around what is intrinsically a zero-sum game between the two countries.
Yeah, to that point, I just mentioned in the introduction there that the Chinese are unwilling to meet with U.S. military leaders at the Shangri-La dialogue. What's your view of that? Is it purely an economic argument, or does it go much deeper?
So I think there is a deeper dynamic at play here. If you think about the geopolitical relationship, intrinsically it is a zero-sum game. One country gains influence at the expense only of the other. But the economic relationship was seen as a positive-sum game where the two sides had something to gain from each other. And that used to be a balancing factor against the zero-sum game. But now, unfortunately, even the economic relationship is being seen in both countries through national security lenses. So that balancing force has gone on these two factors. The geopolitical and economic relationships are both feeding off each other and making it very difficult to see a path whereby there can be a de-escalation of hostilities between the two sides. And it is particularly unfortunate that channels of communication don't seem to be working very well. Now, there have been attempts by both sides to try to initiate discussions, but I think the Chinese would prefer to keep it on the economic track and keep the political and security tracks completely different. And that's where they don't want to undertake any further discussions. But the U.S. wants to bundle the two together, and the Chinese at the moment don't seem receptive to that.
Yeah, you mentioned a moment ago that the U.S. facing headwinds, and of course the Chinese economy is facing headwinds as well. And I do wonder to what extent you think economic reality is just going to force these two back together again.
The economic dynamics should certainly be forcing the two countries together because, U.S.-China hostilities, trade or otherwise, certainly don't do much for confidence in both countries. And business sector and household confidence are going to be very important for China in terms of sustaining its growth momentum, and for the U.S. in terms of trying to prevent the economy from tipping into a recession. But the difficulty here again is that there doesn't seem to be a meeting of mind because the internal political dynamics within each country are driving what is happening on the ground. And in the US in particular, there is very little appetite on either side of the aisle to be seen as being soft on China. And unfortunately, that position is, if anything, only going to harden in the run-up to the 2024 November elections, which are not that far away. They're beginning to play a big role in the US political debates already. And in China, likewise, I don't think there is much of an appetite for being seen as soft on the US. So unfortunately, I don't think there is a clear path in terms of the political dynamics in each side to move towards economic reconciliation.
All right, well, that's a fairly bleak prognosis. I'm wondering if you would characterize the US-China relationship as an historically low ebb or not, or whether you can see any glimmers of hope in there at the moment.
So at the moment, I think we'd all settle for no further escalation of hostilities rather than any de-escalation of hostilities, which I think would be better for both countries. There is a path forward, Paul. I think there are some issues like climate change on which there is a meeting of minds between the two countries. So I hope that they will continue to cooperate on those big issues. If they can then compartmentalize and put aside the issues on which there is clear rancor between the two countries and cooperate on issues where there is a common interest, then there might be a bit of a path forward. But ultimately, keeping channels of communication at high levels and at the technical levels are going to be really important to make sure that we don't have any further escalation. And there the prognosis doesn't seem that good at the moment.
All right, Ishwar Prasad, Professor of Trade Policy at Cornell University and the author of The Future of Money. Thanks so much for joining us. Now, we're going to get more analysis from speakers at the Morgan Stanley China Summit in Hong Kong. We'll talk geopolitics with former US diplomats Amy Salico and Robert Daly. And we'll discuss self-driving cars with David Lee, co-founder and CEO of the Hesai Group. We'll also be live at the JP Morgan Global China Summit on Wednesday, and we'll have an exclusive interview with CEO Jamie Dimon. This is Bloomberg.
The names that move markets are on Bloomberg.
The regional banks have been under some stress, but I think the banks that have failed have had some very unique characteristics. What I see is a banking system that overall is well capitalized, still has very solid earnings, but we're monitoring the situation very, very carefully.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Seeing live pictures of Wellington there as we get some news out of New Zealand. An alert on your Bloomberg terminal. Building permits for the month of April contracting by 2.6% after we saw a 7% expansion in the month of March. New Zealand facing a few economic headwinds, as are many countries, particularly around the inflation picture. The Kiwi dollar trading right now just above 60 cents US, so building permits contracting by 2.6% in the month of April. Well, Qantas shareholders may get more insight into future plans as the airline hosts an Investor Day later on Tuesday. The airline earlier said it expects air travel demand will outstrip available seats for the foreseeable future. For more on what to expect from the Investor Day, we're joined by our global business reporter, Angus Whitley. So, Angus, we've had a fairly relentless stream of good news out of Qantas recently. What are we expecting to hear today?
Yeah, we have. There seems to be a company that's really firing on all cylinders. Qantas expecting record profit this year. Stock is up 20% in the last 12 months. Projections are for another 25% in the next 12 months. So I think this really will be a case of does the reality meet those expectations today? This will be the first Investor Day in 4 years that Qantas has held, so it was sort of on hold, if you like, during COVID. And also this is the Investor Day. It'll be the last one for Alan Joyce, certainly, because he retires in November. So this will be the first time analysts will get to see what Vanessa Hudson, the incoming CEO, really has in mind for the airline. And I suppose that'll be interesting for me just to see how much she steps forward today, although she's not, strictly speaking, the chief executive yet. She is in everything but name. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of print she puts on the day.
Yeah, to what degree is she a continuity CEO? Because, of course, one of Alan Joyce's pet projects was this idea of flying non-stop Sydney to London. Is that something we're expecting to hear more about at this Investor Day?
We'll certainly be hearing more about the fleet plans for Qantas, and they've been at pains to say there's no big changes here. It's more of the same, essentially. But the fleets, I suppose, is the one area where Qantas could fall down. I mean, it's a huge investment coming up in the next decade. They're due to get a new plane every 3 weeks for the next 3 years. They've got some 300 Airbus planes on tap if they want them. So really, Vanessa Hudson's getting handed the bill for that fleet upgrade that Alan Joyce made for her.
Just quickly, among all this good news that we've heard from Qantas, there are seeds of challenges as well. Part of the reason for these huge results is airfares are so high. Are we expecting any commentary around change to that, prices coming down a little?
Yeah, one big question is the degree of sustainability of the current market. I mean, we saw last week that demand still exceeds supply, so there's not going to be any huge decline in airfares at the moment. But, when does it start to normalise to a significant degree? And, of course, that erodes profits. And so we're going to see that sort of clamping of higher costs, lower fares at some point in the future.
All right, global business reporter Angus Whitley, who will be listening in to the Qantas Investor Day a little bit later on today. But for now, that is it for Daybreak Australia. Daybreak Asia next. Do stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
You're one of the most fascinating entrepreneurs because you also started really young. What did you learn? Did you always think that you'd be an entrepreneur?
Probably, yes. I think, which is a bit sad, isn't it?
From age, what, 5,
well,
6?
Maybe, I'm not sure. I come from a family of entrepreneurs, so even though I probably can spell the word and still can't occasionally, it's sort of in my blood. But it's really fun starting a business. And fun growing a business. I feel it's a real privilege. And I started my business officially at 18, but I think I knew I wanted to do it very differently from about 15. But I'm sure it's, if you're surrounded by it, it feels very natural. So yes, it's fun.
And it started how? You started by you went to Florence. It was in Italy, and you started handbags.
Yeah, so I knew I was actually given a handbag by my mother when I was about 16, one of her old handbags, and I remember how it made me feel. And I think fashion is fascinating for the mood-changing, the confidence-boosting aspects, so the sort of tribal aspects of what fashion does. And so I went at 18 to Florence, knowing that was the home of leather goods, which is what interested me. I just wanted to learn, actually, and be surrounded by craftsmen who, making things is important, and that's going to be very interesting, I think, over the next sort of 10 years. I think the onshoring of craft and manufacturing is going to be fascinating, actually. I watched the offshoring, I literally saw it, and I think we're going to be seeing that coming back to local. We have to. When we're all looking at our objectives in terms of carbon, proximity is going to be key.
Steve's ability on the course may not be etched into any record books, but following him around, it's clear that it's not for lack of trying.
Jeez.
We were constantly hustling behind him as he caught up with executives in the portfolio companies and reminisced with former and current players.
He's a day trader. He called himself self-made day trader. Yes. And so he's on the bus after a game in New England, and he's day trading on the bus, and Bill Belichick sees him and cuts him on the spot.
You know, in many ways, it's a convention, right, of the people that I don't see maybe once a year. And so it's kind of all come together. My firm, our charity, fundraising efforts, and then the friends that are around. My dad and my brother, it all happens right there as a confluence of all these parts of my life that have found its common center.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
The breakout we have all perhaps long awaited finally realized. We'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
There's no question this industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
The transactions.
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
And the technology.
Stop talking about the technology, start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays.
You're watching Daybreak Asia, coming to you live from Sydney and Hong Kong.
We're going down to Asia's major market opens.
The top stories this hour. The White House and Republican leaders race to rally support for the deal to avert a U.S. default. U.S. equity futures post modest gains amid cautious optimism. A gauge of Chinese equities in Hong Kong inches closer to a bear market as a slow economic recovery and geopolitical tensions keep investors away. And for more on what's slowing the Chinese economy's recovery, we'll be live at the Morgan Stanley China Summit with the bank's chief China economist, Robin Xing. Annabelle's here now for a look at markets. Belle.
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, we're looking ahead to the opens here this Tuesday in Asia. But ahead of that, of course, the start of trading for futures for the U.S. market shut on Monday for Memorial Day, so certainly some thin trading. But we are still seeing that cautious optimism coming through with the debt deal relief, certainly the main center point. We're watching the US dollar as well because we had seen it retreating somewhat. It really was the asset that investors were turning to amidst all of the uncertainty. It was a bit lower in the session on Friday ahead of those deals, or that deal rather, being announced. In terms of what else we're watching in the session today, NASDAQ futures, a particular watch for us because the key question, or one of the key questions for investors at the moment, is whether this AI frenzy can really continue. But there was a bit of fuel added to the fire on Monday in Taiwan because we heard from the NVIDIA CEO, Jensen Huang, essentially outlining in about a 2-hour presentation his vision for the company and unveiling as well a suite of products that will match that. So we are seeing NASDAQ futures here 0.5% to the upside. If you change on now, that was something else that have helped Japanese stocks along in the prior session. The topics are rising as much as 2% at one point in the session. But when you take a look at the board today, it really is a little bit more, it was cautious optimism in the US, but it's a little bit more just cautious overall here in Asia. Still seeing the Japanese yen holding above the 140 levels, so something that could, of course, help more of those export names in Japan. In terms of what else we're watching today, China, really the big market to watch, given that there is so many bad news moving into that market there. Not only are geopolitical tensions in focus today, you've got that meeting that was sort of scuppered between Beijing and Washington, and then you can add to that economic headwinds as well because we had industrial profits disappointing over the weekend. But let's change on now and take a look at the market reaction to all of this. This chart here taking a look at the Hang Seng China Enterprises Index. That was down again in the session on Monday, so we are now approaching a bear market for this gauge. It doesn't really seem as well, Yvonne, that there's a lot of relief on the horizon either.
Right, you're seeing turnover. We've been, I think, under $1 trillion RMB in about 2 weeks or so. I mean, sentiment is not good, as you mentioned, and the data points are not helping, soft and hard. For more on the key issues moving the markets, let's bring in our cross-asset Asia editor, Richard Henderson. Also want to bring in our DC correspondent, Kaylee Lyons, on the latest when it comes to the debt ceiling deal. Richard, I'll start with you. China, it's really missing out on this sort of debt relief rally that we've seen across the globe, it seems. And we're talking about bear market territory now for the HSCEI. This market is looking very tired, Richard.
Exactly, yeah. The steam of the recovery has basically gone out
and we're seeing that reflected in stock prices for sure. The key question is, obviously, as stock prices go down, the valuations become more attractive. What can be the catalyst for a bounce here? As we saw last week, Joe Biden made some very optimistic comments about US-China ties, and that did help Chinese shares. It wouldn't take much, one has the sense, that a similar sentiment shift could boost Chinese stocks. But again, today we've got that news that the military chiefs of both countries, that potential meeting was scuppered by China. So that's not helping things in the near term, Yvonne.
Kaylee, Chinese stocks did not get the benefit of that relief rally that we saw in the Asia Pacific yesterday off the back of the in-principle debt ceiling agreement. And I stress those words, in principle, because this deal's not quite done yet, is it?
No, it still needs to be turned into law. Granted, that in-principle agreement has been turned into legislative text. That was released on Sunday evening here in Washington. And as lawmakers are now traveling back to the Capitol to begin looking at this again on Tuesday, it really remains a question of whether or not it can be passed. The House Rules Committee is what it has to get through first. They will be meeting at 3 p.m. Eastern time on Tuesday to decide whether to advance this bill to the floor. And that potentially could be a bit of a hang-up because there are a number of Republican lawmakers on that committee, most notably Congressman Chip Roy and Congressman Ralph Norman, who have vocally expressed discontent with this bill. And those two, together with potentially Republican Tom Massey, who could be another holdout, could in theory prevent this thing from getting to the House floor unless a Democrat decides to vote to advance it. So that is one hurdle that needs to be jumped over. Then, of course, assuming it does get to the House floor, it needs to get 218 votes. You're likely going to lose some Republicans on the far right side who wanted to see larger spending cuts and a higher increase in the defense budget. You're likely also to lose some progressive Democrats who don't like the stricter work requirements for entitlements, as well as some of the energy provisions that were in this bill. So it's really about whipping the votes now. And we know that Speaker McCarthy, as well as President Biden, are doing that as we speak. President Biden said he's been calling members himself on Monday here in Washington.
Richard, looking around futures for the major Asia markets, seems like that relief rally might be already played out from that debt ceiling agreement. But we do have South Korea coming back online today after a public holiday.
Indeed, yes, and holidays in other regions as well, the UK, parts of Europe, and obviously the US. I think there was that expectation that we would eventually have a deal, and that seems to have played out. So I think investors who had held back, held fire, and looked to prior instances of debt ceiling negotiations, they've been vindicated. Of course, we're not there yet. This is not yet law, and it needs to be before we can sound the all clear. But I think over the fullness of time, we'll see this instance mirror those in other periods where debt ceiling negotiations have come through at the last minute, and stock and bond prices have reflected that. So I think that's how things will play out.
And Kaylee, in what ways, what do we look for next in this debt deal? I think there's supposed to be some hearings that are happening on Tuesday over where you are.
Yeah, so the Rules Committee meeting tomorrow is really going to be the first thing to watch. That's at 3 p.m. Eastern time. Assuming that they vote yes to advance it to the floor, then we will look for a vote on the House floor as early as Wednesday evening. Then it has to move to the Senate. There are many parts here to ultimately get to law. If it passes in the Senate, which also, again, is going to require bipartisan support and potentially could be disrupted because any one senator can put up procedural hurdles to get this through. And we've heard senators like Mike Lee expressing some discontent with the spending figures in this agreement as well. So we have to watch it get through both chambers of Congress. Then ultimately is when it can get to the president's desk for a signature and actually see the debt ceiling be raised for 2 years, as was decided upon between Speaker McCarthy and the president himself. And of course, we're really working against the clock here. This is a race against time because a week from today, June 5th, is when Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen has said her department will run out of cash to pay the bills. And there's still a lot of room for error between now and then.
All right, Bloomberg's Cross-Asset Asia editor Richard Henderson and our Washington correspondent Kaylee Lyons there. Well, let's get to the first word headlines now. The US says China has declined a request for a meeting between Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and his Chinese counterpart Li Shangfu. The Pentagon says its proposed meeting in Singapore aimed to keep lines of communication open to prevent conflict. called China's rejection concerning. Beijing had demanded that the US lift sanctions on Li over his role in the purchase of weapons from Russia. Turkey's newly re-elected president is said to have met with a market-friendly former finance minister as he looks to announce a new cabinet. Bloomberg sources say influential names within Recep Tayyip Erdogan's circle are arranging the talks with Mehmet Şimşek. Erdogan promised his new economic team would have international credibility following his re-election on Sunday. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez says he will dissolve Parliament and call a snap election for July the 23rd. That's after his Socialist Party suffered heavy losses in regional and local elections on Sunday. The vote's timing will ramp up pressure on Sanchez's leftist coalition as it struggles to resolve a dispute over whether they can unite under a single banner. PwC Australia is putting 9 senior partners on leave and appointing independent directors to its board following a tax scandal. The firm says it would ring-fence business with the government to minimise conflicts of interest and boost governance. PwC has been under fire after one of its former tax chiefs allegedly leaked secret information obtained during his time working as government advisor. China is said to be looking to grant new tax incentives to high-end manufacturing companies. The source tells us the proposal could help qualified manufacturers save hundreds of billions of yuan, but the plan is still subject to approval. Beijing is seeking to boost the economy as the recovery loses momentum and encourage more tech innovation to counter US competition. And those were your First Word headlines. Yvonne.
Recent sluggishness when it comes to China's economy, when Morgan Stanley's chief China economist joining us from the Morgan Stanley China Summit here in Hong Kong to discuss the outlook for growth. But up next, a closer look at the impact those debt ceiling talks in the U.S. are having on global markets. We discussed that with K2 Asset Management. This is Bloomberg.
The innovation agenda is going full speed on mitigation. That's where, there's 100 companies, Breakthrough Energy's funded.
By mitigation, you mean mostly energy. You mean everything to do with energy. You mean generation of energy. You mean batteries. You mean transport. You mean all of the new, and there's some renewables that are already traditional, but more that need to come out. So that's the package that you're talking about mitigation? Yeah. Or are you also talking about agriculture as mitigation?
Yeah, so every area of emissions, the world tends to focus on passenger cars and electricity. That's not a third of emissions. And so the focus on the easiest third, now 4% of new cars are electric, so that's the field that we're furthest along. About 4% of energy generation is wind and solar.
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, your global business authority. season is here.
We haven't had a shocker yet.
They are minting money.
Markets are still volatile.
I think it's going to be choppy.
Bloomberg breaks the numbers first.
First quarter results impressive.
The revenue beat is amazing.
With exclusive expert analysis.
This is really important to watch.
Buy on the fear, sell on the news.
Where is the upside in this market?
Do we get answers to that today?
The outline speaks for itself, and that's what moves markets.
Bloomberg Television and Radio. The fastest numbers and analysis you trust.
Checking U.S. futures here this morning. Of course, they're still closed for Memorial Day. They're reopening on Tuesday as this debt ceiling talks reach a deal. Again, has to get through Congress, right? But you're seeing that stock futures still quite elevated here this morning. NASDAQ 100 futures are about 0.5% higher. That AI sort of trade, NVIDIA, seems to be still fueling that one. And you continue to watch when it comes to long-dated Treasury futures rallying in the wake of this deal that was reached between Biden and McCarthy, Paul.
Yeah, so those US equity index futures creeping higher, modestly so in holiday trading, as you mentioned, after that debt limit negotiators in Washington reached a tentative, in principle, agreement to raise the nation's debt ceiling and avert sovereign default for the world's biggest economy. And joining us now is George Barboris, Executive Director and Head of Research at K2 Asset Management. And George, US futures looking modest. Futures for the Asia Pacific looking kind of flat today. That was a short-lived relief rally. What are you expecting to see in US markets when we get the open?
Morning, Paul. Look, it was a short relief rally in the Asian region with two big markets for the long weekend offline. But it's a tentative agreement. It's a good case of adversarial politics working its way through the system. We're trying to look through it like markets generally do. And when we're looking through it, let's just take a high-level approach. Some form of fiscal discipline and lower spending envelope for the year ahead is doing some of the Fed's work for it, and it's less inflationary, all things being equal. So the debate seems reasonable, and a good result and a solution would be positive for the bond market. But obviously, it's not confirmed. 1 June is not far away. Looks like 5th of June is when the first coupon payments have to go out. But again, it's markets are not having a conniption or getting too concerned. They're just looking through it. They understand there's a political mechanism in place. And again, the language is quite robust. It's adversarial. But again, looking through it, we believe they will find a solution, even if there's a last-minute hiccup in Congress in the vote.
Yeah, well, we got a good relief rally around many markets, as you mentioned there. China, though, didn't get one. We had the Shanghai Composite up by 8 points. The CSI and the Hang Seng both losing ground. What's your assessment of Chinese equity markets at the moment?
Yeah, China equity market, a little bit different to the rest of the world very quickly. Obviously, the slowdown and the PMIs coming out of there are concerning that the post-pandemic rally has really fizzed out in the second largest economy. They've got a property issue to deal with in that economy. They're cutting interest rates. But the positive, if you're looking for a positive at China, is that it doesn't have an inflation issue. So it's not contributing to global inflation. Yes, it's a little bit slower on the global trade envelope. Obviously, Southeast Asia has replicated what China's been doing since the trade wars of 2016-17. But looking at China, not an inflation issue, cutting rates, different to the rest of the world. And they're trying to boost that domestic demand, which is not really kicking along the pace we thought previously. And that will be a concern for them for the cycle ahead. But just think of it, overgeneralization. China is a lower growth profile in the decade ahead. And that's an easy statement to make. And domestic demand will be a bigger part of their GDP going forward.
And it seems like, you know, what we all thought that 2023 was going to be was that China was going to outperform the world. U.S. and EU were going to have an economic slowdown. And in markets, you're not quite seeing that right now. In fact, it's almost the opposite, right? Where I see the S&P is up 10% this year. The dollar is stronger as well. And we have a renminbi that's breaking 7, and we're talking almost bear market territory for some Chinese markets as well. I have to wonder then, is this sort of U.S. exceptionalism coming back in some way, George?
It's just more pragmatism. There's more predictability with U.S. corporate earnings and U.S. credit conditions 1 year forward, and policy, notwithstanding what's going on in Congress, there's more predictability for markets. Yes, the rally year to date is quite narrow. In aggregate, earnings have been quite good. The slowdown and decrease of earnings haven't been as bad as people thought. Again, corporates in the West are generally protecting margins in the aggregate and passing on to date higher prices. That won't be the case going forward. We're all preparing for that slowdown. But the US, it's the best case scenario, a technical recession, labour market still tight, more demand destruction required, more pain in the CMBS market in North America, commercial. But rates, I think what people need to reaffirm and understand, rates in North America staying higher for longer, rate cuts within 12 months a little bit too early. And when the rate cuts do start into 24, 25, the bottom of the next cycle will be like a 2.25 to 2.5. And we're not going under 2 again. It's the framework, high risk-free rate, high discount rate for the investment horizon for the decade ahead.
And you add that to Europe also averting the worst case scenario that most had thought at the end of the year. You talk to me about resilience versus expectations when it comes to eco conditions, because depending on what market you look at, the macro conditions look a bit different.
Yeah, spot on. Very uneven by geography, just like the unevenness of earnings by sector. So Germany was the play with the China reopening because of its correlation with that economy. Germany then unwinds very quickly. So Europe is very, very mixed, and it's very much a domestic demand story where required. There's some benefits there of their technology and transport, for example. But Europe's going to be, it's even more uneven, and the earnings outlook in, say, North America. But you are right, it's where's the growth going to come for the IMF to do upgrades, so not doing upgrades. But this is a strange left field scenario. The massive global migration to the Western economies is a form of very strong fiscal stimulus. North America, Australia, parts of Europe are getting it. And that is driving a lot of domestic demand higher than we thought. Australia's a classic case in point, but Southeast Asia is in there as well. And again, Europe, North America. And it looks like that the downgrades we thought from the West to GDP numbers for this year won't be as bad as we previously thought, which obviously compensates for China not contributing as much as we thought. So it levels out a bit. Where's the predictability? Unevenness around the world by geography, unevenness of earnings by sector. But in the aggregate, the slowdown is not as severe yet as we're predicting, and we're waiting for that correction that's not quite there yet.
George, just before we let you go, I want to get your thoughts on the AI-led tech rally. A lot of enthusiasm behind that, but is it looking a bit frothy to you?
Yeah, look, we'll let the portfolio managers have those positions. It looks frothy, but you've got to look at the way they're doing the valuations. We have managers around the world that do longs and shorts. But it's obviously something that when people don't understand the full details of it, it gets a bit, there's an emotional element to it. But quite clearly, AI is going to be embedded in some form in many different sectors. It doesn't take over everything. At the end of the day, it can't stock pick. It struggled to pass the CFA exam the first time around. So there are nuances to it, but from an organisational point of view, it can contribute to a lot of businesses in the transport sector, legal sector, services sector in general. So it would help bring services inflation down in the cycle ahead. So that's probably the best summary I can give on the current AI craze.
George, great to have you. George Babouris there, Executive Director and Head of Research at K2 Asset Management. You can also get a roundup of the stories you need to know to get your day going in today's edition of Daybreak. Terminal subscribers go to DayBgo, also available on your mobile and the Bloomberg Anywhere app. You can also customize your settings so you only get the news and industries and assets that you care about. This is Bloomberg.
The top names in climate change are on Bloomberg.
I want everybody committed to the kind of action that we need. We have a global emergency now. You know, we're still putting 162 million tons of man-made global warming pollution into the sky every day, using the sky as an open sewer. That's trapping as much extra heat as would be released by 600,000 Hiroshima-class atomic bombs exploding every day. That's what the scientists tell us, and the data shows it. That's crazy. That's why we have a third of Pakistan underwater. That's why we have the historic heat wave in China. Nothing comparable to that ever. That's why the heat records are broken every year. And we're seeing an increase in the flows of climate refugees crossing international borders that are due to vastly expand unless we take action to solve the climate crisis.
Nobody covers climate change like Bloomberg, your global business authority.
China has declined a U.S. request for the two countries' defense chiefs to meet this week. This after Beijing raised concerns over sanctions Washington imposed on its top general. For more, let's bring in Bill Ferries, who leads Bloomberg's national security and foreign policy coverage, joining us from Singapore. So, Bill, there was a lot of, I guess, hope that something was going to happen where you are this weekend. But what happened?
Well, you're right. There were a lot of expectations that I think the U.S. and China could finally get over some of these tensions that have been plaguing the relationship. The Shangri-La Dialogue is basically an annual meeting of defense officials and defense experts that takes place here in Singapore, somewhat neutral ground in Asia. And Secretary Lloyd Austin is flying in. His counterpart from China, Li Shangfu, is flying in. They will likely still be in the same room at times, but it doesn't sound like, from what we're hearing, that they'll get a chance to meet. And I think for U.S. officials in particular, I think they're going to be very frustrated about the inability they've had to just establish basic contact. I don't think they're looking to have a big negotiation and make some kind of a deal. I just think they've been trying to get channels of communication reopened, find a way to deal with the other side when there is a crisis or a spike in tension.
Yeah, China says that Li Shangfu wouldn't be on an equal footing with Lloyd Austin while those sanctions are hovering over him. But this failure to meet, what are the risks involved in this?
Well, I think, from the U.S. side, their frustration has been that, for instance, when that alleged spy balloon was floating over the United States and got shot down, they feel like it's important to be able to just talk to the other side and say what your intentions are and say, try to explain your side of the argument. That hasn't been possible. I think their concern is if there's some other peak in tensions, whether it's over Taiwan or the South China Sea or even just a military accident, that they have a channel they can go to open up talks. And right now, I think they feel like every time they try to do it, it gets shut down.
And Bill, it seems like when it comes to the U.S. and its allies, they've moderated the tone a little bit when it comes to China, right? Decoupling to now de-risking. For Beijing, though, that sounds like all the same to them. Is there really a difference?
Well, yeah, you're right. From the Chinese perspective, it's all semantics. I think the U.S. and its allies are trying to find a way to say, listen, we want to keep trade with China. We want to keep doing business with China, but we don't want to facilitate risk to our national security. China doesn't see it that way. They see the West as ganging up on preventing them from having access to some of these high technology computer chips and other things. They think it's just a matter of rephrasing that really isn't a substantive change, and they've rejected that talk of de-risking.
All right, that was Bill Ferries, who leads Bloomberg's national security and foreign policy coverage. Let's take a quick look at some pictures we've got for you live out of China as we await the Shenzhou launch. 3 Chinese astronauts, one of them a veteran of space travel, another a civilian, on their way to the Tiangong space station. We are expecting liftoff within the next couple of hours. We'll bring those pictures to you when we get them. Plenty more to come on Daybreak Asia. This is Bloomberg.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders.
Today's CFO has to be much, much more than a bookkeeper.
One of the most important things is looking around the corner.
We have to let go of the traditional legacy department store.
Their impact goes far beyond the balance sheet. And on Chief Future Officer, they focus on much more than just revenues and margins.
You also have to be credible business leaders in order to really impact the business and steer the direction.
We are like biologists. We need to deeply understand the financial DNA of a company.
People just come with a playbook and say, okay, we're going to roll that. Don't do that. Think longer term.
It's an amazing time to be in this role. It's a lot more than the profit today. It's building the future of tomorrow.
Get passion, perspective, and more from the chief future officers of some of the world's most influential companies. A new episode every month, only on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg.
All right, just some jobs data coming out of Japan here right now. When it comes to the jobless rate, that is better than expected. Actually seeing it fall to 2.6%. The survey was for 2.7. So the jobs to applicant ratio, that is in line and same with the prior month of 1.32. So at least the jobless rate, you're seeing things looking a little bit better in the jobs front there. Of course, with tourism coming back, I think it was automakers also hiring. So certainly that's helping at least the headline figures here today. Belle is watching markets. Belle.
Yeah, that's right, Yvonne. Certainly a data set as well. The BOJ has been tracking, but easy policy settings from officials there. It's been cited as a key reason that the Nikkei 225 has been pushing up. And this chart here, taking a look at the momentum that we've seen over that run-up over the course of this year. But the question, of course, as we've been discussing, is whether that sort of trading activity is sustainable. We were discussing in the last hour as well. Bank of America is among those raising its year-end forecast for the Nikkei 225 to 32,500. But this chart here as well, taking a look at the 14-day RSI. And importantly, you can see, maybe a little bit difficult to see, but it has been above that 70 level for the past 2 weeks. And even as we did see a bit of a sell-off over the past few sessions as well. So certainly something else to be tracking. That does tell us, according to what's on the MLive blog, is that when it holds above that level, it's only done so for this sort of period around 74 times since 1990. And when that happened, 13 weeks later, the index was higher 65% of the time. So perhaps there are further gains ahead for Japanese stocks. Another reason that we've been tracking that there has been so much buying activity as well has been that exposure to Japan companies to AI. And a lot of investors piling in on that as well. If you change on now, someone who we know, of course, did really miss the rally has been Cathie Wood. Her flagship ETF closed down its position in NVIDIA ahead of the rally back at the end of January. She's now been on Twitter. This is one of the most read stories in the past hour or so, essentially defending the decision to offload the stock. She's saying that it's essentially priced ahead of the curve. There are other big players in the market. The stock looking as well a little bit too expensive. Still, Yvonne, she's saying go for Tesla instead.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to Rebecca Sin from Bloomberg Intelligence. She said Cathie Wood bought NVIDIA when it was at $4. So certainly she's locking some profits.
Has made money in the past. Yeah.
She hasn't done too badly. Overall, thank you, Belle. Take a look at when it comes to NVIDIA, AI, and Japan. Let's talk a little bit about China now. Morgan Stanley is hosting its annual China Summit here in the city, the first in-person event since the pandemic. And the bank is still retaining their view that China will grow 5.7% this year with additional policy easing. There's broadening consumption gains in the second half. That's a view from Robin Xing, chief China economist at Morgan Stanley. He joins us now from the Rosewood Hotel. Robin, always great to have you. I'm sure you're getting a lot of questions already from guests over there about the growth trajectory of China. Now, the hard and soft data has not looked good. Is this just a soft patch, a hiccup, or can things look better or worse in the second half?
Well, the weakness in recent weeks was just a hiccup. Look at what we are today. China's travel revenue, hotel, everything is already above pandemic level. Last time we had a conference like this, our Asia Summit back in Singapore, no one would have expected that, right? By Golden Week, travel revenue already above pre-pandemic level. Now the debate is about, can China find its new sustainable growth path? So I think this debate right now is much, much healthier than what we had in November last year on if China will reopen. I would say recent April-May data weakness as a hiccup. Things will get better again. China didn't use massive stimulus or this paycheck program to jumpstart the recovery. So like other Asian economies, without that massive transfer program, you need time. So it's not a surprise we see some bumps here, but we think the overall journey to recovery is on track.
What assumptions are you making when it comes to consumption growth? You think it can actually broaden? Can it actually broaden to consumers buying big ticket items like cars and houses, for example?
Yes, I do think so. So the first stage of consumption recovery was always about these COVID hit sectors, so hotel, travel. But then if these sectors start to hire again, as we have witnessed in other Asian economies, usually that's 2-3 quarters after reopening. And China just reopened by maybe 4 months now. So some sectors we have seen green shoots of hiring. And by end of this year, we think they will be able to bring back about 10 million jobs out of these 20 million job losses in the last 3 years. That would broaden the consumption recovery to the big ticket items you mentioned, even for the mass market.
There are serious structural challenges, though, right, Robin, when it comes to low confidence from the consumer? You also have this record high youth unemployment. Do you think China can actually stay the course and really kind of lay the foundations of this sort of consumption-led growth? Or eventually are they going to have to revert back to the old playbook and stimulate with infrastructure investment, for example?
Well, I think recent weeks investors are talking about stimulus like infrastructure or so-called special bond. But these are more like incremental stimulus. None of them are a bazooka. The next big thing will be how they can solve the local debt issue and the upcoming, the rapid population aging, creating problems for fiscal sustainability of local government. How can they sustain this fiscal transfer for social stability? I think the next big thing is SOE reform. After the government completed its merger and acquisition among different agencies, they will focus on this. In last 2 decades, they did twice on SOE reform. First, early 2000s, restructuring, IPO. Then 2015 to 2017, cutting capacity, supply-side consolidation. Now they need the third time, which is about capital efficiency. They have more than 200% of GDP SOE assets. How can they use that to back their local hidden debt to sustain the fiscal transfer for social stability? Well, it's all about how they can improve the ROE and the dividend payout from SOEs. I think that's the big thing, bigger than just the infrastructure spending from some of the local bonds.
And there's also this refinancing pressures on local governments and still the property developers. We've seen a few defaults already this year. How is that likely going to play out this year, you think, Robin? And should we be worried about a second wave of defaults?
Well, on the local debt issue, again, if you include all these LGFV, the hidden debt, China's government debt, including those quota part of the debt, is probably more than 110% of GDP. That's quite high. But again, on the other side of the balance sheet, you have more than 200% of GDP state-owned assets. But the problem is some of the assets are not managed efficiently. Their dividend payout, their return is quite poor. But in recent years, we have seen they have been prioritizing with giving the local SOEs a KPI focusing on ROE, on dividend payout. And the ROE seems to be improving, narrowing the gap with private firms. So I do think if they can initiate the next SOE reform, particularly approaching the plenum in this fall, that would be the big thing to solve all these debt issues. Before that, it's probably just some near-term reaction type of solution by extending the loan. But for the market, we need the next big thing on SOE reform to solve this.
Robin, markets need a bit more of a catalyst here. We're talking bear market territory for some Hong Kong benchmarks. We have a renminbi that's breaking above 7 now. Everyone's hoping for some stimulus, but with a 5% growth target, it doesn't seem like there's not much scope for or appetite for that from policymakers right now. What sort of stimulus are you expecting in the next few weeks or months, and what's the sort of time horizon now?
Well, talking about the stimulus, we just had 1 month weak data, right? So it's probably too short for the policymakers to come out with any reaction. But if we have the entire second quarter, say May, June, even July's data remain this soft, then this hiccup will be too big to ignore. In terms of incremental stimulus, I think there are 3 options. One is using policy banking tools like PBOC giving cheap funding to CDB for infrastructure lending. Second is housing. They can further relax the second home purchase in large cities. The third one will be consumer incentives like subsidy program for cars. I think July, before the Politburo meeting, is a time window for these incremental easing measures. But overall, we are still upbeat because as we have witnessed in any other Asian economies who didn't use paycheck or fiscal transfer to jumpstart the recovery.
Yeah.
Recovery takes time because you need the service sector to recreate jobs, but they will be there.
All right, just give it time. Robin, great to have you. Robin Sheng, Chief China Economist at Morgan Stanley, kickstarting the Morgan Stanley China Summit here in Hong Kong. We have plenty more guests coming through the morning here. Morgan Stanley Chief Fixed Income Strategist Vishwanath Tirupatu joins us to discuss the U.S. debt ceiling deal. Plus, we'll be speaking to Albright Stonebridge Group and Hesai Group and the Wilson Center's Kissinger Institute on the latest political and economic trends. Paul.
All right, let's get a check of the first word headlines now. Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida says he'll fire his son from his post as political secretary. This comes after a scandal over a party held at his official residence in late 2022. The premier had already reprimanded his son, but a local poll showed 3/4 of respondents saw Shotaro Kishida's behavior as a problem. Polls also showed that a recent rise in support for Kishida's cabinet is stalling. Singapore's President Halimah Yacob, who has served the country since 2017, says she will not be contesting in this year's elections. According to her, the election date is expected to come in a few months' time. While the nation-state is run by the Prime Minister, the presidency holds important powers, including the right to veto spending bills and sign off on civil service appointments. Reuters reports that Elon Musk is expected to visit China this week. The Tesla CEO is expected to meet senior Chinese officials and visit the company's Shanghai factory. It would be his first trip to the country in 3 years. Tesla's Shanghai plant accounted for more than half its global production in 2022, and the facility can now produce about 1 million cars a year. Chinese President Xi Jinping is calling on top officials to increase efforts to build a high-quality education system that has greater global influence. He says China needs to set up world-class universities offering scientific courses that meet the nation's major strategic needs and attract more overseas students. The call to step up comes as the country contends with rising youth unemployment. President Biden says his team is reaching out to members of Congress to get them to vote for the debt ceiling deal. Republican Senator Mitt Romney has already said he'll back the bill. So has Annie Kuster, the leader of a moderate coalition of House Democrats. Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has expressed confidence that their proposal will pass and prevents an unprecedented default on US debt. And those were your first word headlines. Up next, we discuss Australia's renewable energy transition with a senior investment analyst at North Star Impact Funds. This is Bloomberg.
People ask me all the time, what is the key to being a really good investor? And I tell them it's to surround yourself with and work with the best investors you can find. On Bloomberg Wealth, I'm going to take you to meet the greatest investors in the world, the people that I would like to have managing my money.
So I think the main thing we did, which was not so easy, was to stick with our process. And then it kicked in big time in the last really 2 years.
This June, in honor of Pride Month and Juneteenth, Bloomberg brings you a special equality series every Thursday in June at 1 p.m. Eastern. Bloomberg Equality, celebrating inclusion this Pride Month. When U.S. jobs numbers are released, Bloomberg brings you crucial data at terminal speed and instant expert analysis. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Bloomberg NEF's latest report shows Australia is well on its way to becoming one of the most decentralised and decarbonised power sectors in the world. But some of its other sectors, as well as hurdles on its path to implementing its environmental policies, might stall its progress. Let's bring in Bloomberg NEF Head of Australia Research, Lenny Kwong, and North Star Impact Fund Senior Investment Analyst, Claudia Kwan. Lenny, I want to start with you. What needs to happen for Australia to reach its legislated targets and to stay on this path to net zero?
Excellent question. So in our analysis, we looked at three key scenarios for Australia's future energy systems. The first one we've termed an economic transition scenario, where we try and let the changing fundamentals of energy technologies, existing assets in the ground, and investor and consumer choices play out into the Australian future. And what we found is that emissions from Australia's energy use would fall by only about 18% on 2005 levels by the year 2030, and only by about 56% compared to today by the year 2050, which is good news for those concerned about Australia decreasing its carbon emissions, but is still significantly above its legislated targets of a 43% reduction on 2005 by 2030 and reaching net zero by the year 2050. To understand what would need to occur to make those legislated targets feasible or in a technology credible pathway, we looked at our net zero scenario. And what we found was that Australia would need to rapidly accelerate its decarbonisation efforts by both accelerating the retirement of its carbon-intensive assets on the ground and scaling up investments in new low-carbon energy forms of supply and of use. To do so, it would need to rethink many of its elements of its policy mechanisms, as well as many of the elements of its market design to ensure that investment can scale at the speed and rate it would need to stay on a low-carbon pathway.
Yeah, in terms of investments, what does that mean for future investment in Australia's energy systems?
So when we looked at what would be required in terms of investment opportunities here in Australia, the number we turned out with was about $1.9 trillion invested in Australia, which might seem like a lot given the size of Australia. But when we looked at our economic transition scenario, again, one without any new forms of policy, we worked out investment opportunities would represent about $1.2 trillion over that same time frame. But to stay on that low carbon trajectory, the types of systems invested in would need to be very different, both in terms of the demand side of energy, where electric vehicle sales in a net zero scenario represented about 53% of that $1.9 trillion. But if we look at the supply of energy in Australia, one of the figures we determined is that for every dollar Australia invests in fossil fuel energy supply, which will remain fairly important, at least in the very near term across the country, it would need to invest about $6 in low carbon energy forms, both in its power system and in other forms of industrial energy use, which is almost a complete inversion of the world we operate in today.
All right, well, I want to get the perspective of Claudia from North Star Impact Funds. So, Claudia, Lenny outlining there the sheer scale of investment opportunity here, more than $1 trillion. Where do you see opportunities around renewable energy and waste in Australia?
Yeah, so we are impact investors, so we invest with the intention to create positive social and environmental outcomes alongside financial returns. And on those numbers that Lenny gave, the opportunity is obviously significant. However, we do look at places where there can be abatements as well. An interesting one is the waste sector, which only accounts for 3% of Australia's current emissions stack. However, if you increase recyclability rates and circular economy outcomes, you can abate up to 10% of the emission stack. The same with cars. Transport makes up 18% of Australia's current emission stack. Cars, 10%. However, if you invest in clean mobility, it can actually abate up to 15% of Australia's current emission stack.
Well, for an investor looking at, say, transport, how would you get exposure to the EV scene in Australia? At the moment, it looks like lithium's really the only way. Are there other paths?
Yeah, we have an investment in Alstom, which is the #1 market share train provider. They're the only producer of hydrogen trains. They have metro and light rail in Adelaide, Melbourne, and Sydney. And they have been a key beneficiary of some of the hydrogen capex spent out of Europe, and more recently the export development of Canada They did a strategic partnership for $3.5 billion to try to offer financing to Alstom's customers with the purpose to invest in clean mobility. So we look for the outcomes there. And if you look at the carbon abatement scenario, for every kilometre passed, a train, an Alstom train, takes 4.9 grams of carbon dioxide. That's versus 120 to 190 for a car.
Yeah. Claudia makes the point there, Lenny, about hydrogen, and the Australian government's reiterated, a number of companies have as well, the potential for Australia to become a hydrogen superpower. What does this mean for the future of energy systems here?
We've heard a lot about the opportunity for Australia to become a hydrogen superpower from political industrial leaders over recent years. And that's another scenario we try to consider in looking at what might happen to Australia's energy systems in the years ahead. In our hydrogen export scenario, we assume that Australia could produce about 5.7% of the world's hydrogen consumption by the year 2050, with our abundance of natural resources, particularly in the form of renewable energy supply. And what we found is that it's an enormous opportunity for Australia, but there are significant challenges that could lie ahead. To put some numbers to it, right now Australia has about 40 gigawatts of operating wind and solar capacity around the country. To get to net zero, it would probably need to build about 300 gigawatts by the year 2050. In this hydrogen exporting superpower scenario, it would need to have operating about 800 gigawatts of wind and solar to both produce the hydrogen that could be used in its derivative forms for exports, but probably to produce many green materials that our trading partners would need on their own low carbon transition story. And of course, going into that is a lot of other supply chains and infrastructure that would be needed to support that size and scale of an economy.
And Claudia, when investors are looking at these sorts of opportunities, I mean, you're in impact investing as well, but of course they still want to make a return. Yeah. So how do the returns for this compare to traditional investing?
So what we look at is engaging companies to accelerate, scale, and extend their impact. So with hydrogen, it's quite in its infancy in Australia. However, clearly stated, there is an opportunity for Australia to become an exporter of cleaner goods. There is a company listed on the Australian Stock Exchange called Frontier Energy. They're looking on path to be one of the first to be able to commercialise large-scale hydrogen. They're looking at a cost of around $3 per kilogram, which is due to the fact that they're located to large sources of low-cost renewables. So we're absolutely looking for economic outcomes alongside environmental outcomes. And as stated previously, you do need subsidies, rebates, and other mechanisms for the public sector to de-risk and to stabilise the industries. Right now, we're operating in quite flexible market structures, but for the capital, for the private sector to crowd in on public sector capital, they need to have a very predictable long-term markets there.
All right, Claudia, thanks so much for joining us. That is Claudia Kwon, a North Star Impact Fund Senior Investment Analyst, and Bloomberg's own Lenny Kwong as well. We do have plenty more to come on Daybreak Asia. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
Breaks. No one covers the world like Bloomberg.
A lot of the focus and the momentum here is what to do with inflation. But again, this is still a monetary policy story.
The first round results with President Recep Tayyip Erdogan showing resilience and strength on his nationalist platform.
A number of leaders have come out on both sides of the aisle and say we will not default. That does seem like they are making progress.
Bloomberg, your global business authority.
From New York City,
from London, in Sydney,
from Washington,
in Tokyo,
9 a.m. in Beijing and Shanghai.
Good morning, everyone.
Have a great evening.
Here's what I'm watching.
You do not want to miss this story.
Is there the kind of upside?
Tomorrow, Bloomberg Bloomberg is live in Shanghai at the JP Morgan Global China Summit. Tune in at 11:30 a.m. Hong Kong time for an exclusive interview with JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon as we discuss the state of the economic landscape, the Fed's ongoing rate debate, the health of the banking sector, and more.
Climate, nuclear proliferation, anti-terrorism, global stability. This is a serious subject.
It all happens Wednesday on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
A quick check of the latest business flash headlines. NVIDIA has unveiled a new batch of AI products and services as the world's most valuable chip maker moves to the center of the AI boom. CEO Jensen Huang has taken the reins of a new networking system and an AI super platform. Huang says this helps companies create successors to ChatGPT. Microsoft, Meta, and Google are expected to be among the first users.
15,000 startup companies in the world built on NVIDIA today, building on NVIDIA today, and 40,000 large companies, enterprises around the world are using accelerated computing. We have now reached the tipping point of a new computing era.
SoftBank Group will redeem $2 billion of perpetual dollar bonds, fulfilling a pledge to buy back the notes early. It says the bonds will be redeemed at their first call date on July 19th, easing investor concerns that the callable notes will be left outstanding. SoftBank is under pressure as losses mount for its Vision Fund, and after S&P cut its long-term credit rating this month. Mizuho is ditching illiquid assets and shortening the average maturity of its Japanese and other sovereign bond holdings. The firm aims to be positioned to deploy money after expected policy changes by the U.S. and Japan over the next 12 months. The co-head of Mizuho's global markets unit says it's curling up with its investments after bond holdings were hit by the Fed's rate hikes. All right, take a look at what's going to happen here coming up. A little bit of caution as we see markets open here in Asia. Dollar yen still hovering that 140 mark here this morning. We still see U.S. futures punching a bit higher here as, of course, we are set to open there on Tuesday, but certainly a lot in focus with these debt ceiling talks. Yes, deal's been reached, but still a lot of negotiating, lobbying going on as well. We have Sydney, Seoul, and Tokyo coming online next. This is Bloomberg.
Steve's ability on the course may not be etched into any record books, but following him around, it's clear that it's not for lack of trying.
Jeez.
We were constantly hustling behind him as he caught up with executives in the portfolio companies and reminisced with former and current players.
He's a day trader. He caught himself self-made day trader. Yeah. And so he's on the bus after a game in New England, and he's day trading on the bus, and Bill Belichick sees him and cuts him on the spot. You know, in many ways, it's a convention, right, of the people that I don't see maybe once a year. And so it's kind of all come together. My firm, our charity, fundraising efforts, and then the friends that are around. My dad and my brother, it all happens right there as a confluence of all these parts of my life that have found its common center.
Japan's critical role in the global economy is changing as the world recalibrates. After decades of stagnation, Japan's leaders are forging a more innovative and sustainable path forward to revitalize the nation. Corporate giants, policymakers, and pioneers tell us how they're doing just that. Every week on Japan Ahead, right here on Bloomberg Television.
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, your global business authority.
This is Daybreak Asia. We are counting down to Asia's major market opens on this Tuesday morning. U.S. markets, of course, were closed on Monday, so not a bit of a follow-through, really, on how sentiment here is this morning. But, Paul, it really seems like this relief rally that we saw from this U.S. debt ceiling talks and this deal that was reached was pretty short-lived here in Asia. A lot of concern still on China now. We're about 31 points away from a bear market in the HSCEI.
Yeah, it appears so. The Shanghai Composite was only up 8 points yesterday. The other major Chinese markets losing ground. But we do have South Korea returning to trade today for a public holiday. Maybe a bit of a catch-up, Belle.
Yeah, that's right. Going to be watching those chip names in particular following an upgrade that came through from Morgan Stanley. But more on that in just a moment because we have the open now of Japan as well, alongside the restart of trading for cash treasuries here. As you said, Yvonne, really not a big lead-in given that we did have US and also UK markets shut on Monday for public holidays. But the tone, at least in futures, had been a level of cautious optimism surrounding the debt deal. A hearing on that is scheduled for later Tuesday. But Japan, one of the big markets as well on Monday, that did benefit from that relief rally. We saw the Nikkei, for instance, gaining as much as 2% at the open, still sitting fairly flat at the start of trade here, but also watching for any influence coming through from those economic data that we had out earlier, particularly the jobless reading, and we saw that actually dropping down to 2.6% in April, off 2.8% in March instead. So that's something that could potentially feed into higher wages growth, and that is really what the BOJ has been looking for, as we know that inflation that is sustainable, driven by the demand side instead, and real wages keeping pace with price gains. Stocks-wise, be kept tracking, as I said, the Nikkei 225 throughout the session. Mizuho among those, including Bank of America as well, sticking with their bullish calls. Low valuations, the country's improving economic fundamentals, cited as some of the reasons. A weaker yen, of course, something that helps the bigger exporting names on the index, and we're still holding above that 140 level. Yield differential between the BOJ and the Fed very much in focus. Let's turn now, because we have the open of Korea, as we said, coming back from a public holiday. At the start of trading here, we are watching those tech stocks in particular, and you can see there that tech-heavy KOSDAQ just roughly in line with the gains for the Kospi, but SK Hynix, really the stock that we're watching here today. We saw Morgan Stanley raising its price target for Korean chip makers overall. They say that the paradigm in AI is really shifting, and we did hear from the NVIDIA CEO speaking in Taiwan on Monday for about 2 hours or so, outlining his vision for the company in there and how they're planning to really benefit from the boom. But essentially, Morgan Stanley is saying that we're setting up for a 10-year cycle here. It's not only a shift for both AI, it's also about accelerated computing, and they say that SK Hynix can really play into that. Let's change on. Quick check in Australia. Qantas, one of the names we're watching, is staggered start, so won't see pricing that. But we did get out its long-term strategy. Oil as well, it is a little bit flat in the session today. Trade is really focused on that debt deal progress as well. We do see that really trading though lower over the course of the year. Concerns around Fed tightening, Russian supply. And then, of course, Paul, you can add to that what we've seen from China and that economic recovery that hasn't really appeared in the way that some economists had been expecting.
Yeah, absolutely. Joining us now to talk a little more about that, we have Sue Trin, Managing Director and Co-Head of Global Macro Strategy. And Sue, with the exception of South Korea, that relief rally really seeming to run out of steam, but it never really extended to Chinese equities in the first place. Just the slenderest of gains for the Shanghai Composite on Monday in the Asia Pacific. The Hang Seng and the CSI 300 went backwards. What's your assessment of Chinese equities right now?
We've come a long way in a very short period. That reopening rally did fizzle out somewhat. Expectations got ahead of reality there. So right here, right now, it's looking a little bit more fairly valued. From a macro perspective, we are more focused on whether the recovery coming out of the dismantling of COVID restrictions is sustainable. So key areas that we will be watching will be the extent of the consumer recovery, property market developments, which on both counts appear to be really going in an L-shaped recovery. From a political perspective, it's difficult to see consumers really opening their wallet despite hitting the streets. Mobility has returned to normal, but some of the dynamics that we're seeing in terms of increased time deposits, the significant drawdown in terms of household net wealth, all of these suggest that the consumers are likely to be focused on rebuilding their wealth as opposed to running down their accumulated savings. And from a policy perspective, we're not really seeing enough stimulus relative to the headwinds that China is facing.
Yeah, we're going to get an important read tomorrow, of course, with PMIs, and we do have a chart on the Bloomberg terminal that shows expectations being firmly managed in that respect. We are expecting to see an improvement for manufacturing PMI, but still in contractionary territory. But we've had a bunch of misses this year, haven't we? Are you braced for perhaps another disappointment around this set of numbers?
It does seem that the economic surprises are firmly tilted to the downside, but that really reflects the fact that expectations ran ahead of reality. In order to see that sustained recovery, we really need to see the property market inflecting higher. We need to see the consumer coming off the sidelines, and to date, neither is manifest. Policy, we need to see more support, and again, policymakers appear reluctant to be really fueling that credit-driven rally that we've seen in previous cycles.
Yeah, I was just talking to a previous guest, Sue, about, it just depends on, what market you look at. The macro picture seems to be different, right? You look at renminbi, for example. You look at copper, oil, which has a pretty downbeat view on growth and China's trajectory. And then again, I take a look at markets like Korea, Taiwan, U.S. mega cap tech stocks that are on fire here right now, which are all pro-cyclical. Does that make sense to you?
It's difficult to reconcile the fact that most asset markets, whether you're looking at credit, equity, they've really gone sideways year to date. It's not really consistent with most of the memes or the narrative of a looming global recession. But really, if you look under the hood and you disaggregate or decompose market performance, you can see there's a real lack of breadth. It's been highly concentrated. So in equities, it's driven by the mega caps. Small caps are underperforming, as you would expect, with concerns about recession. And the credit space, it's been largely driven by triple Cs, which in the midst of a banking crisis, it's difficult to square. So we do think that the rally we've seen year to date looks suspicious and is unlikely to hold as we move through the second half.
All right, Sue Trin, Managing Director and Co-Head of Global Macro Strategy at Manulife Investment, going to be staying with us to talk a little bit more about markets. But for now, let's get a check of the first word headlines. Now, President Biden says his team is reaching out to members of Congress to get them to vote for the debt ceiling deal. Republican Senator Mitt Romney has already said he'll be backing the bill. So has Annie Kuster, the leader of a moderate coalition of House Democrats. Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy have expressed confidence their proposal will pass and prevent an unprecedented default on U.S. debt. The U.S. says China has declined a request for a meeting between Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and his Chinese counterpart Li Shangfu. The Pentagon says its proposed meeting in Singapore aimed to keep lines of communication open to prevent conflict. It called China's reaction concerning. Beijing had demanded that the US lift sanctions on Li over his role in the purchase of weapons from Russia. Turkey's newly re-elected president is said to have met with a market-friendly former finance minister as he looks to announce a new cabinet. Bloomberg sources say influential names within Recep Tayyip Erdogan's circle are arranging the talks with Mehmet Şimşek. Erdogan promised his new economic team would have international credibility following his re-election on Sunday. Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida says he will fire his son from his post as political secretary. This comes after a scandal over a party held at his official residence in late 2022. The Premier had already reprimanded his son, but a local poll showed 3/4 of respondents saw Shotaro Kishida's behaviour as a problem. Polls also showed that a recent rise in support for Kishida's cabinet is stalling. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez says he'll dissolve Parliament and call a snap election for July 23. That's after his Socialist Party suffered heavy losses in regional and local elections on Sunday. The vote's timing will ramp up pressure on Sanchez's leftist coalition as it struggles to resolve disputes over whether they can unite under a single banner. And those were your First Word headlines. Yvonne.
All right, we're 8 minutes into the open here. Let's get to Belle, tracking some movers for us. Belle.
Yeah, Yvonne, checking in on SK Hynix in particular because we just had a call out from Morgan Stanley. Essentially, they have lifted their targets on Korean chipmakers across the board. This is really in reaction to this AI frenzy that we've seen. Of course, a lot of activity in terms of the Japanese chipmakers in the session on Monday. Korean markets were shut for a public holiday, so a little bit of catch-up in play as well. But Morgan Stanley says that the paradigm in AI, it has just shifted now. We're entering a 10-year cycle that's going to be for both AI and accelerated computing, and they're saying that SK Hynix is really the stock that can benefit from that. They've lifted their price target to 140,000 won a piece, up from around 110,000 that it is now, staying overweight as well on that name. They've also lifted their target for Samsung Electronics, so both of those names are higher. Just broadly, though, across the board, we can see that chip makers in general are moving to the upside because those bottom two ones are the names in Japan that really also, as I said, rose in the session on Monday. We did hear from NVIDIA CEO outlining his vision for how the company can capitalize on the big shift. But let's change on now because another name that we're watching in particular at the start of trading is Qantas. This is Australia's flagship carrier. That stock is fairly flat in the session, but we did get the company's update on its long-term strategy. Essentially, they're really moving further into their loyalty program. They're targeting earnings from that as much as 1 billion Aussie dollars by the fiscal year 2030. Key drivers for that expansion include holidays, hotels, more partnerships as well with major retailers, and diversification into financial services. They're also looking to sustain margins of 18% for domestic tourism, 15% for Jetstar domestic from the next financial year as well, Yvonne.
All right, well, still ahead, we're talking to Morgan Stanley's chief fixed income strategist, Vishwana Tirupatu, joining us to assess the bond markets following the tentative debt ceiling deal. Will be live at the Morgan Stanley China Summit later on this hour. But up next, Bloomberg Economics expects the Bank of Japan to build a case for a major overhaul of its stimulus framework next year. More on that in just a moment. This is Bloomberg.
The innovation agenda is going full speed on mitigation. That's where, there's 100 companies, Breakthrough Energy's funded. There's
by mitigation, you mean mostly energy. You mean everything to do with energy. You mean generation of energy. You mean batteries. You mean transport. You mean all of the new, and there's some renewables that are already traditional, but more that need to come out. So that's the package that you're talking about, mitigation? Yeah. Or are you also talking about agriculture as mitigation?
Yeah, so every area of emissions, the world tends to focus on passenger cars and electricity. That's not a third of emissions. And so the focus on the easiest third, now 4% of new cars are electric, so that's the field that we're furthest along. About 4% of energy generation is wind and solar.
Bloomberg is live in Shanghai at the JP Morgan Global China Summit. Tune in at 11:30 a.m. Hong Kong time for an exclusive interview with JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon as we discuss the state of the economic landscape, the Fed's ongoing rate debate, the health of the banking sector, and more.
Climate, nuclear proliferation, anti-terrorism, global stability. This is a serious subject.
It all happens Wednesday on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Bloomberg Economics says the Bank of Japan will gradually build a case for a major overhaul of its stimulus framework in the second half of next year. Let's get the details from our Japan and Korea economy editor, Paul Jackson. Paul, is there really a need to build a case? Is the BOJ preaching to the choir here about the need for a change?
Well, I think since Kazuo Ueda took over in April and announced this review, which is going to take up to a year and a half, economists have been trying to think, does this mean that there's going to be no change for a long time? Not all economists are convinced of that, but Taro Kimura, who's just joined Bloomberg Economics from the Bank of Japan, where he was an economist, he says, no, they're going to build the case very, very slowly. They're going to use this review to back up major change, but that major change won't happen until the second half of 2024. Now, what are they going to do in terms of major change? Well, they would scrap negative interest rates. They would go back to an overnight call rate set at 0. They would scrap the YCC, the yield cap. They would still keep buying bonds, but without targets, so that would have maximum flexibility to kind of control those bond yields, but without a specific target that speculators could attack. This would make the stimulus framework more sustainable and be able to keep it going for longer and less vulnerable to speculative attack. That's the view of Bloomberg Economics' Taro Kimura.
Yeah, quite a view there, it seems, Paul. It's interesting because we just got some numbers coming through when it comes to the jobs numbers. So at least the jobless rate is coming down. So this labor market is tightening a bit. Does that mean we're going to see some meaningful wages, which is what you have been waiting for, to really kind of shift policy?
Well, the wages part has been, a key argument used by the Bank of Japan to explain why it's not following the rest of the world in fighting inflation with interest rate rises over the last year. They're saying that the inflation that we see now in Japan, even though it's a decades high, is not sustainable because we don't have these wages supporting it. So if we see any data suggesting a tighter labor market, then that feeds into the idea that wages will be supported and will keep going up. However, I should just caution that although we're seeing a tighter labor market in the figures this morning, we're still back to the level where we were pre-pandemic, maybe 3-4 years ago. So we're not at maximum tightness yet, but this should help support wages and the case for sustainable inflation. And of course, some economists may not take the same view as Taro Kimura. They think, no, we've got to be on watch. BOJ could still pull out a surprise out of the bag, possibly as early as July.
All right, Paul. Thank you, Paul Jackson there, Bloomberg's Japan and Korea economy editor, joining us from Tokyo. Let's bring back Sue Trin, Managing Director and Co-Head of Global Macro Strategy at Manulife Investment Management. Are you in that camp then, Sue, that eventually, maybe later on this year, the BOJ is going to have to cave and blink and normalize policy?
What's the saying? In the long run, we're all dead, right? But, inflation is not the only factor that might compel the Bank of Japan to tweak its YCC. I think the most compelling case for a tweak is that the bond market functioning has seriously deteriorated. If you look at bid-ask spreads, spread between general collateral and special collateral repo, for instance, and these negative spillovers prompted the Bank of Japan to tweak YCC back in December, and it will probably be why it will look to tweak YCC sooner rather than later. But I would stress a couple of points here. I'd be very careful about over-interpreting a tweak of YCC as tightening. I'd also be very careful not to extrapolate any kind of tweak to YCC as sustainably bearish for dollar yen. That's because a tweak does very little to alter the significant interest rate pickup on unhedged Japanese investors' foreign investments. So unlikely to really turn the ship around as far as the strong trend higher in dollar yen.
Yeah, and you've argued for yen depreciation. Sue, I have to wonder then, it certainly has helped the equity markets. This bull market territory we've seen already reached in Japan. Do you see more upside? You're getting a lot of interest from clients now when it comes to Japan.
Yeah, and if you look at Japan equities in isolation, it's what, a 30-year high now. But then on a relative basis, relative to international equities, we're still only around the middle of the range over the last 30 years. And absolutely, the more dovish policy from the Bank of Japan has been, a real tailwind for Japanese equities. But we do see that Japan is a key beneficiary to the ongoing diversification of supply chains, particularly the industrial sector. And of course, the weak yen has been very supportive of corporate earnings.
Before we let you go, Sue, just want to get your thoughts on the debt ceiling in principle agreement as well. We have, of course, seen it fuel a short-lived relief rally in the Asia-Pacific. Where do you see things happening in terms of the US Open off the back of this?
Yeah, so investors are generally breathing a sigh of relief on the back of this, but the next chapter in this book is passage through the House and then the Senate. We do have, however, an extremely polarized and dysfunctional political environment, and that does increase the risk of policy mistakes exponentially, even though we do expect it to get over the line. And when you look at markets, short-dated T-bill, CDS spreads, they've been pricing in a non-trivial odds of default, less so in equity and credit markets, which really have ignored that risk. So the extent of the relief rally is really questionable on the open, given equities and credit never really priced in the risk in the first place of a default.
Yeah, exactly. It really is policymakers agreeing not to shoot themselves in their own foot. But in terms of the next big macro event on the horizon, we do have a Fed meeting in a couple of weeks' time. What's your sense of what we're going to see there? Are we going to see the pause, the skip, or do you think there's another 25 basis point hike to come?
We do think it's live, after which we do see the Federal Reserve on extended pause. But whatever central bank you look at there around the world, there is a pattern, whether it's the Reserve Bank of Australia, Bank Negara, Bank of Korea. These are central banks that moved to the sidelines and saw that inflation was really far too sticky, particularly core and domestically generated inflation. Despite the pause, the next moves were hikes. So we do see the market as rather premature in interpreting any kind of pause from the Fed that we might get in coming months as a sign that the peak is in. The Fed could still very much hike after a pause. The skip, as you say, Paul, if you look at PCE, core inflation, it is more than 4.5% at this point or thereabouts, and any kind of dovish pivot in history, we've never seen core PCE inflation so high. So really difficult to see the Fed having the required cover to engage in the dovish pivot that the markets are really hoping for.
All right, Sue, thanks as always for your insights. Sue Trinh, Managing Director and Co-Head of Global Macro Strategy at Manulife Investment Management. We have plenty more to come on Daybreak Asia. This is Bloomberg.
The top names in climate change are on Bloomberg.
I want everybody committed to the kind of action that we need. We have a global emergency now.
You know, we're still putting 162 million tons of man-made global warming pollution into the sky every day, using the sky as an open sewer. That's trapping as much extra heat as would be released by 600,000 Hiroshima-class atomic bombs exploding every day. That's what the scientists tell us, and the data shows it. That's crazy. That's why we have a third of Pakistan underwater. That's why we have the historic heat wave in China. Nothing comparable to that ever. That's why the heat records are broken every year. And we're seeing an increase in the flows of climate refugees crossing international borders that are due to vastly expand unless we take action to solve the climate crisis.
Nobody covers climate change like Bloomberg, your global business authority.
China has declined a U.S. request for the country's defense chiefs to meet this week. It argues that its defense minister, Li Shangfu, wouldn't be on an equal footing with his American counterpart if sanctions against him stayed in place. This presents President Biden with an unappetizing choice: keep the sanctions and lose the meeting, or lift them and risk courting scorn among China hawks in Washington. Sino-U.S. relations have been rocky since the U.S. slapped sweeping chip export restrictions and an alleged Chinese spy balloon crossing U.S. territory. Yvonne.
Yeah, our very own Bill Ferries in Singapore was saying that Shangri-La dialogue was something that they were really hoping for some kind of meeting, at least on the U.S. side of things. Meanwhile, we're learning that Taiwan is beefing up its communications infrastructure to ensure that it remains connected to the rest of the world in case of any emergency. Now, among the scenarios it's preparing for include earthquakes or an attack by mainland China. For more, let's go to our Bloomberg Deputy Taipei Bureau Chief Cindy Wang. Joining us here this morning. Oh, Cindy, it's not like it's theoretical, as you mentioned in the story. There was an incident around the Matsu Islands. What happened?
Exactly, Yvonne. So this is not a theoretical scenario at all, because earlier this year in one of Taiwan's offshore island, Matsu, we've seen a live example of the internet cut off, and people on the island of Matsu have to live for months without the internet access. That's a serious disruption to their daily life because all the banking services, the internet, the phone connection, everything is affected by the cut of undersea cables. The undersea cables to Taiwan are also very, very important because they're so fragile and vulnerable. Some tech experts even called it the Achilles heels to Taiwan, because a disruption in a conflict with China would let Taiwan be cut off from the internet and the connection to the outside world for months, and probably just like what happened to the island nation of Tonga, where the eruption of a volcano left the place without the internet access for months. So that's a real life scenario, what could happen to Taiwan. And like what happened in Matsu earlier this year, we see that both undersea cable connected to Matsu and Taiwan were cut off by the boats flying PRC flags. So that's an urgency that Taiwan government really need to pick up and deal with in case of the worst case scenario.
Cindy, very quickly, what is the government doing to prepare for that worst case?
Yes, so the Digital Minister Audrey Tan told us in an interview earlier this month that Taiwan wants to prepare digitally in case like this. So right now they're kicking off the Resilience Enhancing Plan. So Taiwan aims to have around 700 satellite receivers around the island by the end of 2024. To get there, Taiwan will first have to get a lab and then to pick up the satellite operators. The more satellite operators Taiwan can have, the more resilient Taiwan can be in terms of emergency resilience.
All right, Bloomberg's Deputy Taipei Bureau Chief Cindy Wang there. Plenty more to come on Daybreak Asia. This is Bloomberg.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders.
Today's CFO has to be much, much more than a bookkeeper.
One of the most important things is looking around the corner.
We have to let go of the traditional legacy department store.
Their impact goes far beyond the balance sheet. And on Chief Future Officer, they focus on much more than just revenues and margins.
You also have to be credible business leaders in order to really impact the business and steer the direction.
We are like biologists. We need to deeply understand the financial DNA of a company.
People just come with a playbook and say, okay, we're going to roll that. Don't do that. Think longer term.
It's an amazing time to be in this role. It's a lot more than the profit today. It's building the future of tomorrow.
Get passion, perspective, and more from the chief future officers of some of the world's most influential companies. A new episode every month, only on Bloomberg. This June, in honor of Pride Month and Juneteenth, Bloomberg brings you a special equality series every Thursday in June at 1 p.m. Eastern. Bloomberg Equality, celebrating inclusion this Pride Month.
I think we're in a challenging period right now, an anticipatory period as to what's going to happen with the debt ceiling, what's going to happen with the Federal Reserve on June 13, 14, and then what happens with the potential for a recession. But longer term, I'm in definite agreement that we should be deploying our cash.
With equities in about near the top of a 7-month range, it's really difficult to see that now, before this being solved, being the proper time for a real, true, genuine breakout.
We don't expect a big bear market either in U.S. stocks.
The market's not pricing in a recession, far from it. I think the market's pricing in normalization. If we actually do enter a recession, and in our view, it's going to be a recession, because of the bank lending standards, because of the lagged impact of rate hikes, as the consumer savings buffer runs out.
We do expect a recession to begin sometime in the second half. And for the equity market, that means down first and then likely back up essentially to here.
Our guest here on Bloomberg TV answering our MLive Pulse question. What's the biggest risk to stocks over the next 12 months? 42% of the nearly 500 market participants surveyed say they see recession as the biggest risk. Meanwhile, the big tech rally has further room to run, with this risk driving investors into stocks that perform well in lean times. 41% say the highest returns this year would come from buying quality stocks focused on profitability. Yvonne.
All right, talking about bear markets, this is what we're watching when it comes to Chinese stocks here this morning in terms of lagging behind Wall Street benchmarks this year. Talking about the NASDAQ, Golden Dragon, actually trailing by the S&P by about 17 percentage points. That's the worst performance we've seen since the end of 2021. And then there's the 8 shares. We are basically a whisker away from a bear market territory here after the peaks that we saw back in January. For more, let's get to our chief China markets correspondent, Sofia Horta-Acosta. It's a tired sort of market here right now. Is there more downside?
I mean, it's really a market where the reasons to sell are just piling up, and it is looking for that kind of floor, the support level, and every time we hit it, it breaks down. The Hang Seng China Enterprises Index hasn't had 4 down years in a row ever. So this would be the fourth, the first time that happened. So there was a little bit of optimism as well going into this year that, it's never happened before. This has to be an up year for the market. But really it's, it started off, the reopening trade first died down because of geopolitics. And then it was, we had that really strong economic data from China, which people didn't believe in. And then it wasn't sustainable. So it's very much a glass half empty kind of market right now. We do get the PMIs tomorrow. That could give us a little bit of direction. But, markets don't have patience. And this is an economy, a reopening story in China is a lot more slow and gradual than what we saw in the US and in Europe. So it's not going to be that V shape. It's going to be a lot slower, and it's going to take time to come through corporate earnings. So we're not getting kind of that fast pace that people had expected. When it comes to catalysts, it's the hard data, but it also needs to be a sustainable, kind of more protracted hard data when it comes to the economy and corporate earnings as well. So, you really have to ask, are markets patient enough to wait for this? And the answer right now is very, very much no.
Yeah, and it's when things like this happen that the thoughts turn to stimulus. Might we see some?
It's really something that markets are addicted to, right? And it just doesn't make sense for the PBOC to deploy that right now. I know there's more of a debate around that right now. We did see some tax breaks news on corporates yesterday. It will be, my view is that the stimulus will be targeted. It will be more to do with, the pockets of weakness in the economy. It won't be the broad-based interest rate cuts, liquidity injection that the market is actually kind of craving for. So we're not going to get the kind of stimulus that we saw in 2008. I think almost everyone should agree on that right now. But it's really kind of a market looking for some direction from Beijing that, yes, they acknowledge that the economic recovery is weaker than expected, that consumption really needs to ramp up. What are they going to do about it? Because it's right now it's kind of old talk. We know that policymakers are willing to do more. We just don't know what exactly that will be and what that look like. And the market clearly expects it.
Yep, running out of patience. So, Sophia, thank you. Sophia Hodge-Acosta, our Chief China Markets Correspondent. And then, of course, you're seeing a lot more relative value out there in these markets, right? We talk about bull market territory already in Japan. You're talking about Korea could be coming up next. Sensex is close to those record highs, Belle. So certainly we are still seeing some bright spots in this market.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really a tale of two different market themes we're watching. There's China on the one hand, but on the other, you've got the likes of the Kospi, for instance. It's gaining back from public holiday half an hour into the session now. And it really is still that AI theme that's continuing to play out there. And we're seeing SK Hynix, for instance, popping at the open. We had an upgrade coming through from Morgan Stanley saying this could be really the stock that could benefit from what it calls a 10-year cycle in AI and also advanced computing. Otherwise, in the session today, we seem like we're a little bit in wait-and-see mode. You've got trading volumes, for instance, for Japan and Australia well off their 20-day moving averages at this point in the session as well, half an hour underway. In terms of what also watching, if you change on now, it is the reopen of cash treasury markets coming back after the Memorial Day holiday. And the activity so far really playing out as futures have been indicating. So we're seeing at the short end of the curve still hovering around those multi-month highs. And then at the longer end, we are watching a bit of a retreat coming through in yields. And there's a few different factors playing into that. Of course, firstly, there is this progress in the debt deal talks, but also the expectation that when that bill is passed, then we could see a lot of liquidity being drained out of the market. So that could dent the appeal of risk assets. On top of that, you as well have the month-end rebalancing of the US Treasury bond index set to take place. And then you can add to that as well, Yvonne, it really is those expectations that are coming back in, that we're going to see a Fed hike. If it's not at this coming meeting, it could be the one following.
Yeah, I think you're starting to see a bit more repricing, not just for June, but also July. A possible hike as well. Annabelle, thank you for more analysis now on bond markets and what's really going on after, of course, this debt ceiling issue sort of been resolved. We have a deal in place, at least. Joining us now from the Morgan Stanley China Summit, we have the Chief Fixed Income Strategist, Vishy Tirapatu, joining us here in Hong Kong as well. Vishy, great to see you here in town. Does a debt ceiling deal change anything for you?
I think it's a good news. It's a good news that we have a tentative deal in place. The legislative path for getting this deal through the Congress and into the President for signature is still fraught, but we are pretty optimistic that we'll be able to get this through, and that has to be a significant sigh of relief for the markets and for the global economy as a whole.
The Treasury is going to have to replenish its cash balance, right? They're going to be selling a lot of T-bills, Vishy, and Morgan Stanley puts that number at about $1.25 trillion by the end of this year. Who do you think is going to buy these T-bills, and what it's going to do to liquidity?
Yeah, I think there is a significant potential here for liquidity draining from the system. The natural buyers for this type of T-bill issuance are money market funds who have really parked their money. The funds, they've seen massive inflows of funds into money market funds, and we've seen them park their money at the reverse repo facility. But some of that reverse repo facility could be taken out, and that's a potential to buying these. But in order for that to happen, the T-bill, the rates on the T-bill need to be attractive, and there needs to be less uncertainty about the future path of monetary policy. So all that means is that we expect to see the funding rates, the front-end funding rates, to be higher because of 1.2 trillion of treasury bills need to be absorbed between now and end of the year. Whether it's done through the money market funds or some other asset holders, either way, we think there is a significant potential for a liquidity drain in the system that is certainly not constructive for risk markets.
And how about yields? Where do you see them heading? And particularly yield curve inversion, is that going to end anytime soon?
Well, it is going to be challenging. We also have to deal with monetary policy that's sort of data dependent. So our base case expectation is that the FOMC will pause in June and will stay paused until Q1 of next year. So that means that the economy will be under restrictive territory for a very extended period of time. That has to weigh in on growth. So we think as that begins to weigh in on growth, the longer end of the curve will actually rally in our expectation from where we are now.
We brought details of our MLive Pulse survey a little bit earlier on. Most investors are concerned about recession risk. Where does this feature in your mind?
So our base case is that of a soft landing, but the combination of the monetary policy tightening that we have seen over the last almost a year and a half, and also the tightening of the regulatory changes that are going to come to the regional banks, that we think will constrain the lending coming from the regional banks. All of that we think simply raise the risk of a hard landing much higher. So our base case is still that of a soft landing, but I would say the risk of a hard landing has risen substantially, and it will get worse if we don't have this debt ceiling issue resolved quickly.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, the drainage and liquidity that we could be seeing here, it seems like when you look at stocks, you look at credit, they're really not that concerned about this. Is the market too complacent about this sort of squeeze in liquidity that we're about to see? And could it actually force the Fed in some way to reconsider QT?
It is possible, but I think there is a degree of complacency in the markets. But if you go back to 2011, when we were at similar crossroads in terms of the debt ceiling, up until the point of the X date, the markets didn't react very much. And once the resolution was accomplished, markets sold off quite a bit. And that was in part because of the nature of that resolution. So we think that it is not we should not be assuming that because markets have been relatively stable going into the X date, it doesn't necessarily mean it will follow that we won't see a correction in the market.
I see. So how are you looking at duration now, Vishy?
So I think we are warming up for duration. So at the moment we are long 5-year part of the treasury curve. We are long 5-year part, and we think that as the year progresses, as the growth, the slowing of the growth, whether or not we go into an explicit recession, we will expect to see growth slow from the pace of growth that we saw last year. And as those growth slows, we expect to see the longer end of the curve rally. At the moment, we think that really means long 5-year treasuries, long steepeners in the curve, and that's where we are most focused on. But I think we are warming up to duration as we go along.
All right, Vishwanath Tiripatur, Chief Fixed Income Strategist at Morgan Stanley. Thanks so much for joining us. And we are continuing our live coverage at the Morgan Stanley China Summit in Hong Kong. We'll be speaking to Albright Stonebridge Group Principal Amy Silico, Hesai CEO David Lee, and the Wilson Center's Kissinger Institute on China and the US Director Robert Daly. Up next, though, China gets ready to send astronauts up to its own space station, the first after its completion. We'll be live at the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center in just a moment. This is Bloomberg.
What's happening on Wall Street?
There are so many factors at play today.
It remains tight in certain parts of the economy.
Need to catch up?
This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston.
We've got the information and insight.
Crisis is too strong a word, and words like that get used a lot.
From businesses most influential and instrumental.
America's economy needs a diversity of institutions.
That's something that Wall Street pays a lot of attention to.
Bloomberg Wall Street Week, live Friday with replays all weekend on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
From New York City,
from London, in Sydney,
from Washington,
in Tokyo,
9 a.m. in Beijing and Shanghai.
Good morning, everyone.
Have a great evening.
Here's what I'm watching.
You do not want to miss this story.
Is there the kind of upside?
You're watching Daybreak Asia. Let's get to the first word headlines now. Two surveys are suggesting that China's manufacturing sector improved or at least stabilized in May. China Beige Book says its surveys show manufacturing output picked up notably in May from April. Goldman Sachs, meanwhile, also cited a pickup in the Emerging Industries Purchasing Managers Index. Economists are closely scrutinizing Chinese economic releases after April's data widely missed forecasts. China is said to be looking to grant new tax incentives to high-end manufacturing companies. A source tells us that the proposal could help qualified manufacturers save hundreds of billions of yuan, but the plan is still subject for approval. Beijing is seeking to boost the economy as recovery loses momentum and encourages more tech innovation to counter U.S. competition. Singapore's President Halimah Yacob, who has served the country since 2017, says she will not be contesting in this year's elections. According to her, the election date is expected to come, quote, in a few months' time. While the nation state is run by the Prime Minister, the presidency holds important powers, including the right to veto spending bills and sign off on civil service appointments. PwC Australia is putting 9 senior partners on leave and appointing independent directors on its board following a tax scandal. The firm says it will ring-fence business with the government to minimize conflicts of interest and boost governance. PwC has been under fire after one of its former tax chiefs allegedly leaked secret information obtained during his time working as a government advisor. And those are your first word headlines.
Well, China will launch its latest Shenzhou manned space mission in the next hour. It'll be the first crew mission to reach the Tiangong space station since its completion and includes the first Chinese civilian astronaut. Bloomberg's Alan Won joins us live now from the Shenzhou Satellite Launch Center. Alan, well, how's the atmosphere down there? And give us a sense of how important this launch is for China.
Yeah, you know, it's a total party atmosphere here. I think that right now it's really important, but not just because it's actually China's second official since the space station since it was completed this last year. But it's important just because China wants to show that the space station can operate continuously. So they're going to replace the 3 astronauts that are there right now. They're going to be up there for another 5 months. And basically, they're still building on a space station. They're going to bring more equipment up there. They're going to install more modules and all that. But in terms of why it's important, I mean, several reasons. One reason is just the fact that China wants to show its confidence in the space program. It's had a number of achievements over the last couple of years, sending a rover to Mars and sending a craft to the moon over the last couple of years. And yesterday, I went to a briefing, and they said they plan to send a crew mission to the moon by 2030. So it just wants to show, it's got a very successful space program, and is using that to boost national sentiment. And also, right now, Xi Jinping is trying to, is launching a charm offensive, and is trying to get other countries involved in its space station. And how is it going to do that? But by showing how successful it is.
That's interesting, right? Setting quite a goal there to send astronauts to the moon by 2030. Some bold ambitions that we're seeing from China. Where does this leave us in the space race then, Alan?
Well, that's the thing about it is that China is facing a lot of competition, right? In the U.S. listed, or U.S.-based Artemis Accords, which will regulate space activity. More than a dozen countries sign up to the U.S. Artemis Accords. Then you got like private companies like SpaceX right now, right? Elon Musk is a private space company. He sent a full astronaut to space just last month, I believe. I'm sorry, early this month. So I think there's a lot of competition right now, and China wants to show that, it can do it just as well.
Alan, great to have you there. Have fun. Alan Wan at the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center. That launch, of course, of Shenzhou 16 set to happen in 9:31 or so, give or take here. We're about 50 minutes away. All right, something to watch out for, of course, something you definitely don't want to miss here. We'll also be live in Shanghai on Wednesday for the JP Morgan Global China Summit. We'll have an exclusive interview with the CEO, Jamie Dimon, their China CEO, Mark Leung, and APAC CEO, Filippo Gori. This is Bloomberg.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Let's get a quick check of the latest business flash headlines. Cathay Pacific is reportedly close to placing an order for new Boeing freighters worth about $2 billion. Sources told Reuters that Cathay chose Boeing's 777-8F freighters and that about 6 aircraft will be purchased. Boeing declined to comment, while Cathay says it has no immediate announcement to make. Qantas says international flying will be at least twice as lucrative in the post-COVID era. The Australian carrier held its first Investor Day in 4 years, laying out a projected boost from a vast fleet overhaul and a 3-year turnaround plan implemented during the pandemic. Qantas also expects fatter margins in its domestic business and says operating profit at its loyalty unit could double by 2030. SoftBank Group will redeem $2 billion of perpetual dollar bonds, fulfilling a pledge to buy back the notes early. It says the bonds will be redeemed at their first call date on July 19, easing investor concerns that the callable notes will be left outstanding. SoftBank is under pressure as losses mount for its Vision Fund and after S&P cut its long-term credit rating this month. NVIDIA has unveiled a new batch of AI products and services as the world's most valuable chipmaker moves to the center of the AI boom. CEO Jensen Huang has taken the wraps off a new networking system and an AI super platform. Huang says this helps companies create successors to ChatGPT. Microsoft, Meta, and Google are expected to be among the first users.
15,000 startup companies in the world built on NVIDIA today, building on NVIDIA today, and 40,000 large companies, enterprises around the world are using accelerated computing. We have now reached the tipping point of a new computing era.
All right, we'll continue to watch that AI frenzy here today, whether it can actually lift even what we're seeing in these China markets. That AI trade certainly was a hot one here a few weeks and months ago, but we are talking about bear market territory when it comes to the H shares market. 6218 is the level to watch here, Paul. We're just about 31 points away from reaching that bear market here right now because it continues to be a bad news story there in China.
Yeah, it does. And that relief rally that we saw off the back of the in-principle debt ceiling agreement went everywhere except China. We just had modest gains for the Shanghai Composite yesterday, and the Hang Seng, as you mentioned, losing ground. And it's now given back about half of its gains since reopening. And it's interesting, not even the love that we've seen extended to tech stocks with this AI-inspired rally, that hasn't trickled through to Hong Kong stocks either. So, yeah, really struggling at the moment for investors, Yvonne.
Yeah, especially if you take a look at what the S&P has been doing, right? We're 9-10% up year to date. Yes, it's poor breath. Yes, it's only driven by mega cap tech and NVIDIA, but certainly you're seeing some pretty big gains here on relative value to what you're seeing in Hang Seng and H shares and CSI 300, the like here, right? So there's been some talks and some sources telling us of maybe some tax incentives now for the manufacturing floor. There's been some surveys from China Beige Book, also from Goldman, that's suggesting maybe the manufacturing side of things may look better in May. So maybe those are some bright spots to look ahead to as well. U.S. futures are still doing this morning. We're still punching higher. We'll see how things open up on Tuesday, just given that there's still a bit of caution in the Asia session. This sort of relief rally, as Paul had mentioned, has basically only lasted about a day or so, but we are still seeing some pretty decent amount of green here when it comes to U.S. equities. We'll see how treasuries fare, how T-bills, the like here. As we were talking to Vishy Terapatu from Morgan Stanley, there is a risk here of a drainage of liquidity once they do sell this whole flood of T-bills that are going to be auctioned off here from now until the end of the year. $1 trillion plus worth, right? So certainly, does that do a lot of the tightening for the Fed as well is also a key question. But certainly, we are starting to see the possibility of price cuts being priced out in this market as well. And maybe we will see something more in July as some are pricing in. Here's how Treasury markets are doing. 457 for your 2-year, 10-year, just below that 380 level as well. That's it from us here at Daybreak Asia. China Open coming up next.
During this 2007-2008 recession where Morgan Stanley came close to going under. Was that the most difficult time of your career?
No question about it. I mean, we were on the brink of going out of business.
And you thought you had a good cash reserve for a while, but then all of a sudden people started pulling cash out. Your cash reserves went down. How close did you come to actually going bankrupt?
We were very close, David, to the point that Tim Geithner at the Fed was trying to get us to sell to Jamie Dimon at the time. And he kept saying, that's what I want you to do. So I called Jamie and I said, look, Geithner's all over me. He says, you'll buy the firm. He said, I don't want your firm. I said, well, go tell Geithner that. And he said, John, if you forced me to do it, I wouldn't pay you $2 a share. So that made it easy on me. I was not going to listen to them. And as a result, we called our board in, and we're thinking we're going to go out of business.
At one point, you're on a phone call with Ben Bernanke, the chairman of the Fed,
right.
Hank Paulson, Secretary of Treasury, and Tim Geithner, the head of the New York Fed, and they say you should file for bankruptcy.
Right.
And you slam the phone down on them. Was that easy to do?
For me, it was easy to do. I mean, thank God I left out some 4-letter words. I said, I'll take the firm down first, and I hung up on it.
Steve's ability on the course may not be etched into any record books, but following him around, it's clear that it's not for lack of trying.
Jeez.
We were constantly hustling behind him as he caught up with executives in the portfolio companies and reminisce with former and current players.
He's a day trader. He called himself self-made day trader. Yeah. And so he's on the bus after a game in New England, and he's day trading on the bus, and Bill Belichick sees him and cuts him on the spot. You know, in many ways, it's a convention, right, of the people that I don't see maybe once a year. And so it's kind of all come together. My firm, our charity, fundraising efforts, and then the friends that are around. My dad and my brother, it all happens right there as a confluence of all these parts of my life that have found its common center.
Nearly 9 a.m. in Beijing and Hong Kong. This is Bloomberg Markets. China Open. I'm Rashad Salamat with you on now.
Our top stories this morning. A gauge of Chinese equities in Hong Kong inches closer to a bear market as a slow economic recovery and geopolitical tensions keep investors away. Asian stocks and U.S. futures rise along with treasuries reflecting hopes that Congress will pass a debt limit deal to avert a default. The White House and Republican leaders are racing to rally support. And China is set to send 3 astronauts, including a civilian, to its space station, showcasing the program's rapid advance. We are live at the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center this hour. Yeah, certainly things are taking flight, but not really in markets, right? You talk about the 8 shares. We are just a whisker away from entering into that bear market. We're lacking the catalyst. People are getting tired of this market, and certainly we'll see how the PMI data does anything when it comes to sentiment here now.
Yeah, I talked to a portfolio manager with heavy exposure here in Hong Kong saying, I wish something would happen because of the amount of money they've got invested right now, because there's so much going for the market here. We've got valuations which are screaming buy, one would say, but it's not enticing the money in. Here we go. This is a look at futures contracts. We've got, there we go, FTSE A50 futures up just 0.1%. But right now, U.S. equity futures posting some modest gains. There's a cautious optimism about this tentative debt ceiling deal and how it could avert a default that would otherwise come, apparently, according to Janet Yellen, on date X, which is now June 5. It was June 1, if you recall, Yvonne. Yeah. This is a look at the Nikkei, which has got that downdraft today and really resuming what happened last week when we saw 4 sessions on the way down. Yesterday was a good day, but certainly that's been regarded as being a gut check, what we saw last week. Otherwise, markets at the moment, Kospi doing well. It's a reopened trade here, isn't it? Yeah,
a bit of a catch-up story there. The chip stocks there are going nuts. On the good side here today. But take a look at when it comes to FX as well. Dollar yen still hovering around that 140 mark. We're seeing some strength crossing for the Japanese currency. 708.37, pretty steady for your offshore renminbi. Still watching the lira, of course.
That's actually, I believe, just about record lows at the moment for that currency at the moment. Yeah, you know, this is after Mr. Erdogan won that presidential runoff election. And, of course, his unorthodox economics have had a big question mark around them. And if there's more of the same, well, the path of least resistance of the lira is regarded as big to the downside. Yeah,
seems like more weakness to come in terms of the currency. U.S. Treasuries are doing this. You're seeing at least the front-end yields are picking up by 1 basis point, but the rest of the market, it's thin trading, just given the fact that U.S. markets remain closed. We're not getting that sort of follow-through as well, given that they were closed for the Memorial Day weekend. So certainly one to watch. It was interesting, though. I did speak with the Morgan Stanley chief fixed income strategist, Vishy Tirapur, just talking about yes, they got a deal done, but then the Treasury's going to have to sell a lot of T-bills, right?
And hence we saw, yields on some bills, 7% or thereabouts last week, didn't we?
Yeah, and so who's going to touch those, right, when they sell it, right? That's the key question. And he's expecting we could be seeing quite a bit of drainage when it comes to liquidity in the next weeks and months to come. Let's take a listen.
We expect to see the funding rates, the front-end funding rates, to be higher because of 1.2 trillion of Treasury bills need to be absorbed between now and end of the year. Whether it's done through the money market funds or some other asset holders, either way, we think there is a significant potential for a liquidity drain in the system that is certainly not constructive for risk markets.
So it raises a lot of questions, right? This tightening that we're seeing, does it is it equivalent to a rate hike? That's one thing. And then does it actually ask the Fed to maybe reconsider QT in some ways as well? But, he's looking at, look, they're pretty puzzled by the market reaction because stocks and credit not really fearing this right now.
And what I've been seeing is actually, you look at money supply M1 and M2 in the US, it's actually growth is negative, and that's unusual. And that signals also another aspect to all this tightening that you're talking about in terms of liquidity. And of course, part and parcel of all this is a lack of interest perhaps in Chinese equities. Now, one key gauge is on the verge of a bear market, investors losing confidence in the sustainability of the Chinese economic recovery.
Yeah, let's bring in Sofia Horte-Costa, our Chief China Markets Correspondent. What people are saying now about this market? I mean, they're tired, they're looking for catalysts. Are we going to get any?
People don't really have the patience to wait for the slow bull market in China, and it really is. I mean, you were talking about there are things in place for this market to at least be up this year. Let's not forget that this is a market that fell last year, fell the year before that, and the year before that as well. So 3 years in a row of falling and really lagging behind markets the rest of the world. But, it's the China reopening trade, that's kind of over. There's a sense that...
We're calling it the recovery trade now, so yeah.
Oh, we're calling it, okay. The recovery trade. I mean, the economy is recovering. And Morgan Stanley actually, the team there published a note yesterday saying, hey, we're seeing evidence of this. Yes, it is unbalanced, it is uneven. There are reasons for this. The consumer, they're choosing to spend on domestic travel, restaurants, and going out and seeing their families rather than, big ticket items like household goods. The property market is still weak, and that really impacts sentiment. The risk is that we're entering a confidence trap. Let's not forget the markets are built of people. It's not a logical, always.
Absolutely.
It's a sentimental market, and it really, really shows right now in China. And when you have low confidence, not only amongst consumers, but also amongst companies, that really feeds through to what investors are saying. And it's not just investors on the ground. Let's not forget that the CSI 300 of domestic shares, that's also not performing very well. But also offshore, you had that fast money, the hedge funds coming in, but the long-term institutional money, unless you were based in Asia and you had to invest in China, that never actually chased the reopening recovery trade.
Sophia, okay, you've got that weakness from perhaps domestic investors because of the wealth effect, and at the heart of that is the property market. That's one aspect. Then you've got to geopolitics, that tension there being really seen in the currency, and of course people unwilling to invest in China. So, that's another thing which is adding to the sort of storm clouds around the whole equity market.
Yeah, it was actually interesting. One of the best trades during the reopening trade was European luxury stocks, right?
Yeah.
That has nothing to do, well, it's exposed to China in terms of the economy story, but it's not listed in Hong Kong or in China. So it really...
And we had a huge wipeout last week.
Yeah, but it really reflected, the concern that people have still when it comes to owning the China or Hong Kong listed equities. And we're seeing headlines again, the defense minister spat again, China and the US really not coming to the table to talk things out. So people are losing patience when it comes to waiting for US-China tensions to thaw, waiting for that recovery story to really feed through, that consumption boom to really feed through. So, they're kind of selling and asking questions later right now.
All right, Sofia, thank you. Sofia Horte-Costa, Chief China Markets Correspondent. And we're looking still for the data to turn positively, right? We had a good start in the year, and then things just started petering out here. And it's interesting, right? We have PMI numbers coming out. We'll see if we continue to see that contraction in the manufacturing floor. But you're starting to see signs, right? These surveys coming out from China Beige Book, for example, from Goldman, that are starting to see maybe things are picking up a little bit here. They're seeing, especially China Beige Book, a very sizable difference from what we saw between April and May.
Well, I mean, you look at that, is it hope or is it expectation? You've got to differentiate between the two. But those PMI numbers are out tomorrow, and looking at even a slight fallback with non-manufacturing PMI. Taishin manufacturing and indeed the official PMI for manufacturing expected to be in contraction here. But, we can't really ignore what we had over the weekend, those industrial profit numbers, which are, huge contraction, whether it be 20 or 18% down is pretty much academic, because it's against some base effects, which were just extraordinary. Country in essentially lockdown. this time last year. So there you go.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of questions going to be asking at the Morgan Stanley China Summit in Hong Kong. We were just talking to Robin Shing, the chief China economist, saying, look for late June, early July. That could be the window for some targeted stimulus. We got plenty more guests coming through here in the city to speak. We're talking to Amy Selico here from Albright Stonebridge on U.S.-China relations, Hesai co-founder David Lee, and Robert Daly as well from the Wilson Center's Kissinger Institute.
Okay, well, while we wait for all those, let's have a look at the first word news headlines. And kicking things off with a look at the U.S. saying that China's declined a request for a meeting between Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and his Chinese counterpart Li Shangfu. The Pentagon saying its proposed meeting in Singapore aimed to keep lines of communication open to prevent conflict. It called China's rejection, quote-unquote, concerning. Beijing had demanded that the U.S. lift sanctions on Li over his role in the purchase of weapons from Russia. Turkey's newly re-elected president is said to have met with a market-friendly former finance minister as he announces, or looks to announce, a new cabinet. Bloomberg sources say that influential names with Recep Tayyip Erdogan circle arranging the talks with Mehmet Şimşek. Erdogan promising his new economic team would have international credibility following his re-election on Sunday. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez saying he will dissolve Parliament and call a snap election on the 23rd of July. That after the Socialist Party that he is in charge of suffered heavy losses in regional and local elections on Sunday. The vote's timing will ramp up pressure on Sanchez's leftist coalition as it struggles to resolve a dispute over whether they can unite under a single banner. Taking a Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida saying that he's going to fire his son from his post as political secretary. This comes after a scandal over a party held at his official residence in late 2022. The premier had already reprimanded his son, but a local poll showed 3/4 of respondents saw Shotaro Kishida's behavior as a problem. Polls also showed that a recent rise in support for Kishida's cabinet is also stalling. So a party getting a prime minister in trouble, who knew? Echoes of Boris Johnson. There you go. That's a look at the first word headlines.
I didn't want to get there, but yeah, you made it. Still ahead, as China's first homegrown jetliner takes to the skies, a look at what's needed for the aircraft to break into global markets. That's a little bit later on. And further up in the skies, we're going to be analyzing the state of trade ties. Well, I was talking about space, but we'll talk about that later. First, we'll talk about trade ties between the U.S. and China. Break down the dynamics with Amy Selico from Albright Stonebridge Group, who's at the Morgan Stanley China Summit in the summit as well. You take a look at how these live pictures are doing here this morning with the Jianguan Satellite Launch Center. I was going to talk about this, right? Further up in the skies, we're expected to see this launch of the Shenzhou 16 spacecraft here, scheduled to launch in just about 20 minutes' time. 3 Chinese astronauts from the Jianguan Center in the Gobi Desert to the Tiangong Space Station, one of which a Chinese civilian, marking the first time we've seen one go into space. This is Bloomberg.
The innovation agenda is going full speed on mitigation. That's where, there's 100 companies, Breakthrough Energy's funded.
By mitigation, you mean mostly energy. You mean everything to do with energy. You mean generation of energy. You mean batteries. You mean transport. You mean all of the new, and there's some renewables that are already traditional, but more that need to come out. So that's the package that you're talking about, mitigation?
Yeah.
Or are you also talking about agriculture as mitigation?
Yeah, so every area of emissions, the world tends to focus on passenger cars and electricity. That's not a third of emissions. And so the focus on the easiest third, now 4% of new cars are electric, so that's the field that we're furthest along. About 4% of energy generation is wind and solar.
your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern, right here on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
All right, well, we are looking at China as it declines a U.S. request for the two countries' defense chiefs to meet this week. That after Beijing raised concerns over sanctions Washington imposed on its top general. Our Greater China senior executive editor is John Liu, and he joins us now. John, what's the story?
Well, Secretary Austin actually a year ago did meet with the Chinese defense minister then, Wei Fenghe. Mr. Li Shangfu is the new defense minister. He took over earlier this year. He was sanctioned by the United States previous to him becoming defense minister for his participation in a weapons sale to China from Russia. China has, before this rejection of the meeting, China had asked the U.S. to remove the sanctions to pave the way for the meeting. We actually heard from President Biden when he was at the G7 in Japan that this was something being considered by the United States. The White House later came out to say that that was not the case. And it does now look like that there was no consideration of lifting these sanctions. And so China is rejecting the meeting, saying that the two gentlemen have to be on equal footing for there to be an open dialogue.
Yeah, and we were just talking to Bill Ferries that, I think the U.S. side, they were really hoping for something to happen in Singapore this weekend, but I guess it's not happening now. There's this sort of tone that's been changed, right, around this whole decoupling story. You're hearing the U.S. and allies are calling it now de-risking. Does that change anything in Beijing's eyes?
I think from the Beijing side, Beijing is saying, actions speak louder than words. And so if you call it de-risking, if you call it decoupling, if the outcome is that Chinese companies are going to be removed from supply chains around the world, especially high-tech supply chains, Beijing is going to oppose that very strongly. And I think that's what we have seen in terms of state media coming out to say that de-risking is nothing but a change in words. It's not a change in attitude, nor is it a change in action. And so it is not, if this was an attempt to make the relationship better by Washington, it has not worked.
John, thank you. John Liu there, our Greater China senior executive editor, joining us from Beijing. Your renminbi fix just crossing the Bloomberg here right now, 708.18 against the dollar, just slightly weaker than consensus, but pretty much bang in line. We're seeing a 708 handle for dollar China here this morning. Let's head back to the Morgan Stanley China Summit. With us now is Amy Selico, principal at Albright Stonebridge Group. She previously served as senior director for China Affairs at the USTR, to talk us through where we are in U.S.-China relations. And Amy, we talk about de-risking and decoupling. In Beijing's eyes, it's basically just the same in some ways. Why do you think we're hearing this more moderate tone from the U.S.? Is there really a difference here, and what does it mean in practice?
Well, it's great to be with you, and I do think it means something in practice. I think it's interesting that the U.S. has adopted the European phraseology here, de-risking and not decoupling. I think it was very important for many stakeholders around the world to hear the U.S. government continue to reinforce the necessity of engaging with China on a number of issues. And so this whole disintegration of U.S.-China relations is now not the focus. It's on looking at national security concerns and de-risking elements of the relationship. It may sound like semantics to some in Beijing, but I do think it's an important distinction.
Amy, as these relations really go down the drain and continually do so, is there really a prospect of there being an equitable sort of relationship between the two in terms of how they trade together? Because the terms of trade have changed entirely.
Well, it's a great question. And of course, as somebody who's working with a number of large companies and investors trying to think through elements of how American investment can stay in China, American companies can grow in China, yes, there are absolutely barriers being put in place by Washington and by Beijing. But the two largest economies in the world need to come to some kind of relationship where they can accommodate one another. It's very difficult getting there. It's going to take starts and stops. We saw a start earlier this month when China's top diplomat met with Jake Sullivan. the American National Security Advisor, and we here had very frank discussions on a whole range of issues beyond the economic relationship, obviously talking about national security interests on both sides, but also global geopolitical considerations that the U.S. and China have to grapple with together. It's hard. It is not going to be an easy process, but I do think both sides understand the need to take steps. Those steps are going to be limited, however.
This decision by Beijing to ban Micron from supplying key infrastructure, Amy, do you see this as just the opening shot by Beijing to retaliate? How far do you see the Chinese going here, but without really hurting themselves in some ways?
Yeah, I think, Yvonne, that's the very key point. The Chinese government wants to take retaliatory action, wants to meet the United States when it is restricting Chinese access to American technology by doing the same, but not in ways that's going to undermine China's economy. And so to date, the retaliation that China has taken on a number of steps hasn't been meant to inflame the relationship further, and it's been meant to contain the damage to China's economy of any kind of delinking. And so the Micron case is not insignificant. However, it was an expected response from Beijing, since Beijing could point to Micron as one of the U.S. companies that supported increased export controls against their Chinese competitors in the China market. So it was a relatively restrained move by Beijing, although not one that the U.S. government, of course, is going to welcome.
Well, indeed, and the language out of Washington was quite bellicose with regards to this. Tell me something, isn't that a smacking of a degree of hypocrisy given what we've heard from Washington and the banning of chips in the future?
Well, Rish, I think you're right. There have been some who've said economic coercion is a tool that's been used by many governments in the recent past. And so, of course, Secretary Raimondo had to criticize China's restrictions against Micron. That makes sense to me. However, it also makes sense that others are going to say the U.S. is doing something very similar in restricting U.S. exports going to China. In both instances, in the name of national security. And so that's within the prerogative of both Beijing and Washington to take those steps, even if they are inhibiting two-way trade flows.
Yeah, and I wonder whether de-risking works, Amy, because we've seen, there's a whole term friendshoring that we've heard from the U.S. and its allies. Japan spending billions to build its own domestic chip industry. And you have Korea that, there is this worry that they might be doing some backfilling here for China on the back of, them banning Micron as well. I just wonder, where do you see this chip war playing out and how?
It is such a difficult topic for all of the stakeholders you mentioned. Of course, the U.S. government doesn't want to put in place restrictions on its companies that then can just benefit other nationalities, companies in the semiconductor space. And so, of course, Washington is trying to work with Seoul, with Tokyo, with stakeholders in Taipei as well, to make sure that U.S. policies are not unilateral, that there's some consensus about multilateral implementation of some of these restrictions. But when the U.S. government acts alone, it has to accept the consequences of that. As far as the semiconductor industry, of course, it's incredibly important in China for China to be able to build its own semiconductor industry. It's going to be slow going for China to reach the levels that other countries have reached, but it's a critically important imperative of the Chinese government, especially since we are going to continue to see these kinds of national security-based restrictions against high-tech semiconductors, AI, quantum computing, areas where the U.S. government has said very clearly that they see national security implications in continuing that kind of trade with China.
Amy, very quickly, are we getting to the point now where people can't sit on the fence, particularly some of those countries with deep relationships with both countries, but I'm being told, actually, that we've got a breaking news story, and I can't ask you that question. Amy, thank you so much for joining us. Amy Shaleko there, principal at Albright Stonebridge Group. Right, and the breaking story that we do have is Value Partners, this investment management company. It's, of course, trading in Hong Kong. Pre-market up 15% nearly. On report of GF Securities planning to buy 20% stake in them. From the asset managers founders here as well. It's all part of a push by this particular Chinese brokerage to expand overseas. There we go. The consideration, according to one of the people who told us about this, is about $141 million US.
All right. We'll have plenty more to come. This is Bloomberg.
The top names in climate change are on Bloomberg.
I want everybody committed to the kind of action that we need. We have a global emergency now. You know, we're still putting 162 million tons of man-made global warming pollution into the sky every day, using the sky as an open sewer. That's trapping as much extra heat as would be released by 600,000 Hiroshima-class atomic bombs exploding every day. That's what the scientists tell us, and the data shows it. That's crazy. That's why we have a third of Pakistan underwater. That's why we have the historic heat wave in China. Nothing comparable to that ever. That's why the heat records are broken every year. And we're seeing an increase in the flows of climate refugees crossing international borders that are due to vastly expand unless we take action to solve the climate crisis.
Nobody covers climate change like Bloomberg, your global business authority. This June, in honor of Pride Month and Juneteenth, Bloomberg brings you a special equality series every Thursday in June at 1 p.m. Eastern. Bloomberg Equality, celebrating inclusion this Pride Month.
A few minutes away from the open of trade on the Chinese mainland and Hong Kong. Here's what we're watching out for here today in terms of analyst actions. A few things to mark. Hang Lung Properties raised to a buy at Jefferies. ICBC A shares reinstated a buy at China Merchants with a price target of 570 renminbi. And SMIC, focusing on chips here, A shares rated new buy at Zhongtai Securities.
Yeah, looking at these tech stocks as well. We're looking here at, well, essentially the HCI, the H share market near that bear market you're talking about as well. We're looking at this discount window for the lending side of things. This is the tech picture. This is what I wanted to look at here.
Yep.
10-cent headed south, but otherwise we're looking better.
Better than yesterday, certainly, just given what we've been seeing. So we're continuing to watch what goes on. Bear market territory for H shares as well. And we're watching this deal here. Sources telling us GF Securities buying a stake in Value Partners. That stock up 15%. The open is upon us. And, of course, we got that launch coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders.
Today's CFO has to be much, much more than a bookkeeper.
One of the most important things is looking around the corner.
We have to let go of the traditional legacy department store.
Their impact goes far beyond the balance sheet. And on Chief Future Officer, they focus on much more than just revenues and margins.
You also have to be credible business leaders in order to really impact the business and steer the direction.
We are like biologists. We need to deeply understand the financial DNA of a company.
People just come with a playbook and say, okay, we're going to roll that. Don't do that. Think longer term.
It's an amazing time to be in this role. It's a lot more than the profit today. It's building the future of tomorrow.
Get passion, perspective, and more from the chief future officers of some of the world's most influential companies. A new episode every month, only on Bloomberg.
From New York City,
from London, in Sydney,
from Washington,
in Tokyo,
9 a.m. in Beijing and Shanghai.
Good morning, everyone.
Have a great evening. Here's what I'm watching.
You do not want to miss this story.
Is there the kind of upside?
Running up to the start of the trading day in mainland China, right here in Hong Kong. There we go. That is a Long March rocket. This is the scene at the moment in Inner Mongolia as the Chinese administration prepares to launch the first non-PLA individual into space there, the first civilian there, and also another record which is going to be created should this be successful. Xi Jinping is about to become the first Chinese astronaut to go into space for the 4th time. The three of them, there is a third one here as well, they're going to be spending 5 months working with their fellow crewmates in the country's Tiangong space station here. This really coming against this backdrop of more geopolitical tensions, perhaps seen as a salvo to the US, as China also prepares at the same time to land on the moon by 2030 as well, have a manned mission to the lunar surface. So we're looking forward to that launch. That is the scene at the moment inside the space capsule and of course, in that Long March rocket.
Right, so certainly one to watch here, right? As you talked about, these very bold ambitions that we're hearing from Beijing about sending astronauts to the moon in just about less than 10 years or so, and certainly kind of reinvigorates this whole space race that we're seeing, not just when we saw from Japan recently with some of these launches, but also with the U.S. as well, that is also working to get men on the moon once again. But yes, this was probably interesting, right? The first civilian to really go into space. We have two other PLA members that will be joining him here, but certainly it's an interesting development here.
Yeah, Gui Haichao is professor at Bihang University in Beijing, bringing his expertise apparently as a payload specialist to the crew here, and becours the first, as Yvonne was saying, the first Chinese astronaut to be drawn.
He's also a professor of astronautics.
Yes, exactly.
Astronautics.
Yes. Astrophysics,
he's no
perhaps.
normal civilian,
yes,
right?
Exactly. But he's the first Chinese astronaut to be drawn from outside the ranks of the People's Liberation Army. Now, the third member of the crew is the engineer Zhu Yang-Zhu, making his first journey into space here. That's the countdown at the Space Center there in Inner Mongolia. As if we didn't need to be told, that is, of course, the Chinese flag of that Long March rocket. And do we have blast off now? Let's have a listen. There we go, flying up to the Tiangong space station there for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, just adding to a list of achievements that we've seen already from the Chinese here. They landed a rover on Mars earlier, a robotic spacecraft, also on the far side of the moon. So certainly this one could also be another milestone here in terms of the China.
But while they've been trying to get up to space, the markets have they been trying to get up to space? Got the open for China.
Well, we're heading back down
segue.
to Earth, right? Yeah, it's almost the opposite effect when you're seeing how these markets have done when it comes to the 8 shares, right? We've been talking about we're just about 30 or so points away from a bear market, from what we saw the January peaks as well. We talked about how basically the Hang Seng has lost 50% of the gains since this whole reopening story started out, and we are starting the day once again on this Tuesday morning a down arrow story with the CSI 300 down about 1/3 of 1%. MSCI China at least seeing a little bit of upside. But here's how Hong Kong is doing here this morning. We talked about 8 shares. We talked about Nasdaq Golden Dragon as well. I think it's about 17 percentage points underperforming the S&P just goes to show.
Worst performance since 2001,
yeah,
I believe.
It's not just, it's everywhere, right, where you're seeing this bad performance. But at least today, Hong Kong is seeing some green. We're flat right now. We'll take it, right? H shares up 1/3 of 1%. H's Tech seems to be recovering from yesterday here. We are seeing 0.8 of 1% higher. Property is seeing a little bit of pressure. Renminbi is doing this. We've been stabilizing around the 707, 708 handles here after that initial sort of dollar weakness that we saw after this debt ceiling deal was reached. But we're talking about 270 for your Chinese 10-year yield. Iron ore also catching a bid here. So doing a little bit better here when it comes to the commodity space, the metal space. We're watching tech very closely. Yesterday, the bad news was Meituan, and NetEase was the outperformer. Looks like all are gaining here as well. Tencent up. Alibaba close to 2% gains here. We're watching this one deal. Sources telling us GF Securities looking into a stake in Value Partners. That stock is flying now, or up close to 14%.
Nicola Lai is Bearing Investments Manager here in Hong Kong for Hong Kong and China equities, and we're joined now by Nicola Lai herself. Nicola, it's been a hard sell for you, hasn't it, trying to get people to invest in this market? What's stopping them?
Well, I think it's there are external and internal reasons for this. Obviously, externally, you've got U.S. bank failures that are happening, and that's obviously rightly so spooking investors, and they're demanding higher equity risk premiums, and that inevitably sort of spills over to China equity markets as well. We think that the problem is a little bit more contained in this side of the world. You know, we haven't really seen any major spillover effects on the Chinese banking system, for example. It's quite sort of protected. Internally, you've got fairly widespread disappointment about the pace of COVID recovery, COVID reopening, and the economic recovery forces seem to be a little bit more subdued than expected. But you know, that said, we are, you know, in the grander scheme of things, we are in the early innings of this sort of COVID transition. And so far we're tracking the economic data. We are seeing more positive surprises than negative surprises. Consumer confidence, you know, has finally made that turn that we've been watching since I last spoke with you. And you know, manufacturing activity is recovering. So that's...
Yeah. At what point do you actually start seeing value, right? I mean, how are you looking at valuations right now in these markets?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think value is definitely emerging from a relative and absolute basis. We just had our first quarter results behind us, and actually talking to a lot of the companies, the message is fairly consistent. We're talking about a second half, much brighter recovery potential there, and I think ultimately we still believe positive earnings revision do drive share prices, so we're looking forward to some of that.
In spite of them seeing second half as a recovery story, why is that not being priced in?
So there is a little bit of a lag right now, we see. I mean, I think consumer confidence has rebounded, but it is still very weak, obviously, and some unexpected shifts in consumption behavior and patterns have and you know, on top of that...
To your point, actually, Nicola, showing consumer confidence.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so that's why I think we do think that it just takes a bit of time, and we hope that, we do think that this lag will not be permanent.
Okay, so what are you looking at in terms of opportunities here right now? Are there still sector preferences that you have?
Yeah, no, I think we always look for what excites us is the 3 to 5 year longer term picture. And a lot of sectors, I mean, we think we're in a very interesting juncture right now. You know, you've got a lot of discussion and thought and research being done in what does, you know, artificial intelligence means for a lot of the manufacturing and the more innovative technology companies here. So we still think that there's a lot of room for innovation in Chinese companies. So that's an area we quite like. And I mean, when you talk about innovation, you can't really avoid the renewable, electronic EV sort of sector. We still think that China remains quite a critical hub for a lot of the innovation that's taking place there.
3 Ds surely must inform what you are buying as well, and I'm talking here demographics, aging population naturally, decarbonisation as people go to greener investments, and of course decoupling.
Yeah, no, so we do acknowledge that there are some of the sort of structural forces that you know, the politicians will have to navigate through, and the policy side, we do expect them to be addressing. You know, youth unemployment, for example,
20%,
is one, despite unemployment in general is coming off. But that's sort of, it's part of a transition into a service-led economy, and we think that it will probably be an area of focus going forward. You know, we are seeing a lot of factories move away from China when we talk about decoupling, and I think that's part of the supply chain diversification trends that we are seeing there. So it is an interesting time, but there are also opportunities.
How are you looking at this whole AI frenzy, right? I mean, we're seeing it globally right now with NVIDIA and all that, but you know, in the China markets, we certainly saw it earlier on. What's sort of the best sort of AI play? Because it seemed like at one point everyone was just kind of putting a tag on AI, and then the stock would just go nuts, and a lot of speculation in the space. But are you getting more clarity on, you know, the applications of AI and what sort of sectors might actually benefit the most from this kind of revolutionary technology?
Yeah, I think it's still early stages. You know, AI is expensive, so we do think it takes time to build. But you know, before a lot of the exciting computational and application come in, you do need a lot of infrastructure. So data centers, technology infrastructure is an area that we're doing a lot of work on these days.
Okay, Nicola, thank you. Nicola Lai, Barings Investment Manager for Hong Kong and China Equities. Of course, we've been asking a lot of our viewers as well and terminal subscribers about what sort of the biggest risks for stocks over the next 12 months or so, and certainly what does it mean for returns in this sort of environment. And for one thing, one of the things that they found to be the biggest risk, I think, was recession. That was some of the big things that people thought. 42% interest rates, obviously, that's still something that is looming. Politics actually getting about 24%.
What does that mean, politics? We've always got politics everywhere. I mean, 21%. Everything has to do with politics.
Issues, it's geopolitics. But inflation, actually, less so much, right? 14% now. It seems like people are kind of moved past the whole, you know, how high inflation can get these days, but really how much more it could cool.
Now, the other part is which long-short factors will have the highest returns this year? That's the other question.
Yeah, and so you take a look at what strategies might work. Profitability is something they're looking at. Then value, momentum seem to be getting a little bit, but also a low risk is certainly 12%. They're saying you can get the highest returns there. So certainly, yeah, there's still some areas you can still find, right? Despite what China's doing, where people think maybe there's still some things looming, concerns, the like here. But yeah.
There we go.
And my pulse.
Profitability. Who knew? Didn't get it at the weekend with those industrial profit numbers. Anyway, let's move things along, have a look at the first word news and have a look at how President Biden says that his team is reaching out to members of Congress to get them to vote for the debt ceiling deal. Republican Senator Mitt Romney has already said he'll back the bill, says Annie Kuster, the leader of a moderate coalition of House Democrats. Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy have expressed confidence that their proposal will pass and prevent an unprecedented default on U.S. debt. China, said to be looking into granting new tax incentives to high-end manufacturing companies. A source telling us that the proposal could help qualified manufacturers save hundreds of billions of yuan, but the plan is still subject for approval. Beijing seeking to boost the economy as its recovery loses momentum and encouraging more tech innovation to counter U.S. competition. Singapore's President Halimah Yacob, who has served the country since 2017, says she will not be contesting in this year's elections. According to her, the election date is expected to come in a few months' time. While the nation-state is run by the Prime Minister, the presidency holds important powers, including the right to veto spending bills and to sign off on civil service appointments. And that's your first word news.
All right, the Bank of Japan. Mr. Ueda-san is speaking in Parliament here once again this morning, talking a little bit more about inflation. So nothing really new, saying that they're expected to slow down inflation clearly in the second half of the full year of 2023. Important to nurture green shoots in wage growth. So acknowledging at least we're seeing some signs of wage gains, but is it enough for sustainable 2% inflation? He says no, not yet, have not reached, but will keep up long-term JGB buying. So still seemingly pretty dovish. We did also get those jobless rate numbers that came out earlier this morning. Unemployment did come down. You are seeing a lot more hiring when it comes to tourism, when it comes to automakers as well. Is it going to generate into some positive wages is still unclear too, Rish.
Yes, I mean, he's been warning, of course, of policy risks right across the brief tenure that he's had thus far. So more of the same. Keep on buying JGBs, but investors know it's going to have to change at some point.
Well,
it's just a question of the timing.
Yeah, dollar yen still at 140 though, right? So we'll see how that plays out. Coming up, China aims to rival Boeing and Airbus with its made-in-China passenger jets. We'll get more analysis on the aircraft manufacturing market from Asia Aviation Valuation Advisors in just a moment. This is Bloomberg.
Business Week Radio, live weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Eastern.
We got a little bit of talking.
But are you guys ready?
Harnessing the power of Bloomberg Business Week, Carol Masser and Tim Stanovic bring you the latest news from the worlds of business, technology, politics, and more.
How does the Fed play into this and what the Fed does potentially?
This is so exhausting and this is so all-encompassing.
Listen on Bloomberg Radio and streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, your global business authority.
We are looking at some of these aviation suppliers. This is supply chain, and this is after gains that we saw for some of these in the session there on Monday. This after the first homegrown large jetliner, single aisle, of course, C919, completed its first commercial flight on Sunday on China Eastern. It was the China Eastern flight there between Shanghai and Beijing. What does it mean? What does it mean for the industry? What does it mean for the Chinese aerospace industry? David Yu is chairman of Asia Aviation Valuation Advisors. David, first of all, okay, this plane is homegrown, a lot of foreign technology going into it, but my first question is it any good?
It's gone through all the tests. It's operational. We see that with the flight that just happened on Sunday, and we continue to see more in service. Obviously, this is the first aircraft, and we want to see it more performance-wise, as the airlines are all looking at how it will perform from a customer and return perspective in their investments.
Okay, a rigorous process of testing has already taken place. It's got to be certified now abroad. What are the chances of that happening sooner rather than later? And I'm talking here about not just, of course, the US, but a global certification from the European Union to Britain and indeed parts of Asia as well.
Right now, just like you said, the CAAC has certified this aircraft, and in order for a global more receptivity from the airline's perspective, FAA and EASA are the two major regulatory agencies that needs to certify the aircraft. And this will take some time. This has been in the process for a while now, and they've come through, and it's in the works, but this will still take some time. So in the meantime, this aircraft will fly in China, as well as partner countries that basically recognize CAAC's processes and testing facilities. And with that's when it can get much more traction internationally. So in the meantime, this will be tested and seen and performance-wise whether the airlines can really, at the end of the day, make a profit from this.
Yeah, to what extent do you think that this, China can disrupt this dominance that we're seeing in Airbus and Boeing? This whole duopoly we've seen that they've really been running for decades now. How does it compare, this aircraft, to the other single-aisle jets that we've seen out there?
If you look at history, aircraft design takes a tremendous amount of time, and it's not an easy process. Just like if you look at the A320, which is Airbus's mainstream narrow-body aircraft, which is one of the competitors of this C919, it's taken a long time for it to get to attraction from the beginning inputs in the 90s onward. So this is the first foray, I would say, for COMAC in its development, and we will continue to see improvements as they find different aspects to move. Just like the 787, when Boeing put out that aircraft for the first time, there were still some bugs, et cetera, that needed to be worked out. So I foresee that this will continue to happen. This will happen as well on this aircraft, as well as really any new aircraft. So this is the testing process, the teething problems that will continue, but getting this concluded as fast as possible is best.
Yeah, David, they've already taken about 1,000 orders. Do you think COMAC has the capabilities to fulfill those orders, just given the fact that, yes, it's assembled domestically, but they also rely on a lot of sort of Western supply chains and all that, engines and avionics, to really kind of make these planes?
Yeah, they're going to have to ramp up the production learning curve very steeply, right? At the moment, what I've seen is basically in the first 5 years, looking at 150 aircraft that are being produced, and this will ramp up significantly. So if you compare it against Boeing and Airbus, where they have 40 plus a month of aircraft deliveries, this is still small in comparison. So ultimately, they need to get it up. Back to your point about the production, about different components, you need to get airlines to use the aircraft ultimately, because at the moment there's the three majors as well as a few other airlines, but that's going to be the key of getting this aircraft a success.
Yeah, domestic orders only thus far, though, David, we should add. David Yu there is Chairman of Asia Aviation Valuation Advisors. Thank you so much. Do come on again with us soon, David. Let's now have a look at what we have coming up on the program. 3 Chinese astronauts, or taikonauts as they're called sometimes, en route to the newly completed Tiangong space station. China's space ambitions perhaps see the sky as the limits. This is Bloomberg.
The names that move markets are on Bloomberg.
The regional banks have been under some stress, but I think the banks that have failed have had some very unique characteristics. What I see is a banking system that overall is well capitalized, still has very solid earnings, but we're monitoring the situation very, very carefully.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg, your global business authority.
This is Bloomberg.
Well, 3 Chinese astronauts have been launched to Tiangong Space Station in China's latest Shenzhou manned mission. Let's get to Alan Wang joining us live from the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center. Alan, how significant is this launch?